Chapter 1. In the bitterly cold January of Taiping County, the world lay blanketed in snow, with the sky shrouded in a dreary gray as large snowflakes drifted gently through the air. The piercing winds howled mercilessly, causing pedestrians to hurry along the streets. Luo Xiao, a frail and slender figure, donned a thick black cotton jacket and a matching black hat. He stood alone in the swirling snow, pushing a small cart. His soft hair was pressed tightly against his forehead by the hat, accentuating the smallness of his face. Upon closer inspection, one would find that beneath the hat rested a fair countenance, framed by a pair of lively, expressive eyes. Yet, at that moment, those vibrant eyes brimmed with tears, nearly frozen from a cold. Luo Xiao wiped his eyes and accepted the change offered by a student. Rubbing his numbed fingers together, he exhaled a visible breath and stamped his feet vigorously. With a look of disappointment, he cast a glance at the children being picked up by their parents at the school gate, sighed deeply, and began to pack away his stall in preparation for his return home. Winter was the season Luo Xiao despised most. His snack stall's business always dwindled during this time, as the children preferred to dine in warm establishments. Having grown accustomed to the poor winter sales, he found solace in the idea of returning home early to spend time with his father. Quickly tidying his snack stall, Luo Xiao rode his cart home, battling the snow for half an hour before finally reaching his doorstep. The neighborhood where Luo Xiao lived consisted of old buildings, roughly 30 years old. Currently facing demolition, it lacked property management and sanitation. Trash and debris lay scattered throughout the community, contributing to a severely polluted environment. In summer, the area exuded a nauseating stench. In winter, the snow was trampled into a dirty black mush, making even walking a challenge. The walls, worn down by years of rain, were mottled with stains, and the peeling paint had long since lost its integrity. Some vacant homes had missing windows, resembling dilapidated structures on the verge of collapse. Many residents had relocated. Only those with fewer resources remained. Luo Xiao had grown used to living in these conditions over the years, and, as always, he prepared to enter the neighborhood. Just as he was about to pass through the entrance, a faint sound from a nearby pile of garbage caught his attention. Chirp! Luo Xiao furrowed his brow, intrigued. What creature could make such a sound? Had a small dog been discarded? As the snow fell heavier and the cold intensified, Luo Xiao tightened the scarf around his neck. Hesitating, he contemplated whether to intervene. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs. In his childhood, he had once intervened when he saw a girl from the next class being bullied, only to be beaten by the same children, and later scolded by his teacher for his efforts. His father was summoned and admonished to better discipline his son, despite their divorce. Since that incident, word had spread among his classmates about his mother's abandonment, leading to frequent bullying. Recalling these memories, Luo Xiao instinctively stepped back, yet the weak sound lingered in his ears. Unable to bear the thought of adorable animals suffering in the cold, he followed the sound. Approaching the source, he discovered a dark green bundle carelessly tossed amidst the refuse. The bundle appeared old and ragged, resembling a piece of canvas intended for makeshift shelter. Whether it was an illusion, Luo Xiao could swear that even in the frigid winter, near the garbage, he could smell the pungent scent of animal urine emanating from the canvas. At that moment, the bundle shifted slightly, prompting Luo Xiao to crouch down cautiously. Tentatively, he reached out to poke the bundle, which responded by moving again, causing him to retract his hand in alarm. It was then that Luo Xiao realized this was not a small dog or any typical animal. When humans lose patience with something and choose to discard it, they rarely take extra measures. Since this object had been wrapped and cast aside, could it possibly be a baby? The mere thought sent a chill of dread down Luo Xiao's spine. What if it were a baby left to freeze in such harsh conditions? With no time to ponder further, he swiftly snatched the bundle and tucked it into his coat, sprinting back home. Son, you're back. Why are you sweating in this frigid winter? Has something happened? Luo's father, a man in his 40s with neatly combed short hair, looked at his son, breathless against the door, concerned something was amiss. Luo's father, of sturdy build, was not particularly tall, but had a robust physique, though a subtle bend in his waist hinted at the toll of time. His complexion was somewhat dark, and his face was etched with wrinkles that belied his age. Clearly, Luo Xiao's fair skin was inherited from his mother. "Dad, I need to talk to you," Luo Xiao said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he set down the unsold snacks. Nervously, he sat on the sofa and slowly revealed the bundle from his coat. The moment the bundle was unveiled, a foul odor of urine wafted through the air, permeating the room. "What is that smell? It's unbearable," Luo's father exclaimed, covering his nose and waving his hand to disperse the stench. In the cold, the odor was already pungent now. In the warmth of the house, it was even more unbearable. "Dad, I might have brought home a child," Luo Xiao stammered, his mouth trembling. After all, this was not a mere puppy, it was a human life. The stench had long been forgotten in light of the revelation about the bundle's contents. With shaking hands, Luo Xiao carefully unwrapped the parcel, leaving both father and son in a state of shock. A nauseating odor assaulted their senses, threatening to induce vomiting. This time, Luo's father did not wave his hand or cover his nose. The shock rendered him impervious to the stench. "Not child." Luo Xiao was taken aback to discover that what he had found was not a baby. He could not fathom who would abandon such a small creature in the trash. Inside the bundle was a small, unidentifiable animal. It appeared fragile, weighing only 2 or 3 pounds, presumably a newborn creature. Its once lustrous black scales had lost their sheen, now appearing dull and lifeless. The delicate neck seemed ready to snap with the slightest tug, and its long tail was broken in several places. Its 4 tiny paws, with nails clipped too short, still bled, and along its spine, sharp scales protruded from its body. Luo Xiao couldn't help but liken this creature to an extinct prehistoric dinosaur. How could such an animal exist today? He had never encountered anything like it in the animal kingdom. What was even more astonishing were the gruesome wounds covering its body. Some were gaping, exposing raw flesh, while others were scabbed over, revealing a chaotic mix of old and new injuries. Some blood had dried, while other wounds still oozed crimson, creating a horrifying sight against its dark form. As Luo Xiao beheld this tragic scene, his body involuntarily trembled, as if he could feel the creature's pain. "Chirp!" The small animal emitted another feeble cry, pulling Luo Xiao and his father back to reality. With his head bowed, Luo Xiao stared at the creature's wounds, his fists clenched tightly. His nails dug into his flesh, yet he felt no pain, only a desire to grip tighter. More than the creature's bizarre appearance, he was appalled by the cruelty it had endured. What heinous act could have warranted such treatment towards this defenseless being? What could it have possibly done to deserve such maltreatment? Was its weakness a justification for its suffering? Luo Xiao could not comprehend. Had the world become so intolerant that even a small creature like this could not find sanctuary? It was truly disheartening. "Let's clean this up first," Luo's father said gently, stroking his son's head and slowly prying his fingers open. Understanding his son's emotions all too well, Luo's father knew that his son, who wouldn't even squash an ant, would be profoundly affected by such cruelty. Even in poverty, he would save money to occasionally contribute to shelters for stray animals. Seeing such innocent creatures harmed would undoubtedly fill his heart with rage and sorrow. "Yes, they'll do it right away," Luo Xiao nodded, a smile breaking through that was reserved for family. He was aware that he had caused his father worry once again, though it was unintentional. Faced with the injured little creature, his heart ached with empathy. Luo Xiao hurriedly fetched warm water, a first aid kit, and a thick blanket for the small creature. Behind him, Luo's father fell into deep contemplation. Gently, he began to cleanse the little creature with warm water, wiping away the foul odor that clung to its body just now. While observing the little creature, it appeared to be rather petite, yet not excessively thin. As Luo Xiao proceeded to clean its body, he realized upon a gentle touch that the little one was, in fact, nothing but skin and bones, devoid of any flesh. Entirely skeletal. Contemplating the suffering and hardships the little creature must have endured, Luo Xiao bit his lip and discreetly wiped away a tear, though he quickly dried his eyes. As he applied medication to the little one, He discovered numerous pinpricks adorning its legs upon a meticulous inspection of other areas of its body. He found an abundance of tiny, densely clustered punctures almost everywhere. Dad, come quick. The little one is covered in so many pinpricks. This revelation left Luo Xiao somewhat dazed. The peculiar appearance, marked by these tiny holes, indicated that the situation was far from simple. Luo's father, who had been deep in thought nearby, looked closely and confirmed the presence of numerous pinpricks. First, apply the medication. We can discuss this later. His father furrowed his brow, his eyes clouded with ambiguity. After wrapping the little one in bandages, Luo Xiao noticed it seemed to be in pain, shifting its body slightly and letting out a faint, listless whimper. Shoo, you're a good little one. I've applied the medicine. You'll feel better soon. Just lie still. Luo Xiao murmured, feeling a pang of sorrow at the creature's plight. He gently stroked the tip of its small tail. To his astonishment, the little one seemed to comprehend Luo Xiao's words. Remaining silent and peacefully drifting off to sleep, Luo Xiao found this remarkably enchanting. He had not anticipated the creature's intelligence, as if it could truly understand him, and he felt a surge of excitement. Dad, it seems the little one can understand me. I told it to lie down quietly, and it did just that. Indeed, it appears to grasp human speech. What do you intend to do with it, son? Luo's father cast a glance at the obediently sleeping creature, his expression a mixture of complexity. Observing the injured yet tranquil little one, Luo Xiao was reminded of his own childhood. Growing up without a mother back then, the children in his class labeled him a wild child without a mother, bullying him relentlessly, leaving him battered and bruised upon returning home each day. Now, looking at the little creature, he felt as though he was gazing upon his younger self. From the very first moment he laid eyes on the little one, his heart had whispered to him that he could not abandon it, though he typically shied away from meddling in others' affairs. This time, he felt compelled to intervene. Dad, I wish to take care of it. Regardless of what it is, I cannot bear to see it suffer, Luo Xiao declared, his eyes dimming yet resolute as he looked at his father. Seeing the sorrowful expression in his son's eyes, Luo's father understood that the boy was reminded of the day his mother departed. It was all his fault had he not been in that car accident. Unable to work and provide, their son would not have faced the world without a mother. His greatest wish in life was to witness his son's daily happiness. The creature before him might bring temporary joy to his son, yet it could also usher in considerable trouble. Son, after examining the creature's injuries, I initially suspected it had been mistreated. Those pinpricks remind me of tales I heard about animals being subjected to bizarre experiments. It seems likely that this little one was also used for such purposes. Luo's father shared his thoughts with his son, feeling it prudent to prepare him for what lay ahead. A chill ran down Luo Xiao's spine, confirming his worst fears the moment he had seen those pinpricks. An ominous premonition had seized him. The little one had indeed been subjected to cruel experiments. It was unfathomable that anyone could use such a small, innocent creature for such inhumane trials. Luo Xiao's expression darkened, consumed by surging fury. How could they do such a thing? The little creature is so tiny. It's utterly cruel. Is there truly no one to intervene? Luo Xiao felt an overwhelming rush of blood to his face. His cheeks flushed as if they might burst at any moment. From a young age, he had grown accustomed to the fickleness of human nature and the harshness of the world. His father had perished in a car accident, and his mother had abandoned them, forcing him to understand at a tender age that not everyone possesses a kind heart. Over the years, as he matured, he had become perceived as a rather aloof individual by outsiders. Save for his father and Mo Yin, the plight of the small creature had once again shaken his understanding of humanity. Conducting experiments on living animals, inflicting such pain upon innocent beings, he was aware that such atrocities occurred in hospitals. Yet he found it intolerable. Son, some matters are unavoidable. Knowing them does not grant you the power to change them. How well Luo Fu understood this, and how deeply he felt the cruelty of it all. Yet he remained powerless. They struggled to sustain themselves. What capacity did they have to tend to others? Luo Xiao fell silent. Indeed, his anger served no purpose. He could not stop those who inflicted harm, nor could he assist those who were harmed. The room suddenly descended into an unsettling quiet. His son's demeanor left Luo Fu uneasy, prompting him to pace back and forth several times. He rummaged through a cabinet until he unearthed a long-forgotten pack of cigarettes. After years of abstaining, he silently lit one, but the long absence from smoking made him cough, and he extinguished it almost immediately. Looking up, he saw his son offering him a glass of water, which Luo Fu accepted without a word. "Son, that creature looks exceedingly peculiar. Are you certain you wish to keep it? I fear it may bring misfortune upon our home. If it becomes unmanageable, we should release it once it has healed." Luo Xiao sat down beside his father, enveloped in silence, his head bowed, his hands tightly intertwined. Luo Fu felt a pang of cruelty in denying his son the companionship he so desired. He knew his son cherished that creature. Yet for the sake of safety, he had to adopt the role of the villain. "Father merely wishes for your safety. I want you to remain unharmed," struggling to witness his son in distress. Luo Fu turned his head away. "Dad, I truly adore that little creature. Please let me keep it. We can care for it in secret, without anyone knowing. All right?" Luo Xiao understood that his father acted out of love. Yet his own heart ached, rendering him unable to relent. Would the little creature survive if released back into the wild? Given its current state, it would undoubtedly be captured again. Luo Xiao gazed down furtively at the tiny bundle lying on the bed, his heart softening and his resolve strengthening. Observing his son's unwavering determination, Luo Fu recognized that his son had resolved to care for the creature. Realizing he might not be able to prevent it, he adopted a more serious tone that if you choose to keep it, you must comprehend the potential dangers involved. Its appearance is exceedingly unusual. There is no guarantee that someone will not come looking for it. If that were to happen, not only could it face peril, but we could also find ourselves in trouble. Do you understand? Luo Fu was not merely attempting to frighten his son. He had indeed heard of such occurrences. Thus, it was prudent to establish precautions ahead of time, lest they find themselves unprepared in the event of a crisis. Luo Fu's seriousness startled Luo Xiao. After all, he was merely a 22-year-old boy, still naive to the complexities of the world. However, after his father's admonition, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Dad, I understand. I truly do. I won't tell anyone. We will keep it a secret. Nothing will go wrong, I promise." Chirp. The little creature seemed to agree wholeheartedly with Luo Xiao's words, responding with a cooperative sound. Luo Xiao felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the little creature's call. It was so gravely injured that he feared it might not recover. He approached cautiously, finding the creature gazing up at him with wide, innocent eyes, making Luo Xiao's heart melt. The creature's eyes were strikingly beautiful, one black, the other red, both large and luminous, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. They looked at him with the purity of a child, instantly melting Luo Xiao's heart. Gingerly, he reached out to stroke the creature's head, and it nuzzled against his palm. Yet, even in that tender gesture, it betrayed the creature's suffering. Luo Xiao soon realized the little one was burning with fever. "Dad, the little creature feels incredibly hot. It might have a fever. What should we do?" He was in a state of panic, lost, and unsure of how to proceed. Despite his maturity and sense of responsibility, he was still, at heart, a child, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. Even Luo Fu, despite his reluctance, felt a twinge of worry. They could not take the creature to a veterinary hospital. The thought of something going wrong and causing Luo Xiao heartache was unbearable. Luo Fu touched the creature's body and confirmed it was indeed burning up. That he noticed that its large, innocent eyes were slightly moist, and its little nose was twitching. He could hardly bear to look into those pure eyes. Fearing that he might relent, Luo Xiao, witnessing the creature's struggle to hold back tears, felt a lump rise in his throat and began to cry. Seeing his son in distress pained Luo Fu deeply. His sweet boy had only cried when his mother left, and later, when he faced bullying from classmates and was unable to attend university. Now, he wept for the little creature, a testament to its immense significance in his son's heart. Perhaps we should give it some medicine. The only solution that came to Luo Fu's mind was administering fever-reducing medication. Anything was better than doing nothing. "Dad, can the little creature take medicine just like that?" Luo Xiao hesitated, knowing it was necessary, but still uncertain, nervously tugging at his hair. Chirp. The little creature emitted another pained sound from the bed, causing both father and son distress. Luo Fu was not devoid of compassion, especially for something so precious to his son. His love for Luo Xiao extended to the creature, and he could not disregard it in this desperate situation. They had no choice but to try. Luo Fu retrieved some fever-reducing medicine from the cabinet and handed it to his son. Luo Xiao clutched the medicine, his grip so tight that he crumpled the box. He poured some water into a small dish and approached the bed to gently stroke the creature's head. "Little one, I don't know if you can take this medicine, but it should be fine. Just be a good little creature and take it. You'll feel better soon." At that moment, all of Luo Xiao's hopes rested upon that box of medicine. As he pondered how to administer the medicine, the little creature unexpectedly extended its tiny pink tongue and swallowed it whole. Afterward, it eagerly drank a few sips of water, leaving both Luo Xiao and Luo Fu astonished. "Dad, did you see that? Just now, the little creature took the medicine by itself." Luo Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Luo Fu's emotions were complex. Such a remarkable creature was beyond their humble means to care for it. "Sigh, it took it on its own," he replied, shaking his head in resignation. Luo Xiao, filled with childlike curiosity, crouched beside the bed, gazing at the little creature, which, despite its unappealing appearance, its charred black skin, devoid of fur, and numerous wounds, was still the most adorable being in his eyes. Every movement of the little creature tugged at his heartstrings, and he felt an overwhelming desire to protect it and bring it joy. The little creature soon fell into a deep slumber after taking the medicine, and Luo Xiao remained vigilantly by its side. He frequently checked its temperature and replaced the damp cloth on its forehead. Luo Fu sat nearby, resembling a melancholic statue, observing his son as he tended to the creature. Several times, he considered speaking up to persuade Luo Xiao otherwise, but he refrained, choosing silence. He was aware that his son had a fondness for small animals. Yet he had never realized the depth of that affection, comparable to that of a parent. Ultimately, he could not bear to disappoint his son or allow him to perceive him as a cold-hearted father. Thus, he decided to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, opting instead to prepare dinner. Seeing his son's worried expression, he thought it far more practical to cook something delicious to nourish him. "What would you like for dinner tonight? I'll make it for you." Typically, it is Luo Xiao who prepares the meals. During his childhood, his father often went out to work, leaving for a month or two at a time. His mother was entirely inept in the kitchen, so he learned to cook, do laundry, and manage household chores from a young age. He was well-versed in all domestic tasks. When Luo Xiao noticed that his father was heading to the kitchen to cook, he suddenly realized how late it had become and that he had forgotten to prepare dinner while tending to the little one. "Dad, let me handle it. I was so busy watching the little guy that I completely forgot about dinner. You keep an eye on him while I go." Luo Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. The thought of cooking had entirely slipped his mind, and he quickly stood up. Luo father glanced between the little one and the kitchen, resolutely choosing to take on the cooking himself, that he still had not fully accepted the little creature, and he couldn't act so unprincipled. "I'll cook. You just watch," he declared, striding toward the kitchen, but Luo Xiao hurried to block his path. Caught between laughter and frustration, "Dad, you already agreed to let me take care of the little one, so don't go back on your word. Besides, can you even cook anything edible?" Luo Xiao truly wished to avoid bringing up his father's past culinary disasters. The meals he prepared were barely fit for dogs. When did I ever agree to that? I certainly never said so. Luo father's face flushed crimson at being so accurately called out, a hue that spread down to his neck. But he still stubbornly retorted. Luo Xiao observed his father's reddened face, reminiscent of a toddler denied their favorite snack. He felt that as his father aged, he seemed to grow fonder of indulging in playful banter. Luo Xiao chuckled, relishing the warmth of their bond, though he felt a bit guilty for exposing his father's playful facade. "Anyway, you never opposed it. I know you're all bark and no bite. I'll take care of dinner since you haven't cooked in ages. The most you can manage is instant noodles, and even those turn out inedible." Luo father's spirits deflated immediately. Indeed, his cooking resembled slop. Not only would his son refuse to eat it, but he himself was also reluctant to consume his culinary creations. He could only manage instant noodles, so it was best he simply sat by and watched over the little one, ensuring his son didn't suffer from poor nourishment. Luo father settled down, closely observing the little creature, which was wrapped in bandages from neck to tail, barely revealing its tiny head, resembling a mummy. Alas, he sighed repeatedly. lamenting the injuries that must have been inflicted upon such a small being. Stealing a glance back toward the kitchen, he saw his son diligently preparing dinner through the glass. Once assured his son wouldn't he notice, he gently patted the little one's forehead. Still warm, he muttered, twisting a towel to apply a fresh compress. After a while, he discreetly checked the kitchen again and returned to replace the wet towel on the little one's forehead. Luo father believed his actions were sufficiently stealthy, but Luo Xiao had already seen everything. He understood that his father, with such a kind heart, could never truly bear to see the little one suffer. His actions were merely a necessity to fulfill his son's wishes. Over the years, his father had played both maternal and paternal roles, a challenging feat, and Luo Xiao did not want to burden him further. He resolved to convince his father to accept the little one. Dinner was simple: 2 dishes and a soup. Luo Xiao finished eating early and remained by the little one's side. "Son, why don't you go to bed? The little one won't improve immediately, and you need to take care of yourself before heading out tomorrow." It was already past 9 in the evening. Usually, his son would be asleep by now if he had an early morning. Luo father genuinely feared for his son's health. Who needs to take care of their health? Mo Yin, just entering, heard Luo father's words, tilting his head as he dropped his bag onto the table. His name, Mo Yin, seemed ironically contradictory to his loquacious nature. Today, he wore an ill-fitting, loose, deep blue suit paired with a tie. While it could be considered casual, it appeared far too disheveled and careless. Yet, the most peculiar aspect was how, despite his disheveled appearance, Mo Yin exuded an ethereal quality. As if transcending the mundane, he was distinctly different, with an extraordinary aura about him. Mo Yin's hair had also grown long, with bangs obscuring his forehead and partially concealing one eye, adding an air of mystery about what lay behind it. "Uncle Luo, you aren't secretly sticking doll eyes again, are you? Didn't we agree not to do that?" Mo Yin recalled the painful memories of when Luo father had engaged in that endeavor. Sticking a single doll, I cost mere pennies, but Luo father worked tirelessly, earning only a pittance if it hadn't been for Luo father and Luo Xiao taking him in. Perhaps their lives wouldn't have been so difficult, and Luo Xiao might have attended university. The fact that Luo Xiao didn't get to pursue higher education was a pain that lingered in Mo Yin's heart. A constant source of guilt for believing he had burdened them. As Mo Yin spoke, he approached the sofa and noticed something odd resting on it. Crouching down, he was startled and fell back, exclaiming, "What is this little creature? How terrifying!" It was unfair to blame Mo Yin. The little one looked peculiar, and its current state was far from appealing, almost bizarre, which justified his fright. However, Luo Xiao was not pleased and shot Mo Yin a glare. Mo Yin, taken aback by the glare, covered his mouth and shook his head, signaling that it wasn't intentional. Yet, covering his mouth lasted only 5 seconds as he crawled closer to examine the little one. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it really does look like a little monster. I can't be blamed for finding it ugly." Mo Yin found it impossible to compliment the little creature. It was simply too unattractive. Luo Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, reminiscing about his older brother, who had been quiet yet protective during their childhood. How had he changed so much? The once reticent Mo Yin had become a chatterbox who would burst if he didn't speak. Luo Xiao realized he preferred the earlier version of Mo Yin. Seizing the moment while Luo Xiao was lost in thought, Mo Yin reached out to poke the little one, but Luo Xiao swiftly swatted his hand away. "What are you doing? The little one is unwell. Don't disturb it. And stop calling him monster. It can understand you. Honestly, the little one is adorable. Can't you see that?" Luo Xiao was fiercely protective, unable to tolerate any negative remarks about the little one. Even if they were made without malice, Oyin's eyes twitched. He truly hadn't realized that Luo Xiao's taste differed so greatly from others. Fine, I want to touch it, but it looks so peculiar, doesn't it? And how am I supposed to know its name? You call it the little one. It doesn't even have a proper name. How about I give it one? Since it's so small, let us call it Fatty, and we can feed it until it's plump. Mo Yin waved his hand dramatically, bestowing the little creature with its new name. "Uncle Luo, what do you think of the name I picked? I ascend it lovely." Mo Yin grinned mischievously at Luo father. However, Luo father was preoccupied with his son's reluctance to sleep, leaving no room for other thoughts. He mumbled, "Sounds good," in response, Son, it's quite late. You should go to bed. Let Mo Yin watch over the little one that you've worked hard all afternoon and need your rest. Luo father was genuinely worried about his son, who was far too stubborn and insisted on doing everything himself. All right, I'll keep an eye on Fatty, and Mo Yin replied with a casual nod, eager to play with the little one. Yet, Luo Xiao was not comfortable entrusting Fatty to him, shaking his head in refusal. After gently feeling the little creature's forehead, he was alarmed to find it even warmer than before, sending him into a panic. Dad, the little one seems worse. What should we do? Luo Xiao felt as though he had been doused with cold water in the depths of winter. He was genuinely afraid for the little one's well-being. Luo father, upon touching the little one, confirmed it was indeed warmer than earlier, which was concerning that we can't go to the hospital. If it continues to burn like this, it could be detrimental. Son, don't worry. The little one has sustained serious injuries and has been exposed to the cold for so long. It won't recover immediately. Let us just wait a bit longer, Luo father replied, feeling helpless. Luo Xiao's eyes welled with tears. He shouldn't have hastily given the little one medication. He was unsure if it was safe for the little creature. And now it seemed to be in worse condition because of his actions. That it's all my fault. I should have been more careful. Please get better soon. Little one. Luo Xiaohong gently cradled the still slumbering little creature in her arms, her lips murmuring incessantly, Fat, you're running a fever? I know a doctor. Should I go procure some medicine and perhaps give Fat Yin an injection? And Mo Yin tentatively shared his thoughts with Luo Xiao, fully aware that Fat Yin's peculiar condition certainly precluded a trip to the hospital. In a way, Luo Xiao firmly rebutted. This left Mo Yin somewhat bewildered. After all, wouldn't a proper injection hasten recovery from fever? The little one is afraid of needles. Perhaps we should forego that. Dad, Yinge, you should all get some rest. I'll take the little one back to my room to care for him. Luo Xiao, her face etched with worry and guilt, led the little one back to her quarters. It was only after entering her room that Luo's father pulled Mo Yin aside to discuss the little one's circumstances. Mo Yin was taken aback to learn of Fat Yin's rather tragic backstory and felt remorseful for having referred to the little creature as a little monster moments earlier. Uncle Luo, there's no need to fret. Worrying is futile. Xiao Xiao is capable of taking care of herself and Fat Yin. She is quite stubborn, so it's best to let her be. Yin understood that Uncle Luo's concerns were rooted in his worry for Xiao Xiao. He too was anxious, for Xiao Xiao had grown up and developed her own ideas, and it was better to respect her autonomy. Uncle Luo recognized that his worries were unproductive and merely hoped that the little one would recover swiftly, alleviating their concerns that, if only I had known, I wouldn't have allowed her to take the medicine on a frigid night where the northern winds howled. Everyone had retreated to their beds early, in the pitch darkness. One window remained aglow. After bringing Fat Yin into her room, Luo Xiao discovered that the little one had not improved. Rather, the fever had intensified. Listening to Fat Yin's continuous whimpers sent pangs of pain through Luo Xiao's heart, akin to being pricked by a needle. She felt utterly helpless, unable to care for even a small creature. What worth did she possess? Abandoned by their mother at a tender age, her father had raised her through thick and thin, struggling to make ends meet even after the accident, tirelessly searching for ways to earn money for her education. Now, at this age, she had no savings to speak of, merely a dilapidated house that nobody desired. Her father had endured so much hardship throughout his life. She had always aspired to be the pillar of the family, to provide a haven for her loved ones. Even if she couldn't attend university, she would have been content to sell goods in the market, as long as it meant bringing happiness to her father and Yinge. Yet now, she could not even care for a small animal. Did she truly possess the ability to ensure a good life for her father and Yinge? Overwhelmed, Luo Xiao began to weep. In the living room, a hazy silhouette gradually approached Luo Xiao's room, stumbling into the corner of a table due to the absence of light. Ouch! It winced, having collided with the table. The figure stood there, rubbing its leg before arriving at the door of Luo Xiao's room. Peering through the crack to assess the situation within, it was past 1 in the morning, and the little one still had not broken the fever, while Luo Xiao's eyes were as red as a rabbit's from fatigue. The figure longed to rush in and admonish his son to take better care of himself. This figure was Luo's father, who had hardly slept a wink throughout the night, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of his son and the troublesome little creature, rendering him unable to find rest. Sneaking out to check on them, he found his heart sinking further upon witnessing the scene. What time was it? His son was still awake, which meant that the little one had yet to recover. Luo's eyes reddened in anxiety, yet he felt powerless to help, ultimately retreating in silence, murmuring prayers for a swift recovery. After a long night of restlessness, the little one still had not improved. Luo Xiao contemplated the possibility of asking Yin Gu to fetch some medicine for the little creature. Though she understood that this might evoke unpleasant memories for Fatya, she felt compelled to act for the sake of the little one's well-being. Lost in thought about how to administer the injection the following day, she inadvertently lifted her gaze and noticed the familiar silhouette of her father lingering outside. Hearing the little one's whimpers beside her, she resolved to dispel her despondency. She must become stronger. Only by fortifying herself could she care for her father. Look after Yin Gu, tend to the little one, and uphold their home. With renewed determination, Luo Xiao resumed her efforts to change the little creature's damp cloths and occasionally offered it water with a cotton swab. Not long after Luo's father returned to his room, another figure made its way toward Luo Xiao's quarters. Thud! It collided with the table edge once more. Mo Yin winced, nearly cursing in pain. He had heard the sound of Luo's father bumping into the table and now found himself in the same predicament. Using the light spilling from Luo Xiao's room as a guide, he approached the door, peering inside to find Luo Xiao still awake. Rubbing his head, he pondered whether he should visit Dr. Wang's clinic the next day to procure some medicine for Fatya. What if the little one truly fell ill? Xiao Xiao was so fond of Fatya. It would break her heart if anything happened to the little creature, given how silly Fatya already was. If the fever left it even more daft, it might never find a companion, which would be quite distressing. Bayesimo ambled back. He reflected on how Xiao Xiao remained unchanged in the past, when his adoptive parents had abandoned him. It was Xiao Xiao who had taken him in. Now, she had also taken in the peculiar Fatya. When would she consider her own needs? As dawn began to break, revealing a pale light streaked with red veins. Luo Xiao, her eyes darkened like a bear's from sleeplessness, had endured an entire night. Fortunately, her sleepless vigil had not been in vain. The little one had finally broken its fever, with relief flooding her heart. Luo Xiao, her eyes barely open, collapsed beside the little creature and fell into a deep slumber. She managed only 2 or 3 hours of sleep before her well-established biological clock roused her at the usual hour. Upon rising, she first checked on the little one and found it resting peacefully, no longer feverish, which brought her great comfort. Today, she needed to set up her stall, as another mouth to feed meant she had to earn more money. Although Yin Gu was now selling insurance and earning a decent income, his earnings were unpredictable. This month he might make 4,000, while next month he could barely scrape together 500. Moreover, Yin Gu would eventually marry, and she could not bear to see him struggle financially. Despite the modest size of her food stall, it was the primary source of income for the family. To safeguard this little venture, she had never taken a day off, fearing that other stalls might encroach upon her business. Now that they had the little creature, although it was small and wouldn't eat much, she didn't wanted a private. She wished for Fatya to enjoy whatever it desired and to live joyfully every day. When Luo Xia got up, so too did her father, who typically assisted her in preparing the materials for the stall at this hour. Last night, due to the little one's illness, Luo's father had not slept soundly and had awakened early, tossing and turning in bed. Hearing Luo Xia stir, he quickly got up. Son, has that little one broken its fever? Luo's father had spent the entire night restless, preoccupied with thoughts of his son and the little creature. Dad, why do you keep calling it that thing? Fatya is so adorable. Please don't refer to it that way. Luo Xia was determined to gradually change her father's perception of the little one, starting with how he addressed it. All right, I understand you care for it. Let us call it Fatya then. It does have a nice ring to it. Xiaoyan has already named it, so we will stick with that. In truth, Luo's father thought the name Fatya was quite fitting in the countryside. It was common to give children unflattering names, believing it would ensure their survival. Given Fatya's frail health, a name like that might just help it thrive, preventing his son from feeling perpetually sorrowful. All right then, Fatya it is. Once it grows plump, it will truly be a Fatya. Luo Xiao envisioned a future where Fatya would be well-fed and adorable, excitement bubbling within her. If Fatya was already this charming, it would surely be even cuter once it gained weight. And she was confident her father would come to love it, and awoke. Everyone gathered for breakfast. Yin, the carefree soul, had slept soundly through the night. Luo's father had even heard his cheerful snores. Were it not for the spaciousness of his room, which could accommodate 2 beds, Luo's father would not have wanted to share a room with him. The boy's carefree spirit was simply too much. "How is Fatya? Has it broken its fever?" Yin inquired between bites. "The fever has subsided. It's still sleeping, that we'll see how it goes today." The fever has subsided, yet Luo Xiao is now troubled by the thought of whether it might return. If the fever stays away, then the wound will gradually heal. Yin hastily finished his meal, preparing to head to work. They have a meeting at 8 in the morning and cannot afford to be late. "Rest assured, since the fever has receded, there should be no issues. I'm off to work now. So call me if anything arises," Yin said as he hurriedly left. "Son, you stayed up so late yesterday. Are you sure you can manage your stall today? If it's too much, perhaps you should take a day off," Luo Fu remarked, noticing the dark circles under his son's eyes, wishing for him to rest at home. "Dad, I'm finding it's not easy to set up the stall, and I can't just not go. Missing even a day means losing a significant amount of money. I absolutely must go," Luo Xiao insisted. After finishing his meal, Luo Xiao entered the room to check on Panya, who was still sound asleep, that he then proceeded to prepare the materials needed for his stall. "Dad, I'll be heading out to set up the stall shortly. Please take good care of Panya, and remember to use a cotton swab to give him a bit of water to drink now and then, since he just recovered from his fever. It is important to keep a close watch on him." Luo Xiao's greatest concern while working was indeed Panya, uncertain if the child would feel anxious in his absence, while helping Luo Xiao prepare the materials. Luo Fu reassured, "Understood, I will take Panya to my room and watch over him carefully. You can focus on your stall without worry." Deep down, Luo Fu felt a twinge of delight. In the past, when his son was out during the day, he often felt lonely in the house. Now, with Panya's company, he no longer had to stare blankly at the wall. "All right then, Dad, I'm off." With everything ready, Luo Xiao set out for his stall, pushing his cart downstairs. He couldn't help but glance back at his window repeatedly before reluctantly departing. He worried whether his father could care for Panya well in his absence, whether Panya would look for him upon waking, and if the child would be able to drink some milk. Throughout his ride, Luo Xiao's mind was filled with thoughts of Panya's small figure, almost causing him to run a red light while cycling, and he nearly stumbled as he dismounted. Upon arriving at the school gate, he found himself distracted, selling 2 portions of snacks, but only collecting payment for 1. Fortunate that the child was not trying to take advantage of him. Having gone a night without sleep, Luo Xiao felt a bit feverish and lightheaded. His body was already unwell, and with his mind constantly occupied with thoughts of Panya. It was no wonder he felt unwell. After enduring until noon, he finally reached the peak hours of the snack stall. With the midday crowd, Luo Xiao felt unwell and distracted, resulting in an unfortunate mishap while cracking eggs, leading to a burn from hot oil. His hand reddened painfully, causing him to grimace. However, for the sake of business, he bore the pain and managed to get through the peak period. While working, the distraction helped alleviate some of the pain. But now that things had calmed down, the pain in his hand intensified. Lacking cool water, he fashioned a snowball to rub on his hand and applied some soy sauce, unsure if it would help. Though the afternoon saw fewer customers, Luo Xiao could not afford to remain idle. Whenever someone approached, he busied himself. During breaks, he would think of Panya, akin to how a parent worries for their own child. He fretted over whether Panya had awakened, if he was eating, and whether he was staying close to his father. His heart and mind were consumed with thoughts of Panya, wishing he could fly home to check on him. Yet he understood he needed to earn money to support his family, and he believed Panya would understand. Neglecting to tend to his burn promptly, it had worsened. Luo Xiao had no choice but to work slowly and bear the pain until he could return home. As the time approached for him to leave, he began packing up, his heart soaring at the thought of soon seeing Panya. However, the pain in his hand made him slow in his packing. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby as a group of people rushed past his stall, yelling about a runaway monkey. "Quick, over there! They spotted the monkey!" Luo Xiao felt an unsettling premonition. Somehow, these people seemed connected to Pangya. He had always possessed an uncanny intuition, and under the winter sunlight, the ring hanging from the necklace he wore glinted unexpectedly. Logically, he should dismiss such thoughts, but upon hearing the mention of a fleeing monkey, an unease settled in his heart. The people looked fierce, exuding an intimidating aura. He overheard someone cursing about the damned monkey, threatening to catch it and deal with it harshly. What fate awaited the captured monkey? Surely, it would not be a pleasant one that the thought of Pangya falling into the hands of such individuals sent shivers down his spine, recalling the horrific wounds and the lack of unblemished skin on the childless body. Luo Xiao could already envision the grim fate awaiting Pangya if he were caught, likely subjected to brutal beatings and relentless experiments until death claimed him in the biting winter chill. He felt an unprecedented coldness wash over him. The realization that those who bullied Pangya might be in the county only heightened his fears. Their county was particularly small. A 30-yuan taxi fare could take one around the entire town. The thought that these people might be lurking nearby, waiting for the chance to cross paths with them, terrified Luo Xiao. Now understanding his father's worries, he sensed the gravity of the situation as he knew it was serious, but had not anticipated the extent of the danger. Grateful for his father's prior warnings, he resolved to hurry home. Feeling increasingly uneasy and no longer methodically packing up, he began to hastily gather his things. As he finished packing and prepared to leave, he noticed a peculiar figure standing by a trash bin across the path, a person clad in a tattered cotton coat. Staring up at the sky, Luo Xiao found it strange. How could anyone stand still in such frigid weather? However, he dismissed the thought, quickly cycling away toward home. That on his ride back, he remained in a heightened state of anxiety, feeling as though danger awaited Pangya if he did not return home immediately. Upon entering the house and seeing Pangya safe and sound on the sofa with his father, Luo Xiao felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Pangya was sleeping peacefully, and Luo Fu instinctively lowered his voice as he spoke. "You're back. How was the stall today? Did you feel unwell?" Luo Fu had been worried about his son all day, and now that he had returned, he felt relieved. "No, I'm fine," Luo Xiao replied, his words slightly disjointed. Still tense from earlier events, he resolved not to share what had transpired. Fearing it would only cause his father further worried, "Is something wrong? Why do you seem so off?" Luo Fu sensed that his son was hiding something. "No, it's just, I burned my hand a little. It hurts a bit." Luo Xiao hastily covered up the incident, determined to keep his father from noticing anything amiss. "What? You burned your hand? Let me see. How could you be so careless?" Luo Fu exclaimed, pulling his son's hand closer to examine the damage, seeing that half of it had turned a bright red. Sighing, he silently stood up, retrieving burn ointment to hand to his son, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. He instinctively knew that his son's late night and worries for Pangya had contributed to this mishap. Luo Xiao grinned as he applied the ointment, trying to soothe his father's irritation. "Dad, please don't be upset. I promise I'll be more careful next time." His attention was suddenly drawn to a small milk bottle on the table. "Wait, where did this milk bottle come from?" Luo Fu, feeling flustered, stammered, failing to adequately explain himself. It turned out that after Pangya woke up hungry, Luo Fu had taken a small dish to feed him milk. However, since Pangya was so small, drinking from the dish proved quite challenging, resulting in a messy situation. Remembering that he had seen on television that pet owners often use bottles for feeding, Luo Fu had decided to buy one from a nearby store while Pangya was asleep. Yet, he adamantly refused to admit that he had specifically gone out to purchase it for Pangya. "I just picked it up on a whim because it was on sale. It wasn't a deliberate purchase," Luo Fu said, his face reddening with embarrassment. "What sale? You clearly bought it because you saw how hard it was for Pangya to drink." "You did it for him," Luo Xiao countered, knowing well that it was not a costly item, nor had it been on sale. Holding the milk bottle up to Pangya's mouth, Luo Xiao noticed that the little one's eyes followed the movement. "Dad, thank you. I knew you were the best." Luo Xiao understood that his father merely spoke empty words. He was certain that in the future his father would dote on the plump child even more than he did that time. Yen Gu had been cast out by his foster parents and had come to seek refuge with him. Initially, his father intended to take an Mo Yin and subsequently assist him in finding suitable foster parents. By then, his father was already unable to perform heavy labor, and with his mother having left, their home was devoid of any savings aside from a meager compensation. Allowing Yin Ge to live with them would have only increased their hardships. Yet ultimately, his father permitted Yin Ge to stay Yin Ge. His father treated him as if he were his own son, at times even showing more affection towards Yin Ge than to him. Thus, Luo Xiao was convinced that his father would undoubtedly spoil the plump child more than he himself would. "Dad, I'll take some medicine to prevent a cold. It would be troublesome if I caught one." Today, he felt somewhat dizzy throughout the day and realized he needed to take medication, for he had no desire to fall ill, especially with work awaiting him. "Hurry and take it. After you eat, get a good night's sleep. I'll keep an eye on the plump child, and there's no need for you to get up to cook. I'll call Xiao Yin to come back early to buy some food." "Understood, Dad." Luo Xiao gently kissed the plump child's little head before retreating indoors to take his medicine and rest. That evening, Mo Yin returned with takeout and some medicine. The medication was procured from a pet hospital recommended by a familiar doctor, who claimed it was suitable even for ferocious beasts like tigers and lions. He was unsure if the doctor had exaggerated, but in his determination to see the plump child recover swiftly, he spent a considerable sum on it, reasoning that the plump child, no matter how fierce, could not surpass the ferocity of tiger or a lion. The plump child had already awakened, and Luo's father was currently feeding her with a bottle. The plump child was particularly well-behaved, neither fussing nor making a sound, quietly drinking her milk with her big, round eyes wide open. After finishing, she would let out a hearty burp and use her tiny paws to reach for the handkerchief prepared by Luo's father to wipe her mouth. Once she had cleaned her mouth, she would sit in Luo's father's lap, gazing up at him with her adorably mismatched eyes, one black and one red. Her cuteness was so overwhelming that even a heart of stone would find it impossible to utter a word against her. The plump child was far too easy to care for. Even Luo Xiao could not bear part with her, let alone his own. It was evident that the plump child was destined to become a cherished member of their family. Mo Yin observed how the plump child displayed intelligence akin to that of small child, occasionally teasing her, only to be met with a dramatic roll of her eyes. Do not inquire how Mo Yin discerned the plump child's eye-rolling. He genuinely felt as though he had been scorned by her. Luo Xiao was utterly exhausted and did not awaken until after 10 p.m., his stomach already growling in hunger. Upon entering the kitchen, he discovered his father sitting in the living room, cradling the plump child. The moment the plump child spotted Luo Xiao, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she waved her tiny paws eagerly. His father promptly placed the plump child into Luo Xiao's arms and headed to the kitchen. "You must be hungry. I'll heat up the takeout that Xiao Yin bought." Ignoring whatever protests his son might have, Luo's father marched straight to the kitchen to warm the food. Luo Xiao chose not to intervene, thinking it fortunate that his father still knew how to heat meals. Holding the plump child, he noticed that she did not have a fever, and her medication had been administered. She appeared to be in good spirits. The plump child chirped happily, waving her little paws toward the empty milk bottle on the table, proudly puffing out her tiny chest. "Did you drink all of this?" Luo Xiao inquired tentatively. The plump child had just recovered from her fever, and her ability to consume an entire bottle of milk indicated that she was on the mend and doing quite well. "GG," she responded, though Luo Xiao could not comprehend what she was saying. He understood that her intent was to assert that all the milk had been consumed by her, as she patted her round little belly in confirmation of her fullness. Luo Xiao also patted her belly, affirming, "Yes, you are indeed full. Now, let us eat. After dinner, you must promptly go to sleep. Are you feeling any better from your cold?" Luo's father emerged with the warm dishes, taking the plump child back in his arms to allow his son to eat. After a restful sleep, Luo Xiao felt somewhat better, though still quite uncomfortable. "I'm much improved, Dad. Don't worry about me. I'm in good health and will be fine in a couple of days." He did not wish to burden his father with worry, especially since he had been sleepless the previous night and had spent the entire day working, which left him feeling quite unwell. Having scalded his hand and being startled by that group of people, he still felt a lingering unease within him. However, he would not disclose any of this to his father. "Finish your meal quickly and go to bed. Remember to apply the ointment to your hand before sleeping. If it's too much, do not go out to work. Do not tire yourself out, his father urged, hoping his son would take a few days to rest at home. Not wanting him to be overly stubborn, despite knowing his son has tenacity. Dad, I assure you I am fine. You know my body well enough. Even though I may appear thin, I am quite sturdy. Do not worry. You should go to sleep, as it is quite late to tea this hour. His father would typically have retired for the night, and if not for heating his son's meal, he would not have been awake so late. Yes. After you finish eating, hurry to bed. Leave the dishes for tomorrow. I'll wash them. Take the plump child back to your room. I'll let her sleep with me. But she refuses, insisting on waiting for you to— I suppose she does not wish to sleep with me. Luo's father mused, not genuinely wanting the plump child to sleep with him. He indeed held a fondness for her. Yet he could not allow his son to realize his intentions so soon that it was essential for his son to understand the dangers of the situation. He was not being overly dramatic. After returning to his room, Luo Xiao poked the plump child's little belly, causing her to laugh joyfully. You are worth every bit of affection. You even know to wait for me with Dad. However, you must listen to your father. He cares for you dearly. Otherwise, would he have bought you a bottle? Gee, the plump child responded with delight, shaking her little head. Luo Xiao was uncertain of the meaning behind her response, but he chose to believe that she understood his words. The next day, Luo Xiao set out for work as usual, feeling somewhat better after a night of sleep and medication. However, he still found it challenging while cycling, and it took considerable effort to arrive at the school entrance. He resumed his usual routine of setting up his stall, becoming busy once again that a man clad in a tattered cotton coat was loitering across the walkway. But Luo Xiao was too preoccupied during the lunchtime rush to pay him any mind. It was only after the peak hours had passed that he noticed a man lingering near a garbage bin. In winter, the odors emanating from garbage cans were not as foul as in summer, but the sight of a dilapidated bin still repulsed one. The man had been wandering for quite some time. Appearing very hungry, Luo Xiao was acutely aware of his limitations and knew he could not assist everyone in need. However, he could not bear to watch as someone rummaged through a trash bin for food. Swiftly, he prepared a crepe, and, just as the man was about to dive into the garbage, he handed the crepe to him. From a distance, Luo Xiao had thought the man merely wore a shabby cotton coat. But upon closer inspection, it was not just ordinary wear and tear. The coat, once likely thick and warm, had worn down to a mere thin layer, providing no insulation whatsoever. It was riddled with holes, revealing the cotton stuffing within. It was genuinely tattered. His trousers were a dull gray, so filthy that the original color was indiscernible. On his feet was a pair of shoes, half of the soles missing, and in worse condition, his toes were visible. Looking at the man's face, it was evident that he had not washed in days. It was grimy and covered in dark patches. One could vaguely discern that he had once possessed handsome features, with well-defined facial features. His large hands were not only dirty, but also frostbitten and swollen, resembling radishes. Luo Xiao could not help but feel a pang of sympathy and exasperation. Here, eat this. Don't rummage through the trash anymore. Observing the man who appeared somewhat dazed, Luo Xiao chose not to dwell on it and returned to his stall, despite the discomfort he felt at the sight of the man's predicament. He could only offer him a pancake. The man watched Luo Xiao as he walked away, then glanced at the pancake in his hand and the nearby trash bin, before finding a secluded spot to consume his meager meal in silence. Witnessing the man eat the food he had provided brought a slight comfort to Luo Xiao's heart. A grown man reduced to rummaging through trash for sustenance must surely be at his wit's end. Otherwise, what man would find himself in such a situation? With his own limited abilities, even if he wished to help, he could do little more than this. Nonetheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this man somewhere before. Dismissing the thought, Luo Xiao focused on his stall. Luo Xiao diligently attended to his business. The man devoured the pancake with great haste, licking his lips and patting his still flat stomach. Raising his gaze to Luo Xiao's stall, a smile inexplicably broke across his face. After selling another pancake, Luo Xiao turned around and noticed a man sitting not far away, staring at him intently. This made Luo Xiao feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to turn his head away. The cold today was more biting than yesterday, and Luo Xiao's face felt numb from the chill, yet he noticed that the man remained there. motionless, watching him. Being scrutinized made Luo Xiao uncomfortable, but there was something about the man that did not strike him as malicious. Rather, it instilled a sense of safety. Perhaps the man felt a sense of protection towards him for having provided him with food? This thought lingered uncertainly in Luo Xiao's mind. Stealing a glance at the man, he was surprised to find him smiling back. The man's smile, though somewhat foolish, was not unappealing. Throughout the afternoon, the man maintained this peculiar demeanor. After some contemplation, Luo Xiao decided to purchase a paper cup from the uncle selling fried chicken nearby, pouring some hot water from his thermos to bring to the man. "Here, this is for you," he said, feeling that he had done all he could, hoping the man would not succumb to hunger or the cold. Oh dear, this young man has such a kind heart, even giving water to a beggar, remarked the aunt selling roasted sweet potatoes next door, her words dripping with sarcasm. Luo Xiao chose to ignore her. His stall was doing well, and the aunt had taken to criticizing him often. Initially, he was quite concerned about her remarks, but eventually, he grew indifferent, as he had done nothing wrong. He earned his living through honest labor, so why should he care? When the aunt saw Luo Xiao remain silent, it was as though her words had landed on cotton, leaving her feeling frustrated. As the day drew to a close, Luo Xiao tidied up his stall and prepared to leave. Once the aunt was gone, he let out a sigh of relief. While he didn't mind her disparagement, it was still irksome to witness. After a long day of work, he was exhausted and yearned to return home to rest. Glancing back at the man who remained, Luo Xiao shook his head and pushed his cart forward. However, after riding just a few paces, he found himself unable to continue. Weighed down by fatigue and still recovering from cold, he simply could not muster the strength. After resting for a few minutes, he summoned the last of his energy, and the cart began to roll again. Something felt amiss, and turning around, he was astonished to see the man from earlier pushing his cart from behind. No wonder the cart was moving so smoothly. He had thought he was simply too weak to ride it. Luo Xiao opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately chose silence, slowly pedaling homeward. He truly could not ride back alone, and perhaps the man was merely trying to repay his kindness. He resolved to make the man another pancake upon his return, as it seemed he had not eaten enough. Thanks to the man's assistance, Luo Xiao successfully reached his doorstep. Without uttering a word, he swiftly prepared another pancake for the man, considering it a gesture of gratitude for his help in pushing the cart. Normally, this journey took half an hour, but today, given his slow pace, it had nearly taken an hour. The man, having pushed the cart without a word, seemed just as shy as Luo Xiao felt. "This is for you. Eat when you're hungry. Don't you have a home? You should head back," Luo Xiao said, handing the pancake to the man, who accepted it with a silly grin. The man did not respond to Luo Xiao's question, simply gazing at him with an endearing smile. Luo Xiao began to understand. Perhaps this man was indeed a bit simple, dash-minded. And no wonder he felt something different in the man's smile. It was as if he were blissfully unaware of the world around him. Watching the man eat the pancake with that same silly smile tugged at Luo Xiao's heartstrings. If he were not so simple, he might have been living a good life, despite wearing a tattered cotton coat. His tall stature and features suggested he was not unattractive. It was truly a shame, but such matters were beyond his control. Just as he was about to leave, a realization struck him as he recognized the man's familiar appearance. No wonder he felt he had seen this man before. He was the same one who had stood by the trash can, gazing up at the sky the day before. With a sigh, Luo Xiao took one last look at the man, whose innocence was heartwarming, before heading home. The man remained behind, still smiling and savoring the pancake. That night, heavy snow began to fall, blanketing the city in a thick layer of white. After dinner, Luo Xiao sat indoors with his plump cat, Fat Girl, gazing out the window at the swirling snowflakes. For reasons unknown, his thoughts drifted back to the man from earlier. With such a snowfall, he wondered if the man had made a home. If he stayed outside all night, he would surely either freeze or starve. Luo Xiao's heart tightened with worry, and he moved to the window. Peering anxiously outside, in the dim light, he thought he spotted a figure below, but the darkness obscured any clarity, and the absence of streetlights in their community made it hard to discern. Perhaps it was just a child building a snowman. He decided to let it go and get some sleep, hoping that slumber would quell his restless thoughts. The snow fell steadily throughout the night, transforming the world into a glistening winter wonderland. The trees were laden with thick layers of snow, their branches adorned with icicles, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of blooming white flowers. The snow on the ground barely reached his calves, making walking quite cumbersome. From time to time, he noticed a few snowmen scattered about, adding a touch of warmth to the frigid winter landscape. As Luo Xiao prepared to set up his stall as usual, he found the snowfall had accumulated heavily. Blanketing his cart, sweeping the snow off, he felt the biting cold seeping through his gloves, chilling him to the bone. Pushing the cart forward proved to be a laborious task, and as he passed by one of the snowmen, he paused. This particular snowman was rather short and crooked, lacking any semblance of charm. Luo Xiao studied it for a moment, feeling that something was off, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Once again, his intuition kicked in. He reached out to touch the snowman's head, only for it to suddenly move, causing him to retract his hand in shock. A sudden realization struck him, and he hurriedly began to clear the snow from the snowman's face. After a night of snowfall, the snow had frozen solid, and it took considerable effort for him to uncover any semblance of the figure beneath. His heart raced as he frantically dug at the snow, for he had spotted a pair of tightly closed eyes. Who could be so deranged as to bury a living person in the snow? He had initially thought it was merely a childish creation when he had seen it the night before. Was it because their community was slated for demolition that no one had intervened? After what felt like an eternity, Luo Xiao finally managed to remove a significant amount of the outer layer of snow. When he finally beheld the person underneath, he was utterly stunned. This was the very man who had helped him push his cart. How could he be here? A fleeting vision flashed through Luo Xiao's mind before vanishing, leaving him momentarily dazed. Had the man remained here all night, waiting for him? Had he stayed because Luo Xiao had given him food? How foolish! Yet, there is something heartbreakingly endearing about such a simple soul. In a surge of urgency, Luo Xiao began to gently pat the man's face. After a prolonged moment, the man finally opened his eyes. They were large and resolute, exactly as one might read about in books, thick eyebrows and bright eyes. For a brief moment, Luo Xiao felt that those eyes were anything but vacant. They were profound, akin to the vastness of the ocean. However, when the man responded with a faint, silly smile, Luo Xiao wondered if perhaps he was imagining things. This man was still just as simple as before. Could anyone so sensible wait outside all night? After an entire night, the man's already tattered cotton jacket now left his arms exposed, the stuffing nearly gone. It seemed as if it could disintegrate with the slightest tug. The pants, which had been barely presentable yesterday, now appeared so deplorable that Luo Xiao felt they would be rejected even as a rag. The shoes on his feet were no exception, completely worn down, revealing toes that were frozen and turning purple. Strangely, there were several wounds on his face, the vivid red blood seemingly congealed by the cold, indicating just how fresh those injuries were. How could something that had merely been dirty yesterday turn into such a state overnight? The most alarming part was that he was utterly soaked, feeling chilled to the bone. Had he not been discovered by Luo Xiao, he likely would have perished from the cold in that very moment. Such a wandering fool, even in death, would only elicit a sigh from those around him, who would then carry on with their lives, completely forgetting about him. Perhaps someone might use his plight as a topic of conversation, lamenting the harshness of the winter. Individuals as humble as ants are seldom favored by the world, their abandonment more decisive than discarding an old garment. Luo Xiao felt a pang of sorrow. After all, they were both human, and simply because of a lack of wit, must he be treated in such a manner? To be buried in the snow, was that not a matter of life and death? Luckily, this fool was resilient. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the cold. Why did he not seek refuge somewhere, instead choosing to wait here, only to be bullied and buried? Truly, he was a great simpleton. As Luo Xiao brushed the snow from the man's head, he muttered in frustration, "How could you be so foolish? With snow falling so heavily, why didn't you find somewhere to hide?" Observing the man's silly grin, Luo Xiao felt a sharp pang in a tender part of his heart. He had witnessed too much of the world's indifference, too consumed by his own struggles to feel empathy for others. Why did he care so much for a mere stranger? Luo Xiao's expression darkened. The man tilted his head, looking at Luo Xiao's somber face. As if he could sense his thoughts, he timidly tugged at Luo Xiao's clothing and responded with a silly grin. That smile was so innocent and pure, devoid of any impurities, that it seemed as if the sun had shone upon Luo Xiao, warming his entire being and softening his previously indifferent heart. It appeared he could not live a more comfortable life. He had heard that only those with hardened hearts could live freely and joyfully. For the hard-hearted would cast aside troubles when they arise, while this man before him was indeed a burden. Luo Xiao sighed, pulling the man to help brush the snow off him. The man, noticing Luo Xiao's efforts, awkwardly raised his stiff hands to assist. Luo Xiao observed the man's rigid movements and thought, having endured a night of freezing, he could still move. In a way, that was impressive. Perhaps it was an immunity developed from surviving in such harsh conditions, similar to how beggars could consume spoiled food without falling ill, while ordinary people would suffer food poisoning from the same. The man's fingers were red and swollen, resembling carrots. Luo Xiao recalled seeing on a television show that frostbite should be treated by rubbing it with snow rather than immediately applying hot water, which could worsen the injury. Luo Xiao took the man's hands and began to rub them with snow. After some time, he noticed a significant improvement. They were no longer as red as before. Once he felt it was sufficient, Luo Xiao began to attend to the man's feet. Although the man's feet appeared to have gone days without washing, Luo Xiao felt no revulsion, regardless of the circumstances. Saving a life took precedence. After a while, he deemed it sufficient and helped the man to his feet. The man, still oblivious to what was happening, continued to beam at Luo Xiao with a foolish grin. "All right, come home with me," Luo Xiao urged as he pushed the cart back. As anticipated, the man instinctively followed behind, assisting Luo Xiao with the cart. "Dad, I'm back," Luo Xiao announced as he led the man into the house. Ignoring his father's astonished gaze and the words that were about to spill from his lips, he ushered the man into the bathroom. "Dad, I'll give him a bath. We can discuss everything else later." Luo Xiao rummaged through the cabinet, producing a new pair of underwear and an old sweater and thermal pants that Mo Yin had long outgrown, before heading into the bathroom. "Why does he look like a beggar?" "His attire is truly pitiful," Luo's father muttered as he watched the man follow his son. Upon entering, Luo Xiao found the man curiously exploring the surroundings. Seeing him like this eased the heaviness in Luo Xiao's heart. Rather than constantly witnessing the man's silly grin, it was a relief to see curiosity on his face. Curiosity was a positive sign. Even if he was a fool, he could at least be a blissful one. Luo Xiao approached and began to strip the man of his clothes, who quietly complied. Once the garments were removed, revealing the scars etched across his back, Luo Xiao's heart sank. He silently turned on the hot water, the soothing streams cascading over the man's body. The man's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the showerhead like an innocent child. Luo Xiao began to wash the man, who stood there, transfixed, glancing around. Suddenly splashed with water. As Luo Xiao continued to wash the man's arms, he playfully splattered water back at Luo Xiao, still grinning as if nothing were amiss. Luo Xiao, attributing it to the man's childlike nature, continued his task. The man, noticing Luo Xiao's lack of reaction, pouted. Feeling it was no longer amusing, he began to look around again, his gaze landing on a small yellow object tucked in a corner. It appeared small and enticing, and as Luo Xiao reached for a towel, the man stealthily grabbed the object. When Luo Xiao turned back, he found the man squatting on the floor, peering intently at a little yellow duck. This was a promotional item from when his father had purchased a bottle for Fatya, who couldn't bathe due to her injuries, rendering the duck useless. Who would have thought that a bottle purchase would come with a duck? The man curiously prodded the little yellow duck. Quack, quack. The duck emitted a sound, startling the man, who jumped back in fright. Puffed. Luo Xiao couldn't contain his laughter. It was utterly amusing to see a grown man behaving like a child. Clutching a little duck, Luo Xiao laughed so hard that he could barely stand upright. The man, witnessing Luo Xiao's joy, felt an inexplicable happiness himself. Though the quacking creature had initially frightened him, the prospect of bringing joy to Luo Xiao made him less fearful. Prodding the duck once more, the man squatted down, enjoying the playful interaction. The bathroom filled with the duck's quacking sounds. After a few pokes, the man found a quacking duck quite entertaining, and embraced it, playing with it gleefully. Once Luo Xiao had laughed enough, he allowed the man to continue playing with the yellow duck. As the bath progressed, Luo Xiao began to lather the man with soap. And soon he was covered in bubbles. Initially engrossed in the duck, the man became captivated by the foam on his body, reaching out to spread the bubbles everywhere. With a mischievous glance and a tilt of his head, he smeared the bubbles onto Luo Xiao, grinning foolishly. Luo Xiao, now covered in bubbles, playfully tapped the man on the head. It fun. The man, oblivious to Luo Xiao's words, continued to smear bubbles onto him. Humph, you rascal. I kindly gave you a bath, and look what you've done to me. And oh way, I can't let you off the hook. Regardless of whether he was still dressed, he playfully smeared bubbles across the man's face. Watch out, my clothes. The two engaged in a spirited bubble battle, transforming the ground into a slippery expanse of foam. With a loud thud, the man inadvertently lost his footing and fell, landing on his back like a turtle, legs flailing in the air. Winching in pain, yet grinning foolishly, he sat there, eliciting hearty laughter from Luo Xiao, who found his turtle-like pose utterly amusing. It wasn't that he intended to laugh. Rather, the man had an uncanny ability to provoke joy. Though the fall had stung and left the man feeling slightly wronged, it paled in comparison to Luo Xiao's infectious laughter. Tears of mirth streamed down his cheeks before he finally helped the man to his feet. All right, enough of the antics. Let's hurry and wash up, and then we can have dinner. Luo Xiao swiftly rinsed the bubbles off the man. After their bath, Luo Xiao resembled a drenched chicken, as he reluctantly placed the little rubber duck back where it belonged, having to drag the man away from it. The absence of the little duck left the man looking forlorn, akin to a child who had suffered a slight. His demeanor was even more endearing than that of the fat girl. It's all right. Next time we wash up, we can play with the little duck again. Tea can only be played with during bath time. Understand? Be good. The man seemed to grasp Luo Xiao's words, finally following him outside after a bittersweet farewell to the little yellow duck. As he dressed the man in the clothes left by the door, Luo Xiao couldn't help but notice that while Mo Yin wasn't particularly tall or imposing, he had a decent physique from his frequent business runs, which kept him quite fit. Yet the clothing fit him like a second skin, transforming long sleeves and pants into three-quarter lengths, accentuating his muscles reminiscent of a bodybuilder on television, complete with a profusion of leg hair. It was undeniable that the man's physique was impressive, showcasing muscle despite his hunger. Upon observing the man's face, Luo Xiao's initial assumptions were confirmed. The freshly bathed man was undeniably a handsome fellow. His rugged face, with sharp features akin to a statue, was framed by thick brows and large, bright eyes that sparkled with an innocence akin to that of a child. Luo Xiao led the man into the living room, urging him to sit with his father and the fat girl while he applied a band-aid to the man's facial wound. What is going on? Didn't you go to set up a stall? Why did you bring someone back? Luo's father, engrossed in playing with the fat girl, quickly inquired upon seeing his son emerge with the stranger. Since taking the medicine brought by Mo Yin, the fat girl had shown remarkable improvement over the past few days, her energy increasing to the point where she could now play with Luo's father. Their playtime involved Luo's father teasing the fat girl with a toy ball purchased from the market, a game that could last the entire day, as the fat girl tried to snatch it away while Luo's father mischievously withheld it. Furthermore, the fat girl had learned to relieve herself on newspapers, filling Luo's father with pride over her cleverness. Dad, this person needs to stay with us for a day. Luo Xiao pointed to the man, leaving his father utterly bewildered. What kind of interest did his son have in bringing home such an ambiguous figure? Bringing the fat girl was one thing, but now he was introducing a live stranger. Can we just bring anyone home? We have the fat girl to consider. Luo's father realized the potential issue and immediately shielded the fat girl behind him, ensuring she remained unseen by the man. Who is this? Why does he need to stay at our house? Luo's father wore a worried expression, which Luo Xiao had already detected. He knew his father was anxious again, but this time he had no intention of keeping the man. Not only did he not wish to retain him, but he also lacked the means to support him. Well, this man helped me push my cart yesterday and waited downstairs for an entire night. He got cold, so I brought him back to wash up and eat, and then I'll take him to the police station tomorrow. Luo Xiao felt sympathy for the man, but he couldn't take him in like he had with the fat girl. The fat girl was a small, manageable creature, but a grown man was an entirely different matter. Waiting downstairs all night? Why didn't he go home? Is he out of his mind? Isn't he worried about not returning home? Luo's father was puzzled as to why the man had chosen to wait outside their building. He also noticed that the man seemed somewhat taciturn, merely smiling, and having done so for quite some time now. He might not be quite right in the head, Luo Xiao remarked, pointing at his own head. Luo's father understood, realizing that the man seemed a bit simple-minded. You scared me. We can't let anyone see our fat girl. Thankfully, he appears to be innocent. That way, we need not worry about her being discovered. Alas, he is a pitiful soul. I suppose letting him stay for one night is acceptable, but he seems unable to speak. So rest assured, the fat girl will be fine. Were it not for the man's simplicity and his act of helping Luo Xiao with the card, Luo Xiao would not have brought him home. Moreover, he couldn't quite explain it, but he felt a sense of safety in the man's presence, which emboldened him to bring him back. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiao at that moment, the ring on the necklace he constantly wore around his neck glinted once again. All right, he can stay for one night, and tomorrow morning we'll take him to the police station. What if his family is looking for him? That must be distressing for them, Luo's father reassured Luo Xiao. Considering that such an unusual person was likely abandoned by his family because of his condition, I could see that moment. The fat girl peeked out from behind Luo's father, her bright eyes fixed intently on the man. The instant the man laid eyes on the fat girl, his own gaze sparkled with an unprecedented brightness, one Luo Xiao had never witnessed before on his face. Squeak, squeak, the fat girl exclaimed excitedly, stretching out her tiny paws, eager for the man to hold her. Startled, Luo's father promptly shielded the fat girl, but she was determined to escape his grasp. Eventually, Luo's father, unable to resist the fat girl's persistent efforts and fearing he might hurt her with too much force, relented and held her in his arms, facing the man. Seeing the man again made the fat girl ecstatic, reaching out with her little paws for an embrace, causing Luo's father to feel a twinge of jealousy. Oh, fat girl, I've spoiled you for nothing. You barely met this stranger and you're already so eager for his affection. How absurd. Luo's father felt quite aggrieved. He had treated the fat girl with nothing but kindness. Yet here she was, showing more affection to a complete stranger than to him. The fat girl had never even reached out to him for a hug, and yet this man had already received such treatment. Dad, it's fine. This man is a bit simple-minded and won't pose any threat to the fat girl that I think she really likes him. If you don't let him hold her, she might cry. The man's gaze toward the fat girl was filled with anticipation, and her gaze in return was equally hopeful. Let him hold her. Nothing bad will happen. After considering his son's words, Luo's father glanced at the fat girl, who was still reaching out for an embrace. Her big eyes were red, and her expression was so pitiful it was as if someone had bullied her. Tugging at Luo's father's heartstrings, he placed the fat girl into the man's arms. And she squealed with delight. Squeak, squeak. The sound was filled with joy, marking him as the second person, after Luo Xiao, who could bring such happiness to the fat girl, something even Luo's father had not achieved. Although the fat girl usually showed affection to Luo's father, it was nothing compared to her eagerness toward Luo Xiao. Typically, it was Luo's father who indulged and carried the fat girl. She never clung to him as she did with Luo Xiao. It was no wonder Luo's father felt a pang of jealousy, as the fat girl's affection for the man was markedly different from her usual demeanor, nestled comfortably in the man's embrace. The fat girl radiated contentment, remaining perfectly still and obedient. The man, too, appeared blissful, occasionally playing with the fat girl's tiny paws and showering her with kisses. The fat girl would then gently pat the man's face with her little paws, behaving like a child seeking attention from an adult. Luo Xiao found it peculiar that the fat girl, who typically shunned closeness with others, was so affectionate toward the man. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I trust that the man won't harm the fat girl, he reassured himself, confident in the sincerity reflected in the man's eyes. Furthermore, he reasoned, there was his father present as well. Dad, I'm going to whip up something for him to eat. I need to hurry and get to my stall. Since I will be staying at his home for the night, I cannot worry about other matters. At the very least, the meals must be sufficient. One cannot fathom how hungry this person might be. Luo Xiao prepared a large bowl of hot noodle soup, which the man devoured with gusto, finishing off with 2 apples. Despite the cold, he still had such an appetite, which reassured Luo Xiao that he was likely not in dire straits. "Dad, I'm off. If the dishes are insufficient at noon, please take some pickles. I'll order more food when I return in the evening." Luo Xiao had prepared lunch in the morning, concerned that her father might not eat well and it could affect his health. She steamed a pot of buns, stir-fried a dish, and made a soup, which would certainly be enough for her father alone. With an extra person now, the dishes would undoubtedly fall short, but thankfully, there were enough buns to make do with some pickles. "Understood. You go ahead. I won't go hungry. If need be, I can buy something downstairs." Luo Fu decided to venture outside to sell something. He feared he might not have enough to eat otherwise. After consuming such a large bowl of noodles and 2 apples, he still seemed unsatisfied, indicating a considerable appetite. "I'm off to sell. You stay at home and wait for my return." Luo Xiao wasn't certain if the man could understand her, but felt compelled to say it anyway. The man merely looked down at the chubby girl in his arms, then lifted his head, grinning foolishly without uttering a word. Luo Xiao suspected that he might be unable to speak. Regardless, she set about her preparations to leave for the market, aware that she was already quite late, which could impact her business. However, saving a life took precedence over such concerns. In the evening, Luo Xiao prepared a grand feast, replete with meat and fish, prompting Mo Yin to exclaim that she was showing favoritism. It was not favoritism. She intended to ensure the man had a hearty meal before he was taken to the police station the next day. He did not disappoint her expectations, consuming most of the dishes on the table, much to Mo Yin's astonishment, who thought of him as a simpleton. Yet, Mo Yin refrained from competing for the food, believing the man was likely 2 days from hunger to care. After all, he would be leaving the next day. So this meal was inconsequential. That night, while they were sleeping, the chubby girl displayed signs of jealousy. During the day, she had been inseparable from the man, insisting he carry her and play with her. However, once the man was to share a bed with Luo Xiao and the others, the chubby girl felt slighted. She took to teasing him, scratching him with her hind paw, refusing to allow him to join them in bed. The man, undeterred by her antics, simply smiled foolishly, embracing the mischievous chubby girl in his arms. Utterly enchanted, the chubby girl initially squirmed in his embrace, asserting her position. Yet, the man continued to caress and kiss her. And soon, nestled in his warm, sturdy arms, she became comfortable and began to coo contentedly. Any jealousy dissipated, and she allowed the man to sleep beside them. Embarrassingly, she found a cozy spot in his embrace and fell into a deep slumber, as if she had never attempted to prevent him from joining them. The man joyfully held the chubby girl close, instinctively shifting his body towards the edge of the bed, then looked at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao lay on the bed, pulling the man closer to her. "It's all right. This bed is spacious enough for 2 to sleep well tonight." In that moment, Luo Xiao felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Although 3 of them were squeezed onto one bed, she felt a profound sense of security. The man drifted off to sleep, snoring softly, enjoying the most comforting slumber he had ever experienced, even amidst a haze of forgotten memories. The next morning, after breakfast, Luo Xiao found some cotton trousers, shoes, and a military coat that Mo Yin no longer wore and dressed the man in them. The man, whether due to the new clothes or some other reason, beamed with joy, laughing heartily "GG" as Luo Xiao led him outside. The chubby girl called out from Luo Fu's arms. She found the previous night's embrace so warm that she wanted it again. Seeing Luo Xiao about to take the man away, she believed that warmth was about to vanish. Upon hearing her call, the man gazed at the chubby girl, grinning. Luo Xiao felt a twinge of discomfort and guided the man towards the chubby girl. "Give her a kiss. I'm taking you to the police station." Luo Xiao was reluctant to witness such a scene. The chubby girl's affections for the man were evident, and he seemed to have developed some feelings in return. Yet, that bond could not persist. It was best for the man to bid farewell to the chubby girl. The man, not fully understanding Luo Xiao's words, instinctively leaned down to kiss the chubby girl's cheek. She chirped happily, calling out again. Luo Xiao stifled the urge to look at the exchange between the chubby girl and the man, quickly leading him away. Hand in hand, they ambled towards the police station, which was not far from home. The man, delighted to be led by Luo Xiao, wore a blissful smile, making their walk feel like a leisurely stroll. However, with each step, Luo Xiao's heart grew heavier. Would he ever see such an innocent smile again? Would he miss it? Before long, they arrived at the police station. Luo Xiao stood at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. After a few moments of indecision, she pulled the man forward, but after just 2 steps, she halted again. She glanced back at the man and remained stationary. After pacing back and forth a couple of times, she sighed at the police station's entrance. Sigh. This is the police station. Oh, you have business here? If not, please move along. Loitering is not permitted. It was only when a passing officer reminded Luo Xiao that she finally stepped inside with the man. Officer, I would like to report a case. Luo Xiao said to one of the policemen. What seems to be the problem? I found a person, but he seems to have some mental difficulties and can't find his home. Luo Xiao held the man's hand tightly. The officer then noticed the man behind Luo Xiao and shook his head in resignation. All right, let me take you to file a report. The officer had encountered numerous similar cases before, often involving individuals who were either disabled or mentally challenged. Luo Xiao accompanied the man to file the report, but the officer warned her that such cases rarely lead to finding family members. They would have to first send the man to a welfare institution until his family could be located. Luo Xiao had anticipated this outcome. For someone like the man, the welfare institution was likely the only option. Although the conditions there were poor, at least he would be fed. For a wandering simpleton, it was a decent place to be. Otherwise, how would he survive the bitter cold of winter? Nevertheless, she remained apprehensive, fearing the conditions might be inadequate. Officer, are the conditions at the welfare institution acceptable? Even if he could not take the man in, she hoped he would fare well there. The officer looked at Luo Xiao, surprised by her concern. It was uncommon for someone to inquire about the welfare institution's conditions, as most people considered it unrelated to them. It was already commendable for her to bring someone to the police station. Well, the welfare institution is crowded, and the conditions are somewhat lacking, but at least there is state support, so he wanted to go hungry. The officer explained kindly. Luo Xiao nodded, hoping the man would not suffer from hunger or cold. When can he be sent there? No matter how reluctant she felt, he had to be taken there eventually. Once he was settled in, she could finally find peace of mind. I'll call someone to come right away. Please wait a moment. Luo Xiao gently patted the man's head, who smiled back at her. Once you arrive at the welfare institution, you must behave. The conditions are poor, but you won't have to go hungry or freeze. There may even be others like you there. You can be friends with them. Make sure to eat well during meals and don't get into fights, all right? Luo Xiao babbled on like a concerned elder, offering endless advice regardless of whether the man could understand. Deep down, she longed to express that she might come to visit him in the future, but the words never escaped her lips. She feared the sight of the institution's environment might overwhelm her with sympathy for the man, compelling her to bring him home. The reality was harsh. She simply could not afford to take care of another person. As someone living at the very bottom of society, she had no choice but to bow to reality. All right, we can go to the welfare institution now. Luo Xiao was surprised by how quickly they arrived. She took the man's hand and followed the officer. Standing beside the police car, her heart ached more profoundly. As the moment of parting loomed closer, the man, oblivious to everything, continued to smile innocently, unaware that he was about to leave. Hurry up and get in, the police officer urged. This is the vehicle heading to the Welfare Institute. Please get in. You remember everything I told you earlier? Although the man did not comprehend his words, Luo Xiao had unwittingly developed a habit of conversing with him. In just 2 days. He had already grown accustomed to speaking to the man in such a manner. Was this a good or a bad thing? The man took Luo Xiao's hand and led him towards the police car, implying that Luo Xiao should join him. Perhaps the man viewed him as family, believing he would also board the vehicle. Luo Xiao bowed his head and took a deep breath, striving to remain resolute and not to soften his heart. However, the grip of the man's hand betrayed his true feelings. It was better to get in the car quickly. The Welfare Institute was located on the outskirts, and the journey would take 2 to 3 hours due to the poor road conditions. Comrade, given his condition, it is better for him to go to the Welfare Institute. Do not act impulsively. This police officer, being seasoned, understood Luo Xiao's emotions. He had seen individuals like Luo Xiao in the past, who out of pity attempted to adopt abandoned infants only to send them to the Welfare Institute after a few days. Raising a small puppy was one thing, but this was not so simple. The officer's words compelled Luo Xiao to harden his resolve. He was not capable at present. Keeping the man would result in shared suffering, so it was indeed better to send him to the Welfare Institute. You go ahead, I'll join you shortly. Luo Xiao released the man's hand, uttering a lie. He did not wish to deceive the man. It was simply beyond his means. The man nodded with a foolish smile. As if he understood, and climbed into the vehicle. He sat in the back seat, peering through the window at Luo Xiao standing outside, his face radiant with a sunny smile. Take care, all right? Luo Xiao waved at the man, continuously offering words of admonition. The vehicle slowly began to move, and Luo Xiao instinctively started to run after as the distance between them grew. The man seemed to finally grasp the situation. Bang, bang, bang. The man pounded on the window with urgency. His smile vanished, replaced by panic and helplessness in his eyes. He tugged at the driver's sleeve, signaling that someone had yet to board. The officer remained unmoved. He had to be resolute, for any foolish action would harm the young man. Seeing that the officer ignored him, the man continued to bang on the window, but to no avail. Perhaps in his desperation, he began to let out cries of despair. Ah, ah, ah. The vehicle drew further away from Luo Xiao, and the man seemed to realize that he would never see him again. That he began to weep. Like a forsaken child, his cries wrenching the heart, accompanied by the fading sound of his frantic knocks. The car finally departed, leaving Luo Xiao breathless as he crouched down. His eyes were already red. How could that foolish man evoke such compassion in him? Could he not simply depart in peace? When a man pounded on the window, Luo Xiao felt a profound ache in his heart. As if he could hear the man's cries and sobs, he could vividly imagine the man's anxiety and sorrow. The man regarded him as family, yet he was sending him to the Welfare Institute. Surely, the man would come to despise him. Luo Xiao covered his face with his hands, feeling intense self-loathing for having caused harm to such a naive and innocent soul. Exhausted, Luo Xiao returned home, where his father immediately noticed his reddened eyes. Understanding that his son was distressed, he wished to offer comforting words, but remained silent. That foolish man, despite being simple-minded and gluttonous, was obedient and could play with Pangya. Luo Xiao felt a pang of reluctance. He hastily prepared his things and informed his father before rushing out to set up a stall. He yearned to distract himself from the memory of the man's sorrowful gaze at parting. That gaze was so pitiful, brimming with trust and dependence, a look reserved for the closest of kin. Yet he had betrayed that trust, dimming those once bright eyes. Luo Xiao busied himself without rest, hoping to drown out the image of the man from his thoughts. However, after a day of toil, as he rode home, he recalled how the man had helped him push the cart. The sight of the snowflakes drifting through the air reminded him of the man waiting at his doorstep all night. Upon arriving home, Luo Xiao's mood was far from cheerful. Even his father and Pangya seemed affected, particularly Pangya, who stretched her head to look behind Luo Xiao when she realized no one was following. Her expression soured immediately. Gigi. She waved her tiny paw towards the space behind Luo Xiao, clearly inquiring why the man had not returned. Luo Xiao held Pangya close, feeling an emptiness within him, as if something vital was missing from their home. Pangya, still unwilling to accept the absence, pointed at the door with her paw, her anxious eyes pleading. Luo Xiao sighed. He won't be coming back. From now on, we can play together. His voice was weak and devoid of energy. Pangya withdrew her paw, sitting dejectedly in Luo Xiao's embrace. He gently stroked her head, noticing her lack of spirit. Luo Xiao's father sighed heavily, shaking his head, yet felt helpless in the situation. The man had left, but their lives must continue. Luo Xiao resumed his stall as usual, and everything appeared unchanged. Yet internally, he was restless, unable to shake the memory of the man's sorrowful gaze as he departed. Pangya, too, had regained her physical strength, yet her spirit was low. She seemed perpetually disinterested, only eating and sleeping. Luo Xiao's father observed that both his son and Pangya had been eating less and appeared thinner. Worrying for them both, Oyin could no longer bear to see Luo Xiao in such a state. And one evening, he entered Luo Xiao's room. pulling him out from beneath the covers. Xiao Xiao. Uncle Luo is very worried about you. Since you missed that foolish giant so much, why not just bring him back? You don't have to be so morose about it. Yin couldn't stand to see Luo Xiao in pain. He had always regarded him as a younger brother. Now that his brother was suffering, he felt compelled to intervene. Bring him back. I can sell a few more insurance policies if need be. That foolish giant is so naive. Who knows how he'll fare out there? It's better for him to be at home. You can take him along when you set up your stall. He has plenty of strength to help you out, and you won't have to worry about feeding him too much to him. Yin, ever the persuasive insurance salesman, was adept at convincing others that it's just a matter of feeding. Luo Xiao retorted, he eats more than the entire family combined. Caring for a person isn't as simple as tending to a flower or a fish. It requires commitment. He is like a child. You can't just give him a meal and expect everything to be fine. You must care for him, nurture him, love him, and take responsibility for his life. That is an immense burden. If the man falls ill, gets hurt, or runs into trouble, can our family shoulder that responsibility? If you truly intend to bring him back, these are unavoidable obligations. If you cannot meet them, returning him offers no stability. Contemplating this, Luo Xiao felt disheartened. Yet he couldn't shake his concern for the man. Should he not check on him? If he couldn't raise him, perhaps visiting regularly and bringing him some food would suffice. Besides, the man had occupied his thoughts for days. He could no longer bear the thought of leaving him in the Welfare Institute while he did nothing. Luo Xiao shared this idea with his father, who held Pangya in his arms. Feeling conflicted, he had witnessed his son's distress over the past few days. Luo Xiao had been so consumed by thoughts of that foolish man that he barely ate, visibly losing weight. Looking down at Pangya, who had also seemed brighter while playing with the man, he noted her dimmed spirit these days. Now, Luo Xiao was not proposing to bring the man back directly, but merely to visit and check on him. If the man was indeed struggling, they could discuss further action. Reluctantly, he conceded, "All right, you can go. Just check on him first. If he isn't doing well, we can reconsider." Luo's father released a sigh of relief, deciding that it would be prudent to first observe how that foolish individual was faring at the welfare institution before making any further decisions. Luo Xiao felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. The home was not solely his domain, and only when everyone accepted the man could he feel assured about bringing him back one day, at the break of dawn the following day. Luo Xiao purchased a crate of milk, an assortment of biscuits, jerky, fruits, and various snacks, packing them into large and small bags as he boarded the bus to the welfare facility. The institution was situated far from the city center, devoid of public transport, and was only accessible via short-distance vehicles that charged a fare of 10 yuan. Seated on the bus, Luo Xiao was engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement and anxiety, wondering about the man's condition after a week's time. Had he adapted to the life of the welfare institution? Would he resent Luo Xiao for having placed him there? The myriad of concerns made Luo Xiao exceedingly tense, his heart racing rapidly as the bus jolted along the bumpy road until they finally arrived at the welfare facility. Upon arrival, the staff greeted him with warm smiles, eagerly inquiring whom he wished to see. "I am here to visit the individual sent from the Shiqi police station a few days ago. Yes, the one who is a bit mentally challenged." Luo Xiao's eagerness to see the man surged, and in that moment, he realized just how deeply he longed to be reunited with him. The staff momentarily paused, but quickly regained their composure, murmuring quietly that they hadn't anticipated anyone would come to visit that fool. Luo Xiao, anxious to see the man, failed to catch their words at "It is that person. Please hold on a moment. I will assist you with the registration right away." The attendant hurried off to complete the paperwork, returning shortly to share a perplexed gaze with Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao felt a hint of curiosity, but brushed it aside. Nothing mattered more than his desire to see the man. After a prolonged wait, both individuals continued to exchange bewildered looks. Luo Xiao, unable to endure the silence any longer, inquired about the situation. The attendant merely instructed him to wait a little longer, remaining stationary. Luo Xiao's impatience peaked. "What is going on? I'm in a hurry. Take me to see him." The delay surrounding such a simple request was undoubtedly indicative of some underlying issue. "Please wait. Our supervisor will be here shortly." The attendant replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into their tone as their gaze drifted to the phone tucked away in their pocket. A supervisor, Luo Xiao thought, puzzled. Why would a supervisor need to be involved in something as straightforward as a visit? The very notion convinced him that something was amiss. Could it be that the man had encountered trouble? Surely not. What could possibly happen in just a week? The attendant offered no answers to Luo Xiao's queries. Engrossed in their own phone to TOC the man, Luo Xiao steeled himself and resolved to wait for the supervisor's arrival. After consuming 2 cups of water, the supervisor finally made an appearance. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Hello, I'm the supervisor here. A portly middle-aged man approached, extending a hand towards Luo Xiao, who had no desire to reciprocate the gesture. The man's corpulence and jowls evoked images of corrupt officials, and he exuded an aura of insincerity. When can you take me to see him? I've been waiting for quite some time. Luo Xiao's patience began to wear thin. His normally agreeable demeanor was overshadowed by frustration. I'm truly sorry for the wait. The situation is as follows. Our institution has a policy that only family members are allowed to visit. You are not considered a family member. Hence you lack the right to visit, the middle-aged man stated amicably, though the words were far from pleasant to hear. What do you mean I can't visit because I'm not family? What kind of ridiculous rule is that? He is my charge. How can you deny me the right to see him? This is utterly unacceptable. I am his caretaker. There is no justification for preventing my visit. Moreover, his family cannot be located at present, so you must provide a reasonable explanation for this denial. Initially filled with anticipation, Luo Xiao now felt exasperated, his heart heavy with worry for the man's well-being. Today he had to see him. Regrettably, you cannot visit. This is a rule, and no one is permitted to contravene it. The supervisor's demeanor shifted from congenial to bureaucratic, devoid of warmth. No, I must see him today. Your actions are entirely unreasonable, and no matter what you say, I will not leave until I see him, Luo Xiao declared vehemently, incensed by the absurdity of their regulations, convinced they were deceiving him. Sir, it is not your family member. Why are you so anxious? The previously affable attendant now regarded him with disdain, as though he had committed some heinous transgression. Their tone had transformed entirely, dripping with blatant sarcasm. Luo Xiao felt the heat rise to his face, his fury reaching unprecedented heights. Just moments ago, they had welcomed him with open arms, yet now they turned their backs on him. What does that have to do with you? I have every right to be concerned. Take me to him, now. Luo Xiao's patience evaporated, and he adopted a firm stance, recognizing that they were deliberately obstructing his visit. Our staff is correct. He is not your relative, so why the urgency? You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. You should leave. We already stated the policy. You cannot see him, so why continue this charade? The supervisor's facade of professionalism crumbled, revealing a mocking expression. Recognizing that his persistence only fueled their disdain, Luo Xiao could not bring himself to leave. Guilt gnawed at him. The man must be suffering in this place. Had he taken him in? None of this would have transpired. I have never heard of such a regulation. You are abusing your authority. What have you done to that man? Are you hiding something? Luo Xiao's mind spiraled into the worst of possibilities. Perhaps the man was being mistreated or abused here, which was why they were preventing him from seeing him. If that were the case, he had to rescue him. This place was far too perilous. Oh, what is the matter? I have no qualms about informing you that the person you wish to see has already left. Do not disrupt our work any further, or I will not hesitate to take action against you. The supervisor brazenly revealed the reason for Luo Xiao's denied visit. Luo Xiao, overwhelmed with disbelief, furrowed his brow and widened his eyes at the 2 individuals before him. What have you done to him? How could he have left? The police brought him here. If you do not explain this, I will call the authorities. In desperation, Luo Xiao considered that reporting the incident might yield assistance if the man had indeed vanished. Call the police. Go ahead. We've already said he isn't here. Why are you rambling on like a lunatic? The supervisor turned away dismissively. Burning with indignation, Luo Xiao could no longer maintain his composure. This was nothing short of egregious. He rushed forward, grasping the supervisor's collar. Tell me where he has gone. Speak. With reddened eyes, Luo Xiao engaged in a confrontation he had never imagined himself in. "Call security! Get this man out of here!" As the two grappled, security personnel rushed in, seizing Luo Xiao and forcefully ejecting him from the premises. Luo Xiao fell to the ground, his clothes rumpled, hair disheveled, and his face flushed, bearing the marks of his distress. Gazing at the towering walls of the welfare institution, he felt a deep sense of guilt, believing he had failed the man. Had he only taken him in, none of this would have occurred. Pulling out his phone, he swiftly dialed the officer in charge of the matter, who instructed him to wait. Hours passed before the police finally arrived, and upon their arrival, Luo Xiao hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired, though the response was not what he had anticipated. The officers did not assure him of their assistance. Instead, they decided to investigate themselves upon seeing the police. The supervisor shot a menacing glare at Luo Xiao, who, undeterred, returned the stare. With the police present, he felt a renewed sense of faith in their authority. "Officer, our welfare institution indeed has a policy that prohibits non-family members from visiting. I've already explained this to this individual, who refuses to believe it and has resorted to violence. Officer, please uphold justice." The supervisor feigned victimhood, casting furtive glances at the two officers. Luo Xiao had merely tugged at his collar. He had not struck him, yet the man had summoned security to expel him. The audacity of such a narrative was appalling. "Luo Xiao, we understand your feelings, but your behavior is unacceptable. How could you resort to violence?" One of the officers reproached him, disapproving of his actions. Luo Xiao was rendered speechless. He anticipated that this officer would side with the welfare institution. "You are the supervisor here, correct? Is there truly no way for him to see the man?" The other officer inquired cautiously. "No, I have reiterated this countless times." The person in charge cast a displeased glance at the police officer. The one speaking was the same officer who had previously brought a man to them, while the other officer, who was accusing Luo Xiao, had nothing to say beyond his accusations. The disdainful look from the officer made Luo Xiao feel utterly uncomfortable. He realized that the situation with the police was far more complex than he had initially perceived, and he could not simply sit idly by. "Comrade police, you haven't even inquired about the absence of the person from the welfare home," Luo Xiao thought, believing that this matter was of utmost importance, while the two officers seemed to dismiss it entirely. However, all he received in response was the mocking laughter of the person in charge and the contempt of the other officer. Confused, Luo Xiao attempted to voice his thoughts, but his hand was firmly gripped by the officer who had brought the man to the welfare home. He could not decipher the meaning behind this restraint, which silenced his urge to speak. What followed astonished Luo Xiao even more. After some deliberation, the officers stated they could only assist him in mediating the situation. The outcome of this mediation, however, was a devastating realization. He was deemed unqualified to visit, leaving Luo Xiao in a state of shock, at a loss for words. That he stood dazed at the entrance of the welfare home as the two officers walked past him. The officer who had delivered the man paused briefly beside Luo Xiao, glancing at the other officer already getting into the car, before leaning in to whisper discreetly, "I only just found out that this welfare home has formidable backing. Before I came here, my superiors warned me not to interfere with this place. It seems the person you are looking for might have been bullied or something along those lines, and has fled on their own. That don't waste your time here. Hurry and find someone." He attempted to pat Luo Xiao on the shoulder, but his hand retreated instead, and the officer shook his head before getting into the vehicle and departing. He watched the police car fade into the distance. The sky darkened, and Luo Xiao, feeling dejected, kept his head down and trudged forward step by step. He returned home in a daze, sitting silently on the sofa, alarming his father, Luo, and Mo Yin, who had just returned from work. The following day, Luo Xiao and Mo Yin rose early to head to the welfare home, with Luo Xiao barely touching his breakfast. The fool had gone missing from the welfare home, so they decided to search nearby first. As they drove towards the suburbs, the car rattled along, and Luo Xiao, seated on the dingy seat, appeared disheveled, his face pale, with dark circles under his tightly shut eyes. Clutching his shoulders with both hands, he hunched over, his legs drawn close, appearing utterly exhausted. His condition was not that of a 19-year-old youth, but rather resembled that of a weary elder. He had informed his family about the fool's disappearance the day before. and his father had said nothing, allowing Yin Gu to accompany him in the search. As they approached the outskirts, the road was lined with trees and rows of single-story houses, gradually fading from view. The vehicle transitioned from asphalt to gravel roads, becoming uneven and bumpy. After a considerable jolt, they finally arrived at their destination. The two stood at a distance, gazing at the tightly shut gates of the welfare home. With Luo Xiao's fists clenched beneath his sleeves, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Yin, concerned that Luo Xiao might act impulsively, hurriedly pulled him away, cautioning him that, as he had mentioned the previous day, this welfare home had powerful connections, and they could not afford to provoke it. Moving further away from the welfare home, they reached a fork in the road. One path led to the countryside, while the other ascended the mountain. Unsure of where the fool might have gone, they could only rely on chance to expedite their search. Yin decided they should split up, avoiding any wastage of time. Following the fork, Luo Xiao headed towards the rural area. The rural path remained primitive, uneven and rugged. In summer, it kicked up clouds of dust, while in winter, snow would settle, left unshoveled, compacted by footsteps until it formed ice beneath. In the countryside, used water is often discarded directly onto the ground, freezing instantly upon contact. In winter, the top layer would be ice, with compacted snow beneath, and another layer of ice below that. Such paths were treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to a fall. As he walked, Luo Xiao, already anxious, could not avoid stumbling. He felt his knees with a thud, but managed to catch himself with his hands, preventing a face-first collision with the ground. Clad in thick cotton clothing and wearing heavy gloves, he still felt pain in his knees, indicating a significant fall. The day was frigid, although it had not snowed. The dry cold was biting. The rural area was sparsely populated, generally colder than the county, and in winter, it felt even chillier. The sharp wind sliced through the air like a knife, leaving Luo Xiao's face stinging and reddened. The cold wind seeped into his collar and the hem of his clothing, sending a chill straight through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He patted himself down, attempting to dispel some of the chill. But his clothes and body remained cold. His feet, numb from the prolonged exposure to the cold, moved forward rigidly, driven solely by the determination to locate the fool. In truth, he could have taken a small cart for transport. But fearing he might miss the fool, he continued on foot. Time stretched on, and from behind, Luo Xiao's footprints in the snow formed a long, continuous line, seemingly endless. After walking for an extended period, beads of sweat began to accumulate on his brow. The alternating temperatures caused him to oscillate between chills and warmth, feeling as though he were caught between two extremes. Were he in ancient times, onlookers might assume he had fallen prey to some mystical ailment, transformed into a demon or ghoul. Achoo! Luo Xiao let out a loud sneeze. Concerned that he might catch a cold and jeopardize his search, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. At this point, his strength was waning, yet still, there was no sign of the fool. Luo Xiao felt a wave of discouragement and disappointment wash over him. Bending down to catch his breath, his eyes slightly blurred as he gazed at the vast expanse of white snow. Shouting into the empty road, he called out, "Fool! Where are you?" No one answered him. The only response was the echo of his own voice reverberating back. "Fool, fool! Where you or where?" After resting briefly, Luo Xiao dragged his weary body onward. His mind solely focused on one thought. He must find the fool, or he would never find peace. Moreover, this incident compelled him to reflect deeply on the fool's whereabouts and future arrangements. Previously, he had thought that he could visit the welfare home whenever he had the time, bringing the fool treats to ensure he lived well. He had not anticipated that his wavering resolve would lead to the fool's unfortunate entrapment in a dark establishment. Could he send the fool to another welfare home? Luo Xiao felt uneasy about that. The fool's disappearance had made him acutely aware of how much he valued him. If he could find the fool this time, he would bring him home. Perhaps he currently lacked the means to provide the fool with a comfortable life, but he could offer him a warm home filled with unwavering support. With this thought, a renewed strength surged within Luo Xiao, propelling him forward in hope of receiving news of the fool. As he neared the rural area, the number of people remained sparse, yet he could at least spot a few individuals moving about. Eager to inquire if anyone had seen the fool, he hesitated, contemplating whom to approach when a middle-aged woman carrying a bag approached him. Perhaps it was the rural hospitality, or perhaps in this small village. Everyone knew the faces and names of the children in town. Luo Xiao, an unfamiliar face appearing alone in this wintry rural setting, piqued the woman's curiosity about his identity and purpose. Young man, you're not from around here, are you? What brings you here on such a cold day? Do you have relatives here? The middle-aged woman, with a kindly and gentle visage, asked Luo Xiao with a smile. Auntie, I'm here looking for someone. Have you seen a man dressed in an army green coat? He looks a bit foolish, Luo Xiao eagerly described the fool's appearance to the middle-aged woman. His eyes wide with anticipation, hoping she would utter words that would ignite his excitement, that a person in an army green coat. Let me think, she replied. Luo Xiao, anxious, gestured animatedly, tried to convey the fool's features to the woman. Oh dear, young man, I'm sorry, but I can't recall anyone fitting that description. Generally, if there were a stranger in our village, everyone would know. The aunt, feeling quite embarrassed, lowered her head and apologized to Luo Xiao, her demeanor suggesting that she had committed a grave error. In truth, she had done nothing wrong. Yet she still offered her apologies, which made Luo Xiao's eyes suddenly feel a bit sore. Prior to this encounter, he had visited a shop near the welfare institution to inquire about the whereabouts of the fool. The staff there displayed blatant mockery and indifference, their ugly visages and haughty attitudes plunging Luo Xiao into despair. However, in that moment, the aunt inspired a flicker of hope within him after such a long search. There is indeed genuine affection among people, and there are still many good souls in this world. He hoped that the fool would also encounter kind-hearted individuals, even if it was just someone to offer him a warm bowl of soup. Auntie, it's all right. I will continue searching elsewhere. Thank you. Luo Xiao expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Feeling a renewed sense of hope, the aunt perceived Luo Xiao's demeanor as remarkably polite, drawing her closer to him and prompting her to converse even more. Oh dear, I haven't seen the person you mentioned. But just a few days ago, I visited my daughter and passed by the welfare institution that I saw someone running there, with someone else chasing after them. The state of the world today is truly chaotic. The aunt was completely unaware of the hope her words had instilled in Luo Xiao. She was merely engaging in casual conversation. Yet, Luo Xiao knew that the person she referred to was indeed the fool. A familiar sensation washed over him, and he was almost certain that it was the fool. After expressing his sincere thanks to the aunt, he hailed a passing vehicle and set off towards the welfare institution. Watching Luo Xiao hurriedly depart, the aunt noticed something glimmer around his neck that briefly caught her eye. Once in the car, he called Mo Yin, asking him to wait at the welfare institution. The two arrived at the welfare institution in succession, and after Luo Xiao explained the situation to Mo Yin, they began their search in the vicinity. They scoured the area around the institution repeatedly, yet still found no trace that, as noon approached, Luo Xiao remained tireless in his quest, seemingly unaffected by fatigue. To be honest, Luo Xiao's condition was quite concerning, and Mo Yin feared that he might not be able to withstand it any longer. Mo Yin urged Luo Xiao to have lunch before continuing the search, but Luo Xiao resolutely met his gaze and declared that he did not wish to eat, that he was determined to find the fool. And Mo Yin could only sigh in resignation. The two continued their search when suddenly, Luo Xiao tripped over something. Leaning down, he discovered it was a shoe. He halted, staring at the shoe on the ground. Lost in thought for a moment, picking it up, he realized that it was completely covered in ice and snow, rendering it unrecognizable, cold, and tattered. Xiao, what do you need that dirty shoe for? Just throw it away. Mo Yin said, attempting to discard the shoe, only to witness Luo Xiao's eyes redden as he held it tightly. This was the fool's shoe, the very pair he wore when he went to the welfare institution. Now, this shoe lay abandoned, and the fool had lost even at point. One could only imagine the dire state the fool must be in. Mo Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that these were his shoes, which he had previously given to the fool. When had his gaze become so lacking in luster? Together, Mo Yin and Luo Xiao, clutching the shoe, searched for quite some time, wishing they could scour every nook and cranny around the welfare institution. However, as night fell, they were still unable to locate the fool, leaving both despondent. Luo Xiao still wished to continue searching, but Mo Yin forcibly pulled him towards the car heading home. Luo Xiao realized that in the darkness, they would find nothing, and he felt guilty for having made Mo Yin miss his lunch in the process. The dilapidated community was littered with ice and piles of garbage, with not a single street lamp in sight. Shrouded in complete darkness, Luo Xiao and Mo Yin were accustomed to traversing such nighttime paths, able to find their way home even with their eyes closed. In the pitch-black surroundings, it was difficult to discern the landscape of the community. If someone were to suddenly appear, they might not even see them. Yet Luo Xiao's eyes, akin to searchlights, spotted something by the base of the community wall. Slowly, he and Mo Yin approached, and as they drew nearer under the faint moonlight, Luo Xiao discerned the figure clearly. It was not merely something, but a person. That indistinct yet familiar silhouette left Luo Xiao momentarily stunned. With widened eyes, he stared at the figure at the wall's edge. And after a few seconds of daze, he broke into a run. The snow-covered, icy ground sparkled under the moonlight. As he stepped onto the icy surface, Luo Xiao's body slid forward a considerable distance. His feet skidded uncontrollably, and his arms flailed in the air as if he were a ballet dancer performing a clumsy routine on ice. Unfortunately, the ice was too slippery, and within mere moments, he lost his balance and fell with a thud. Quickly regaining his footing, he crouched down to look at the person before him. The darkness was profound, and Luo Xiao could only make out the figure in the faint moonlight. The individual nestled against the wall had their eyes closed, seemingly asleep, though their slumber was not peaceful, as they furrowed their brow. With disheveled hair and a face marred by dirt, Luo Xiao trembled as he suddenly embraced the person before him. "Fool!" he exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. His fool had actually returned on their own, having journeyed back from the distant welfare institution. Luo Xiao could not articulate the whirlwind of feelings within him, only that his heart swelled with profound emotion. He could not let go of the fool any longer. In that moment, he solemnly resolved to welcome the fool as a member of his family. It was not out of pity or guilt, but a pure desire to regard the fool as kin. The fool, already in a restless slumber, was startled awake by Luo Xiao's fervent embrace. Those beautiful yet dull eyes suddenly sparkled upon seeing Luo Xiao for the first time. Though it was but a fleeting moment, they returned to their usual state. The joy that could not be concealed on the fool's face prompted them to slowly reach out a hand to touch Luo Xiao's face before retracting it, as if to confirm that it was indeed Luo Xiao. Xiao, the fool stuttered, gradually managing to utter those two words with all their might. Upon finishing, they smiled foolishly at Luo Xiao, one hand tightly clutching the hem of his clothing. "Fool, are you calling for me?" Luo Xiao could scarcely believe the sound he had just heard. Was the fool speaking? Had the fool actually called his name? In his heart, he had always believed that the fool could not speak. "Xiao, Xiao," the fool called again. This time, Luo Xiao clearly heard the fool uttering his name, and tears brimmed in his eyes. He was at a loss for what emotion this was, unable to contain himself. He felt that this foolish person before him might just be his salvation. Otherwise, why did he feel compelled to cry every time he laid eyes on the fool? He gently wiped the dust from the fool's face and smoothed their unkempt hair. "Fool, let us go home." The fool did not comprehend Luo Xiao's words, still gazing at him with a silly grin. The fool's sunny smile warmed Luo Xiao's heart, transforming his tears into laughter. Only then did he notice the fool's bare foot. Even in the dim light, Luo Xiao could see that the fool's foot had turned a deep crimson, swollen beyond recognition, resembling a large red carrot. It was not just frostbite. There were also scratches marking the foot, rendering it a pitiful sight, bloodied and mangled. "Yengu, hurry upstairs and fetch a pair of shoes." Luo Xiao turned to the approaching Mo Yin and, without hesitation, seized 2 handfuls of snow to rub on the fool's feet. Uncertain if this method would alleviate the severity of his frostbite, the affected foot was so swollen that only half of it could barely fit into a shoe. With Luo Xiao and Mo Yin supporting him, the fool slowly ascended, finally returning to the place that had haunted his dreams. Luo's father awaited anxiously inside the house, holding onto the plump girl, pacing back and forth, causing her eyes to swirl like spirals. After a few plaintive chirps of protest, Luo's father ceased his movements. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin helped the fool inside, and Luo's father exhaled a deep sigh, his anxious heart finally at ease. Upon seeing the fool, the plump girl erupted with joy. Her once dim eyes sparkled brightly, fixated on him. She became animated, squirming in her father's embrace, waving her tiny paws, her little tail joyfully wagging and swaying. This was a skill of the plump girl, reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail when elated. Luo Xiao had inadvertently observed that her tail would perk up when she was near him or the fool. Now, as her tail swayed vigorously, it was evident how much she cherished the fool. Luo Xiao felt he had overlooked the plump girl's feelings, though she had forged a close bond with the family since her arrival. Even allowing her father and Yange to hold her, it seemed that her affection for the fool was uniquely profound. He had not pondered this deeply before, but witnessing her exuberance now made him realize that she truly adored the fool. Just as she did him, the fool had returned. But how had his foot become so frostbitten? We must hurry and apply some medicine. That Luo's usually quiet father lost his composure at the sight of the fool's foot, which resembled a pig's trotter, the severity too great to ignore. Alas, this foolish child had walked all the way back from that distant orphanage, and to see his foot swell to such an extent was utterly heartbreaking. Luo Xiao removed the fool's outerwear and trousers, retrieving a heat pack for him to hold. Warding off the chill as he stood to fetch water, he felt a timid tug at the hem of his clothing. Meeting the fool's eyes, which reflected a mix of distress and fear, Luo Xiao gently patted his hand. The fool slowly released his grip and timidly settled onto the sofa, after filling a basin with warm water. He placed the fool's feet inside, where they struggled momentarily upon contact. Without uttering a word, Luo Xiao diligently washed the fool's feet. Once finished, he took the frostbite ointment he had purchased a few days prior and applied it meticulously. It was a remedy Luo Xiao had bought after the fool had gone to the orphanage, compelled by an unexplainable impulse while passing the pharmacy. After applying the ointment, Luo Xiao changed the water to wash the fool's face and hands. For today, a simple wash would suffice. Tomorrow, they would have a proper bath. Father, Yange, I will prepare dinner. Please keep an eye on the fool, he announced. The fool had not eaten at noon with Mo Yin, and now that he had returned, he must have been starving for days. Thus, Luo Xiao resolved to prepare a sumptuous feast for the evening. Seeing Luo Xiao prepare to leave, the fool quickly clutched his clothing. Lifting his head to gaze at him, he looked as forlorn as an abandoned puppy, making Luo Xiao feel as if he had committed some offense. I will cook you something to eat. You must be hungry, right? He softly reassured, gesturing towards the kitchen. The fool glanced at the kitchen and then back at Luo Xiao, seemingly understanding, before releasing his grip and offering a broad smile. Luo Xiao was already aware that the fool could speak, but Luo's father and Mo Yin were oblivious, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The fool could speak? They had thought the big fool was mute, yet his words were as simple as the plump girl's chirps, both consisting of 2 syllables, GG. The plump girl eagerly chimed in, affirming that her speech was indeed 2 syllables long. Regardless of whether the fool had spoken before, the fact that he could now communicate was enough. It allowed him to express his thoughts and feelings. In the kitchen, Luo Xiao busied himself chopping vegetables and meat, stirring dishes on the stove, even humming an old song that even the elderly of today would scarcely recognize. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. The fool, seated on the sofa, was noticeably different, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Xiao, his eyes following Luo Xiao's movements in the kitchen. As if he were observing a delectable feast, his eyes nearly glowing with desire. Like a detector, he seemed to sense Luo Xiao's every move. For dinner, Luo Xiao prepared a fish, braised pork, kung pao chicken, 2 vegetable dishes, and a pot of soup, more than they would typically consume in 3 days. The entire spread was devoured without a trace remaining, especially by the fool and Mo Yin the table. Mo Yin proclaimed the meal delightful, while Luo's father, pleasantly tipsy, squinted his eyes in contentment. The fool, cradling the plump girl, exclaimed, "Delicious," before diving into his food with fervor. After the meal, Luo Xiao changed the fool into a fresh sweater and thermal pants. rendering him looking revitalized. Sitting on the sofa with the plump girl in his arms, he appeared utterly content. The plump girl frolicked joyfully in the fool's embrace, her chirps echoing throughout. That Luo's father watched with a tinge of jealousy as the plump girl played merrily in someone else's arms, while Mo Yin occasionally poked at her, only to be met with playful retaliation from her tiny paws. Luo Xiao felt that this life was precisely what he had always desired. The fool's presence had deepened his understanding of life's true significance. Father, Yinggu, I have decided to keep the fool with us. From now on, we are family, Luo Xiao declared tenderly, gazing at the fool and the plump girl with warmth in his eyes. Luo's father, having come to terms with the situation, felt that perhaps the fool was destined to be part of their lives. After all, how could a fool find his way back from a distant orphanage without some connection? Understood, understood. You can take the big fool out to sell goods from now on. Life truly is beautiful. Mo Yin teased with a grin, seemingly frivolous. Yet Luo Xiao felt a deep gratitude towards him for providing comfort in these small moments. That night, the fool naturally shared a room with Luo Xiao. The day had been exhausting, and Luo Xiao struggled to keep his eyes open. As he undressed, he noticed a twinge of pain in his legs and glanced down to see both knees bruised. It must have been from a fall while searching for the fool. He hadn't paid it much heed at the time, unaware of the extent of the injury. The fool, who had been sitting beside him, tugged at his shirt upon seeing the bruises. Xiao Xiao, he called softly. In the fool's eyes, Luo Xiao discerned concern and guilt, prompting him to gently pat the fool's hand to convey that he was fine. The fool then placed the plump girl on the bed, bending down to blow gently on the bruised area. Who? The innocent gesture, reminiscent of a child, filled Luo Xiao with a warmth he had never experienced before. He pulled the fool up to sit on the bed and checked if his feet had improved. The fool's feet remained red and swollen. They would need to visit the hospital tomorrow to prevent any lasting complications. All right, let us sleep now. Good night. Luo Xiao allowed the fool to sleep on the inside of the bed, with the plump girl in the middle and himself on the outer side. That night marked the most restful sleep Luo Xiao had experienced in recent days. Free from worries about whether the fool was well cared for at the welfare home, whether he was well fed or warmly clothed. The following day, Luo Xiao took the fool to the hospital to examine his foot. In their small county, there was only one major hospital. The number of patients was substantial, and naturally, the prices were not inexpensive. Treating the foot cost Luo Xiao several dozen yuan for just a small box of medicine. He had purchased frostbite ointment at the pharmacy for only a few yuan, and the thought of the expense left Luo Xiao's expression somewhat askew. Frowning, he resembled a cantankerous old man haggling at a market, reluctantly handing over the money. The elderly doctor, likely noticing Luo Xiao's distress over the cost, kindly suggested he seek some folk remedies. Many of these remedies proved effective, and the original prescription of 2 boxes of medicine was reduced to just 1. Combining 1 box of medicine with the folk remedies might yield the desired effect, allowing for both cost savings and efficacy. Grateful to the elderly doctor, Luo Xiao returned home with the fool, where they lacked a computer and could only wait for Yinggu to return so they could use his mobile phone to search for folk remedies for treating frostbite, after applying the newly acquired ointment to the fool. Luo Xiao reassured him as he prepared to set up his stall as usual. The fool clung to the hem of Luo Xiao's clothing, his large eyes fixed on him with an unwavering gaze. Luo Xiao noticed that the fool had become particularly attached to him upon his return, seemingly afraid he might disappear. Additionally, he often glimpsed a look of timidity and fear in the fool's eyes, coupled with various behaviors that led Luo Xiao to surmise that the fool feared being sent back to the welfare home. Gently patting the fool's hand and caressing his large head, Luo Xiao sought to soothe his emotions. I will go set up the stall and return in the evening to prepare something delicious for you. You stay here and play nicely with the plump girl. All right? Understanding the fool's current emotional state, Luo Xiao endeavored to explain everything to him. Whether the fool could comprehend it was uncertain, but Luo Xiao believed that such explanations would provide the fool with a sense of security. For someone like the fool, who had been abandoned, feeling safe was inherently difficult. Sure enough, upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, the fool released his grip on Luo Xiao's clothing. With a reluctant gaze, Luo Xiao finally set out to his stall. Once Luo Xiao departed, The fool slumped like a deflated balloon, suddenly lacking energy. The plump girl disdainfully pawed at the fool's face, as if to say, "Look at you, so pathetic that in truth, when the plump girl initially found herself without Luo Xiao, she felt just as the fool did. It was only after she learned that Luo Xiao would return every evening that she gradually improved, yet she now had the audacity to mock others. That evening, Luo Xiao used Mo Yan's phone to search for several folk remedies. Point 1 involved soaking feet in dried chili peppers, while another suggested applying glycerin to the feet and gently massaging the frostbite-affected areas for 2 to 3 minutes before sleeping. The chili pepper soak was convenient, as he already had dried chili peppers at home for cooking. As for glycerin, he had no need for it, but Mo Yan possessed a bottle meant for skincare. Before bed, he filled a basin with hot water and added the dried chili peppers to steep for a while before placing the fool's feet into the mixture. The fool's feet bore some minor wounds, and upon contact with the chili-infused water, he winced at the initial sting. 1 foot instinctively flailed in the chilly water, lifted above the basin, droplets splattering down. Some water splashed onto the floor, and the basin made a series of loud thuds. "This is chilly water for treating frostbite," Luo Xiao explained. "I know it hurts. Bear with it, and in a few days you'll feel better. After your foot soak, I will prepare something delicious for you." Slowly, he lowered the fool's foot back into the basin and used a cloth placed on the floor to wipe up the splashes. Each time the fool clung to him and refused to let him leave, Luo Xiao resorted to the promise of treats to coax compliance. Beyond preparing delectable meals for the fool, Luo Xiao would also share sweets and snacks like candies and biscuits. The fool had a fondness for these treats, and upon seeing them, the plump girl would eagerly snatch them up. It was then that they realized the plump girl had begun to sprout teeth, making it possible for her to start eating solid food. Consequently, her diet underwent a significant upgrade. After soaking the fool's feet, Luo Xiao prepared to empty the basin, only to be halted by the fool tugging at his clothing. Pointing at the basin, assuming the fool had not yet soaked long enough, he filled another basin with water. To his surprise, the fool pressed him down onto the bed, using 1 foot to steady himself as he slowly crouched down. Removing his socks and rolling up his pant legs, the fool gently placed Luo Xiao's slender feet into the basin. Due to the chili, the water felt warm and slightly fiery upon contact. Yet it was not uncomfortable and bore no pain. Instead, it offered an unexpected sense of relief, as if it were revitalizing Luo Xiao's circulation, leaving him feeling entirely at ease. With eyes half closed, Luo Xiao began to relish the sensation. Although he had bathed just prior, he found no objection to soaking his feet once more. The fool, with a look of innocence, did not grasp the concept of enjoyment. He merely felt joy from Luo Xiao's happiness. Clumsily, the fool extended his hands, mimicking Luo Xiao's earlier actions to wash his feet, gently rubbing and scrubbing every inch, including the toes. The fool's rough hands felt akin to a foot massage, a treatment Luo Xiao had never experienced before. "Truly remarkable. This feels wonderful," Luo Xiao exclaimed, opening his eyes to praise the fool while affectionately patting his large head. The fool beamed with delight at the compliment. After washing the feet, Luo Xiao retrieved the glycerin typically used by Mo Yan. Focusing on massaging the fool's feet, he applied a layer of glycerin to the frostbitten areas, showing no disdain for the fool's feet as he cradled them and repeatedly rubbed them tenderly. Concerned about causing pain, Luo Xiao began gently, gradually increasing pressure as he observed the fool's comfort. Online sources suggested that such massage could promote blood circulation and expedite the recovery of frostbite. After completing the first foot, he proceeded to massage the other. Although this foot showed no signs of frostbite, Luo Xiao felt that the fool, having spent much time outdoors and wearing inadequate footwear, had likely experienced some cold exposure. Thus, he diligently massaged the other foot as well. Once both feet were massaged and treated with the hospital's frostbite ointment, they were finished. Luo Xiao took the fool and the plump girl to bed. The fool, sitting as steady as a mountain on the bed, proved resistant to Luo Xiao's efforts to move him. Unsure of the fool's intentions, Luo Xiao could only watch. The fool, feeling shy under Luo Xiao's gaze, knelt up on the bed. He then awkwardly lifted Luo Xiao's leg, placing his foot in his large hands, rolling up the pant leg to reveal Luo Xiao's foot, with Luo Xiao's leg elevated. His body lost balance, forcing him to brace himself on the bed with his arms. The fool retrieved the glycerin he had just used and, imitating Luo Xiao's earlier actions, began to massage Luo Xiao's feet. Drawing from his recent experience, the fool became adept at massaging Luo Xiao's feet. Lacking understanding of the intricacies of massage, he merely replicated Luo Xiao's technique, carefully kneading and rubbing every inch in no time. Luo Xiao's feet felt wonderfully warm and comfortable. To be candid, the most arduous aspect of Luo Xiao's daily stall setup was his feet. Prolonged exposure to the frigid environment left his feet icy, and due to his constitution, they were perpetually cold. Luo Ba and Mo Yin had tried numerous remedies, yet none alleviated the issue. Even with a heating pad at night, it took a considerable time for Luo Xiao's feet to warm up. After the fool had tenderly massaged both feet, Luo Xiao believed it was finally time for sleep, only to be startled as the fool approached to remove his trousers. This took Luo Xiao by surprise, and he clutched his pants tightly, determined to defend his modesty. The fool, looking aggrieved, gazed at Luo Xiao with pleading eyes, leaving him feeling a tingling unease. Leg. The fool pointed at Luo Xiao's legs, and Luo Xiao suddenly realized that the fool was referring to his knees. As he rolled up his pant legs, two bruised knees emerged before the fool's eyes. Upon seeing Luo Xiao's knees, the fool chuckled, nodded, and continued to massage Luo Xiao's knees with the dry oil. Luo Xiao was unaware whether the dry oil would be effective for the bruises. He lowered his head and observed the fool, who was earnestly and seriously massaging his knees in that moment. He felt as though the fool was not foolish at all. Luo Xiao even thought that this fool was better than a normal person. Fatty, attracted by the scent of the dry oil, crawled over to the fool and pawed at the oil with her little claws. Luo Xiao applied a bit of the dry oil onto Fatty's body. She had improved significantly, her bandages removed, and new flesh had grown in many places. The dark scales, smeared with the slippery dry oil, intrigued Fatty. She extended her little paws, urging Luo Xiao to apply some on them as well. Amused, Luo Xiao complied and spread the oil on all four of Fatty's tiny paws, which finally satisfied her as the night deepened. A sliver of moonlight crept into the room. It was a modest chamber, containing only a bed, a table, and a wardrobe, appearing quite ordinary on the bed, adorned with light brown sheets. Lay two individuals and an indistinguishable creature. The bed was not particularly large, just enough for two people to sleep, perhaps a bit cramped, making it somewhat uncomfortable. One of the individuals, slender in stature, had already fallen asleep, while the other, tall and robust, lay awake, gazing intently at the sleeping figure. After a while, he shifted his body inward, gently nudging the person sleeping on the edge closer to him. He also pulled the creature nestled in his arms closer, finally closing his eyes in satisfaction. Luo Xiao awoke in the middle of the night, feeling unusually warm in his feet, devoid of any chill. Each night he relied on a warm compress to heat his feet, often needing quite some time for them to warm up. As the night progressed, the compress would cool down, and his feet would follow suit. However, this night was different. He felt warmth enveloping his cold feet. A pair of warm, substantial feet, akin to small stoves, nestled against his icy ones. In an instant, his feet were warmed, even more so than with the compress. Luo Xiao, deeply asleep, pondered in his dreams whose feet they were, marveling at their warmth. When he awoke the following morning and attempted to move, he discovered that his feet were tightly held by the fool's. It turned out that the warm feet from the previous night belonged to the fool. The fool's large feet, resembling two warm cushions, enveloped Luo Xiao's, making it impossible for him to break free. After the fool returned from the welfare home and began to speak, he brought with him new surprises. One chilly morning, just as dawn broke, a tall figure silently sat up on the not-so-large beat in the dim room. The figure was hard to discern, but one could vaguely make out broad, sturdy shoulders, well-defined muscles, and slightly long hair. That a pair of dull, listless eyes stared intently at the person on the bed. After observing for a while, he took action. He tucked the blanket around the person sleeping in bed, ensuring they would not feel cold. Then he groped around for the clothes he had placed on a stool, recalling them from memory. The IT consisted of a pullover sweater, a pair of thermal pants, and a pair of outer trousers. The man tilted his head, rummaging through the three garments several times before finally picking up the sweater. He inspected it from left to right, tugged at the sleeves, and pulled at the collar. Feeling somewhat frustrated as he slipped it over his head. The collar of the sweater was rather small, getting stuck on the man's head, neither up nor down. After much struggle, he finally managed to pull the neck of the sweater over his head. His hair, caught in the process, transformed into a wild mess, flowing freely with the slightest breeze. With his disheveled hair, the man slipped his arms into the sleeves. The sweater seemed to be a size too small for him. Not only was the collar tight, but the sleeves were equally slender. That IT was quite a challenge for his muscular arms to fit into the narrow sleeves. After much effort, he managed to get one sleeve on, but had to concede defeat with the other. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he glanced at the person in bed, suddenly finding new motivation as he grabbed the thermal pants and attempted to put them on. For reasons unknown, he encountered the same issue. The thermal pants were also small. Drawing from his experience of struggling with the sweater, he eventually managed to wear the thermal pants, albeit they were stuck at his hips. Well, it did give him a rather alluring appearance. The man wore a sweater with only one sleeve on and thermal pants that clung to his backside. Glancing at the outer trousers, he realized they were impossible to wear, and silently opened the door to head to the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, washing his face haphazardly, and then carelessly dried himself with a towel. Grabbing a toothbrush from a cup, he pondered for a moment before rinsing it under the tap and brushing his teeth in a haphazard manner. After glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he nodded and returned to the room, lying back down on the bed. Back in the warm embrace of the bed, the man did not sleep but continued to gaze at the still unawakened figure beside him. Lost in thought, in his dull gaze, there was a rare flicker of brightness. This daydreaming man was the fool. Half a month had passed, and under Luo Xiao's meticulous care, the fool's feet had healed significantly. After his customary period of daydreaming, while looking at Luo Xiao, the fool slowly inched closer to the still slumbering Luo Xiao. Continuing with another of his daily rituals, he stealthily checked to see if Luo Xiao was awake. Upon confirming he was still asleep, he cautiously crept beside him and enveloped him in a bear hug. After sufficient cuddling, he extended his long legs, straddling Luo Xiao and continuing to hold him tightly. Luo Xiao, exhausted from the day's work at the stall, slept soundly, hardly stirring, providing the fool with the perfect opportunity to indulge in his playful antics. Having embraced Luo Xiao in one position long enough, he switched to another. Gently flipping Luo Xiao onto his back, he positioned himself face-to-face with him. Climbing onto Luo Xiao, he wrapped his arms tightly around his upper body, pressing his long legs down upon Luo Xiao's. Like a frog firmly securing its prey. To an outsider, it might appear as if he were practicing frog stances. The final position, the most classic of all, saw the fool burrowing into Luo Xiao's embrace. Resembling a little puppy seeking its mother, nuzzling and licking everywhere. Rubbing against Luo Xiao's legs, nudging his head, and licking his cheeks, it was all an expression of love through gentle caresses and affectionate licks. Despite his size, he fancied himself a little baby. This posture was a daily ritual for the fool, his favorite action. Each night, he would cuddle with Luo Xiao, sleeping soundly and blissfully. Upon awakening, Luo Xiao felt as though he were being smothered by a heavy mountain. Initially believing it to be a case of sleep paralysis, he soon realized it was merely the fool's antics. Despite repeated admonitions, Luo Xiao had no choice but to adapt to the fool's behavior. Nevertheless, each morning when he saw the fool, his mood remained somewhat less than cheerful. On the bed, a slender man lay fast asleep, while a tall figure nestled within his embrace, incessantly nuzzling and licking him. This scene, viewed from any angle, appeared utterly absurd. Luo Xiao, with a twitch of his eye, pushed the fool to sit up on the bed before slowly rising himself. Every day brought the same routine. The fool, pushed to sit up on the bed, would display his woeful, pleading eyes, pouting at Luo Xiao. Each time Luo Xiao met the fool's sorrowful gaze, his heart softened. In his eyes, the fool was merely a child trapped in an adult's body. Thus, he regarded the fool as a child, unconsciously allowing his heart to soften. When the fool noticed Luo Xiao's tender expression, he broke into a wide, silly grin, pouncing onto Luo Xiao like a hungry tiger. Snuggling back into Luo Xiao's embrace, he returned to his puppy-like demeanor, rubbing and licking everywhere, soon covering Luo Xiao's face in slobber. Luo Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, patted the fool nestled against him, contemplating that he might not even need to wash his face daily. All right, time to get up. I need to prepare breakfast, he said, flipping on the table lamp to see the fool, which left Luo Xiao in a state of amusement. How did his own clothes end up on the fool? His clothes are so small. One wonders how the fool managed to wear them. And no wonder, he only has one sleeve on and his pants are stuck at his backside. Upon closer inspection, it appears there are even some water stains on the clothes, and the fool's head is a bit damp as well, indicating that he must have gotten up to wash his face and brush his teeth by himself. After exerting considerable effort to remove the fool's clothes and pants, I brought his proper attire to dress him. Does he really wish to accompany me to set up a stall? His foot injury has yet to heal properly. Perhaps he should wait a couple of days. Over the past few days, the fool has repeatedly expressed his desire to join me at the stall, following me out every time I leave, and even dragging along the chubby girl with him. Stall. Upon hearing anything related to setting up a stall, the fool eagerly reaffirmed his intentions. Observing the smile and anticipation on his face, Luo Xiao reluctantly agreed to take him along. Upon receiving the answer he longed for, the fool pounced on Luo Xiao like a tiger capturing its prey, firmly pinning him on the bed and snuggling close, repeatedly rubbing and licking against him. Luo Xiao attempted to push the fool away, but this time he was unsuccessful, realizing that the fool was perhaps too overjoyed at the prospect of going to the stall, refusing to let go. Whether it was out of habit or something else, Luo Xiao found himself unable to push the fool away, allowing him to nestle against him. What child doesn't climb onto their parents or family members to play? Luo Xiao simply regarded the fool as just another child. The fool was extremely observant of Luo Xiao's every action. Upon noticing that Luo Xiao no longer stopped him, he became even bolder in his affections. He planted a loud kiss on Luo Xiao's lips, and after the kiss, he gazed into Luo Xiao's eyes, which sparkled brighter than ever before, leaving Luo Xiao utterly dazed. Had he just been kissed? This was a first kiss. Seeing Luo Xiao stunned into silence, the fool happily bestowed 2 more kisses in the midst of all this, the chubby girl, who had been nestled in Luo Xiao's arms, rolled down to his feet due to the fool's antics. As she peeked out, she noticed the 2 of them lost in their own world. Ignoring her presence, the chubby girl climbed onto Luo Xiao and began to chirp at him. Awakened by her voice, Luo Xiao quickly pushed the fool aside and embraced the chubby girl, hiding under the covers, his face flushed with embarrassment. The fool, who had just kissed Luo Xiao, seemed to have unlocked a new realm of delight. Burrowing back under the covers to kiss Luo Xiao again, being embraced by the fool, Luo Xiao was left in a state of blissful confusion. The chubby girl found herself squished between them, feeling quite disgruntled. Using her tiny paws, she playfully swatted at the fool's large face, only to receive a splash of drool in return. Chirp, chirp. The chubby girl, with a face full of saliva, patted Luo Xiao's face, emitting a powerful squawk. With her rescue, Luo Xiao mustered all his strength to push the fool away. Fool, stop causing a ruckus. He held the fool at bay, ignoring the pitiful look in his eyes. After such an intimate encounter, there could be no more indulgence. Sliding under the chubby girl's little arms, he lifted her into the air as she waved her tiny paws energetically. The chubby girl was quite spirited. As he swung her around, she suddenly felt a chill, quickly covering herself with her little paws, her face turning a shade of red. Her tiny paws flailed even more vigorously as she pointed at her clothes laid out on the stool. Luo Xiao, with a mischievous intent, withheld the clothes from her and poked her soft belly, causing her face to redden noticeably. Infuriated, the chubby girl kicked her paws, prompting Luo Xiao to place her on the bed. She swiftly scurried toward the pillow resting on the bed. Opening her tiny mouth, she bashfully covered herself with the pillowcase, resolutely refusing to be undraped. Luo Xiao couldn't help but laugh at the chubby girl's antics. Who would have thought that such a small creature could possess a sense of shyness? Initially, they were unaware, But it was during a moment when the chubby girl wrapped herself in a towel that they realized she could indeed feel bashful. Consequently, Luo Xiao ventured into the only pet supply store in the county, a place he would never have set foot in without the chubby girl. He purchased her a rather expensive pet outfit. Prices here were not modest, so he ultimately bought just one that, after all, the chubby girl rarely ventured outside, usually cocooned in a small blanket at home. This outfit would serve as a gift for her. Upon returning home, he planned to experiment with it and perhaps repurpose some old clothes to make a few more outfits for her. After sharing enough laughter, he ceased teasing the chubby girl and dressed her in her beautiful new attire, to which she wagged her little tail in satisfaction. All right, enough of the antics. It's time to wash your faces and brush your teeth. He could no longer bear the sight of the fool's messy hair. So he took both the fool and the chubby girl to freshen up. Ultimately, under the relentless insistence of both, Luo Xiao resignedly gave each of them a kiss, which allowed him to wash their faces in peace. Having been kissed by the fool earlier, Luo Xiao felt a bit shy at first. However, now that he was kissing the fool, he regarded it as simply treating a child as one would. And thus it felt entirely innocent as for the chubby girl. Her demands for a kiss stemmed solely from jealousy over the fool kissing Luo Xiao. Consequently, years later, both the fool and the chubby girl developed a daily habit of seeking kisses from Luo Xiao. Years down the line, Luo Xiao would come to realize how great a mistake he had made, allowing himself to be smothered with kisses by two hefty companions. After breakfast, as he prepared the items for their stall, he dressed the fool in thick, fuzzy socks, wrapping his frostbitten feet with several layers of thick towels. He found a plush pair of cotton slippers for the fool to wear and secured the towels with a thin string. Finishing with a perfectly tied bow, Luo Xiao hoped this would keep him warm enough. The fool, gazing at the fluffy slippers adorning his feet, was both intrigued and delighted. Sitting on the sofa, he touched them repeatedly, unable to get enough of them. After dressing, he donned hats and scarf for both himself and the fool before heading out to set up the stall. Before leaving, the chubby girl clung to his clothes, refusing to let him go, her big, misty eyes gazing up at him, a mix of dark and red hues. Although she couldn't speak, Luo Xiao could read her emotions through her eyes. Typically, the fool would play with the chubby girl, and now that he was going to the stall, she must have felt quite lonely without anyone to keep her company. "Dad, we're off. Be a good girl and watch the house. We'll be back in the evening." As Luo Xiao carried the chubby girl, she turned her head away, pouting her little tail in discontent. It was clear she was upset. After giving her little tail a gentle pat, he took the fool outside. Luo Xiao's stall vehicle was rather small, but it could accommodate a person to prevent the fool from getting cold. He placed a not overly thick blanket in the vehicle to cover his feet. He typically wouldn't take it, as it made riding the bike cumbersome. The journey was not particularly smooth. With the fool's size, Luo Xiao found it challenging to ride quickly. Several times, the fool offered to get out to help push the cart, but Luo Xiao declined. The fool's foot was still healing, and pushing the cart would only exacerbate his condition. Having someone in the cart made it a bit heavy, but Luo Xiao didn't mind. He had always set up the stall alone, and the lack of conversation had made it rather dull. Now, with the fool by his side, he was quite pleased. Upon reaching their destination, Luo Xiao began unloading the items when suddenly, the chubby girl popped out from a bucket, chirping a few times, startled by her sudden appearance. Luo Xiao broke into a sweat, unable to help but feel amused at her cleverness for hiding in the snack cart to join them. What the chubby girl did was undeniably dangerous. Yet upon seeing her pitiful little eyes and runny nose from the cold, Luo Xiao couldn't bring himself to scold her. The chubby girl simply missed them. She couldn't be blamed. He quickly wrapped her in his clothing to keep her warm, and once she was comfortable, he removed his scarf to wrap it around her. Feeling warm, the chubby girl snuggled closer to Luo Xiao, who gently patted her before placing her in the fool's embrace, covering them both with a blanket. "Fool, keep an eye on the chubby girl. We mustn't let anyone see her, and she mustn't make any noise." Understood, he glanced around and whispered his instructions to both the fool and the chubby girl. Understood. The foolish one obediently cradled Pangya, wrapping her snugly, while Pangya nodded her little head in agreement with Luo Xiao. The foolish one even removed his scarf to offer it to Luo Xiao, who declined the gesture. Just as he was about to make a phone call, Luo's father rang in. Xiao Xiao. Panya is missing. I just stepped out to take out the trash. What am I to do? I'm heading downstairs to look for her. You should hurry back, Luo's father said, eager to find Panya. Dad, Panya is with me. She secretly followed me on the snack cart. Don't worry. What? That mischievous child. She nearly scared me to death. When she comes back, I won't spare her a spanking. You must keep a close watch on her. Do you understand? Knowing that Panya was safe with his son, Luo's father's heart finally settled, as he had nearly suffered a heart attack from worry. After hanging up, Luo Xiao felt a wave of joy wash over him. His father had fully accepted Panya. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so anxious about her absence. Moreover, Panya no longer clung solely to him, as she had become quite affectionate toward his father, also seeking his attention. As for Mo Yin, he was perpetually bullied by Panya, but that was only because he constantly teased her. Luo Xiao took out 2 small stools he had prepared in advance and sat shoulder to shoulder with the foolish one, waiting for customers. Having company was a blessing. With the foolish one's assistance during the midday rush, Luo Xiao felt significantly relieved. The foolish one didn't do much, merely help pass dishes and handle cash. But that support proved invaluable to Luo Xiao, who previously struggled with these tasks alone. Once the lunchtime peak passed, Luo Xiao opened the thermos he had brought, and they enjoyed a delightful meal together. Eating during the frigid winter was a laborious task. Previously, he had merely snacked to get by. With the foolish one and Panya around, he had taken the time to prepare a proper meal at home to bring along. Amidst the biting cold, savoring food that could cool down at any moment filled Luo Xiao with immense happiness. Shushu, the foolish one, visibly uncomfortable, indicated he needed to use the restroom. Can you go by yourself? There's a toilet over there. See? Luo Xiao pointed toward a restroom not far from the school. He seldom used the restroom while manning his stall, as it was inconvenient, leading him to drink less water. The foolish one could manage, but not Panya. I can, he replied, glancing at the nearby restroom, feeling capable. The restroom was just like the one on television. He could use it as shown, but he must hurry back afterward and not make me worry. Understood? Previously, while watching television, Luo Xiao had explained the usage of a public men's restroom to the foolish one that, unlike Panya, the foolish one would be accompanying him daily, so it was essential to clarify how to use an outside toilet. I understand. The foolish one waved goodbye to Luo Xiao, obediently heading to the restroom. Point 3, Jianbing Guozi. Please. Luo Xiao frowned uncomfortably as he took the money, placing Panya on the stool while subtly shielding her with his body. He had noticed 3 individuals loitering nearby for some time. Inexplicably, they struck him as highly suspicious. The trio accepted the Jianbing Guozi, but showed no intention of leaving. Hey brother, what's that on your stool? Let us have a look, one of them said with a brazen tone, causing Luo Xiao's mind to buzz with alarm. Oh no, they spotted Panya. Instinctively, he shielded her behind him, eyeing the trio warily. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Please don't interfere with my business. Luo Xiao feigned calmness, hoping his demeanor would persuade them to leave. However, it was evident that these 3 were not easily deterred. We've seen it already. Just tell us, how much do you want for it? I don't understand what you're saying. Please leave me alone to conduct my business. Luo Xiao felt cold sweat trickling down his back. If these people refused to leave, he had no idea how to handle the situation, that he certainly couldn't take on the 3 of them alone, that you're asking for trouble. Get him. One man had somehow slipped beside the stool and snatched the blanket wrapped around Panya, making a run for it. Panya! Luo Xiao was startled by the sudden action. Who would dare to rob in broad daylight? He rushed to grab the man, desperate to reclaim Panya. Yet, as a scrawny boy, he lacked the strength to contend with a burly man. Not only did he fail to retrieve Panya, but he was also kicked to the ground. Luo Xiao fell hard, feeling a dull pain in his chest. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled up, determined to chase after the man who had taken Panya. However, he was quickly seized by 2 others who hoisted him up, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Luo Xiao attempted to shield himself with his arms, but the 2 men were far too strong. He was utterly immobilized, subject to their beating. Seeing Luo Xiao being assaulted, Panya squeaked in distress, prompting one of the men to slap her, causing her to lose consciousness. Let Panya go, you scoundrels! Luo Xiao was infuriated. Seeing the cherished Panya being mistreated, he kicked and struggled, trying to break free from their grasp, but it was futile. Must he merely watch as Pang Ya was taken away? No, he couldn't allow that to happen, that he had to protect her, regardless of the risk of exposing her identity. Help! Somebody, please help! He shouted desperately, though most stalls had closed after the lunch rush, leaving only a few remaining. Despite his cries, no one came to his aid. The indifferent passers-by had no obligation to intervene, especially since they had no prior connection to Luo Xiao. Lying on the ground, beaten, he managed to lift his head and look toward Pang Ya. Inching his body forward, one man, noticing his movement, stepped on his back, rendering him unable to crawl. Don't you dare bully Xiao Xiao. Just as fate would have it, the foolish one returned from the restroom and spotted Luo Xiao being trampled. With his eyes ablaze with fury, he charged toward the assailants. The foolish one may have been simple-minded, but his strength was formidable. He fought valiantly against the two men. Seeing the foolish one return ignited hope within Luo Xiao. Foolish one. Save Pang Ya. They have her. The foolish one, hearing Luo Xiao's plea, rushed toward the man holding Pang Ya, leading to a fierce struggle among the three that a few onlookers quickly realized the situation had escalated unexpectedly. And as the man holding Pang Ya raised her high, he shouted, "Stop fighting. If you keep going, I'll drop this thing. Do you hear me? No, don't drop her." Luo Xiao's eyes burned with tears as he watched Pang Ya being hoisted aloft. Struggling to rise beside the snack cart, the foolish one, witnessing Pang Ya's predicament, hesitated to strike. Though he didn't comprehend the villain's intentions, he sensed it was anything but good. The two men, realizing the foolish one had paused, surged forward to beat him mercilessly. The foolish one covered his head with his arms, curling into a ball, while Luo Xiao's plush slippers went flying from his feet, after smashing Luo Xiao's cart. The three men cursed as they made off with Pang Ya. Bloodied and battered, the foolish one lay on the ground, and Luo Xiao felt tears welling up, finally managing to rise and reach his side. He gently helped the foolish one to his feet, allowing him to lean against himself, only to discover that the foolish one's eyes were wide open, staring intensely in the direction where Pang Ya had been taken. A deep crimson hue filling his gaze, reminiscent of raging flames. Luo Xiao sensed something was amiss. The foolish one's normally pure eyes now hinted at a lurking darkness, akin to a character from a martial arts drama who had succumbed to madness. A chill ran down Luo Xiao's spine as he instinctively dialed Mo Yin. "Yin Gu, come to the school and pick me up. Something terrible has happened." Mo Yin was engaged in a conversation about a contract. Fortuitously not far from where Luo Xiao was setting up a stall, in no time, a taxi arrived to collect him. Upon seeing Luo Xiao and the fool covered in injuries, he was taken aback. And Luo Xiao could not spare a moment to explain that he hailed a taxi, stowing the food cart, its glass shattered, in the trunk, and the three of them embarked on their journey home. After a tumultuous ride, they finally reached home, but as soon as the fool entered, he collapsed onto the floor. Moaning in agony, he repeatedly struck his own head with his hands, appearing to be in excruciating pain. Despite Luo Xiao's attempts to intervene, the fool only grew more vigorous in his self-inflicted torment. His eyes reddened, and a palpable sense of rage enveloped him. Suddenly, a deafening rumble of thunder echoed, and the sky darkened abruptly, rendering visibility non-existent. The house fell silent, save for the fool's mournful cries that a flash of lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the darkness before plunging it back into obscurity. Luo Xiao's heart sank, an ominous premonition gnawing at his insides. Though uncertain of what might transpire, a sense of dread gripped him. The relentless thunder was soon accompanied by hailstones the size of eggs, crashing down from the sky without warning, catching everyone off guard. A dog was being led by its young owner downstairs, and fortunately, the lad reacted swiftly as darkness enveloped the area. He deftly carried his terrified canine into the nearest doorway. In his haste, he stumbled due to the lack of visibility, but ultimately managed to enter the shelter unharmed. Just as they crossed the threshold, the hail began to pelt the frozen ground with a cacophony, creating terrifying craters and valleys. The young man and his dog stood, frozen in disbelief, watching the tempest outside as thunder and lightning clashed. And hail fell like rain in the depths of winter, Such a phenomenon was utterly abnormal. Never had they witnessed anything like this, and Luo Xiao and his companions were equally shaken. Ah! A cry of anguish jolted Luo Xiao from his thoughts. He recognized it as the fool's voice. In the oppressive darkness, he could not discern the fool's condition, which filled him with anxiety. Fool, what is wrong? No one answered, but Luo Xiao, having been close to the fool before the darkness fell, moved a few steps to reach him. Another pained scream erupted. Confused and frantic, Luo Xiao grasped the fool. Fool, what is the matter? What is happening? The fool, having been struck, had become unhinged, and never before had he screamed like this. Luo Xiao's heart raced with increasing urgency. Thudding sounds echoed as the fool began to batter himself against the wall. Fool, what are you doing? Luo Xiao pulled with all his might, but the fool's strength was overwhelming, nearly causing him to lose his balance several times. Yingu, quickly fetch a flashlight. Luo Xiao shouted, straining to hold onto the fool. Yin paused momentarily before hastily searching for the flashlight. Xiao, what's wrong? Just as Luo's father, seated on the sofa, had dared not move, he felt compelled to rise upon hearing the fool's cries. Dad, please stay put, it's all right. Yingu and I are here. Luo's father, heeding his son's plea, remained seated, knowing his age could hinder his illuminated the somber room with the flashlight, revealing the fool's head, now bloodied from his self-inflicted wounds. Luo Xiao, witnessing the fool's frantic behavior, felt a profound ache in his heart. What was happening to the fool? Why had he suddenly changed so drastically? Luo Xiao tightly embraced the fool's upper body, attempting to prevent him from further injuring himself. Mo Yin, holding the flashlight, grasped the fool's legs, striving to pull him away. If you keep this up, you'll damage your head. You're already foolish. Don't make it worse. Fool, please stop. Stop. Luo Xiao pleaded repeatedly, hoping the fool could comprehend his words. The fool halted momentarily, his bloodied face turned towards Luo Xiao. The sight of the fool's eyes, now more crimson than before, struck Luo Xiao with an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. His fool, once pure and childlike, now appeared alien to him. The fool gazed at Luo Xiao, lost in thought. Suddenly, he clasped his head with both hands, unleashing a guttural wail of agony, as if tormented by some unfathomable pain. He began to thrash about on the ground, rolling back and forth, repeatedly crying out in distress. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin attempted to lift him, but the fool's newfound strength was astonishing, rendering their efforts futile as chaos ensued. Furniture clattering around them. Fool, where does it hurt? Please tell me. The scene was one Luo Xiao had never anticipated, and he felt a rising panic as he grappled with helplessness. The overwhelming fear and tension plunged Luo Xiao into an unprecedented crisis, evoking memories of his childhood when he could only watch helplessly as his mother abandoned them after his father's accident, while hypocritical individuals tormented him and his father. The long-buried feelings of inferiority resurfaced, and Luo Xiao wept bitterly, cradling the fool. Fool, please wake up. Don't scare me. At that moment, despite the presence of his father and Mo Yin, Luo Xiao felt an acute sense of isolation and helplessness. If only he were stronger, if only he were different, perhaps he could protect Pangya, the fool, his father, and Mo Yin, everyone he cherished. Outside, the thunder and lightning raged on, a symphony of chaos that grew ever more deafening. The hail, once sparse, now fell in torrents, the sky darkening to an oppressive black, as if life had been extinguished from the world, enveloping everything in a chilling gloom. Luo Xiao sat on the ground, resembling an abandoned child, weeping as he clutched the bloodied fool in this desolate abyss, utterly alone. Then, amid the cacophony, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck, and the fool abruptly ceased his rolling, sitting upright, under the flashlight's beam. Luo Xiao glimpsed the fool's eyes, now a sinister shade of crimson. That moment, Luo Xiao felt an unsettling realization. This was no longer the fool he knew. Strangely, he sensed an overwhelming chill and profound loneliness emanating from the being before him. Fear gripped him. This transformed fool was utterly unfamiliar. He instinctively recoiled, and as another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, The fool morphed into a monstrous figure, its grotesque visage and gaping maw capable of devouring a person whole. Luo Xiao could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Yet the horror remained. The fool's form contorted like a creature from a nightmare. Expanding before Luo Xiao's incredulous gaze, he discerned a shadowy silhouette within the fool. Reminiscent of the once beloved Pangya, now grotesquely magnified. Aghast, Luo Xiao stared at the gargantuan form before him, astonished to witness such an unimaginable transformation. The creature's ebony scales, massive head, and menacing crimson eyes loomed ominously, supported by powerful legs and a long, thick tail. While the sight of Pangya had never frightened him, the fool's current state instilled dread. Rooted to the spot, Luo Xiao was transfixed by the spectacle. The fool advanced with a single stride, looming over the diminutive Luo Xiao, regarding him with a predatory glare. Yen, sensing the danger, feared for his friend yet hesitated, reluctant to provoke the beast. Xiao. Something's amiss. The fool seems to not recognize you. Run. As Yan's warning echoed, the colossal fool raised a massive foreleg, poised to crush Luo Xiao beneath its weight. Panic surged through Luo Xiao. He yearned to flee but could not shake the image of the devoted fool who had always been by his side. He refused to believe that the fool could forget him, for in his heart, the fool was family. In a hushed voice, he called out, "Fool." The fool stared at Luo Xiao in astonishment, halting his actions. A surge of crimson light flickered, and the fool's eyes gradually softened. They no longer appeared as the blood-red orbs from moments ago, but transformed into a rather ordinary shade of red, at least less glaring to behold. The thunder and lightning ceased, and the hailstorm abated. Suddenly, daylight broke forth, as if the sky had abruptly shifted from dark to light, both transitions marked by an urgent swiftness. Once the light illuminated the room. The sight of Luo's father seated on the sofa and Yen holding a flashlight rendered their faces pale with shock. The disarray of the room, with blood splattered across the walls and the fool, drenched in crimson, sitting opposite Luo Xiao, was overwhelming. Luo Xiao. This was the first time the fool had addressed him so formally, a moment that would forever remain etched in Luo Xiao's memory. After a prolonged pause, Luo Xiao rubbed his eyes, struggling to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a daydream. "You are not a fool," he asserted, gazing into the fool's fiery red eyes with conviction. The fool did not possess such a pair of blazing yet frigid, inhuman eyes. Previously, the fool had been dazed, clad in ordinary attire, resembling a child. However, the figure before him now, regardless of how simple his clothing might be, could not conceal the innate aura he exuded. Those large, red, and icy eyes fixated on Luo Xiao, exuding an allure that was impossible to disregard. "I am well now. The current me is the true me that I am laid." The fool's declaration astonished everyone in the room. Who could have anticipated that the incoherent fool from moments ago would suddenly be restored to clarity? You. What just happened? How did you transform into a larger version of a fool? Yen inquired eagerly. His curiosity piqued. Only Luo's father remained perplexed, unable to grasp what it meant to be a larger fool or the notion of nearly being crushed. Lade slowly rose, his presence enveloping the room with an overwhelming energy, rendering the space cold despite the heating that I was momentarily disoriented due to the impact on my brain. Now, I have fully regained my composure and will no longer face any issues. Furthermore, as you have seen, I am not human. I am akin to the larger fool that I have reached adulthood and can transform in a human form, whereas the larger fool remains an infant and cannot yet assume human shape. As he matures, he will gradually transition into human form. Lade's words left even Luo's father unable to maintain his calm demeanor during the conversation. What did it mean that the larger fool would eventually become human? Had they encountered a supernatural being? Did such entities truly exist in this world? A larger fool, whom they had rescued, and a fool, whom they had taken in. Luo Xiao could hardly fathom the extraordinary connection between them. Because of the fool? No. Now he ought to be called Lade. Luo Xiao still preferred to refer to him as a fool. In his heart, he believed that by naming him thus, his fool would remain. It was merely self-deception. Once Lade began to speak, Luo Xiao understood that his fool would never return. The fool had been a child who constantly clung to him, bringing boundless joy and warmth. In contrast, Lade emanated a chill even in his speech. The fool was no longer foolish, yet Luo Xiao felt a profound sense of loss that words could not capture. He could not fathom why he felt this way. He had longed for the day when the fool would regain his health. Yet, the fool had transformed into a stranger, leaving Luo Xiao feeling utterly despondent. Moreover, they could not overlook Lade's existence. Lade revealed to Luo Xiao and the others that apart from humans, other species inhabited their world, beings known as magical beasts. Lade explained that they were born in beast form and gradually transitioned into human shape as they matured, eventually gaining the ability to shift between forms freely. His current state was likely a result of prolonged exposure to humans, which had led to his temporary inability to revert to beast form. Under certain stimuli, their innate powers could be triggered, allowing them to change back into their original forms. When they took on human shape, they bore no difference from humans, yet within them lay the formidable strength characteristic of magical beasts, and even greater power when in beast form. Lade's revelations plunged Luo Xiao's family into profound contemplation. Having lived for decades, they had never encountered anything like this. The three sat in silence in the disheveled living room, blood splattered across the floor and walls. Each of them too preoccupied to clean up the mess. Lade, due to his physical condition, took a shower and retired to rest, stating he would take them to rescue the larger fool the following day. Luo Xiao refrained from inquiring how Lade intended to locate the larger fool. He sensed that Lade possessed his own methods. Meanwhile, Luo's father sighed mournfully, regretting that had he known circumstances would unfold this way, he would have preferred to endure the stench of garbage decomposing in their home rather than risk losing the larger fool and seeing the fool become what he was now. He recognized that this line of thinking was merely self-deception, a means of comforting himself, yet he was willing to cling to it. However, what was meant to happen had already transpired, and he understood that their lives would inevitably be tumultuous moving forward. At this point, contemplating the situation was futile. It was better to cherish the present. Having lived to his age, many matters seemed less significant. What he treasured most was the larger fool, and what concerned him most was also the larger fool. As for the fool, he had not fully grasped his true form. Sighing, he realized he had not seen the larger fool for a day, and his heart ached with longing. Xiao Xiao, tomorrow you must go rescue the larger fool, and you must return him to me safely. The larger fool is so timid, I worry whether those people will bully him or let him go hungry. What if the larger fool misses us? My dear larger fool, please return quickly. Once he is back, I shall treat him as my own grandson. Alas, larger fool, hurry back. That Luo's father wore a grave expression, his concern for the larger fool genuine. This old man, who had initially been so resistant to the larger fool's presence, had once adamantly opposed Luo Xiao adopting him, even urging his son to abandon the larger fool to avoid implicating their family. Now, having learned that the larger fool could become human, he regarded him as a grandson. Father, do not worry. We will bring the larger fool back safely, Luo Xiao reassured, though he remained unsettled. Rescuing the larger fool was paramount. Uncle Luo, do not fret. I will accompany them and ensure the larger fool is rescued. Perhaps you should return to your room to rest. I will call for you when dinner is ready. Mo Yin, noticing Luo's father's distressed demeanor, suggested he rest to avoid affecting his health. That Luo's father shook his head helplessly, reminiscing, Xiao Xiao, do you remember what I often said when you were a child? What words? Luo Xiao's childhood had been devoid of joy. All he recalled were his mother's scolding and abandonment, rendering his father's words vague in his memory. Those were words frequently shared by your grandfather and great-grandfather. They entrusted me to pass them down through generations, ensuring my descendants remember them well. That Luo's father was lost in recollection, images of beautiful memories flooding his mind. What did your grandfather and great-grandfather say? Luo Xiao inquired with curiosity, unable to recall any of his father's sayings from his childhood. Your grandfather and great-grandfather said that there are many creatures in this world of which we are unaware. If one day you encounter them, you must not harm them. They, like humans, possess flesh, blood, emotions, and thoughts. Luo Xiao paused, while Mo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling as though he had been engulfed in fantasy all day. Uncle Luo, are you suggesting this pertains to the fool and the larger fool? Are you certain the Luo family's ancestors were all human? After an extensive explanation confirming that the Luo family's forebears had indeed been entirely human, Luo's father sighed once more and rose to his feet. Xiao Xiao, remember your grandfather's and great-grandfather's words. They were not mistaken. Having spoken, Luo's father retreated to his room to rest, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the larger fool, filled with anxiety and exhaustion. Luo Xiao stood there, dazed and lost in thought for a long time before ultimately fetching water to clean the bloodstains from the floor and walls. Yin remained silent, assisting him in the task. The walls and floors were drenched in blood, large patches overwhelming to behold. As Luo Xiao scrubbed the blood from the walls, he couldn't help but recall the fool's red eyes, reminiscent of the blood that now stained the walls. Over an hour passed, and Luo Xiao was unaware of how time had slipped away, his mind blank as he mechanically wiped the walls until only stubborn stains remained. Sitting on the floor, Luo Xiao's gaze was vacant, and his complexion was far from favorable. Xiao Xiao, what are you thinking about? The events of today were so extraordinary that any ordinary person would find it difficult to accept with composure. At the very least, Mo Yan's heart was far from tranquil. As for Uncle Luo, his ability to utter such words suggested that he had already come to terms with the reality. Moreover, he could discern Uncle Luo's feelings for Pangya. And it seemed that even if Pangya were a monster, Uncle Luo would not have the heart to abandon her. Although, at present, she was almost akin to a creature of the supernatural. Yingu, I did not anticipate that the fool and Pangya were not human. The fool suddenly returned to normal, and Pangya was taken away, leaving me feeling utterly lost about what I should do or could do. Luo Xiao's heart was steeped in confusion and turmoil. The fool and Pangya held immense significance for him. The fool was someone he had thoughtfully taken in as family, and Pangya was someone he could never bear to part with. Now, to be told that both the fool and Pangya were not human, it left him in utter disarray. It was not fear of them causing him harm. As his father had said, they too possessed flesh, blood, hearts, and thoughts, and were not fundamentally different from humans. He dared not admit it. But in truth, he feared losing the fool and Pangya. Having grown accustomed to their companionship, he wondered if he could ever return to the past if they were to leave him. Why ponder so much? There is nothing you need to do but focus on being happy. Yin was not one to dwell on uncertainties as Luo Xiao did. He cared not whether the fool and Pangya were human. As long as they were together and joyous, that sufficed. He absorbed Uncle Luo's words completely. Thus, whatever was to happen would happen. Overthinking would only lead to discomfort. Yan's words rendered Luo Xiao silent. But after a moment, a smile crept upon his lips, one of relief. Yingu, thank you. I understand now. Indeed, as long as we are happy. Perhaps the fool might leave him because of this, yet he was certain that Pangya would never abandon him. Pangya was so attached to him that he believed even as she grew into adulthood, she would remain with him. With their family, he held that conviction. If that were the case, why should he still worry? Caring too much can lead to chaos. He was overly concerned about the fool and Pangya, neglecting the fact that Pangya, too, had feelings, thoughts, and knew who treated her well. As for the fool, he had ceased to hope. Since the fool's return to normalcy, he had not exchanged a single word with him. He had reason to believe that the current Reed had likely forgotten the memories of his time as the fool. To Reed, he was merely a stranger now, and after rescuing Pangya, they might part ways. He had no grounds to prevent the fool from leaving. Having finished tidying up, he decided to take a nap. This day had truly been exhausting. Yin yawned and retreated to his room. Left alone, Luo Xiao sat quietly, reflecting on the events of the past days. Their family's tranquil life had been transformed by the arrival of Pangya and the fool. Previously, he had lived mechanically, the sole purpose being to ensure that his father and Yingu could live prosperous lives, free from financial worries. However, the arrival of Pangya and the fool had completely altered his perspective. Enriching his life with vibrancy, he reminisced about the joy and warmth brought by the fool and Pangya. Luo Xiao found clarity and enlightenment. Taking a deep breath, he made his way to his room. Upon entering, he discovered Reed was already awake, sitting on the bed and gazing out the window. Outside, the ground was uneven due to the sudden hailstorm, and the temperature had dropped, the chill penetrating to the bone. Reed turned his head, and his striking red eyes were dazzling. Red, symbolizing heat, yet in Reed's gaze, Luo Xiao always perceived a chilling coldness. Through that fiery red, he glimpsed the icy blue hidden beneath the blue. Enveloped tightly within the red, captivated Luo Xiao. He had never encountered such eyes before. Even those with emerald green eyes from foreign lands did not compare to Reed's. Ultimately, he concluded that perhaps all members of Reed's species possess such eyes. As Luo Xiao was drawn in by Reed's gaze, Reed too observed him, his expression frosty. Luo Xiao swallowed hard, summoning great courage. I'm coming in to sleep. Reed shifted slightly to make space for him. Luo Xiao lay stiffly on the bed, and Reed did not fall back asleep. Turning away from Reed, Luo Xiao faced the opposite direction, too anxious to confront him, every part of him tensed. Meanwhile, Reed secretly watched Luo Xiao from behind. Exhaustion soon took over, and Luo Xiao drifted into slumber. Once he was sound asleep, Reed gently turned him to face him. His gaze was no longer cold. The color of his eyes shifted from fiery red to black. Reed looked at Luo Xiao with tenderness, slowly closing his eyes to join him in sleep. Luo Xiao abruptly awoke, realizing that dawn had broken. He had slept through the night, remembering that he had fallen asleep without preparing dinner. He hurried outside and found Mo Yin and Reed serving dishes onto the table, while his father sat there, visibly uncomfortable, waiting for the meal. It turned out he had slept so soundly that no one had the heart to wake him. He had slumbered until daylight. Reed had prepared dinner for Pangya, and surprisingly, it tasted quite good. The breakfast was consumed under somewhat peculiar circumstances, and Luo Xiao endeavored to treat Reed with the utmost normalcy as he called him back to the room. Suddenly recalling something significant he had overlooked during breakfast, he asked Reed, "Do you remember anything from the past? Otherwise, you wouldn't have said yesterday that you would take us to find Pangya." Luo Xiao wished he could knock on his own head to see how it functioned. How had he not realized yesterday that he had assumed Reed had forgotten him? "I remember," Reed responded succinctly, echoing the brevity of the fool, albeit in a distinctly different manner. "Oh," Luo Xiao replied flatly, unsure of what else to say. "Let us tidy up and go find Pangya." Reed, entirely oblivious to Luo Xiao's discomfort, maintained his cold demeanor. Lowering his head, Luo Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. The fool would never have spoken to him in such a manner before. As he looked down, he noticed the necklace around his neck. Suddenly, he realized that the ring on it had grown increasingly red. How odd, he thought. Why had the ring become so red? Just a few days prior, it had not been so vibrant. He vaguely recalled it starting to change color yesterday. Nevertheless, his curiosity soon waned, and he dismissed it, pushing Reed's demeanor from his mind. The three of them first ventured to their usual market spot. Reed stood silently, lost in thought, just as Luo Xiao and Mo Yin were about to lose their patience. Reed finally spoke. In that direction. "Let us go take a look." Reed headed toward that direction, and Luo Xiao and Mo Yin had no choice but to follow. They boarded a bus, changed vehicles twice along the way, and after a 20-minute walk, they finally reached their destination. I say, "Big guy, why did you bring us here? This place is so far," Mo Yin exclaimed, nearly at his wit's end. Meanwhile, Reed remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. While Luo Xiao felt that his once proud abs would no longer see the light of day, Reed, "How do you know Pangya is here?" Luo Xiao could not contain his curiosity, having spent hours in transit. Unsure if Reed could truly find Pangya. "I can smell Pangya's scent. Beasts possess this innate ability," Reed replied, and upon hearing his method of locating Pangya, his companions were left astounded. No wonder Reed had said he would take them to find Pangya. He was practically a bloodhound at No, far more formidable than a police dog. This is the shared sentiment of Luo Xiao and Mo Yin. A police dog can sniff out drugs, but Red is undoubtedly superior to any canine, certain to locate Pangya. With this thought, Luo Xiao felt a sense of reassurance. Red guided Luo Xiao and Mo Yin to a secluded and chaotic neighborhood on the outskirts. The community was small and dilapidated, long neglected, with an air of disarray akin to a crumbling building. Trash was piled high on the ground, untouched by any cleaners, while the walls bore various graffiti and chaotic drawings. Each unit's door was in such disrepair that it could barely close, and the wind made one worry it might fall off at any moment. Clearly, this was an abandoned area. Even the house that Luo Xiao's family was set to demolish was far superior to this place. Moreover, it was exceedingly remote, even more so than the welfare home where the fool had previously stayed. Aside from the trees lining the roadside, there was naught but emptiness, making it hard to imagine anyone residing here. Red led Luo Xiao and Mo Yin into one of the units. Directly ascending to the 5th floor, it appeared that very few people lived here. Of the 3 households on the 5th floor, 2 were vacant, their interiors in utter disarray, stripped of any remnants. Only one household remained, its door firmly shut, and faint voices could be heard from within. Red stood before the door, leaning in to listen intently. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin dared not speak, fearing they might disturb Red. Knock, knock, knock. Red rapped on the door. Who the hell is it? Daring to knock on my door? Do you wish to die? A voice filled with curses came from within. It was unclear whether the building's poor soundproofing was to blame or if the occupants felt emboldened due to the lack of residents. But Luo Xiao and the others could hear every word distinctly. Who are you? The door was opened by a young man around 20, his expression one of irritation. Luo Xiao's mouth fell open and his eyes widened. He recognized him as one of those who had taken Pengya. He would never forget the appearances of those 3 individuals. This young man was the very one who had spoken to Luo Xiao the day before. Luo Xiao subtly tugged at Red's shirt. Alerting him to the identity of the individual, Red discreetly patted Luo Xiao's hand, signaling for him to remain calm, as he was aware. Suddenly, the young man screamed, collapsing to the floor as a mouthful of blood spurted from him. Rendering him unconscious, Yin shut the door. Red was the first to stride into the room, and Luo Xiao, in shock, followed closely behind. The Yin hesitated for a moment, seemingly startled by Red's earlier kick, before promptly closing the door and following suit. Who are you? The 2 individuals seated around a table inside the room glared furiously at the strangers who had burst in and knocked their companion to the ground, ready to kill. You know very well what you did yesterday, Red calmly stated, his gaze fixed on the 2 men. They were not dull. They immediately grasped the situation. However, upon hearing Red's words, they merely laughed, unperturbed. After all, they had just thoroughly beaten 2 hapless fools, who were as weak as chickens, and the individuals they had brought along were no better. It was a pity that these men had such poor eyesight, even with Luo Xiao and Red standing right in front of them. They failed to recognize them. So, those 2 fools sent you to help us? Huh. You think you can come here and mess with me? You really should take a look at who I am. One of the men began to speak, but was abruptly kicked away by Red, landing heavily on the ground, clutching his abdomen and groaning. The man standing beside him was taken aback. He clearly heard a sickening crack, the sound of ribs breaking. It was over. The man realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today, that a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. He glanced at his own relatively healthy physique, then at Red's imposing build, concluding that he stood no chance against this fierce individual. Indeed, he could sense the powerful aura emanating from Red, understanding that this man was not to be trifled with. Big brother, please have mercy. Spare my life. Spare my life. I will do anything you ask, as long as it is within my power. I beg you. I beg you. The man pleaded, bowing repeatedly as he implored Red for clemency. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin were left dumbfounded. Just yesterday, the fool had been beaten to the ground, unable to rise. Today, Red had effortlessly taken down a man with just 2 kicks. Truly impressive. It seemed that in comparison to the fool, Red had his own merits. Were the things you stole yesterday? Red was disinterested in further banter. He solely wished to ascertain the whereabouts of Pengya. Upon hearing this, the man stiffened, anxiously glancing at Red, his face paling. I really don't know how to say it, he stammered, fearing that revealing anything might lead to his immediate demise. Red seized the man's collar, fixing him with a chilling gaze. Will you speak? Red's demeanor was terrifying, causing Luo Xiao and Mo Yin to swallow hard. The man felt his legs tremble. He did not wish to share the same fate as the other 2, and thus he forced himself to respond. We sold her. The man's words came out in a rush, and he nervously stole glances at Red, his heart racing wildly. The man plopped down onto the ground, nearly falling apart, upon hearing that Pang had been sold. Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with grief, clenching his fist, his eyes reddening. It was all my fault. Why didn't I take Pang home? If I had just brought her home, nothing would have happened. What should I do? What should I do? Luo Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that he was to blame for everything. A warm hand enveloped his cold one. And when Luo Xiao looked up, it was Red. Red's gaze met his, and for some inexplicable reason, Luo Xiao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Where was she sold? Red inquired of the man now seated on the floor. I really don't know where she was sold. Yesterday, when we returned, we encountered a few individuals who were very interested in the goods and offered a high price, so we sold her. Upon hearing this, Red's usually impassive face bore a frown, his thick brows knitting together. Not knowing where she had been sold would complicate matters significantly. Although he could track her by scent, he worried that if too much time passed, Pang could be mistreated. Are you truly unaware? Red pressed on, unwilling to relent. Honestly, I really don't know. The man was nearly in tears, lamenting their reckless decision to steal something they knew nothing about. Red raised his fist, ready to strike the man. As he swung his fist, a chilling gust of wind followed, lifting the dust from the ground. One could easily imagine the fate of anyone struck by such a blow. A punch to the face would surely leave them disfigured. A blow to any other part of the body would likely result in a fractured. I remember. They mentioned something about the Dawn Laboratory. Yes, the Dawn Laboratory. Perhaps out of fear, the man suddenly recalled hearing someone mention the Dawn Laboratory yesterday. Red's fist halted midair, frozen in position. His expression darkened terrifyingly, and Luo Xiao and Mo Yin had no doubt that he would kill the man in the next moment. Luo Xiao, worried that Red might act impulsively and commit a crime, gently tugged at Red's shirt. However, Luo Xiao was at a loss for words. After a moment, Red retracted his fist, and the man on the ground finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Did you really hear them mention the Dawn Laboratory? Red glared at the man with bloodshot eyes, and the man swore he had never encountered such a terrifying gaze before. Well, yes, I did. The man trembled, utterly terrified, unwilling to deceive Red that I never want to see you again. With that, Red turned and strode out. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin exchanged a glance before swiftly following Red outside. The cold wind howled as Red stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on a distant point. Red, do you know where Pang is? What is the Dawn Laboratory? Luo Xiao was anxious, uncertain about their next course of action. That direction pointed toward the Dawn Laboratory. Reed pointed towards the direction he had been gazing at intently just moments ago. The Dawn Laboratory, a name that evokes a sense of hope. In truth, the real Dawn Laboratory is a hellish existence. Nestled in a desolate mountain range, surrounded solely by towering peaks and water, it is a place seldom frequented by anyone. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, it seems as though only the Dawn Laboratory exists. From a distance, amidst a myriad of thorns, looms an ancient castle, which is none other than the Dawn Laboratory. The castle appears to be of great antiquity. Long abandoned. One can faintly discern that it was once a pristine white fortress, now tarnished to a shade of gray by the ravages of time. The lofty gray walls are overrun with dark green vines, so abundant that they nearly engulf all the windows. Some even creep through the windows, lending the entire castle an air of sinister foreboding. Reminiscent of a witch's abode from fairy tale. By day, this castle remains inconspicuous, hidden away in the depths of the forest. Even if someone were to pass by, they would likely regard it merely as an ancient edifice. Without a second thought, as night falls, the castle awakens from slumber. The moonlight casts a hazy glow upon the structure, where a raven perches atop a pointed roof, cawing in a frenzied manner. The inhabitants of the castle, garbed in identical attire, don matching hats and gloves, their eyes shielded by night vision goggles. They're in the process of opening the creaking grand door, a putrid stench immediately permeating the castle, as though they are on the verge of discarding bloodied corpses. However, rather than disposing of bodies, they're transporting items into the castle. Box after box, the nature of these items remains a mystery. Yet it is evident that these individuals regard them with utmost care, handling them with the utmost delicacy to avoid any mishaps. The final person, clutching a bundle, inadvertently reveals a corner of clothing as they move. These figures resemble zombies, haunting the night, vanishing swiftly into the oppressive darkness. They enter the castle, sealing the door behind them. Inside, the castle mirrors the desolation outside, with rampant weeds flourishing everywhere, some towering above knee-height, making it difficult to fathom what these individuals are truly engaged in within this dilapidated fortress. They navigate through the dense underbrush and descend into the basement, a realm starkly contrasting the one above. Here, blinding lights illuminate a lengthy corridor, lined with laboratories, their walls stark white and cold. The acrid scent of disinfectant mingles with chilling drafts, suffused with an aura of death. The corridor bustles with individuals clad in white lab coats, meticulously attending to their designated tasks. At the far end of the corridor lies an unremarkable bedroom, so ordinary that it perpetually emanates a metallic scent of blood. The room is sparsely furnished, pure white walls. A bed, a desk, a bookshelf, a nightstand, and a bathroom, all arranged with simplicity. The desk is cluttered with an array of bottles, both large and small. Upon closer inspection, these bottles contain preserved human remains, including dead infants, human brains and hearts, all submerged in formaldehyde. The bookshelf is neatly stocked with medical tomes, including titles such as Human Anatomy, Illustrated Guide to Solo Brain Dissection, Clinical Pharmacology, and Studies on Mutated Species. Even the modest nightstand bears a complete human skeleton, crafted from real bones. The AS for the bed. Its sheets and coverlet are of vivid red, adorned with countless twisted, contorted, and grotesque faces. Sitting upon the bed is a woman clad in a white lab coat, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, her fingers painted with vibrant red nail polish, a smile playing upon her lips. In her hand, she clutches a bottle containing a freshly preserved eye. This eye, despite its lifelessness, seems to gaze intently at the woman, its expression conveying an unmistakable sense of despair. Finally back, she cackles, her laughter piercing and chilling, reminiscent of a creature whose tail has been stepped on. This fortress-like basement, aside from the various laboratories, also houses an exceedingly large breeding chamber. The security here is stringent. Only designated caretakers and authorized personnel are permitted entry, and even they must present identification. The expansive breeding chamber is divided into several distinct zones, housing various types of animals and even humans. In one particularly spacious enclosure reside 2 humans, a boy of approximately 20 years, with short, deep brown hair, and a girl of around 16 or 17, with long, wavy golden locks. Her large, watery blue eyes give her an appearance akin to that of a doll, strikingly beautiful. It is peculiar that neither of them is clothed, their skin flushed and their eyes glazed. That girl is truly stunning. If she keeps looking at us like that, I might just lose my mind. I'm so envious, remarked one man in a white coat to another, standing outside the glass door of the enclosure. Don't be ridiculous. What makes you think you'd want to be with a beast like that? I never imagined you had such peculiar tastes, the other replied dismissively. Come on, don't you find this exhilarating? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Unbeknownst to the outside observers, the boy and girl remain entirely indifferent to their gazes. Suddenly, an astonishing transformation occurs. The boy and girl begin to grow, gradually morphing into 2 colossal and peculiar creatures, the very beast the men have been discussing. The boy reaches an imposing height of approximately 50 meters, while the girl stands at around 30 meters. The boy's scales are pitch black, while the girl's are a vivid red. Both possess long tails and powerful claws, adorned with spines and sharp scales that extend from their necks to the tips of their tails. As the 2 transform into beasts, any onlooker beyond the laboratory's confines would undoubtedly be paralyzed with fear. Yet for those within the laboratory, such sights have become routine. The 2 beasts roar within their enclosure, clearly distressed. Outside the glass door, the 2 men in white coats, despite having witnessed such scenes countless times, are still filled with a rush of adrenaline. They scribble notes, occasionally glancing up at the beasts, then returning to their documentation. That it is only when the 2 beasts become exhausted and fall silent that they cease their writing. They have been observing such events for several months, tasked with recording data on the creature's reproduction rates. survival rates, and methods to enhance breeding efficiency. In the end, the two men exit the breeding chamber, leaving a trail of blood from their noses. The male beast reverts to the boy, his eyes no longer glazed. As he gently lifts the girl and places her on the bed, holding her tightly. "Allie, are you all right? Once we get out of here, I swear I won't let those two wretched men get away with this." "Don't be upset," Joss expresses, his disdain for the individuals in this place palpable, especially those who had so brazenly objectified Allie's body. Allie, initially anxious during her time with Joss, finds comfort in his presence. Having grown accustomed to witnessing her father's treatment of her mother, the two lecherous men outside, however, fill her with loathing. Yet, with Joss by her side, she feels protected and content, resigned to the fact that there was little she could do to change the situation. I'm not afraid, as long as you're with me," Allie replies, her cheeks flushed. Joss gazes at Allie's rosy face, his heart racing, though he feels overwhelming guilt. "Allie, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry you're still so young, and The boy's remorse is palpable. Aware of the burden she bears, yet feeling utterly powerless to alleviate them. "Don't say that. Brother, Jimming mentioned it was because they laced the food with drugs. It's really not your fault," Allie murmurs, her face suddenly turning crimson as she lowers her gaze. Still a young girl, she is shy and naive, feeling bashful in the face of such events. Josh chuckles foolishly, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on Allie's cheek. Allie looks up, her big eyes wide with surprise, her face radiating with embarrassment. "Allie, soon we'll be able to leave. Once we do, will you marry me?" Josh scratched his head, feeling a sense of trepidation, fearing that Ellie might refuse him. From the moment he was drugged and mated with Ellie for the first time, he realized his affection for her. He wished to care for her for a lifetime. All right," Ellie replied, her head bowed almost to her knees, her heart brimming with happiness. Her mother often told her that if a man was willing to marry her after mating, it signified true love. Upon entering, she had not undergone any experiments. From overhearing the two outside, she learned that her task was to conceive and bear children. Gently caressing her small belly, she wondered if there was a baby inside her now. Her mother had said that she had emerged from her own belly. She yearned for a lovely baby, determined to protect it just as her mother had protected her. "That's wonderful. Ellie, I love you." Upon hearing Ellie agree to marry him, Joss felt an overwhelming joy, almost as if he could soar. He never anticipated that being captured and taken to this laboratory would yield such unexpected and delightful results. It had been quite some time. He hoped that someone would come to rescue him soon. "Dinner is ready. I have prepared delicious food for you." A crisp voice interrupted the conversation between Ellie and Joss. It belonged to a slender, handsome young man, likely in his 20s. "Thank you, Jimming. We truly wouldn't know what to do without you." Joss expressed his gratitude to Jimming, who took excellent care of them, particularly Ellie. Every time Ellie had finished with him, Jimming would prepare highly nutritious meals and supplements for her as the caretaker. Jimming was responsible for delivering food to all the humans and animals in the facility. He treated everyone well, ensuring they received the best nourishment possible and no need for thanks. "You should eat quickly, or it will get cold. I still have more deliveries to make," Jimming said as he wheeled away the food cart, leaving Joss and Ellie in this laboratory, filled with death, to enjoy a rare moment of tranquility. Jimming pushed the cart to each feeding area, accompanied by a yellow, fluffy dog that followed closely at his feet. This yellow dog had once belonged to the facility, but was allowed to stay by Jimming for certain reasons. The dog was exceptionally obedient, never making a sound within the facility, doing whatever its owner commanded. Jimming arrived at the newly established beast breeding area today, where a very young magical beast, likely only 7 or 8 months old, lay curled up. The little creature was dressed in a charming pet outfit. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed Jimming's eyes, but quickly vanished. He placed the food in the breeding area and encouraged the small beast to eat. However, the little creature appeared quite unhappy and did not touch the food. It was only when it spotted the yellow dog that its eyes brightened. The small magical beast and the yellow dog exchanged a silent gaze through the glass door, pausing for a moment as if engaging in a wordless conversation, comforting one another's hearts. That it wasn't tea until Jimming pushed the cart away that the yellow dog glanced back at the little beast before following its owner. The train rattled along the lengthy tracks. Accompanied by the howling wind and a flurry of snow, Luo remained at home, while Luo Xiao and two others boarded the train heading to the Dawn Laboratory. On the train, Luo Xiao sat in a daze, staring out the window, his heart encased in ice. Ever since Reed had spoken of the Dawn Laboratory, he had felt a constant sense of unease. He never imagined that Reed had once been confined in that very place. Although Reed had not elaborated on the horrors of Dawn, Luo Xiao could surmise that it was akin to hell. The thought of Fatty being captured in such a place filled him with dread. The sensation mirrored the helplessness he felt when his father had been in a car accident. The mere thought sent chills through Luo Xiao, whose body, wrapped in a thick down jacket, felt even colder. Suddenly, a rough, large hand grasped his icy, trembling one. Luo Xiao looked up to see Reed's resolute face and those faintly glowing red eyes. Fatty has significant value. He is unlikely to be in mortal danger. Though he may endure some injuries, Reed reassured Luo Xiao, transmitting warmth through his grip. This man's hands were so cold, lacking any warmth, unlike a living being. Little did Reed know, Luo Xiao's hands had only grown so frigid after his father's accident. Perhaps when one's heart grows cold, so too do their limbs. Luo Xiao gazed at Reed, warmth swelling within him. Though the man's words were harsh, they unexpectedly offered solace, even though the fool had ceased to be foolish. Luo Xiao believed Reed was a person of warmth akin to that of the fool. Fatty is still so small. I truly worry for him. Based on human age, Fatty might not even be a year old. It was impossible for Luo Xiao not to fret over a child so young being taken to such a place. Do not underestimate Fatty. Despite his youth, the power within him is already formidable. If he were a human child, he might have perished by now, but magical beasts are a different species altogether, Reed said, his keen eyes fixed on Luo Xiao, who seemed to glimpse a hint of tenderness within them. Shaking his head vigorously, Luo Xiao dismissed his thoughts. How could Reed's gaze be gentle? While he believed Reed was warm-hearted like the fool, it did not imply he thought Reed would treat him with the same gentleness. In truth, they were familiar strangers. After 2 full days and nights on the train, just as Mo Yin, the hyperactive companion, was on the verge of a breakdown, they finally disembarked. However, they soon continued their journey by car, and then by ox cart, until they finally arrived at their destination. The place where Luo Xiao and his companions found themselves was a very remote village in the south, known as Xia Village. Legend spoke of immortal practitioners residing here hundreds of years ago, though such tales were mere folklore, with no one having ever witnessed such beings. Xia Village was surrounded by mountains, with scarce human habitation. Had it not been for the 30 or so villagers, Luo Xiao would have certainly assumed this was an uninhabited wilderness. Luo Xiao's family was not affluent. At least they lived in a small county town. Visiting such a destitute area for the first time left him somewhat astonished. The remoteness of the place meant few ventured here, and even fewer villagers left. All the villagers had lived here for generations, and although they were poor, they had long since adapted. The arrival of Luo Xiao and his companions caused quite a stir in Xia Village, as it had been many years since anyone had visited. Upon hearing that they were in search of a rare plant, speculations arose that their presence might stimulate the local economy, prompting the villagers to treat them with even greater warmth as for the rare plant. It was a fabrication of Reed's, devised to shield their forthcoming actions. Reed did not wish their arrival to disrupt the villagers' normal lives. Everything concerning the Dawn Laboratory should remain buried in darkness. Luo Xiao and his companion stayed at the village head's home, which housed only 2 residents, leaving many empty rooms. Initially, they had not intended to stay there, as the village head had only 1 daughter, making it somewhat inconvenient for 3 unfamiliar men to reside together. However, the village head was exceedingly hospitable, and they also sought to glean information about the village from him, so they decided to take up residence there. The village head prepared a relatively spacious room for Luo Xiao and his companions. The 3 men shared a bed, which suited them perfectly, making it easier for them to operate. That evening, the village head's daughter, Wang Xiaoyan, showcased her culinary skills, managing to whip up a feast from various ingredients. The village head's wife had passed away early, leaving him with only this daughter, whom he cherished dearly, raising her with utmost care. Wang Xiaoyan, despite living in a poor mountain village, had been spoiled by her father, developing a plump physique, ample bosom, and generous hips, ideal for childbearing. Dressed in vibrant red, she sought a suitable husband. Elder brother Reed. Do taste the dishes I prepared. I guarantee you will love them. Wang Xiaoyan, her cheeks flushed and radiating a shy demeanor, delicately served a piece of braised pork to Lade, though braised pork may not be an extraordinary dish. In the impoverished village of Xiaohe, it is regarded as a delicacy of the highest order. The villagers typically prepare meat dishes only on significant occasions, so Wang Xiaoyan's effort to cook braised pork speaks volumes about the importance she and the village chief place on Luo Xiao and his companions. Lade, however, consumed the meat with an impassive expression, silently continuing his meal. Oh dear, this big oaf, I simply cannot comprehend what makes him superior to me, in a place where one can encounter romantic prospects. It seems utterly unfair. After all, I am rather handsome myself. Oyen grumbled while eating, his frustration stemming from the recent blows to his self-esteem. Earlier, while traveling by train, numerous young women had approached Lade. And even on the bus, girls had requested his phone number. Despite being in the countryside, there were still young women casting flirtatious glances at Lade, albeit of lesser quality. Throughout the journey, Mo Yin had not encountered a single girl who showed interest in him. Leaving him feeling truly indignant, he glanced at Lade and then at himself, pondering how a mere few extra muscles could result in such disparate treatment. Hey, Xiao Xiao, why did you step on me? That really hurts, Mo Yin exclaimed, his fur bristling at the unexpected jab from Luo Xiao. Focus on your meal. You can't talk and eat at the same time. Luo Xiao shot him a glare, genuinely irritated by Mo Yan's incessant chatter during this moment. Stealing a glance at Lade, Luo Xiao noticed that he was oblivious to their banter, completely engrossed in his food. Bowing his head, he furiously jabbed at the rice in his bowl. But no matter how hard he poked, he barely managed to eat much. With so many girls vying for Lade's attention along the way, and the village chief's daughter now being so attentive to him, Luo Xiao was convinced that Lade must be reveling in the attention. Suddenly, a piece of braised pork appeared in Luo Xiao's bowl, and he looked up to see Lade offering it. For reasons he could not explain, all of Luo Xiao's earlier annoyance dissipated. Well, I must admit, this braised pork made by Wang Xiaoyan is quite delectable. As Luo Xiao finally began to enjoy his meal, a subtle smile graced Lade's lips. The dinner was a delightful affair, especially after the long days of travel that Luo Xiao and his companions had endured. A meal such as this was truly a blessing, in rural areas. People retire early, and with winter's chill in the air, the villagers quickly went to rest after dinner. Luo Xiao slept in the center of the room, while Lade and Mo Yin took up positions on either side. Lade, what shall we do next? Luo Xiao asked, unable to find sleep as thoughts of how to rescue Pangya occupied his mind. The Dawn Laboratory, as Lade referred to it, was a perilous place. They needed to devise a thorough plan. Otherwise, not only would they fail to rescue Pangya, but they could also end up in dire straits themselves. Indeed, this big oaf, we are but 3, and for what you say, the Dawn Laboratory is crawling with people that we must devise a strategy. Mo Yin chimed in, shedding his earlier light-hearted demeanor and adopting a more serious tone. After a prolonged silence, Lade finally spoke. Tomorrow night, we will begin by observing the vicinity of the Dawn Laboratory. We will gather as much information as possible before making further plans. To be honest, Lade himself was uncertain about how to rescue Pangya. The laboratory was heavily fortified, and ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate. The inhabitants were deranged, and as mere mortals, Luo Xiao and Mo Yin would only be a liability if they entered, likely resulting in injury. However, Lade felt confident in his beast form to effect a rescue. His greatest concern was the possibility of encountering unique biochemical weapons within the laboratory. Against such armaments, he was unsure of his capabilities. Regardless, he resolved to face the Dawn Laboratory, even if it was akin to stepping into a dragon's lair. Lade, do you have confidence in rescuing Pangya? Luo Xiao inquired. Throughout their journey, Lade had refrained from discussing the rescue of Pangya, and now it seemed he lacked certainty, which made Luo Xiao anxious. That I do not possess absolute confidence, but I believe my beast form can extract Pang. Why concern lies with the potential presence of special biochemical weapons at the Dawn Laboratory. Lade clarified, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the need to communicate all relevant risks to Luo Xiao, as lives were at stake. What? Biochemical weapons? Big oaf, are you filming a movie? It can't be real. Mo Yin exclaimed, sitting up in alarm. The term biochemical weapons was something he had only ever heard in films. Hearing it so casually uttered by Lade was genuinely chilling. Do you think I would fabricate such a tale? Lade retorted. Mo Yin collapsed back on his bed, his expression one of utter despair. You're not lying to me. You can transform at will, so what could biochemical weapons possibly mean? Mo Yin reluctantly conceded that in the presence of Lade, a walking beast, even the gravest of threats seemed trivial. Regardless of the circumstances, we must rescue Panya. I cannot bear to think of her enduring such terror, Luo Xiao declared, since boarding the train. He had dreaded imagining Panya's plight. Now that they had arrived at dawn, he could not allow her to suffer any further. Rest assured, I will rescue Panya. The Dawn Laboratory will eventually crumble. Lade vowed, the laboratory representing an unshakable thorn in his side, that if given the choice, he would prefer to see it buried beneath the earth. With varied emotions, the three of them gradually succumbed to slumber. As they drifted into deep sleep, the Dawn Laboratory, as was its custom, commenced its nefarious activities under the cover of night. Chirp, chirp, a piercing cry echoed throughout the breeding chamber. A small magical beast, drenched in blood, stared with one red and one black eye at the woman before it. The woman caressed the little creature's battered body with a sense of maternal affection, reveling in the moment. At last, you have returned, my little darling. This is your punishment for trying to escape the dawn. This is your fate. From now on, you must be obedient, my good child. Her scarlet-painted nails clawed mercilessly at the already bloodied creature. The small magical beast curled its body, enduring the pain with remarkable fortitude. Seeing that the little creature appeared to have learned its lesson, the woman left the breeding chamber, satisfied. Jiaming, I leave it in your care. Please tend to it well. She smiled at Shun Jiaming, who stood guard outside the door. That I will take good care of it, Shun Jiaming replied expressionlessly. The woman swayed her alluring figure as she departed, and Jiaming hurried into the breeding room. The following night, after exchanging farewells with the village chief and Wang Xiaoyan, Luo Xiao and his companions set out into the mountains. When the village chief and Wang Xiaoyan inquired about their nighttime excursion, Lade explained that they were searching for a plant that glows at night and promptly dismissed their concerns. The village of Xia was enveloped in darkness, silent as a stagnant pool. The three men, armed with flashlights, trudged along the treacherous path. The mountain proved to be deeper than Luo Xiao had anticipated. They trekked for over 2 hours before reaching the heart of the wilderness. After traversing further through the thick forest, an ancient castle materialized before them. The moment the castle came into view, Lade extinguished their flashlights, guiding Luo Xiao and Mo Yin to a spot that was neither too close nor too far from the castle. Surrounded by trees and thorns, Luo Xiao and Mo Yin understood that this was the Dawn Laboratory Lade had described. The three of them grew tense, their eyes fixated on the castle, above the castle's pointed rooftops. A large, round moon hung in the sky, casting a cold, pristine light upon the land. The dense thickets and vines encircled the castle, imbuing it with an aura of eerie mystery. Caw, caw, perched atop the weathered battlements of the ancient castle. A raven cawed incessantly, as if in dread of some unseen terror. The depths of the mountains concealed an abyss of profound darkness, where eerie vines and grotesque trees loomed ominously, accompanied by the mournful howls of creatures both feathered and furred, all of which instilled a palpable sense of trepidation. Luo Xiao instinctively shivered, his imagination struggling to grasp the nature of the horrors that lay within the castle's walls. Suddenly, the dilapidated door of the fortress creaked open, revealing figures clad in white isolation suits and equipped with night vision goggles, who emerged from the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, a few individuals and several crates had materialized outside the castle. Each figure grasped a box and retreated into the fortress, the door slamming shut behind them with a heavy thud. The individuals outside melted away into the inky night, like specters vanishing without a trace. Luo Xiao, witnessing this unsettling scene, covered his mouth with trembling hands, stifling his breath in fear. These figures were undeniably eerie, akin to phantoms dwelling in the darkness, moving with an uncanny stealth. What would the villagers of Xiao village think if they knew such enigmatic beings existed in their midst? Let us depart. They are unlikely to emerge again tonight. We shall return by daybreak. Red whispered softly to Luo Xiao and Mo. Tonight, their chances of encountering them again were slim, and they could only hope to discover a way into the laboratory by exploring the vicinity tomorrow. A sudden clatter startled Luo Xiao, interrupting the words he was about to utter. He and Mo Yin quickly covered their mouths, while Red turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. After a moment, the sound faded, and Red strained to listen intently. I'll investigate. You two stay here, he said, crouching low and making his way toward the sound. Be careful, Luo Xiao cautioned, his concern palpable. It was only upon seeing the castle that he truly comprehended the perilous nature of their undertaking. Previously, he had merely imagined the danger through Red's words, but now faced with the grim reality, anxiety consumed him. This place was indeed fraught with danger, a locale where one could easily meet their demise. Red turned back to give Luo Xiao a reassuring nod before continuing toward the sound. Luo Xiao's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his throat, his entire being engulfed in an unprecedented tension. After a spell, Red returned. There may be someone injured and unconscious over there. The noise was likely made when he collapsed. He relayed to Luo Xiao and Mo Yin. What? In this remote wilderness, someone has fainted? How bizarre! Mo Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had assumed that apart from the deranged cultists of Dawn, no one else would inhabit such a desolate area. This unconscious person is in quite the predicament. Luo Xiao pondered aloud. Perhaps we should take him back to Xiao village, though we still do not know his identity. If he is associated with Dawn, it could jeopardize our safety, Red countered, lacking Luo Xiao's naive benevolence. In the depths of winter, leaving him here would mean certain death. Luo Xiao's heart ached at the thought of abandoning a living soul in such cold conditions. We cannot ascertain whether he is one of Dawn's without investigating. If he is not, we would be condemning an innocent life. In the enveloping darkness, Luo Xiao sensed Red's watchful gaze upon him, but a wave of apprehension washed over him, fearing Red would refuse to help bring the man back. Follow me, Red instructed, offering no further explanation as he led Luo Xiao and Mo Yin to the man's aid. After a brief walk, they reached the spot where the figure lay, and Red hoisted him onto his shoulder. The trio retracing their steps as they navigated the pitch-black night. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin dared not illuminate their path until the castle was no longer visible, with the beam of a flashlight now guiding them. They finally brought the injured man back to the village chief's home. The village chief and Wang Xiaoyan were already asleep, and the three crept inside like thieves. Upon entering, Luo Xiao was drenched in sweat. This night had been far too perilous, an experience unlike any he had ever faced. Lighting an oil lamp, he finally beheld the horrifying sight of the man they had rescued, bloodied and battered. How could he be so gravely injured? There's nothing here to tend to him, Luo Xiao thought, shocked by the severity of the man's wounds. In this desolate Xia village, there was likely not even a proper doctor to assist. Even if there were, they could not risk exposing themselves by summoning help, especially given the uncertainty surrounding the man's identity. Red removed the man's clothing to examine the wounds. These are merely superficial injuries. There are no life-threatening wounds, but he may be suffering from significant blood loss. I will step outside to see if I can find something to staunch the bleeding, Red stated before making his exit. Having brought the man back, they could not simply leave him to suffer. Though there was a lingering concern that he might be affiliated with Dawn, Red's presence assured Luo Xiao that he would not come to harm. Brother Red, is that you back? Wang Xiaoyan's voice rang out from outside. The unexpected sound startled Luo Xiao and Mo Yin, who exchanged wide-eyed glances, unsure how to react, with a bloodied stranger now in their midst. How could they explain the situation? Red, it's time for you to step in. Go charm that girl with your good looks, Mo Yin suggested, recalling how Wang Xiaoyan had cast sidelong glances at Red the previous day. After receiving so many glances, it was time to reciprocate in some manner. Luo Xiao's expression darkened. Mo Yan's loose tongue was a liability. However, upon reflection, it was true that Wang Xiaoyan often gazed at Red. her eyes glistening with admiration. An onlooker might easily misconstrue Red as a delectable morsel, given the way she drooled. Red quickly opened the door and just as swiftly shut it behind him. "Do you have any alcohol or antiseptics? My friend is injured," he asked. His charm was lacking, devoid of even a flirtatious glance, which was quite unprofessional. Yet, Red's innate magnetism still managed to elicit a radiant smile from Luo Xiao. "Oh, yes. Just wait. I'll fetch it for you right now," she exclaimed, sashaying toward the kitchen with a flirtatious sway. Moments later, she returned with a bottle of liquor, a bundle of herbs, and several strips of cloth. "These herbs are excellent for stopping bleeding. We use them frequently in our village, and they work wonders," Luo Xiao said, thrusting the items into Red's hands while slyly brushing her fingers against his sturdy palm. It was clear that this girl had not encountered many men. Her touch was akin to that of a child discovering a rare treasure. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, nervously tracing circles on the ground with her foot. "Thank you," Red said, despite Luo Xiao's infatuated demeanor. Without these supplies, the fate of the man in the other room would have been uncertain. "No need for thanks. It's the least I can do. I'll return to my room. Now, I'll prepare breakfast for you in the morning. Make sure you come to eat," Luo Xiao replied, giving a little stomp of her foot and turning to dash back to her own quarters. Red, as if unaffected, re-entered the room and began to disinfect, stop the bleeding, and bandage the injured man. As he completed his tasks, dawn was but a few hours away. The three of them collapsed into a fitful sleep, leaving the rest for the morning. Just a few hours later, Luo Xiao returned to rouse them for breakfast, and they all awoke. Her curiosity piqued upon seeing the unfamiliar figure in the room. She observed with keen interest. During breakfast, Red explained the situation to the village chief and Luo Xiao, claiming that the man was their friend who had come the previous night and had fallen and injured himself due to the treacherous path in the dark. It was unclear whether Red's skill at deception was so refined, or if Luo Xiao's infatuation with him blinded her to the truth. Perhaps the village chief's fading eyesight led him to believe Red's fabricated tale. After breakfast, Red and his companions returned to find that the man had yet to awaken. Luo Xiao approached and placed a hand on the man's forehead, realizing he was burning with fever. In a hurry, he retrieved some anti-inflammatory medication from his bag, which his father had thoughtfully packed before he left, ensuring he had sufficient supplies for such emergencies. Without the medication, the man might have succumbed to his fever. Glancing at the man, who was sleeping soundly, Luo Xiao quietly asked, "Red, shall we head up the mountain today?" "Let us wait until he wakes," Red replied. "The appearance of this individual near dawn is surely no mere coincidence." In the face of uncertainty regarding whether they are friend or foe, it would be prudent for them to refrain from rash actions until the person awakens. The identity of this individual remains a mystery. How could they possibly be found at dawn? Luo Xiao shares the sentiments of Leda, as such a location does not attract individuals without reason. The presence of someone at dawn can only suggest two possibilities. Either they share a similar objective, or they are affiliated with dawn itself. Seated aside, Leda closes his eyes in contemplation. What if this person is indeed associated with dawn? Would we then have the audacity to eliminate him? Mo Yin interjects, unwilling to remain silent. "Yang, what are you saying? Killing or not killing? Let's not speak carelessly." He concedes that the individuals within the Dawn Laboratory are not virtuous. Indeed, they are deserving of condemnation. However, that bears no relevance to them. They cannot afford to break the law. Fine. It was an ill-considered remark of mine that I suppose I shall take a nap as well. I am utterly fatigued. Yin shuts his eyes. Soft snores soon follow. Luo Xiao admires Mo Yin's ability to fall asleep at will. Ultimately, he decides to rest as well, gradually succumbing to slumber, while Luo Xiao and the others are in deep sleep. The unconscious figure lying in the pit stirs slightly. When Luo Xiao awakens again, it is already noon. Upon opening his eyes, he is greeted by the sight of Leda and the man they rescued. Locked in a silent, intense stare, in truth, the two strong men are engaged in a battle of glances, a natural inclination among equals when encountering one another. Luo Xiao perceives the electric intensity crackling between their gazes and sensibly decides to keep his distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. A glance at Mo Yin reveals he remains blissfully asleep. In resignation, Luo Xiao decides to follow suit, allowing himself to drift back into slumber. Just as Luo Xiao prepares to lie down again, the two men, having concluded their silent duel, turn their attention to him simultaneously. You're awake, he stammers, uttering a thoughtless remark. Thank you for saving me. I am Xiao Jinghong. The man they rescued addresses Luo Xiao. Hello, I am Luo Xiao. Are you feeling better? It was Leda who saved you. I did nothing. He hastens to clarify, gesturing to indicate his lack of contribution. Leda carried him back, and the medicine was also procured by Leda from Luo Xiao. He genuinely played no part in it. I've improved significantly. Leda mentioned that had you not insisted on bringing me back, I might have perished, Xiao Jinghong remarks, his gaze now curious towards Leda, who maintains his stoic demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Leda is glaring fiercely at Xiao Jinghong. I truly did nothing. It was all Leda is doing that I merely voiced my thoughts. Luo Xiao insists, sensing an awkward tension and striving to alleviate the discomfort. You are far too modest. Had it not been for you, Leda would not have rescued me, so I must express my gratitude to you. Isn't that right? Leda, Xiao Jinghong smiles with a hint of cunning, provoking a desire in Leda to deliver a swift blow. Luo Xiao finds himself a loss for words. TSK, Leda, you are incredibly kind to Luo Xiao. His words carry such weight. Xiao Jinghong teases, his elongated tone making it all too apparent, leaving Luo Xiao flustered and on the brink of madness. Why does this Xiao Jinghong utter such excruciatingly awkward phrases? As Luo Xiao contemplates how to respond, a sweet voice resounds from outside. Brother Lei, it's time for lunch. I've prepared a delicious meal. Without needing to hear more, it is evident that it is Luo Xiao in this vast courtyard. Who else but Luo Xiao could produce such a melodious tone? Usually, this voice would make Luo Xiao want to claw at the walls. But today it sounds utterly delightful. I'm coming. I'm coming. Luo Xiao exclaims, springing up and dashing outside as if pursued by wolves. Leda glances at Xiao Jinghong before following suit. Xiao Jinghong rolls his eyes in disdain at the still slumbering Mo Yin and gives him a kick. Hey, who kicked me? Mo Yin jolts awake. Bleary-eyed, he had been dreaming of a stunning beauty, just about to clasp hands when someone so cruelly interrupted his bliss. Upon seeing Xiao Jinghong, he is momentarily taken aback. Unsure of who this person is, Xiao Jinghong shakes his head, sighing to himself. How could someone like Leda be acquainted with such a simpleton? It's lunch. If you don't hurry, there won't be any left. Xiao Jinghong declares, rising to leave, as hunger gnaws at him. Mo Yin, now understanding the situation, leaps up and rushes outside. The gluttonous giant consumes so much, and with an additional person now present, if he doesn't hurry, there will truly be nothing left to eat at the dining table, aside from Luo Xiao, who gazes at Leda as if he were an exquisite feast. The others eat with earnestness. The village chief, having learned through his daughter that Xiao Jinghong is a friend of Luo Xiao's group, refrains from making further comments. After lunch, Xiao Jinghong reclines in the pit, exuding an air of leisure. An onlooker might mistake him for a vacationer, entirely oblivious to his injuries. As a token of my gratitude for saving my life, I have a gift for you all that owe. And by the way, could someone fetch me a pair of scissors? Xiao Jinghong unzips his pants, preparing to remove them. What are you doing? Leda swiftly shields Luo Xiao's eyes, confronting Xiao Jinghong that I'm taking off my pants. We all men here. What's there to be shy about? Xiao Jinghong responds nonchalantly. The more Leda observes this character, the more his frustration mounts. What is the purpose of this sudden disrobing? Luo Xiao, go find the scissors, Leda instructs, shoving Luo Xiao outside. Once the scissors are retrieved, Leda instructs Luo Xiao to sit with his back to Xiao Jinghong and gestures for Xiao Jinghong to proceed. Xiao Jinghong takes the scissors, no longer jesting. Revealing his underwear, he snips away a few strands and extracts a piece of fabric. All right, you can turn around now. Was that really necessary? He quips, zipping his pants back up and waving the cloth around. What on earth are you keeping a piece of fabric in your underwear for? Luo Xiao inquires, astonished by Xiao Jinghong's peculiar habit. If this gets discovered, it's all over for me. That's why I sewed it in. Don't dismiss it lightly. Xiao Jinghong retorts, perturbed by their skeptical gazes. Had he not sewn it in, it would have been lost long ago. That he tosses the fabric in front of Luo Xiao, urging him to take a look. Luo Xiao studies the fabric intently. Is this a map? He wonders aloud, uncertainty clouding his judgment, for the design is intricate. Leda seizes it, and upon inspection, his eyes widen in alarm as he regards Xiao Jinghong with suspicion. How do you possess a map of the Dawn Laboratory? Leda interrogates, internally concluding that this individual is far from ordinary. What? A map of Dawn? Luo Xiao exclaims, equally stunned as he gazes at Xiao Jinghong. The individual who holds such a map must be of considerable significance. Dude, you're impressive. You have a map of that cursed place. Mo Yin exclaims, clenching his fists in admiration. Ever since witnessing Leda's miraculous transformation, Mo Yin has come to believe that nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Relax, I am not your enemy, Xiao Jinghong asserts, adopting a serious demeanor that starkly contrasts with his earlier demeanor. Leda scrutinizes Xiao Jinghong, his expression laden with meaning. The mere notion of repaying a life debt does not suffice as a credible motive for possessing such an invaluable item. Xiao Jinghong appears to discern Leda's suspicions and calmly continues. Of course, I am not so altruistic as to give you something so crucial merely out of gratitude. Put it simply, my objectives at dawn align with yours. My mission has failed, and I cannot proceed further. Lest I risk exposing my identity, if this map can assist you, it indirectly aids me as well. My ultimate desire is to witness the destruction of Dawn. His sincerity is palpable, leaving no room for doubt regarding his animosity toward Dawn. The group senses the depth of Xiao Jinghong's hatred for Dawn through his words that we will verify the authenticity of the map, Leda states, meticulously examining the map in his hands. It is exceedingly detailed, likely accessible only to someone within the inner circle of Dawn or its high-ranking officials. Furthermore, there is one more point I must convey. The guards at Dawn are exceptionally vigilant. Entry can only be achieved through the back door. The location of the back entrance to Dawn is known only to a select few high-ranking officials, and it is not even marked on this map. Xiao Jinghong conveyed a crucial piece of information to Luo Xiao and the others, one that could very well determine the success or failure of their endeavor. Leda furrowed his brow. The absence of such a critical detail on the map indicated that the back entrance must be concealed in an exceedingly secretive location. You do not know where the back entrance is? Leda inquired, his tone suggesting an awareness of Xiao Jinghong's capabilities. The individuals behind Dawn are anything but ordinary. That back entrance was reserved as an escape route for themselves. Do you think they would easily divulge such information? Xiao Jinghong and Mo Yin, resembling close brothers, lit up cigarettes. As the smoke rings flowed from Xiao Jinghong's lips, Luo Xiao caught a fleeting glimpse of sorrow etched across his face. Luo Xiao mused that Xiao Jinghong must possess a compelling story. Let us explore the vicinity of Dawn this evening and discuss further upon our return, Leda declared, tucking away the map as he began to gather the necessary items for their expedition. Following Leda's directive, Luo Xiao and Mo Yin accompanied him stealthily to survey the terrain around Dawn at dusk. Upon their return, they found Xiao Jinghong lounging leisurely after having finished his dinner. Wang Xiaoyan, upon seeing Leda return, hurried to heat up their meal. After the three had dined, the night had grown quite late. The map is indeed authentic, Leda asserted. As I've said, I am not your enemy. It is sufficient to confirm its authenticity to spare me unnecessary effort. Xiao Jinghong, while conversing, rested his arms across his shoulders, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. That night, perhaps due to the presence of the map, Luo Xiao and his companions slept soundly. The following morning, upon awakening, they discovered that Xiao Jinghong had mysteriously vanished. Leda, has Xiao Jinghong left? Luo Xiao inquired, concerned about his injuries, although they were merely superficial wounds. The sheer number of them and the blood he had lost were worrisome. It is better for him not to remain here. His departure is a wise choice, Leda replied, revealing no surprise. He had anticipated Xiao Jinghong's departure. Xiao Jinghong was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. He might even be someone of considerable significance. Should his mission fail, Remaining here would expose his identity and implicate them all. Thus, it was imperative that he leave. Xiao Jinghong's absence did not hinder Luo Xiao and his companions' efforts, for they devoted 3 full days to studying the map. Eventually, they became adept at memorizing every corner of the Dawn laboratory, even recalling the precise location of the restroom. Their primary task now was to locate the back entrance, yet they had no leads and could only search slowly in the vicinity of Dawn. One early morning, at around 2:30, they were still diligently seeking that elusive entrance. After an extensive search, frustration began to set in when Luo Xiao suddenly felt a peculiar itch on his leg, akin to something furry brushing against him. Lowering his flashlight, he beheld a yellow, fluffy dog. Upon seeing the dog, a strange premonition washed over Luo Xiao. He sensed that this yellow dog had not appeared here by mere coincidence. In such a desolate area, one might expect the arrival of a bird, but a dog seemed utterly out of place. The yellow dog persistently tugged at Luo Xiao's pant leg with its paws, then clamped its mouth onto his trousers, pulling him in a specific direction. Luo Xiao felt as though the dog was attempting to lead him somewhere. Later, it seems this dog wishes to guide me. I can sense it. Perhaps it can lead us to the back entrance of Dawn. The notion that a mere dog could locate the back entrance was incredulous to anyone. Yet fortunately, Leda was no ordinary man. And Mo Yin had encountered his fair share of oddities recently. Thus, the 3 followed the yellow dog until they arrived at a remarkably concealed location. Indeed, under the dog's guidance, they discovered the back entrance to the Dawn laboratory. Leda was compelled to marvel. A passage he could not guarantee to find had been located by a dog. Yet, the origins of this dog and its knowledge of the back entrance remained a mystery. However, such questions were not of paramount importance at that moment. What truly mattered was that they had found the entrance, significantly increasing their chances of rescuing the plump girl. Now that we have located the back entrance, let us return and strategize on how to rescue her. Leda mused, gazing thoughtfully at the door and the seemingly ordinary dog sitting nearby. Luo Xiao nodded, crouching down to gently stroke the yellow dog's head. Thank you for leading us here. Where did you come from? You should hurry home. The dog exhibited an extraordinary intelligence, and through its clear eyes, Luo Xiao perceived a human-like understanding. He believed that this was a truly remarkable dog, and he wished for it to return home rather than risk getting lost in the wilderness. The yellow dog sprang lightly into Luo Xiao's arms. Observing the dog's reluctance to leave, he had no choice but to stand. After rising, the yellow dog extended its little paw and tapped the door. In an astonishing turn of events, the door swung open. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin stood aghast, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. Leda regarded the yellow dog with a contemplative expression. The dog, undeterred by their astonishment, hopped down and trotted ahead confidently, its head held high. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin, taken aback by the dog's actions, found themselves at a loss for words, caught between entering and refraining from entering. Since we have the opportunity to go in, let us not delay. We shall proceed inside, Leda urged, nodding to Luo Xiao and Mo Yin. Be cautious once inside. I will handle the rest. Following the yellow dog, they entered. Thoughts of the plump girl banished Luo Xiao's initial fears, prompting him to follow closely behind Lady. Yin swallowed hard, trailing behind, feeling as though the world was becoming increasingly surreal. Inside, they encountered a long, dark corridor. Guided by the yellow dog, they navigated through it until they finally reached the corridor's end. The yellow dog tugged at Luo Xiao's pant leg, and instinctively, he lifted it into his arms. The dog's paw seemed to possess some enchantment as it tapped the door, causing it to swing open once more. As the door creaked open, the yellow dog leapt down and looked expectantly at Leda. Understanding dawned upon Leda as he glanced outside, revealing that this door led to the breeding room, where he spotted 2 individuals stationed outside as guards. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin followed Leda's gaze, recognizing the guards as well. Leda could manage the guards without issue. His primary concern lay with the surveillance cameras. He directed his attention to the camera mounted high on the wall and then back to the yellow dog. If Leda was not mistaken, the dog seemed to nod in his direction. Witnessing this, Luo Xiao felt a sudden realization. Leda, it appears the camera has been disabled. They then observed the yellow dog nodding again. which compelled them to believe that this was no ordinary dog. You two stay here. I will deal with those two. Once I have, you can come out. In a hushed tone, Lade spoke to Luo Xiao. As Lade approached the two guards, they quickly noticed his presence. Who are you? There's an intruder in the breeding room. One of them exclaimed, clutching a walkie-talkie, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Lade. The other guard attempted to confront Lade, but was also effortlessly subdued. With remarkable ease, Lade dealt with both adversaries, leaving Luo Xiao to realize the extent of Lade's prowess for the first time. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin swiftly followed Huang Go to the entrance of the breeding room, where Huang Go knocked and the door swung open. Leading the way like a tour guide, Huang Go ushered them through the facility. For Lade, the breeding room was a place of deep familiarity, and returning here ignited a fierce rage within him. It was Luo Xiao and Mo Yan's first encounter with such a grim setting, one that seemed to belong exclusively to the realm of cinema. Rooms, each constructed of glass, resembling a prison, lined the walls, and within each chamber was a sorrowful creature. Dogs, crocodiles, lions, tigers, and many other animals unknown to Luo Xiao. Each lay on the ground, eyes vacant, expressions filled with despair. The once beautiful and soft fur of these animals was almost entirely gone, replaced by ghastly wounds that stung Luo Xiao's eyes. Occasional cries of anguish escaped their lips. And as Luo Xiao met their desperate gazes, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. These animals, each deserving the right to live, included many that were cherished as protected species. Yet he could only stand by helplessly. Unable to assist them. It was his first profound realization of his own weakness and impotence. Without Lade, he understood he could never hope to rescue Pangya. Clenching his fists, a small fire ignited within him. He yearned to grow stronger, for only by becoming powerful could he protect all that he wished to safeguard. That moment, two naked individuals caught Luo Xiao's eye, one of whom was a girl. Prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, Yin shut his eyes, muttering incessantly about sins. Lade, where have you been? If you hadn't come soon, I would have gone mad. Joss, on the brink of madness from his time in the breeding room, cried out upon seeing Lade, as if he had encountered a divine savior. Little did he know how eagerly he awaited Lade's return each day. I am here now. I encountered a few issues along the way, which delayed my arrival. Lade replied nonchalantly, noticing the blonde, blue-eyed girl hiding behind Jay. It dawned on Joss that his beloved AI Lee was undressed, and he panicked, turning to cover her. Quick, open the door, and fetch some clothes. By the way, this is Lee AI Lee, my wife. My AI Lee is still a child. Only 16. Oh no, she has been seen. It was truly not Lade's fault. He had simply forgotten to bring clothes. Hearing the exchange between Lade and Joss, Luo Xiao quickly began to remove his shirt. IT was one thing for men, but completely another for a girl, especially one so young. Lade halted Luo Xiao's actions, removing his own clothing instead. Meanwhile, Huang Go, who had been leading the way, overheard the conversation and rushed to Joss's room, signaling Lade to pick him up. Once Lade lifted Huang Go, the clever creature used its paws to deftly press a few buttons on the keypad. And the door opened. Lade tossed his clothes onto Joss's head, who quickly draped them over AI Lee. Fortunately, Lade's garments were sufficiently large, allowing AI Lee to wear them as a makeshift dress. However, since Jia Ming was in winter attire, it was uncertain if AI Lee would feel cold. Hey, buddy, it's not right for you to be so exposed. I'll make a sacrifice, Mo Yin declared, throwing his jacket over Joss with great flair. Yet, Mo Yin, it would have been better to offer Joss a pair of pants instead. Left with no choice, Joss fashioned the clothing around his waist, providing at least a modicum of cover. Holding onto AI Lee, the group continued to follow Huang Go deeper into the facility. They passed room after room filled with countless confined animals until they reached the final chamber, where a person pushing a cart greeted them with a smile. Lade, you've finally returned, Shun Jia Ming exclaimed, visibly pleased. Thank you for helping me escape last time. Lade expressed his gratitude to Shun Jia Ming, acknowledging that he could not have returned to rescue Joss without his aid. Noticing Joss's comical state, Shun Jia Ming quickly retrieved a large bag from the cart. Joss, this is clothing for you and AI Lee. Hurry and put it on. Upon receiving the bag, Joss found 2 outfits inside for himself and AI Lee. He nodded appreciatively and hurriedly dressed them both, thus sparing Lade and Mo Yin the need to part with their own clothes. Lade, how did you get in here? There are cameras everywhere. What shall we do? Shun Jiaming's face was etched with concern, knowing that the guards at the Dawn facility were fanatical and that discovery would spell disaster. The surveillance system has been compromised. It was this dog that assisted. Lade pointed to Huang Go, who was seated on the ground. Shun Jiaming's eyes widened in surprise before settling back to calmness. I never would have imagined it would be you, he mused to himself, his demeanor oddly mystical. What is this dog doing here? How did it arrive? Joss inquired, perplexed. A soft, feeble sound interrupted the conversation, breaking the tension. Luo Xiao, exhilarated, recognized the voice of Pangya, peering into the last room. He spotted Pangya curled in a corner, injured and with eyes closed, devoid of vitality. The sight of Pangya, so pitiful and wounded, nearly shattered Luo Xiao's heart. He had failed to protect her once again. He felt tears welling up, but he resolutely stifled them. Upon entering this breeding room, he had vowed never to cry again, that he must grow strong, incredibly strong, strong enough that no one would dare to bully him or his family. Thus, he could not afford to weep. He had to protect Pangya and shield her from witnessing his vulnerability. Pangya felt enveloped in a familiar and warm embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Luo Xiao, filled with concern. She chirped softly, her body battered but now relaxed. Luo Xiao cradled the drowsy Pangya, cherishing her presence. Under Shun Jiaming and Huang Go's guidance, they freed all the animals in the breeding room. Most were gravely injured, yet instinctively, they recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity to escape death. Thus, an incredible scene unfolded in the laboratory. Luo Xiao and the others led a multitude of diverse animals behind them. Who are you? Hey, there are intruders in the breeding room. Call for backup. As Luo Xiao and the group exited the breeding room, they were spotted by patrolling personnel. Lade swiftly kicked one to the ground. But it appeared they had already been compromised. Run, we have been exposed, Lade urged, leading the group of people and animals toward the back door. In no time, the guards of Dawn rushed towards the breeding room. Swarms of them charged at Lade and his entourage, and with a tremendous roar, Lade transformed into a beast. His monstrous form was colossal, capable of toppling the very castle of Dawn. Should anyone have witnessed the castle from the outside, they would have seen it beginning to collapse. Roar, Lade called out to Joss, who nodded and promptly led everyone and the animals to evacuate. They finally escaped the laboratory through the back door, and the animals fled into the mountains. Luo Xiao held Pangya tightly, his heart racing with anxiety. I am Luo Xiao. Are you Lade's friend? Can Lade manage alone inside? Luo Xiao gazed intently at the rear door of the laboratory, unblinking, as he spoke to the boy with deep brown hair before him. I am Joss, a close friend of Reed from the orphanage where we grew up together. Rest assured, with just a few people, Reed can handle it. Do not underestimate him. Joss held complete confidence in Reed's capabilities, otherwise he would not have left him to face the challenge alone. The orphanage, you say? Reed grew up in an orphanage? Luo Xiao had never imagined such a background for Reed. It was no wonder he appeared so cold and resolute. Perhaps his upbringing in the orphanage had shaped him thus. Then there was this boy, whose eyes sparkled with laughter. Despite the imminent dangers they faced since their escape, this boy had maintained his sunny disposition, an unexpected trait for one who had emerged from an orphanage. Indeed, both of us were raised in the orphanage. Later, our identities were exposed, and we were captured and brought to the Dawn laboratory. Did he not mention this to you? In Joss's view, the fact that such a cool character as Reed would bring someone named Luo Xiao to rescue him spoke volumes about their friendship. Certainly not just an ordinary bond, but a profound one that he never mentioned it to me. Luo Xiao lowered his head, a bittersweet feeling washing over him. It became apparent just how little he understood Reed. Was it possible that he and Reed were merely two parallel lines, fated never to intersect? As Luo Xiao fell into contemplation, Reed emerged. We must leave quickly. The commotion we've caused will certainly attract them. Reed pulled Luo Xiao along, urging everyone to hasten their departure. Quickly, we have to move. They will be on our heels. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. She was clad in a white lab coat, her long, raven-black hair cascading down her back, her nails painted a vivid crimson. 100 fully armed soldiers followed closely behind her, signaling that she was not to be trifled with. The woman seemed completely unfazed, her demeanor one of unyielding confidence. Reed, after injuring so many in my laboratory and allowing all the test subjects to escape, do you think you can just walk away? A smile adorned her face, yet the fury in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. It was clear how incensed she was. Her laboratory had been dismantled by Reed. Who wouldn't be furious? As Reed laid eyes on her once more, his own gaze was ablaze with wrath, unmasked and palpable. The Dawn Laboratory should never have existed. Reed's succinct statement conveyed his sentiments perfectly. The woman, incensed by Reed's words, retorted, "What do you mean it shouldn't exist? Dawn is my life's work. It has brought benefits to humanity. How dare you claim it should not be here?" At this moment, Luo Xiao realized the woman was the head of the Dawn Laboratory. With this revelation, Luo Xiao's perception of her shifted drastically. Having harmed countless animals and subjected Reed and Fatya to experiments, this woman, unrepentant and insisting that her laboratory serve humanity, was a figure of utter abhorrence. Luo Xiao glared fiercely at her. If he were capable, he would have relished the chance to strike her down. The woman seemed to sense Luo Xiao's hostile gaze and turned her attention to him. Noticing Fatya nestled in his arms, my little darling has just returned, and you wish to take it away without consulting me." Her eyes glinted with murderous intent, fixated on Fatya. Luo Xiao could feel the malice radiating from her. Tightening his grip around Fatya protectively, the woman then turned her gaze back to Reed. "Reed, if you cooperate with me, I will make you the ruler of this world." Her intentions were unmistakable. She sought to entice Reed into her fold. Yet, she failed to consider whether Reed could ever be swayed by her. "I have nothing to discuss with you," Reed bellowed. Transforming into a beast, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue with this lunatic. Witnessing Reed's transformation into a towering figure, 100 meters in height, the woman's eyes gleamed not with fear, but with exhilarating excitement. "Months apart, and you have grown to such a height. You truly are the strongest. With you, I shall dominate this world." She cackled with delight, her demeanor suddenly shifting as she commanded her soldiers. "Prepare to fire," she ordered, raising her hand. Hundreds of soldiers brandished strange, unfamiliar weapons, aiming them at Reed. "This is bad. They are biochemical weapons." The moment Luo Xiao caught sight of those arms, he recalled Reed's earlier words. His greatest fear had been these very weapons. Their odd size and shape left no doubt in Luo Xiao's mind. They were indeed bioweapons. "Ailey, protect them. If it comes to it, take them and run," Joss instructed, echoing Reed's earlier call to action as he too transformed into a beast. Ailey, the girl who had initially been without clothes, heeded Joss's command and transformed as well, albeit without a roar, her form considerably more petite. Ailey shielded Luo Xiao and the others with her own body, warily watching the soldiers, though she felt a surge of anxiety, having never encountered such a situation before, let alone fought. She was determined to follow Joss's orders. She understood her mission was to safeguard the humans before her. The group nestled within Ailey's embrace remained on high alert. Such a scene was one they would never have witnessed had it not been for this bizarre turn of events. Reed and Joss engaged the soldiers, confirming that they indeed wielded bioweapons. Initially, Reed and Joss possessed the strength to swiftly subdue them, but the presence of these weapons forced them to fight while evading their fire. The magnitude of the threat posed by these bioweapons was evident in the woman's decision to deploy them against them. Suddenly, an unidentified object resembling a grenade soared toward the soldiers. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and when it dissipated, the soldiers lay motionless on the ground. "What? Is it you? Did you do this? Was it you?" The woman shouted in disbelief. It was at this moment that everyone noticed Huanggo had somehow made his way to Reed and Joss's side. The woman's reaction to Huanggo was akin to that of a nemesis, and she began to scream furiously. "You should have anticipated this day," a deep, resonant voice echoed, stunning everyone present, for it emanated from Huanggo. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Huanggo, and then burst into frenzied laughter. "Ha! I did it! It truly exists, the synthetic beast. I am a genius. I am a genius. Her eyes gleamed with a near-maniacal intensity as she gazed at Huang Go, appearing as though she might devour him. Just as the situation spiraled into chaos, an unexpected turn unfolded. The woman pulled a gun from her coat and aimed it at Reed. With a loud bang, Huang Go fell to the ground, having taken the bullet meant for Reed. The fur on Huang Go began to shed slowly, indicating a dire condition. Roar. Reed was truly enraged now. Reverting to his form and raising his fist to strike the woman, she collapsed with a thud, blood spilling from her mouth as her gun flew far from her grasp. Pooh. Ah, Reed, you can't kill me. I am the mother of your little darling. Her words halted Reed's hand mid-swing that he realized she referred to Fatya, having heard her use that name, with a gaze that could pierce through the veil of life and death. Reed stared down the woman. Repeat that. I said I am the mother of your little darling, and you are the father. The woman was now trembling in fear, completely stripped of her earlier arrogance and haughtiness. Her words sent a shiver down Luo Xiao's spine. Could this malevolent woman truly be the mother of Panya? It seemed impossible. Luo Xiao glanced at the peacefully sleeping Panya in his arms, desperately wishing that this was all a figment of his imagination. If Panya were to learn of her mother's cruel treatment, Luo Xiao feared she would be unable to bear the truth. Don't deceive me. You know what comes next, Red said, his gaze fixed on the woman, enunciating each word with precision. I am not lying, the woman replied, her voice dripping with venom. The little darling is the product of my own egg and your sperm, cultivated through in vitro fertilization. I am her mother. You are her father, thus you cannot kill me. We belong together. As long as we are united, the world will be ours, entirely ours. This moment, the woman appeared somewhat deranged, her speech disjointed and nonsensical. Upon grasping the truth, Red struck the woman with a punch, rendering her unconscious without a moment's hesitation. Seeing her collapse, Luo Xiao rushed over to Panya. His heart ached upon spotting the yellow dog lying on the ground, now devoid of all its fur. What should we do, Red? How can we save it? Luo Xiao pleaded helplessly, looking up at Red, who was equally a loss. Red's silence deepened Luo Xiao's despair. He knew they might not be able to save the yellow dog. Thank you, but there is no need to save me. I am doomed to die from the bioweapon strike. I have one request, and I hope you will grant it. The yellow dog wheezed, its voice ragged and unsteady. What is your wish? We will certainly fulfill it. Luo Xiao assured the yellow dog that if you encounter another laboratory like Dawn in the future, be sure to destroy it. Will not allow innocent animals and humans to suffer cruel treatment. The yellow dog's words brought profound sorrow to all present, leaving them no time to comprehend its true identity. I promise you, Luo Xiao said earnestly. I, too, promise, Red echoed with sincerity. The yellow dog nodded, suddenly rising and making its way to the woman. Gripping her pant leg in its mouth, it struggled to drag her toward the laboratory. Luo Xiao was bewildered by the dog's intentions and attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by Shun Jiaming. This might be its final wish. Let us not impede it, Shun Jiaming said, his eyes glistening with tears as he watched the yellow dog enter the laboratory. Suddenly, Panya, who had been sleeping soundly, opened her eyes and gazed in the direction of the yellow dog, large tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as Luo Xiao and Red distanced themselves from the Dawn laboratory, the castle exploded in a deafening roar. Shattering into fragments, that moment, Dawn was breaking. Flames soared into the sky, leaving everyone in shock, except for Shun Jiaming, whose gaze held an air of calm acceptance. He was Professor Li, the founder of the Dawn laboratory. His initial intent in establishing the laboratory was to research how to enhance human immunity. The woman had been Professor Li's assistant, who discovered the existence of magical beasts through her experiments on them. She successfully seized control of Dawn. Ultimately, she fused Professor Li with a dog, transforming him into a synthetic beast. Perhaps Professor Li's greatest wish was to annihilate Dawn, taking the woman down with him. Shun Jiaming recounted the tale of the fallen Dawn, revealing Professor Li's identity. And one could have anticipated such a convoluted truth. Luo Xiao's mind was flooded with memories of the yellow dog. It made sense now why he felt as though he saw a glimmer of humanity in its gaze. Who would have thought that it was indeed a human? An indescribable feeling gripped Luo Xiao's heart, one that left him profoundly saddened. Humans truly are the most merciless creatures on this planet, willing to forsake everything for selfish gain. How could they commit such heinous acts, so devoid of conscience? As a fellow human, Luo Xiao struggled to comprehend why his kind would inflict such suffering upon their own. This world filled him with terror, shock, disgust, and above all, an overwhelming sense of disbelief. "Are you not coming with us?" Luo Xiao assumed Shun Jiaming would join them, but he was taken aback to learn that Shun Jiaming intended to leave immediately. "It has been a pleasure meeting you all, but I have more pressing matters to attend to." "Luo Xiao, I have long wished to ask you a question. Do you not find magical beasts frightening?" This query had troubled Shun Jiaming since their first encounter, but he had never imagined that there could exist a world where humans danced with magical beasts. Even he, who merely wished to see an end to human cruelty towards magical beasts, could not envision living alongside them. Thus, he was eager to understand what kind of person Luo Xiao truly was. Frightening? Why? I have never found them terrifying. They're no different from humans. They possess flesh and blood, emotions and thoughts that, in my view, some humans are far more fearsome. If given a choice, I would rather be with magical beasts, for they would not harm me, Luo Xiao replied. Shun Jiaming paused, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, we all coexist in this world as equals. What difference does it make? Perhaps I have overcomplicated matters. Luo Xiao merely chose to associate with those who would not cause him harm, opting for what he believed to be right. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiao, his brief remarks had a profound impact on Shun Jiaming. He also remained oblivious to what this would mean for the future. After Shun Jiaming departed, Luo Xiao and his companions decided to return to Xiahe village. As they walked, Luo Xiao suddenly noticed a large pool of blood by the roadside. Far too conspicuous to ignore. Why is there so much blood on the ground? Luo Xiao inquired, cradling Pangya as he turned to Red. Red rushed over and soon emerged from the bushes, cradling a bloodied young magical beast, marred by numerous wounds. This a magical beast? Why is it bleeding so profusely? I must stop the bleeding, Luo Xiao exclaimed, transferring Pangya into Red's arms while retrieving some herbs from his bag. These herbs had been given to Red by Wang Xiaoyan, intended as a precautionary measure. His surprise, they were now of utmost importance. Holding Pangya, Red felt an unusual mix of emotions. He never anticipated that Pangya would be his child. As he looked at the newly inflicted wounds on her body, a rare tenderness flickered in his gaze. As Luo Xiao tended to the young magical beast's wounds, he assessed its condition. It appeared to be quite young, slightly larger than Pangya, but still small. Are there other magical beasts in Dawn besides you? Was the first thought that crossed Luo Xiao's mind, as he had always believed that only Red and Joss resided in Dawn. I do not know. When Joss and I were captured and taken to Dawn, we encountered no other magical beasts, Red admitted, having previously assumed that only he and Joss existed within Dawn, until he later learned of Pangya and Li's presence. Now, discovering another young magical beast alongside Pang, you made him realize why Professor Li had spoken those words before his demise. If laboratories like Dawn were rampant in this world, it would indeed spell disaster for magical beasts. All right, let us return to Xiahe village first, Luo Xiao decided, cradling the young magical beast as they made their way home. Upon their return to Xiahe village, Luo Xiao and Red discreetly concealed the two young magical beasts within their clothing. Thankfully, the thick winter coats prevented the village chief and Wang Xiaoyan from noticing anything amiss. Seeing the additional Joss and Li, the village chief and Wang Xiaoyan continued to treat them as friends of Luo Xiao and Red. Not probing further, it must be said that rural folk are remarkably genuine and hospitable, welcoming the extra company without question. Thanks to Red's influence, Wang Xiaoyan prepared a hearty breakfast, and everyone relished the meal with great satisfaction. After a tumultuous night, being able to enjoy such a nourishing breakfast was immensely comforting. The two young magical beasts snuggled together on the Kong, sleeping soundly. After a night filled with battles, Luo Xiao and his companions soon succumbed to exhaustion as well. Time passed, and Luo Xiao suddenly found it hard to breathe, as though a heavy stone weighed upon his chest. As he groggily opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of large, Round, watery eyes. Pangya stared back at him, tears glistening in her eyes, and Luo Xiao hurriedly sat up to embrace her. Pangya had never cried before, even after sustaining severe injuries when he first found her. She had only whimpered softly. Seeing her in tears now broke his heart. Pangya, my dear, why are you crying? Please do not see our wide it is all right. Everything is okay. From this moment forth, no malicious individual shall ever dare to bully Pangya. For I am here, as is Reed. We shall safeguard you. Luo Xiao, while comforting Pangya, gently wiped away her tears. I could see that moment. He realized that Pangya was but a child. Previously, Pangya's remarkable fortitude had nearly made him forget her youth. This incident illuminated the truth that Pangya is in dire need of love and care. Henceforth, he would no longer regard her as an ordinary creature. Pangya is his family, his child. He vowed to cherish her as if she were his own flesh and blood, striving to compensate for the harm inflicted upon her by that woman. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Pangya excitedly began to chirp, having cried inconsolably for quite some time. The entire room was roused by her cries, and only then did she cease her tears. Upon seeing Xiao Si and Ai Li, she shyly nestled into Luo Xiao's embrace. "Who are you?" A tender voice suddenly emerged, prompting everyone in the room to gaze towards its source. Their astonishment. They discovered another child had appeared. The child appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, devoid of clothing, his body marred with numerous scars, old and new overlapping. Luo Xiao, upon closer inspection, found those wounds oddly familiar. A sudden realization struck him. You are that little beast. No wonder he looked so familiar. This was indeed the small beast they had rescued moments ago. The little beast regarded Luo Xiao with a wary expression, exuding an air that was anything but that of a typical 6 or 7-year-old, more reminiscent of a young wolf cub. Within his gaze, Luo Xiao discerned anger and hatred, and nothing else. He could vividly imagine the extent of the trauma this child had endured in the dawn. After all, how could a child of such tender years harbor such intense emotions? The little beast remained silent, merely glaring at everyone in the room as if they were his adversaries. Luo Xiao, feeling somewhat at a loss, hastily waved his hands that not be afraid. They are like you, beasts too. Having emerged from the dawn, he gestured towards Reed and the others, quickly lifting Pangya to showcase her as proof of his words. Thus, the first encounter between Pangya and the little beast unfolded in an exceedingly awkward manner. Pangya lay on her back, exposing her little belly, wide-eyed as she gazed at the little beast. After a prolonged stare, she let out a yelp and burrowed back into Luo Xiao's arms. Meanwhile, the little beast's face turned crimson. Observing this reaction, Luo Xiao mused that this was indeed a glimpse of childhood innocence. What is your name? Would you care to join us? Although we are not wealthy, we can certainly ensure you have enough to eat. Luo Xiao ventured, seizing the moment to express his intentions. That I refuse to go with you. I want to find my father. The little beast's response was unmistakably firm and obstinate, mirroring his character. But you are so small. How can you seek out your father? Come with us for now, and we shall help you find him later. All right? Luo Xiao could not bear the thought of leaving such a young child alone. Regardless of the little beast's protests, he was determined to take him along. Moreover, he believed the child would be a good companion for Pangya, alleviating her boredom. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's words, the little beast pursed his lips and lowered his head. He clearly understood that at his tender age, finding his father was an impossible task. Neil, that is my name. When the little beast finally uttered his name, Luo Xiao knew he had implicitly agreed to accompany them. Filled with joy, he directed Reed to charm Wang Xiaoyan into providing a set of clothing and a leftover breakfast from that morning. Though the clothes were slightly oversized, they were certainly better than nothing. Neil, starved, devoured a large bowl of rice with great gusto, appearing unsatisfied even after finishing. During lunch, you may eat as much as you wish. Luo Xiao chuckled, ruffling Neil's hair, only for Neil to shy away from the gesture. Tea lunch. Neil did not disappoint, consuming an astonishing 5 bowls of rice, despite his frail appearance. The village chief and Wang Xiaoyan were taken aback, relieved to know that Luo Xiao and his companions would not be staying for long. Otherwise, the chief might have been impoverished by Neil's appetite. That night, as Luo Xiao intended to cuddle with both Neil and Pangya while sleeping. Neil insisted on sleeping alone. However, in the end, Neil found himself sharing a blanket with Luo Xiao due to the lack of bedding. Unwillingly, Neil lay beside Luo Xiao, while Pangya begrudgingly shared a blanket with Neil. Pangya occasionally shot glances at Neil and playfully flicked her tail at him, only for Neil to appear indifferent. Seeing Neil's nonchalance irked Pangya, prompting her to burrow deeper into Luo Xiao's embrace. Lifting her little head in a haughty manner, as if to say, "Look, I can sleep here. Can you?" Neil rolled his eyes and turned away, ignoring Pangya. With her point made, Pangya happily drifted into a deep slumber in Luo Xiao's arms. However, when morning arrived, Luo Xiao awoke to find not only Pangya, but also Neil, now transformed into a beast, nestled in his embrace, both sleeping soundly to his surprise. The two little ones were entangled in each other's embrace, leading Luo Xiao to mistakenly believe they shared a strong bond. Upon awakening, Pangya and Neil, upon discovering they had been sleeping together, instantly sprang apart, casting disdainful glances at one another. It was then that Luo Xiao learned from Reed about the growth patterns of beasts. Apparently, a beast transforms into a human at the age of 1, and upon reaching adulthood, can freely revert to their beast form. Upon hearing Reed's explanation, Luo Xiao shot him a sidelong glance, envisioning a miniature version of Reed. The thought of such a Reed brought a smile to his face. Luo Xiao and his companions remained in Xiahe village for a few more days. Although Xiao Si and AI Li had not fully recovered, they were significantly improved. As for Pangya and Neil, they were still quite young and required gradual healing. During these days, Luo Xiao was pleasantly surprised to observe that although Neil was still as stubborn as ever, he had changed considerably, to the very least. He no longer resisted sharing a bed with Luo Xiao and Pangya at night, though he would still look at Pangya with disdain upon waking. The mere fact that he accepted their closeness brought Luo Xiao great satisfaction that a child like Neil, who had endured such profound trauma, could not be expected to heal overnight. Luo Xiao believed that in time, Neil would blossom into a healthy and vibrant child. When it was time for Luo Xiao and his companions to depart Xia village, Wang Xiaolian was reluctant to say goodbye, her eyes filled with emotion as she bid farewell to Reed. For Wang Xiaolian, encountering a handsome figure like Reed was surely a significant event in her life. Finally, as Wang Xiaolian waved her handkerchief with teary eyes, Luo Xiao and his companions took their leave. Before departing, Luo Xiao discreetly slipped some money beneath the village chief's pillow, feeling grateful for their extended stay and the hospitality they had received without recompense. He felt it was only right to contribute, as they had enjoyed both food and shelter. Fortunately, he had enough money for the time being, otherwise it would have been rather awkward. Instead of returning home, Luo Xiao and his companions set their sights on a destination known as Lindong City. As they boarded the train bound for Lindong City, Luo Xiao glanced over at Xiao Si, who was seated beside him. With a newfound joy akin to that of a child, Li beamed in her new outfit. Before departing from Xiaohe village, she tearfully expressed her desire to rescue her mother, revealing a backstory that left everyone astonished. Prior to boarding the train, Luo Xiao had spotted a women's clothing store in town and purchased a delightful ensemble for Li, who, to everyone's surprise, radiated happiness in her new attire. Luo Xiao felt a pang of sadness. It was difficult to fathom that a 17-year-old girl had never owned a beautiful dress. What astonished him further was that Li did not even know how to wear the clothing, needing Joss to assist her. Throughout their journey to Lindong City, Luo Xiao's spirits remained low. Even with the chubby girl in his arms, seated beside Neil and Reed, he found it impossible to uplift his mood. In truth, apart from the giggling Li, who was lost in the joy of her new clothes, the others were burdened with their own sorrows. Who could have imagined that the seemingly robust Li would be such an innocent child? Unfamiliar with the simplest of tasks, this prompted a surge of curiosity among them regarding the nature of Li's upbringing, particularly for Joss, who had never learned of Li's background during their time at Dawn. He assumed she, like him, had emerged from an orphanage, never suspecting that the girl he cherished, at 17, bore the innocence and naivety of a much younger child. Initially, Joss perceived Li as an exceptionally simple girl. one who was oblivious to many aspects of life. That it was only now that he understood her demeanor was entirely a product of her familial circumstances, though Lieli had not disclosed her past. Her desperate plea for them to save her mother revealed that her life before dawn had been far from pleasant. Ailey, in the future, whatever beautiful clothes you wish for, I will buy them for you. All right? Joss firmly grasped Lieli's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at her. Immersed in the joy of her new outfit, Lieli responded with a sweet smile. Her smile was innocent, pure, devoid of any taint, making her appear angelic. Oh, can we also buy new clothes for Mama? Lieli asked shyly, her fingers entwined in a bashful manner. Of course. I will buy new clothes for both you and your mother. Joss assured her, wrapping her in a warm embrace. In that moment, he vowed to protect both Lieli and her mother forever. It was also then that he resolved to work diligently to provide for his family, ensuring that those he loved could purchase whatever garments they desired. After 2 days on the train, they arrived in Lindong City under the cover of night, and Luo Xiao and the others sought shelter in a hotel. The following evening, they ventured to the address provided by Lieli, building number 108 in the suburban villa district. Upon first arriving in Lindong City, Lieli displayed little reaction, as if she had never been there before. However, upon reaching the villa district, she exhibited signs of trepidation and fear. Her entire body trembled, and even Joss's comforting embrace could not restore her composure. Ailey, do not be afraid. I am here, and we are all here. We will surely rescue your mother, Joss repeatedly reassured her. Yet Lieli succumbed to tears of terror. Faced with Lieli's distress, Joss felt a profound sense of helplessness, hating that he could only watch the one he loved suffer. Daddy is so scary. Daddy, please do not bully Mama. Ailey is very obedient. Mama, I'm scared. The Ailey cried out, sounding like a frightened child. Joss clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could eradicate the vile perpetrator at that very moment. Joss, do not act rashly. Our objective is to rescue Lieli's mother. Everything else is secondary. Reed's timely intervention quelled Joss's fiery anger. Having grown up alongside Joss, Reed understood his friend's sentiments well. Taking a life was an effortless task for them. Yet he did not wish for Joss to become a merciless killer. I understand. I will ensure my safety because I must protect Ailey. You can trust me, Reed, Joss replied, releasing his grip. Reed was indeed correct. Their mission was to save Ailey's mother, so they could all live happily together. As for the scoundrel who had harmed Ailey, justice would inevitably be served. They stealthily navigated through the darkness, infiltrating the villa district until they found building number 108. They had located the place, but the means of entry remained a mystery. Forcing the door open would surely alert the guard stationed outside. The key is hidden beneath the third tile at the entrance, Ailey suddenly interjected. Reed pried up the third tile, revealing a key. Everyone turned to Lieli, eager to learn how she knew of its hiding place. Mama told me, Lieli replied, her eyes reddened like a tea that moment. Their thoughts shifted away from Lieli's father and toward her mother, curiosity about her growing. Upon opening the door, Luo Xiao and the others successfully entered the villa. It was an enormous estate. Even in the absence of lights, its grandeur was palpable. Cautiously, they traversed the villa, hoping to locate Lieli's mother. However, after wandering for quite some time, they encountered no signs of life. I can smell Mama's scent. It seems to be coming from below, Lieli exclaimed, her little nose twitching as she sniffed around, resembling a curious puppy. There might be a basement, Reed speculated, with no noise emanating from the villa, and Lieli indicating that the scent was from below. It became evident that the basement was the only plausible source. Then let us descend, Luo Xiao stated, cradling the chubby girl in one arm while holding Neil's hand with the other, embodying a protective father figure. Let us go, Reed instructed the group. Guided by the scent Lieli had detected, they indeed found an entrance to a basement, concealed behind a very secretive door, had it not been for the innate keen sense of smell possessed by the beastmen. They might have overlooked it entirely. Though hidden, it was merely an ordinary door, and Reed effortlessly opened it with a single hand. Beyond the door lay a long, dark corridor. Luo Xiao retrieved a flashlight from his belongings. and they cautiously descended the stairs. Upon reaching the base of the stairs, they encountered another door. This door was unlike the previous one. It was a large, sturdy iron door. Lacking a key, they had no choice but to rely on Reed's strength to force it open. Since the battle at dawn, everyone had come to realize that Reed possessed extraordinary strength. It was not uncommon for beastmen to be strong. Yet according to Joss, Reed's strength far surpassed his own. Although Reed and Joss were of the same age, the disparity in their power was significant. Thus, they unanimously concluded that Reed's might was one of his defining traits. True to their expectations, Reed succeeded in opening the door without issue. "Ah, no, it hurts. Please, please, spare me, spare me. I love you so much. Why?" "Ah." As they stepped inside, anguished screams echoed from within, and tears streamed down Liali's face. "Mama, it's Mama's voice. Daddy is bullying Mama again. Mama, Mama." Liali nestled into Joss's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably, her golden hair disheveled and her azure eyes swollen with tears. "Ellie, do not cry. We're going to rescue your mother right now." Joss held Ellie tightly in his embrace, as if that alone could momentarily alleviate her sorrow. Luo Xiao clutched Fatya and held Neil's hand with an unusual intensity, as echoes of the anguished cries of animals and humans from the Dawn Laboratory reverberated in his mind. Fatya had grown eerily quiet, as if sensing the impending calamity. Meanwhile, unseen by anyone, Neil clenched his fists with fervent rage and hatred, his small frame bursting with potent emotions, his deep green eyes, tranquil yet hollow like an abyss, fixated on the source of the screams. Oyen, a man who had witnessed considerable turmoil, thought he would attain composure after the events at the Dawn Laboratory. However, upon hearing the harrowing scream of a woman, who happened to be their companion's mother, he found himself unable to remain calm. "Damn it, bastard," he muttered under his breath. The man capable of treating a woman in such a manner must undoubtedly be a thorough scoundrel. Reed nodded at everyone and began to make his way toward the basement. As the cries of desperation grew louder, Ellie's body stiffened and trembled increasingly. "Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ha ha ha," until a terrifying voice pierced the air, prompting Ellie to straighten up, her gaze fixed ahead like a startled bird. Daddy, that's Daddy's voice." "Ellie has been good. Ellie has truly been good. Daddy, please spare Ellie. Daddy, please spare Ellie. Mommy, woo woo woo." The tears that had already stained Ellie's face flowed even more fervently upon hearing that voice. Not only did she cry, but she also suddenly squatted down, becoming immobile. She clasped her knees with both hands, her head shaking uncontrollably. Joss swiftly enveloped Ellie in his arms. Ellie, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We're going to rescue your mother right now. No one will ever bully you again. Not even your father. As long as I'm here. As long as I'm here. Ellie, I'm Joss. Look at me. Look at me to AT that moment. Ellie was so fraught with anxiety that she was in disarray. Fearing she would be bullied once more, Joss's embrace provided her warmth. And as she gazed at him, she slowly began to regain her composure. "Joss? Yes, it's me. Joss, you don't recognize me anymore? I told you. Once we escape Dawn, I will marry you. You promised me, and you cannot go back on your word." Joss gently stroked Ellie's head, soothing her as one would a child. "Joss, don't leave me behind. Dante, let me return to my father. I will be good. I will make Mommy good. Save Mommy. Save Mommy." Ellie cried out, appearing utterly helpless. "Ellie, Reed is very powerful. You saw him transform that day, right? Reed can surely defeat your father and rescue your mother. Trust us. We will save your mother." Luo Xiao reassured her, crouching down to pat Ellie's head. He then lifted Fatya to Ellie's eye level, encouraging Fatya to cheer her up. Fatya extended her chubby little paw, adorably patting Ellie's head, prompting Ellie to nod in response. I believe you all. You will save my mother, right? Can I hold Fatya?" Ellie asked. Luo Xiao promptly placed Fatya into Ellie's arms and helped her to her feet. "Joss, take care of Ellie and Fatya. I believe Reed can handle this alone," Luo Xiao said. Joss nodded, while Ellie, cradling Fatya, felt her spirits lift considerably. Fatya occasionally licked Ellie's hand with her pink tongue, reminiscent of how adults cherish children. For children possess a healing power, and Ellie found solace in Fatya's presence. As Luo Xiao and the others ventured deeper into the basement, they were struck with astonishment at the sight before them. In the dim, damp, and cold center of the basement stood an enormous birdcage, large enough to confine a dozen individuals. The entire cage was adorned in golden hues, its top embellished with a large, dazzling gem, unmistakably of great value. Even in the lightless abyss of the basement, the cage radiated a captivating brilliance that held one's gaze. Upon closer inspection of the cage's interior, they discovered that it housed not a rare bird, but a woman. The woman's upper body was exposed, while her lower limbs were not human legs, but a slender tail that extended beyond the confines of the cage. Her hands and neck were tightly shackled by chains, and due to prolonged confinement, they bore fresh and old scars, stained with blood. Her disheveled hair obscured her face, yet it was unnecessary to see her features or hear her voice to know that this woman was Ellie's mother. The striking resemblance of her golden hair to Ellie's was enough proof. The visible injuries indicated that Ellie's mother had long been subjected to abuse. Her fair skin was marred with various whip marks, burns, bruises, and swelling, along with numerous other indiscernible scars. Those present were horrified. Even Reed, the formidable beast, was moved by the scene. That it was unfathomable to Reed that Ellie's father could treat her mother in such a manner. This was not a laboratory, and Ellie's father was not one of those deranged scientists. How could a couple that bore a child together inflict such cruelty upon one another? "Mom," Ellie cried out, disregarding her fear. The injuries on her mother were far worse than when she had left. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Ellie's mother visibly stirred. She slowly lifted her head, revealing her face. With golden hair and blue eyes, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Ellie, yet appeared even more alluring and beautiful. "Ellie, why have you returned? Run, run, never come back. Run, run, please." Ellie's mother, upon seeing her daughter, was not filled with joy, but rather with acute anxiety and fear. Her large, watery blue eyes brimmed with tears, and one could hardly imagine anyone capable of inflicting harm upon such a woman. "Ellie, is my daughter back?" A strange voice suddenly echoed throughout the cavernous basement. Upon hearing this voice, both Ellie and her mother were visibly shaken, their eyes widening in alarm, pupils dilating rapidly. Ellie trembled uncontrollably, lost and bewildered, while her mother appeared resigned to despair. "Don't be afraid, Ellie, we're all here," Joss said, tightening his embrace around Ellie, offering her warmth. "Who are you to intrude upon my home? Do not blame me for my lack of hospitality." The voice resonated again as a man emerged from the darkest recesses behind the birdcage. Tall and elegant, the man wore lavish attire reminiscent of the European Renaissance, adorned with a black top hat and spectacles, wielding a cane. His pale complexion and finely chiseled features made him appear as though he belonged to the European aristocracy. "Is this man Ellie's father?" Mo Yin, who had been observing intently, could not help but inquire. Daddy." Ellie shrank back, nestling deeper into Joss's embrace. Indeed, it was him, yet it did not seem like the deranged monster one would expect. He appeared refined and composed. Yin, gazing at the well-groomed man before him, found it difficult to reconcile such an appearance with someone capable of abusing his wife and daughter. One must not judge by appearances. Some individuals are wolves in sheep's clothing, using their charming exteriors to deceive the kind-hearted. Luo Xiao regarded Ellie's father, and memories of his mother surfaced in his mind. His mother was renowned for her beauty in their small county. Graceful and vivacious, captivating his father completely. Yet after marrying him, her true nature emerged. She could not cook, clean, or work, and spent her days berating him. Since his earliest memories, that was the image of his mother that lingered in his mind. Just like Ellie's father, he possessed a beautiful fade, but was cruel to the core. "Was it you who took my daughter from the Dawn Laboratory? Beasts have no place in this world. They belong where they ought to be. If you have brought her out, you should have anticipated the consequences." The man, with a stoic expression, addressed Luo Xiao and the others. His words successfully provoked Luo Xiao. "What do you mean? That magical beasts should not exist in this world. Though they are beasts, they do not harm humanity without cause. That it is individuals like you, who harm even their own wives and daughters, who are truly undeserving of existence in this world." After witnessing the events at Dawn and encountering those mad scientists, Luo Xiao's conviction only deepened. Just like humanity, which consists of both good and evil individuals. Magical beasts too possess their own spectrum of morality. Humans cannot justify the slaughter of magical beasts for this reason. There is no need to waste time with him. We are here to rescue people. Release them, and we shall depart immediately, Reed stated. Gazing at the man, not wishing to escalate the situation or resort to violence, he was a magical beast, not a cold-blooded killer. Huh, you wish to rescue someone? Such foolishness. If you leave my dear daughter behind and depart at once, I might consider sparing you. The man laughed maniacally, regarding Reed and the others as a collection of helpless fools. Are you friends of AI, Lee? Hurry and take her away, never to return here. This cage is constructed from a very special material, specifically designed to contain magical beasts. It cannot be opened without a key. Hurry, AI Lee, my dear child, go quickly. AI Lee's mother cried out anxiously to Luo Xiao and the others. Zzz. Suddenly, AI Lee's mother screamed in agony, as if electrocuted, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. This is your punishment. You think you can take my dear daughter away? That is impossible. The man's staff, unbeknownst to anyone, had been placed atop the birdcage. The moment the staff made contact with the cage, sparks flew, accompanied by a hissing sound, and a burnt odor wafted through the air. No, mother, wah, Ailey cried, not knowing how to cope with her despair. She could never understand why her father did not love her and her mother, only inflicting harm upon them. Come on, attack me. If I die, you will never find the key. Ha ha ha, the man threatened, laughing at Luo Xiao and the others. Luo Xiao's face flushed with rage, wishing he could sink his teeth into that detestable creature. It seems you have great confidence in this cage. Allow me to shatter that confidence. Reed smirked wickedly, his body suddenly transforming. He soared into the air. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the massive birdcage. In an instant, the once grand and sturdy cage began to melt. How is this possible? This cannot be. How can this cage melt? The man, clad in opulent court attire, stared in disbelief at the melting cage, his staff forgotten at his side. Reed had reverted back to his human form, calmly standing beside Luo Xiao. Reed, when did you learn to breathe fire? That's amazing. Luo Xiao gazed at Reed with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Ahem, I felt a surge of power when I regained my memory at your home last time. I merely wanted to test if I could use it, Reed explained, momentarily losing his composure under Luo Xiao's adoring gaze and slightly flushed face, covering his embarrassment with a cough. Reed, you are truly magnificent. We can go save her now, Luo Xiao exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Mother, Ailey attempted to rush to the cage, but Reed stopped her. Don't go over yet. I will handle this. Wait here. Reed cautiously approached the cage, causing Ailey's father, still in shock, to stumble back several steps before plopping down onto the ground. Why this time? The cage had completely melted, and Ailey's mother awoke. Am I free? Hello, I am Reed, a friend of Ailey. The cage is melted. Let us leave. Reed draped a garment he had taken from Joss over Ailey's mother. Hello, I am Ailey's mother. You may call me Aunt Mia. Thank you for saving my daughter and me. Please take Ailey and leave first. Her father and I have some matters to resolve, and I will join you shortly. Mother, Ailey dear, listen to me. I'm all right now, and I will come find you shortly. Please follow Reed and leave, all right? Mia looked at her precious daughter from a distance, a warm smile gracing her face, a beautiful, radiant smile belonging to a mother. Yes, mother, please hurry and find us. Reed seemed to understand Mia's intentions, nodding as he prepared to lead everyone away. Reed, why are we leaving? That villain is still not dealt with, Luo Xiao protested, discontented as he glanced back at Ailey's father. Feeling that the outcome was not as he had envisioned, let's go. Don't concern yourself with the rest, Reed insisted, pulling Luo Xiao along as they departed. Once everyone had left, Mia summoned her strength, breaking free from the chains that had melted away in the fire. Gradually, she transformed back into her human form, revealing her beautiful legs as she walked towards the man seated on the ground, her husband. Her golden hair cascaded down to her waist, swaying gently with her movements. Mia, what are you doing? The man exclaimed, terror etched on his face. I was trapped in that cage for 17 years. Did you ever love me? Mia questioned, her gaze fixed on him. This was the question she had longed to ask for years. Although she already knew the answer, clinging foolishly to hope, she understood that all the beauty she had imagined was a mere illusion, and now she required the man she had loved to shatter that fantasy brutally. Love you? How could I love a magical beast? Huh. The man continued to mock her even at this moment. If you do not love me, why did you marry me? Although Mia's heart had long since turned to stone, she wished to know what she meant to him. Why marry you? I heard you were a magical beast by chance, and since I had encountered every kind of woman in my life, I wanted to experience a magical beast. But beasts are no different. They still moan and cry beneath me, just the same as any other. Mia's eyes brimmed with tears, her fantasies finally shattered. From this day forth, she would no longer live for love, but for her daughter, Dada. As Luo Xiao and the others exited the villa area, they were met with a chorus of anguished screams resonating from within. What does that sound? Luo Xiao asked, looking towards the source of the cries, the very place they had just emerged from. Whatever it was, everything had come to an end. Luo Xiao felt a mixture of sorrow and relief wash over him as he gazed towards building. Room 108. Not long after returning to the hotel, Mia arrived, but in her beast form, it was unclear how she managed to enter the hotel. Mia donned the outfit that had previously belonged to AI Li, which had been given by Shan Jiaming at dawn, as it was too late to buy new clothes. Mother! AI Li rushed into Mia's embrace, reluctant to let go for a long time, even at night. She insisted on sleeping next to her mother, causing Joss to feel jealous. It was in this manner that Mia learned about her daughter's experiences at dawn and the backgrounds of Luo Xiao and his companions. Despite enduring years of suffering, both Mia and AI Li remained optimistic, believing that everything could begin anew. Early the next morning, Luo Xiao and his companions finally boarded the train home, although they had not felt homesick before. The prospect of returning home made Luo Xiao's heart race with anticipation. Upon reflection, they realized they had been away for over a month. Throughout this time, due to the multitude of dangers, Luo Xiao had not contacted his father. He wondered how his father was faring alone at home, especially with his long-standing injury, which troubled him during windy or rainy days, leaving him unable to perform any strenuous tasks. Do you think Dad has been eating well while we've been away? Before we left, he told us to make sure to bring you back safely. He misses you dearly. Luo Xiao cradled the Plumpia in his arms, murmuring softly to her. Plumpia, nestled within the satchel on Luo Xiao's back, seemed to comprehend that they were aboard a train and must not make a sound. Thus, she waved her tiny paws in a gesture of understanding, conveying that there was no cause for concern. A single remark from Leda filled Luo Xiao with an unexpected sense of reassurance, the reason for which eluded even him. As they returned to Taiping County, Luo Xiao's heart had already taken flight, soaring back home long before their arrival. The moment he opened the front door, his father dashed towards them, his eyes glistening with emotion. Luo Xiao himself felt a swell of excitement. He had never been apart from his father for such an extended period. Where is Plumpia? Just as tears threatened to spill from Luo Xiao's eyes, his father's question successfully stifled them. It was curious how someone had once adamantly opposed keeping Plumpia, yet now he seemed to regard her with even greater affection than his own son. Gigi. Luo Xiao retrieved Plumpia from the bag and placed her into his father's embrace. Upon seeing the beloved creature return to him, Luo Xiao's father was moved to tears. This prompted Luo Xiao to question the very nature of their relationship. Was he truly his father's biological son? Originally, Luo Xiao's family consisted of 3 members, leaving the home somewhat empty. However, with the addition of several guests now occupying the living room, the space suddenly felt crowded. Dad, this is Xiao Si, a close friend of Leda. This is Li AI, Li and Neil. They were rescued from a place called Dawn Laboratory, and this lady is Li AI, Li's mother, saved from elsewhere as well. They will all be living with us from now on. Luo Xiao introduced each individual to his father, who smiled warmly at each name mentioned. However, when Mianya was introduced, his father's eyes nearly bulged with surprise. Most notably, Luo Xiao discerned a rare blush adorning his father's cheeks. Similarly, as Mianya locked eyes with Luo Xiao's father, Her gaze became somewhat dazed, her cheeks flushed. Luo Xiao scratched his head, wondering if he had inadvertently played matchmaker for his own father. Putting such thoughts aside, Luo Xiao proceeded to allocate rooms in their modest abode. His father and Mo Yin would continue to reside in their original quarters, while Luo Xiao offered his room to Li Ai Li and her mother. He, along with Lei De and Xiao Si, would share the living room with Plumpia and Neil, as it was the largest space available. They gathered two unused mattresses from the house, combined them, and laid down thick bedding, creating a comfortable sleeping arrangement. Xiao Si occupied the outermost side, followed by Lei De and Luo Xiao, with Plumpia and Neil nestled between Lei De and Luo Xiao. Among them, Xiao Si appeared the most reluctant, being a male magical beast with a mate, yet forced to adhere to a vegetarian diet, far from humane, in his view. Nevertheless, there was little choice, space was limited, and it would be unseemly to have him share a room with Li Ai Li while Mianya was relegated to the living room. After a few days of recuperation, everyone appeared revitalized. During this time, Luo Xiao took them to the market, purchasing essential clothing for each individual, particularly for Li Ai Li and Mianya, who required a variety of items. Luo Xiao thoughtfully acquired numerous necessities for the mother-daughter duo. Upon returning home, Luo Xiao found himself in the room shared by his father and Mo Yin, perusing their savings book, realizing he had indeed spent a considerable amount. With such a large family, it was impractical to live off their reserves. Thus, Luo Xiao resolved to continue setting up his stall. Turning around, he noticed Mianya standing behind him, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Xiao Xiao, this is for you." Mianya produced a pearl from her pocket. Luo Xiao stared at the pearl in confusion. "That I know that with so many of us, expenses will add up. This is something I secretly saved before I was imprisoned. You can sell it. It should fetch a good price." Mianya maintained her warm smile as she regarded Luo Xiao. Though Mianya was of a similar age to Luo Xiao's father, she appeared significantly younger, which Luo Xiao attributed to her magical beast lineage. Despite her youthful appearance, he sensed a maternal warmth emanating from Mianya, a feeling he had never experienced with his biological mother. Luo Xiao gazed at Mianya in awe as she gently lifted her hand to caress the top of his head. "Mom," he blurted out involuntarily, only to realize his indiscretion. "Mianya, I'm sorry." "It's quite all right. If you wish, you may call Mom like Ai Li does. I would be delighted to be your mother. You are a wonderful child." Mianya had already learned of Luo Xiao's circumstances through his father and had grown fond of him. The prospect of becoming Luo Xiao's mother filled her with joy, though the thought of Luo Xiao's father made her shyly lower her gaze. "I must return now. You should sell the pearl quickly." Aunt Mia hurriedly retreated to her room after speaking. Luo Xiao, unaware of Aunt Mia's thoughts, recalled the day they returned when he saw how his father looked at her, and he deemed it quite commendable for Aunt Mia to assume the role of his mother. Over the years, his father had refrained from remarrying, dedicated to caring for him and providing him with love, fearing that his stepmother might mistreat him. Now that he had grown into adulthood, it was time for his father to seek his own happiness. Aunt Mia, a formidable being, was nonetheless deeply sentimental. Should his father truly pursue a relationship with her, he would wholeheartedly support it. However, Aunt Mia was exceedingly beautiful. Would she truly be interested in a man as ordinary as his father? He decided not to dwell on such thoughts. With a pearl in hand, Luo Xiao found himself in the small county of Taiping, utterly at a loss for where to sell it. He and Reed took a trip to the provincial city, where they successfully sold the pearl for over 200,000, holding the newly issued bank card in his hand. Luo Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. He had never encountered such a substantial sum of money and had never anticipated that a single pearl could fetch such a price. Aunt Mia was indeed remarkable for having concealed such a precious item. He resolved to express his gratitude to her, for with this windfall, their financial worries were temporarily alleviated. Upon returning home and recounting the events, everyone, except for the oblivious Ellie and Neil, who had no concept of money, was thrilled. They understood well that sustaining such a large family required considerable finances, and with this newfound wealth, they felt a sense of security. With all preparations made, Luo Xiao rode his small bicycle to set up a stall at the elementary school entrance. This time he was not alone. Reed, Joss, and even little Neil accompanied him. Reed and Joss genuinely wished to assist Luo Xiao, while Ellie and Neil were merely curious, having never experienced such an outing before. Initially, Luo Xiao hesitated to bring Ellie and Neil, concerned that the cold weather was unsuitable for a girl and a young child. Reed reassured him that formidable beings like them were quite resilient to the cold, and indeed, upon arriving at the stall, Ellie and Neil showed no signs of discomfort, watching them joyfully play in the snow. Luo Xiao realized that both Ellie and Neil had been confined for too long, deprived of the outside world and the beauty of snow, that it was essential for them to experience life beyond their confines. Especially Neil, who, despite his tender age, often wore a furrowed brow, gazing at others as if they were adversaries. Luo Xiao feared that if he didn't allow Neil to play, it might take a toll on his mental well-being. Thus, the group of 5 was formed for their stall. Luo Xiao, Reed, and Joss began setting up their goods, but he felt a twinge of anxiety about whether their previous customers would remember him after a month's absence. The morning was indeed slow, but as noon approached, foot traffic began to pick up. Some of the regulars inquired about his long absence, expressing their longing for his delightful jianbing guozi. Luo Xiao warmly engaged with his customers, ensuring that he prepared the jianbing guozi with generous fillings. By the afternoon, business improved significantly. Observing the gradual upswing, Luo Xiao felt elated. Previously, he had to juggle cooking and collecting payments alone, which left him utterly exhausted. Now, with the assistance of Reed and Joss, his burden had lightened considerably. The 2 formidable beings, perhaps due to their upbringing in an orphanage, possessed a surprising talent for cooking. After only 1 lesson, they mastered the art of making jianbing guozi, further easing Luo Xiao's workload. After a busy day, he returned home to share the news with his father and family. The entire household rejoiced, and Mo Yin, the one with a bit of business acumen, suggested they set up another food stall. This idea garnered unanimous approval. Joss even shared his unique sauce recipe, which he had developed in the orphanage, allowing Luo Xiao to explore other culinary delights. Surrounded by his family, Luo Xiao felt a warmth swell within him. Indeed, family. Once, he believed his family consisted solely of his father and Yen Ge. Now, with Fatty, Reed, Joss, Ellie, Aunt Mia, and Neil, he felt a profound sense of belonging and love, dispelling any lingering feelings of loneliness. The following day, exuberance filled the air as Luo Xiao and his companions set out to their stall. Whether it was the sheer strength of their numbers or the enchanting appearances of Reed and Joss that captivated the young girls purchasing snacks, they found themselves earning even more than during Luo Xiao's solitary ventures. He was overjoyed, having initially worried about how to support so many people. It seemed the charm of handsome boys was indeed effective. Upon arriving at their usual spot, they discovered it had been claimed by a man and a woman, likely a couple. Luo Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such competition for space. Surveying the street, he noticed the onlookers, some mocking, others merely entertained. Only the uncle selling fried chicken discreetly informed him that shortly after he left, the aunt selling roasted sweet potatoes had sent her nephew and niece-in-law to take over his spot. It was clear they intended to encroach upon Luo Xiao's business. This aunt had always harbored envy toward his stall, so her actions came as no surprise. "Excuse me, but this stall has been mine for quite some time. Is it really appropriate for you to do this?" Luo Xiao, emboldened by his experiences, confronted the aunt without the timidity of his past. With Reed standing as a steadfast ally, he felt a surge of courage. Previously, he would have merely sought to earn a living, but now he was unwilling to back down. "Who do you think you are, claiming this space? We've been here for a month. You think you could just take it from us?" "Not a chance," the young woman shouted, her tone aggressive and unreasonable. By your logic, if a month of operation grants ownership, then we've been here for over a year, which means you can't take it either." Luo Xiao retorted, standing his ground. Reed and Joss, towering figures, flanked him, with Ellie and Neil behind them, creating an imposing presence that made the woman falter. "What are you saying? Are you trying to bully us?" she exclaimed, turning to her partner, who had remained silent until now. The man, not particularly imposing, stood up, glaring with a menacing expression. Luo Xiao felt discomfort by the man's gaze, which radiated malice. However, with Reed by his side, he felt fearless. You speak as if we have no right to be here. This is clearly our spot. You occupy it while being so brazenly unreasonable, Joss interjected, unable to suppress his indignation. The situation was clearly a provocation, and even if they were to call the authorities, the fault lay with the intruders. Joss, Reed called softly, and at the sound of his name, Joss fell silent. Their bond was such that when Reed spoke, Joss understood without further words. Reed preferred actions over words, and it was clear to Luo Xiao that Reed would not let these two miscreants off easily. Let us just move to another spot. Reed and Joss. It doesn't matter where we set up. Our food is delicious, and we need not fear a lack of customers, Luo Xiao suggested, preferring to channel his energy into earning rather than squabbling. Indeed, let us go. Lade nodded, and alongside Joss, pushed the cart toward the opposite side. Luo Xiao trailed behind with Li Ailey and Neil, the latter glancing back furtively at the couple, his deep green eyes glaring at them with intensity. The eyes of magical beasts differ somewhat from those of humans. They can control the color of their eyes at will. Typically, their eyes appear in normal black, akin to humans, but emotions such as joy, sorrow, anger, or sadness reveal their true colors. Neil's demeanor clearly indicated his anger. The change in location had not adversely affected Luo Xiao's business. He utilized a new sauce concocted by Joss, resulting in a significant increase in sales compared to the previous day. Many customers praised the exceptional flavor, claiming they could no longer enjoy food from other vendors after tasting his. Luo Xiao was overjoyed, never expecting Joss to be such a culinary enthusiast, capable of creating such a complex sauce. A true treasure indeed. While Luo Xiao and his companions reveled in their bustling trade, none noticed the transformation occurring within Neil. It was not until the afternoon that an incident involving the couple's stall arose. Two men, purchasing Jianbing guozi from their stand, discovered worms within. The two men were not easily intimidated and soon escalated the situation into a commotion, culminating in a physical altercation that necessitated police involvement. This minor uproar did not significantly impact the patrons, and life continued as usual. Upon turning around, Luo Xiao noticed Neil standing rigidly, fixated on the couple's stall, his eyes betraying an indescribable sentiment. He glanced at Li Ailey, who was playfully engaging with Joss, then back at Neil. Bending down, he gently ruffled Neil's hair, asking, "Why aren't you playing with Ailey and Joss? What are you looking at? I'm watching the bad people get taken away." Neil replied. Luo Xiao pondered how Neil had come to label them as bad, merely for attempting to seize a stall. After all, stall ownership did not incur any cost. It seemed unfair to categorize them as villains. Perhaps they were simply greedy, desiring to earn more money. In his heart, Luo Xiao believed that while the couple may not be entirely malevolent, they certainly could not be deemed virtuous. A good person would not engage in such actions. He wished to shield Neil from harboring dark thoughts, desiring to preserve his pure and innocent heart. As a child, Neil already exhibited a lack of kindness towards humanity. Instilling such ideologies would only deepen his internal darkness. A child should savor the joys of life, indulging in play and laughter, and experience a bright, beautiful childhood. They are bad people, and bad people deserve to die. Neil's declaration shocked Luo Xiao profoundly. Hearing such word from a 7- or 8-year-old was deeply concerning. He placed his hands firmly on Neil's shoulders, gazing seriously into his eyes. "Neil, you mustn't think like that. Although there are many bad people in this world, there are also many good ones. You cannot perceive everyone as evil. Some individuals may err, but that does not warrant death. The law will judge them. This is not a matter for a child like you to engage with. All you need to do is grow up happily." "Do you understand?" Luo Xiao observed Neil's eyes, now a striking green, and recognized that his feelings stemmed from hatred. He recalled a time when he had not understood the difference between the eyes of magical beasts and those of humans until he inquired about Reed's eyes, which were typically black. Reed explained that adult magical beasts could effectively manage their emotions and conceal the color of their eyes, while younger beasts, due to their immaturity, were more susceptible to emotional influences, making it difficult to control their eye color. "Neil, you're still a child. Please don't overthink things," Luo Xiao said. Feeling increasingly helpless, he gently patted Neil's head, trying to encourage him to relax. Neil tilted his head back. his deep green eyes devoid of emotion. That I am not a child. I've been in the Dawn laboratory since I was little. How could I still be a child? With that, Neil ran towards Ailey and Joss, merely staring blankly at them. Without joining in their fun, Neil's words echoed hauntingly in Luo Xiao's mind. I am not a child. It was evident that Neil had suffered deeply at the hands of humanity, leading him to a place where trust seemed forever unattainable. Luo Xiao longed to approach Neil and urge him to reconsider his perspective, but he felt powerless to do so. After all, he himself was human. How could he persuade Neil to trust him? With a sigh, Luo Xiao sat in front of the food stall, his thoughts consumed by Neil. What are you thinking about? Came Reed's voice. I realized that even though Neil returned with us, he still harbors animosity towards humans. That I don't want him to be burdened by such darkness at such a young age. Luo Xiao expressed his concerns. That I understand. I overheard your conversation. The couple's Jianbing Guozi contained worms, and Neil was responsible for that, Reed stated nonchalantly, leaving Luo Xiao wide-eyed in shock. What? Neil did that? How could he? Luo Xiao was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated Neil would resort to such actions. Neil must have endured considerable hardships at Dawn. Changing him would not be an easy task. Reed's words were astute. Indeed, as Neil himself stated, he was not a child. Luo Xiao, feeling disoriented, operated the stall and returned home. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of Neil. He observed Neil closely, noting that he indeed exhibited numerous issues. Neil rarely smiled. If he managed to smile once or twice, it was a rarity. His eyes frequently shifted to that deep green hue, particularly when he encountered those whom he deemed to be bad. Luo Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. If Neil remained in this state indefinitely, it would be detrimental to his well-being. After contemplating for some time, Luo Xiao decisively entrusted the food stall's operations to Reed and Joss. He then took Neil, Ailey, and Panya to the amusement park. He believed this was the only way forward. The three children had never been to an amusement park and had yet to experience the simple joys of childhood. He hoped to provide them with a taste of pure happiness, an opportunity to play freely, laugh wholeheartedly, and scream with delight, embracing their true childhood rather than forcing themselves to act like miniature adults, especially Neil. Ailey had Aunt Mia and Joss. Panya had Reed as his father, but Neil had nothing but endless pain. Luo Xiao yearned for Neil to escape this perpetual suffering. By April, the amusement park had commenced regular operations. Luo Xiao purchased spring attire for Ailey, Neil, and Panya, adorning them beautifully. Ailey and Neil, perhaps due to their magical beast genes, stood out in the crowd. As for Panya, though undeniably cute, he had yet to transform and could only wear the little yellow duck pet outfit Luo Xiao had bought him, hiding within the confines of his backpack. Thus, Luo Xiao carried Panya's backpack on his chest, holding Neil's hand with his left and Ailey's with his right, resembling a doting guardian. In the distance, they spotted the towering Ferris wheel slowly rotating, appearing as if suspended in the sky. The amusement park was filled with various intriguing attractions, each one unfamiliar to them. The sounds of children's laughter and parents' joy resonated throughout the area. Though Taiping County was a small town and the amusement park modest, it did not diminish the children's affection for it. Neil and Ailey gazed in awe, with Ailey exclaiming, "Wow, Xiao Xiao Gu, is this the amusement park? It's so beautiful. I've never been here before." Ailey's wide, starry eyes looked up at Luo Xiao with admiration, causing him to feel somewhat bashful. After all, he had simply brought them to the amusement park. What child had not visited one? Neil did not exhibit the same level of excitement as Ailey, but Luo Xiao could discern his happiness through the fervor in his gaze. Even Panya peered out from the zipper of his backpack, curious about the world outside, observing the contrasting silhouettes of the two children before him. Luo Xiao felt that humans and magical beasts could indeed coexist peacefully. The young of magical beasts were akin to human children. They were not so different, merely differing species. All right, enough staring. Let's hurry and have some fun. Luo Xiao led the two children, rushing towards the amusement park. Upon entering, Neil and Ellie found their eyes overwhelmed by the dazzling array of attractions. The carousel, bumper cars, and roller coasters each captivated their attention in a whirlwind of excitement. At the center of the park stood a grand carousel, where children rode on the galloping wooden horses, their hearts buoyed by the enchanting melodies that filled the air. Neil and Ellie stood motionless, gazing blankly at Luo Xiao, uncertain of what to do. Gently, Luo Xiao patted their heads and inquired, "What would you like to play?" Both children shook their heads in unison, as they had never experienced such delights before. Luo Xiao glanced at the carousel and suggested, "Let us start with the carousel." The trio mounted the carousel, and Luo Xiao explained that it would begin to move. Neil, feeling a surge of nervousness, grasped the pole tightly. Ellie, with her innocent demeanor, was less apprehensive yet still held on firmly, fearing she might not perform well as the music began to play. The carousel slowly commenced its rhythmic turning, rising and falling as if they were truly riding horses. Ellie squealed with delight, her joy palpable that Neil's face flushed with happiness, though he restrained himself from shouting. Luo Xiao, too, felt elated, having not visited an amusement park in many years. In his childhood, his father was preoccupied with work, and his mother was absent. Thus, his visits to amusement parks were few and far between. When the carousel finally came to a stop, Ellie chirped excitedly, "Xiao Xiao Ge, that was so much fun. I want to ride again." Luo Xiao chuckled and indulged them with another ride before moving on to the bumper cars. Luo Xiao shared a car with Neil, while Ellie took one for herself. Young boys often have an affinity for cars, and Neil was no exception. Although Luo Xiao was in the same vehicle, Neil took the reins entirely, initially unsure of how to navigate. Neil quickly caught on and managed to bump into Ellie several times, leaving her unable to retaliate. Eventually, Luo Xiao allowed Neil to drive his own car, while he took another to everyone's surprise. Neil excelled even more, with several children on the bumper car, track chasing after him. None could match his skill, not even some older kids. After disembarking, two parents approached Luo Xiao, commenting, "Is this your younger brother? He's truly impressive. My child can't seem to keep up with him." Luo Xiao glanced down to see a small boy pouting, his cheeks puffed out like dumplings, clearly sulking. Standing tall with pride, Luo Xiao replied, "Indeed, my brother is exceptionally talented and quite clever. It was rare to boast about one's own child, but in this case, it was warranted." Once the parents departed, Luo Xiao patted Neil's head and remarked, "See how remarkable you are? Other children envy your skills." Neil remained silent, but Luo Xiao sensed a hint of blush on his cheeks. The three then proceeded to ride the roller coaster, and the children showed no fear as they eagerly ascended. Luo Xiao explained that this ride could serve as an outlet for their emotions, assuring them that all their troubles would vanish after the experience. He encouraged them to wave their hands in the air and shout freely. As expressing their feelings was welcomed with anticipation, the two children took their seats, and the roller coaster began to speed up. They resembled birds soaring through the sky, arms raised high, shouting with abandon. Even Neil, momentarily forgetting his worries, joined in the joyful cries, feeling utterly liberated. After their exhilarating ride, it was time for lunch, and Luo Xiao led them to a spicy hot pot restaurant within the amusement park. Neil and Ellie had never tasted such a dish before, filled with delightful spices, vegetables, meatballs, and noodles. Each devoured a large bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind, while secretly feeding the plump baby in his backpack. Luo Xiao watched over them like a devoted father. The baby whimpered softly, prompting Luo Xiao to gently stroke its tiny paws, offering quiet reassurance. The baby, understanding it could neither play nor eat, soon settled down. In the afternoon, Luo Xiao took them to a shooting game. Perhaps it was their innate tendencies, but Neil and Ellie exhibited an extraordinary fondness and skill for shooting. The game operator merely demonstrated the mechanics, and the children intuitively grasped it. Ellie struck a toy bear, burying her face in its plush fur and rubbing it joyfully, unwilling to let go. Neil hit a small toy gun that shot marbles. Captivated by his new possession, the operator, impressed by their abilities, remarked as they left, "That toy gun is exceptionally well crafted. Only those who hit all the balloons can earn one, and no one has ever hit all the balloons in one go." Flushed with shyness from the praise, Neil hid behind Luo Xiao, prompting the operator to chuckle and call him adorable. The day flew by, and Luo Xiao concluded their adventure with a ride on the Ferris wheel. Under the night sky, the Ferris wheel glimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, both dazzling and mysterious. As they ascended, Neil and Ellie leaned against the glass, marveling at the slowly changing scenery outside, their eyes wide with wonder, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao Ge! The view is so beautiful. The Ferris wheel is amazing. Can we ride it again next time?" Ellie asked, her expression filled with longing in the relative privacy of the Ferris wheel. Luo Xiao took the baby from his backpack and held it close, allowing it to gaze out at the scenery as well. Of course, I will bring you back next time, he reassured them, recalling how long it had been since he had admired the vistas of Taiping County from such heights. Years later, revisiting Taiping County would reveal it as a remarkably beautiful place, a beauty he had not appreciated in his youth, perhaps now enhanced by the warmth of those around him. "How beautiful!" Neil suddenly spoke up, catching Luo Xiao by surprise. Typically, Neil would not initiate conversation unless prompted. "Indeed, it is beautiful. Neil, are you happy today?" Luo Xiao inquired. Neil's cheeks tinged with pink as he nodded slightly. Luo Xiao affectionately ruffled Neil's hair, saying, "I will often bring you both here to play. Children should embrace their youth." Neil, however, remained silent. He yearned to be a child, yet having emerged from the Dawn Laboratory, he felt he could never truly experience a normal childhood. As Neil gazed out at the breathtaking landscape, a pang of sorrow struck him, pondering where his father might be and whether he could witness such beauty. From that moment on, Neil fell silent, remaining downcast until they exited the Ferris wheel. Luo Xiao, sensing something amiss, was about to inquire when suddenly a small boy burst forth, dashing ahead. In his haste, he collided with Neil, who, feeling dejected and listless, lost his balance and nearly fell. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiao rushed forward, catching Neil in his arms and falling to the ground himself. "Ouch!" He winced as his knee hit the ground. "I am so sorry. My child bumped into you. We're in a hurry, so we must go," the boy's parent exclaimed, rushing over to apologize before hastily departing. Luo Xiao, uninterested in a confrontation, quickly checked on Neil. "Let me see if you're hurt." Neil stood still, allowing Luo Xiao to inspect him. Thankfully, he was unscathed, and Luo Xiao sighed in relief. They prepared to leave. Luo Xiao took Neil's and Ellie's hands, but Neil hesitated, tugging at Luo Xiao's shirt with his other hand. Luo Xiao knelt down, looking into Neil's eyes. "What is it? Does something hurt?" Neil shook his head, his eyes suddenly turning a deep shade of green. "Why are you so kind to me? I could have dodged." Luo Xiao patted Neil's head again. "There's no reason. I believe children should enjoy their childhood. But aren't you afraid of me? I am not human. I'm a beast. What does that matter? Ellie is a beast too. As a Reed and Jost at Tiomi, you're no different from humans. Everyone has their good and bad sides. Regardless, if you treat me well, I will reciprocate." Luo Xiao articulated his thoughts candidly. In truth, his words were not laden with sentimentality. He did not express pity for Neil or anything of the sort, but merely conveyed his most genuine feelings. It was simply a matter of empathy. Suddenly, Neil embraced Luo Xiao's neck, murmuring affectionately and dependently, like a typical child, "Xiao Xiao Ge, I have a secret to share with you." That night, in Luo Xiao's home, everyone gathered in the living room. Luo Xiao's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Upon returning home, he summoned everyone to the living room, indicating he had something to discuss. Now, seated in silence, he evoked a sense of worry among those present. "Luo Xiao, what troubles you?" Lade could not restrain himself from inquiring. Luo Xiao lifted his gaze to meet Lade's, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that the time for separation had arrived. "I have something very important to tell you all." He glanced at Neil and nodded. Neil reciprocated with a nod. Luo Xiao continued. "Today, Neil informed me that his father told him they hail from a place called the Polar Region. It is a paradise for magical beasts, where perhaps the vast majority of magical creatures reside." The revelation stunned everyone into silence. That a paradise for magical beasts. What could that signify? It implied a realm free from human harm. "Neil, could you elaborate?" Lade urged eagerly. "I only met my father once when I was very young, and it was brief. He merely told me that the Polar Region is a haven for magical beasts, where all magical creatures live, and that I should go there, as the inhabitants would rescue him." Neil explained. "Did your father disclose the location of the Polar Region?" Lade inquired again. Neil, with a hint of regret, replied, "He did not have the chance to tell me." Foolish giant, it seems that place is indeed suitable for you all, considering it is devoid of human harm, and Yan's words cast a hush over the group. Luo Xiao clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Lowering his head, his heart awash with complexity. Yes, that was indeed the rightful home for Lade and the others. Their best lives could only unfold there. What reason did he have to prevent them from going? What justification did he possess for such selfishness? Luo Xiao raised his head, forcing a smile. Indeed, I too believe that is the best place for you. There, you can live well, free from fear of harm. Go. And besides, we promised to rescue Neil's father, and we cannot go back on our word. Having said this, Luo Xiao embraced Pangya and retreated to his room, saying to her, Pangya, you must take care of yourself when you accompany your father to the polar region. I can no longer be by your side. Pangya chirped softly, nuzzling against Luo Xiao. His eyes grew misty. He truly could not bear to part with Pangya. Xiao go, Neil announced as he entered the room, scampering over to Luo Xiao's side. Xiao go, aren't you coming with us? I'm going too, Luo Xiao replied, taken aback. He had never considered the prospect of joining them in the polar region. As a mere human, what reason did he have to venture into a realm inhabited by magical beasts? Xiao go, please come with us. I really like you that I believe the polar region must be a wonderful place. Wouldn't it be delightful for you to live there with us? Bring Grandpa along too, and we can all go together. Neil's large eyes sparkled as they earnestly gazed at Luo Xiao. Such sincerity in his gaze stirred Luo Xiao's heart. Xiao go, please think about it. I'll step outside for a moment. With that, Neil dashed out again. Before long, Li hurried in, looking at Luo Xiao with wide, starry eyes. Xiao go, please come with us. Wouldn't it be wonderful for us to live together forever? Xiao go, can you bear to part with us? Li, why are you saying this to? Luo Xiao found himself bemused. Xiao go, I like you so much, even more than I like Joss. Please go with us? Li, already quite beautiful, gazed at him with her pleading blue eyes, making it difficult for him to resist. Then it settled. Xiao go will come with us. With that, Li ran off. Luo Xiao was left speechless. He had never agreed to go. Following her, Joss, Aunt Mia, and Yin all approached him, urging him to consider accompanying them to the polar region. To his astonishment, even his father came over. Luo Xiao observed his father's awkward demeanor, feeling slightly unsettled. Dad, do you also want me to go with you to the polar region? Ahem, actually, it might be quite nice to go together, Luo's father said, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Xiao wondered if he was mistaken. Why would his father's face be flushed? Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you blushing? Well, it's just that. Luo's father stammered, struggling to find the right words. Dad, what are you trying to say? What is it? His father closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot, disregarding others. It's just that Mia and I are together now. So we must go to the polar region to live. Luo Xiao was left dumbfounded. Although he found Aunt Mia to be a wonderful person, the idea of his father being with her was quite pleasant. But how could someone as beautiful as Aunt Mia be interested in a country bumpkin like his father, especially one with such a large child? Dad, you aren't joking, are you? How could Aunt Mia possibly be interested in you? An old man from the countryside, especially one with such a big child? This child, what are you saying? You wouldn't oppose it, would you? Luo's father looked at his son, somewhat nervously. Dad, how could I oppose it? I will be delighted. However, Luo Xiao was still skeptical. But Aunt Mia is so remarkable. How could she possibly have feelings for you? Are you certain you're not just rambling? This child, do you think I would deceive you? Regardless, we are going to the polar region. Otherwise, I might lose your mother. So you must think carefully. With that, Luo's father departed. Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. No wonder his father's appearance had been radiant and lively these past few days. His father had finally found happiness. Would he be a burden to his father? His father's circumstances were modest, while Aunt Mia's were so much better. Never mind. Perhaps it was best for him not to go, as long as his father was happy. What are you pondering? Lade's deep voice suddenly broke the silence. That I wasn't thinking about anything. Oh, you need something? Luo Xiao's heart raced, unsure of why he felt this way. Lade sat across from Luo Xiao, remaining silent for a long while, appearing quite troubled. Unable to bear it any longer, Luo Xiao asked Lade. Do you also wish to tell me to join you in the polar region? Lade replied, do you not wish to go? Aye. As Luo Xiao looked up, he found himself ensnared by Lade's crimson eyes, which resembled a vortex threatening to draw him in. He lowered his gaze. I have no reason to accompany you. How could you say there is no reason? You cannot leave me. Lade grasped Luo Xiao's hand. Luo Xiao jolted his head up, meeting Lade's fervent gaze. What are you saying? He stammered, bewildered. I cannot be without you. I want to be with you forever. I like you. Do you like me? Lade articulated each word with conviction, causing Luo Xiao's face to flush. How could you? I am a man. Luo Xiao stuttered. I in the realm of magical beasts. Courtship knows no gender. It simply hinges on affection. Luo Xiao, from the day you saved me, I've been unable to part from you. Let us remain together, never to separate, shall we? Lade had never spoken so formally before. The unexpected confession left Luo Xiao feeling unreeled. In truth, he did not wish to leave Lade either. He simply did not comprehend that it could be such a feeling. Previously, he had thought it was loneliness. But now he mused that it might be affection. Ma. Pangya exclaimed, startling Luo Xiao as he lifted her up, gazing at her in astonishment. Mama. Pangya chirped, opening her little mouth to call out to Luo Xiao. GG. Pangya turned to Lade, chattering away for a long while. Lade remarked, Pangya says you should come with us to the polar region. She claims you are her mother. And I am her father. We are a family, and we shall never part. Luo Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. But why does Pangya refer to me as mother? Also, does she know you are her biological father? You are indeed her mother, for I am her father. She knew even when she was in the Dawn Laboratory. Magical beasts are born with memories. They can comprehend human language, and their intelligence surpasses that of humans by a significant margin. So she has long been aware. Luo Xiao held the chubby Ya, glancing left and right. I never expected our dear Ya to be so remarkable, able to speak at such a tender age. You is truly obedient, moi. Luo Xiao, unable to contain his affection for the adorable Ya, planted a kiss on her that he giggled uncontrollably in response. Did you promise to go to the polar regions? Asked Lade. The clumsy giant, in Mo Yan's words at this moment. Yes, came Luo Xiao's voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lade enveloped Luo Xiao in a warm embrace. Thank you. Luo Xiao's face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a monkey's rear, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Subsequently, they announced that Luo Xiao would accompany them to the polar regions, much to everyone's delight. In just a few days, they would embark on their journey to a true paradise. However, the most pressing question remained. Where exactly was the polar region? After much contemplation, Lade addressed the group. I believe the term polar signifies a place of great remoteness, as if at the world's end. Could it be the North Pole? Mo Yin suddenly interjected. Everyone turned their gaze towards Mo Yin, causing him to feel a bit uneasy. What's wrong? You're all staring at me. It was the clumsy giant who mentioned a very distant place. The North Pole and the polar region do seem quite similar. Perhaps it truly was the North Pole. Lade concurred with Mo Yan's assertion. After all, they were utterly at a loss, having no idea where the polar region lay. They exchanged glances, genuinely unsure of what to do next. Finally, Luo Xiao slammed his hand on the table. Then let us head to the North Pole. I too find the North Pole and the polar region quite reminiscent. Thus, they commenced various preparations for their expedition to the North Pole, none of them having ever ventured there before, naturally necessitating thorough preparations. They scoured the internet for all information regarding the North Pole. From May to June, spring emerged, breathing life back into the land, with temperatures beginning to rise significantly. They resolved to set off in May. During the preparation, Aunt Mia discovered that AI Lee was pregnant. AI Lee's cheeks flushed. Big brother, second brother. I'm going to be a mother. You will soon be uncles. The family was already aware of Luo's and Aunt Mia's situation, and AI Lee was particularly thrilled that Luo Xiao had become her biological brother, while Mo Yin was now the elder brother. However, given AI Lee's condition, everyone felt she was unfit to travel to the North Pole. Ultimately, they decided that AI Lee and Jiao Si would stay behind, along with Luo and Aunt Mia. Aunt Mia could care for Luo and AI Li at home, while Jiaoxi would continue his outdoor ventures. Initially, Luo Xiao believed that Ye, being so young, should not accompany them, but he insisted on tagging along. Reluctantly, Luo Xiao did not wish to part with Ye, so she joined the expedition. They would first explore the North Pole, and if they indeed located the polar region, return to fetch the others. After preparing thoroughly and bidding farewell to Luo and the others, they set off with their packs. They carried minimal luggage, only some warm clothing, daily necessities, medications, and money, along with a substantial amount of food. Although they were uncertain about the conditions at the North Pole, they could well imagine the extreme cold. In such harsh environments, it was prudent to bring ample supplies. Luo Xiao had his strap to his chest, his right hand holding Niels. Lade and Mo Yin walked behind Luo Xiao, ever vigilant in their protection. Before their journey commenced, Luo Xiao had confided in Mo Yin that he was not entirely committed to going to the polar region, as he was content with his current life and had no compelling reason to venture there. However, Mo Yin insisted, "Wherever Dad and I are, that is where I will be. We are family, unless they disown me as their son and brother." Luo Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. Having such a brother was truly a blessing. The Arctic climate is perpetually frigid. The Arctic Ocean is a vast expanse of ice-covered waters, surrounded by numerous islands and the coastal regions of North America and Northern Asia. The Arctic refers to the northernmost point of the Earth's rotational axis, at latitude 90 north. The Arctic region encompasses areas north of the Arctic Circle, which lies at latitude 6634 north. The winters of the Arctic Ocean extend from November to April of the following year, lasting for 6 months, while May and June, along with September and October, represent spring and autumn, with summer being confined to the 2 months of July and August. By late May, the ice and snow gradually began to melt, large ice masses cracking and colliding with loud bangs. Small streams bubbled forth, and the sky brightened as the sun illuminated the land. On the vast expanse of snow, 3 figures, along with a small one, appeared as insignificant as grains of sand. From a distance, they resembled 4 tiny black dots. The quartet consisted of Luo Xiao, Lade, Mo Yin, and Neil, with the unseen Yin nestled against Luo Xiao's chest. All 4, along with the beast, were clad in thick down jackets, bearing hefty backpacks, while Lade pulled a small cart laden with a substantial amount of goods. Even Neil, the little one, carried a pack as heavy as an adult's. Initially, Luo Xiao hesitated to allow Neil to bear such a heavy load, thinking it unreasonable for a child to carry such weight. However, Neil, along with Lade, insisted otherwise. The body of a beast man is extraordinarily robust. Despite Neil's diminutive size, his strength surpassed both Luo Xiao's and Mo Yan's. Thus, the 4 of them, laden with their burdens, stepped into the unfamiliar territory of the Arctic. Upon finally setting foot on Arctic soil, Luo Xiao gazed in awe at the landscape he had seen countless times on television. Overwhelmed with excitement, he could hardly believe he had arrived at this enchanting place. The icy and snowy realm before him evoked a profound appreciation for the wonders of nature, a place where all 4 seasons were cloaked in ice and snow. Prior to their arrival, they had learned that the Arctic was home to the Eskimos. The ancestors of the Eskimos migrated from Siberia over 10,000 years ago, traversing the Bering Strait to reach the Americas, either by crossing the frozen strait or via land bridges. Due to the harsh climate and severe environment, they have been perpetually on the brink of survival. After enduring over 10 millennia of challenges, the Eskimos have undergone profound transformations. They are now scattered throughout the Arctic, having evolved significantly from their primitive origins. Their lives have modernized considerably. The igloos they once inhabited have been replaced with wooden houses equipped with plumbing and heating. The discovery of oil has further propelled this indigenous people towards the limelight. Through analysis, Lade and Luo Xiao deduced that those who would know the location of the polar region were the most primitive Eskimos, also known as the Inuit. They are the indigenous people of the Arctic, having preserved their ancient way of life for thousands of years. Only they would possess knowledge of the mysterious and coveted polar region. With plans in place, Lade and the others sought a relatively secluded and secure location to construct a snow house. Lade had already researched the construction of snow houses online, although he had never actually built one. With Lade's high intelligence and strength as a beast man, it would not take long to complete. Indeed, With the assistance of Mo Yin and Luo Xiao, Lade erected the snow house in just half a day. By the time the snow house was completed, dusk had fallen. In May, the Arctic temperatures lingered around -10 degrees Celsius. The Arctic nights are long and frigid, and with the snow house completed, Lade could not venture out to hunt. He instructed Mo Yin to take good care of Luo Xiao while he ventured out alone in search of a low-growing plant suitable for kindling. This plant, which he had discovered online, was a small evergreen with bell-shaped white flowers, measuring only 10 to 30 centimeters in height. This plant contains a significant amount of resin and can burn even when damp. After Lade departed, Luo Xiao examined their future abode, feeling a sense of wonder. He never imagined a snow house could be habitable, and importantly, it would not melt away. After surveying the snow house, he began unpacking their belongings. He unrolled their gear, spreading it out, and ensured the blankets were warmed up in advance to stave off the cold during the night. He placed Yo and Neil on the bed, allowing them to play. Next, he opened a bag filled with various seasonings and oils, arranging them neatly for their future meals. Once these tasks were completed, Luo Xiao lifted Ye and sat on their bed, with Neil beside him. Awaiting Lade's return, Yin busied himself, taking pots and pans outside to wash them in the snow, eagerly anticipating Lade's return so they could prepare a meal together. When Lade returned, he not only brought back combustible plants, but also 2 large fish. The fish had already been prepared by the water's edge. After placing the fish down, Lade ventured out again, and soon returned with several hefty stones in hand. He skillfully arranged the stones into a makeshift stove and ignited a fire with the newly found plants. They had purchased numerous lighters when they arrived. Luo Xiao observed everything was ready and felt a surge of joy. He placed the pot, which Mo Yin had thoroughly cleaned and filled with snow, on the small stove to boil water first. Lade constructed another simple stove from other stones, which Luo Xiao intended to use for cooking. Tonight's dinner would consist of fish and instant noodles. Although an unusual pairing, it was all they had. Lade also found Luo Xiao a relatively flat, rectangular stone to serve as a cutting board. Luo Xiao rinsed the fish with snow water, cut it into pieces, seasoned it, and set it to stew. He only prepared 1 fish, as it was far too large for the 3 of them to finish. The remaining fish was buried in the snow outside the snow hut, reserved for tomorrow's meal. The pot of water beside them had already come to a boil, and Mo Yin filled their thermos with hot water, using some of it to cook the noodles. The fish and noodles were almost ready at the same time. Without a table, they could only sit on the large blanket they had brought to eat. Both stoves beside the blanket were ablaze, warming the snow hut pleasantly. Though it wasn't as warm as home, it was quite comfortable in such a frigid place as the Arctic. Luo Xiao took a generous piece of fish and fed it to Pangya, who eagerly devoured it with delight. Pangya, is it delicious? Luo Xiao asked cheerfully. So delicious, Mama. The fish you made is the best, Pangya replied, her mouth full of fish, making it difficult for her to speak clearly. As long as it's good, eat more, Pangya. And you should eat more too. The fish in the Arctic is different from that at home. It's bigger and tastier. Luo Xiao relished the large fish. Not exaggerating, the fish in the Arctic indeed differed due to the quality of the water, making it exceptionally delectable. As he ate, he tended to the 2 younger ones and spoke. Lade, we need to find the Inuit people. But how do we go about it? We have no clues at all. This was Luo Xiao's greatest concern. In the vast Arctic, finding not just people, but even animals was a daunting task. Moreover, they were searching for the indigenous Inuit. How could just the 3 of them manage to locate them? Lade, taking large bites of his meal, reassured him, there's no need to worry, since they are indigenous. They must still use sleds. Tomorrow, while I hunt, I will pay close attention to any sled tracks and see what I can find. Lade believed that as long as the Inuit existed, they would have a chance. Luo Xiao nodded. Yes, that's good. We will surely find them. If Lade is going hunting tomorrow, what should I do? I can't hunt either, Mo Yin remarked. Lade replied, Mo Yin, you will be responsible for finding those small white flowers that can be used to start a fire. We cannot let our fire go out. Mo Yin nodded, feeling this task suited him well. All right, I will search for those plants. What about Xiao Xiao? Luo Xiao and the kid should stay in the snow hut. It's too cold outside, and I'm worried he can't handle it, Lade said seriously. Luo Xiao felt a flush of warmth. He hadn't expected Lade to remember his sensitivity to the cold. He shyly nodded. His voice barely audible. Yes, I understand. I will wait for you to return. But leaving Xiao Xiao alone isn't safe. What if a wild animal comes? Emoyan suddenly realized the predicament. If both he and Lade went out, what would happen to Xiao Xiao and the two children? Air will protect Xiao Xiao and Panya. No one can harm them. Air asserted confidently. Yin shook his head dismissively. Little Air, can you really protect others with your small stature? I can. Air asserted loudly. Then the responsibility of protecting Luo Xiao and Panya falls to you, Lade stated, patting Air on the shoulder. Resembling a superior addressing a subordinate, Yin remained skeptical about a child being able to protect an adult. Lade, can Air really protect Xiao Xiao? Don't underestimate him. He is already 10 years old. A 10-year-old magic beast can hunt a wolf, Lade replied, casting a knowing glance at Yin that spoke volumes. It seemed to say, if a magic beast could hunt a wolf, do you really think he cannot protect Luo Xiao? Yin was taken aback, his mouth agape, then quickly shut it. How could he momentarily equate Air with an ordinary 10-year-old child? After dinner, they tidied up and snuggled into their bedding. Luo Xiao lay on the left side with Lade, cradling Panya, while Air lay on the right side next to Yin wished to lie next to Luo Xiao, but alas, he could not overcome Lade, nor take Air's spot. He could only grumble quietly, wondering why this big oaf was not acting foolish and yet still clinging to Luo Xiao. It was truly perplexing. Lade, however, paid no mind, comfortably settling beside Luo Xiao, as if it were his rightful place. Initially, they found it hard to sleep, so Lade began to entertain Panya. He would gently pat her little head or tug at her tiny paws, clearly enjoying the playful banter. Panya, however, grew displeased and cried out, Mama, Papa is being mean. Luo Xiao shook his head in exasperation. Lade, why do you always pick on Panya? Lade shrugged. I'm not picking on her, I'm just playing. Panya rolled her eyes, feeling that the shameless Papa was clearly being mischievous. Papa is the worst. I don't like you, she exclaimed, burrowing into Luo Xiao's embrace, leaving only her little bottom facing Lade. Luo Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter at Panya's antics, and Lade's lips curled into a smirk. Seeing everyone laugh at her, Panya squeaked in protest, her voice tinged with indignation. Yin, who had been pretending to be asleep, suddenly chuckled, unable to contain himself. Panya was just too adorable. Thus, their first night in the Arctic passed amidst laughter. Although it was cold, they found warmth in each other's company and felt no chill at all. The following morning, Luo Xiao and the others boiled hot water to wash their faces and brush their teeth, then enjoyed another round of instant noodles. They agreed that they couldn't have instant noodles again for lunch. Thus, Lade's mission for the day was to hunt, while Yan's was to find the small white flowers. Luo Xiao, feeling bored staying in the snow hut, decided he would seek out edible plants. He was aware that the Arctic had very few edible plants, primarily relying on meat, but he wanted to try his luck. Eating only meat without any vegetables was truly unpleasant, with Lade hunting and Yin searching for the small white flowers. It was the perfect opportunity for him to forage for edible plants. Lade provided Yin with directions to where the small white flowers grew abundantly, and Yin set out with a sturdy plastic bag and a small shovel. Lade took several ropes with him to bind any game he might catch. Before leaving, Lade stood at the snow hut's entrance, looking at Luo Xiao. You must be careful. There are wild beasts lurking about. Air nodded vigorously. Understood, Uncle Lade. The magic beasts communicated through their unique calls, a language only they could comprehend, which other animals could not. Lade nodded, knowing that Air was far more capable than he appeared. He left but soon returned. His imposing figure blocked the view of Luo Xiao and Air, who looked at Lade, puzzled about his return. Lade glanced at Air, call me Brother Lade. With that, he strode away. Luo Xiao and Air stared after Lade in bewilderment, and then Luo Xiao burst into laughter. He had never imagined Lade would care about such a thing. Meanwhile, Air felt a tickle of warmth in his heart, realizing Uncle Lade was quite the character. Panya, your papa, is so odd. The little girl chirped from her spot in Luo Xiao's backpack. Luo Xiao patted Panya. Indeed, your papa seems to care about what Air calls me. All right, let us set off to find vegetables so we can prepare delicious dishes for paying you tonight. The plump little creature patted its small paws, exuding an aura of unrestrained joy. Luo Xiao carried the chubby one on his chest. Accompanied by Nier, as they searched for edible vegetables amidst the snow-covered expanse of the Arctic. Meanwhile, Red soon spotted his prey, a rabbit. With minimal effort, he captured the creature, preparing to hunt a few more rabbits or other game. He also intended to catch some fish, as their diet relied heavily on meat, necessitating a broader hunt. He planned to venture further in the afternoon to scout for sled tracks. S for Mo Yin. Red informed him that the location was not far from their snow shelter. Concerned for Mo Yin's safety if left alone, he refrained from divulging information about distant areas. Mo Yin stood isolated amidst the icy landscape, gazing into the distance with an expression that was both solemn and sorrowful, a stark contrast to the earlier joy he had displayed in the snow house. He remained stationary, neglecting to pick the small white flowers, fixated on a single direction. After a while, a small black dot appeared in the sky, gradually approaching Mo Yin, and as it drew closer, he extended a hand, and the dot, seemingly recognizing him, landed gently in his palm. It was a diminutive bird, small enough for an adult to hold with a single hand. The bird was entirely green, devoid of any stray feathers, with large eyes and tender yellow claws. Upon seeing Mo Yin, it appeared exceedingly delighted, scratching his palm incessantly with its tiny claws, then hopping onto his shoulder and nuzzling his face with its small head. Mo Yin caressed the soft plumage of the little bird, which chirped contentedly in response. "Xiao Lu, are you faring well over there? Are you able to find enough to eat?" Mo Yin inquired, his heart aching. The little bird chirped a few times, revealing its tiny belly. Upon inspection, Mo Yin noted that its belly was pleasantly round, a clear indication that Xiao Lu had been well fed. However, noticing the disheveled state of its feathers, he sighed, realizing that Xiao Lu must have foraged for food on its own. The unkempt appearance of its plumage suggested that no one had taken care of it. How could those people possibly treat Xiao Lu kindly? Mo Yin carefully removed the note tied to Xiao Lu's claw and tucked it into his clothing. Then took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. Attaching it to the bird's claw, he produced a small wooden comb to groom Xiao Lu's feathers and offered it some sunflower seeds he had brought along. After spending some time bonding with the little bird, Xiao Lu chirped a farewell. Glancing back as it departed, Mo Yin retrieved the hidden note and, after a moment of contemplation, set it ablaze with his lighter. Turning away, he transformed back into his original self, resuming his search for the small white flowers as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao, accompanied by Nier and the plump one, continued their quest for sustenance in the vicinity. The surroundings were dominated by snow, interspersed with unfamiliar trees and plants. Finding edible plants in such an environment was a rare occurrence for humans. Fortunately, Nier possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. The little creature moved with the agility of a trained hound, sniffing diligently. Under Nier's guidance, they avoided many unnecessary detours. In the distance, Luo Xiao heard the sound of animals moving. He quickly pulled Nier aside to hide. The sounds persisted, yet after a considerable time, no ferocious beasts appeared. Luo Xiao felt puzzled, having distinctly heard the noise. Xiao, those sounds seem like animals munching on something, but they aren't approaching us. Shall we investigate? Nier craned his neck toward the source of the sound. Bursting with energy, Nier, having left the clamor of the city for the Arctic, was like a caged beast set free, eager for adventure. It was nearly impossible to deter him from exploring. Reluctantly, Luo Xiao consented, placing his hands on Nier's shoulders. "Nier, I know you are capable, but you must promise to keep yourself safe." Understanding Luo Xiao's concern, Nier reassured him, "I understand, Xiao, don't worry. If things get dicey, I can revert to my beast form and flee swiftly. You stay here while I take a look." Luo Xiao, holding the chubby one tightly, anxiously watched as Nier moved towards the source of the sounds. Moments later, Nier vanished from sight. As he stood there, Luo Xiao's heart raced, feeling as though it might leap into his throat. After a prolonged wait with no sign of Nier's return, Luo Xiao disregarded any concern for danger and darted forward, only to collide with something. Looking down, He realized it was Nier returning. Overjoyed, he squatted down to embrace Nier. Nier, are you all right? I was so worried. After inspecting Nier to ensure he was unharmed, Luo Xiao finally felt at ease. Nier chuckled. Xiao Xiao, I'm fine. Come, I'll show you something amazing. Nier led Luo Xiao onward, and soon they stumbled upon a grassy patch in May. As the snow melted, patches of grass had begun to sprout. Luo Xiao gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening at the sight of deer grazing upon the grass. He recognized that the Arctic deer were called elks, also known as four not alike. Seeing an elk for the first time filled Luo Xiao with excitement. He was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to rush forward and touch it, that he lifted the chubby one from his backpack and exclaimed, "Look, fatty, that's an elk, found only in the Arctic. They can pull sleds and are truly remarkable. How about I make you a sled to play with alongside Nier?" The little creature flailed its tiny paws in the air, gazing at the nearby elk with uncontainable excitement. Chirping animatedly, It pointed its small paw at the elk, exclaiming, "Dear, so cute." Luo Xiao, Nier, and the chubby one watched the elk graze until it had its fill and departed, leaving them yearning for more. Such a magnificent sight was a rare treat, and the beauty of nature could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. After witnessing the elk, Nier used his little nose to guide Luo Xiao to a pine tree. Upon seeing the pine cones, Luo Xiao was nearly moved to tears. After searching for so long, their efforts had not been in vain. At the very least, the pine nuts were edible. Nier skillfully climbed the tree, shaking several branches vigorously. The pine cones fell in a delightful cascade. Luo Xiao filled a plastic bag with the bounty, satisfied as they prepared to leave. After several hours of wandering, Nier showed no signs of fatigue, while Luo Xiao felt quite weary. It was no wonder Red had advised him to remain in the snow house. He truly understood Luo Xiao's stamina. After continuing for some time, the snow house finally came into view from a distance. Luo Xiao's heart raced with anticipation, just as they were nearing the snow house. The chubby one suddenly began chirping excitedly. Luo Xiao took it out to inspect, finding nothing amiss. "What's the matter, fatty?" "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The chubby one chirped insistently, but Luo Xiao couldn't decipher its message. He asked Nier, who suggested that it might be indicating something nearby. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao, feeling anxious, cradled the chubby one in his arms and grasped Nier's hand. To his surprise, the little creature wriggled free from his grasp and leaped to the ground. Scurrying away, Luo Xiao gasped, tugging Nier along in pursuit. The little creature, though small, displayed remarkable speed, disappearing in a flash. When they finally caught up, they were met with an unexpected sight. A polar bear, to be precise. A young polar bear. The little bear appeared weak, crawling on the ground, while the chubby one chirped animatedly beside it, seemingly communicating something. Luo Xiao stood still, captivated by the sight of the polar bear, a creature he had only ever seen on television. As he observed the young bear's frail state, his initial fear dissipated, replaced by a surge of compassion. He cautiously approached the little polar bear, crouching down to examine it closely before gently extending a hand to stroke its fur. The young bear emitted a few soft whimpers, gazing up at Luo Xiao with its big, wet eyes. Luo Xiao's heart ached. "What's wrong? Are you unable to find your mother?" Luo Xiao, filled with concern, inquired. In Luo Xiao's eyes, this little polar bear is not a fierce beast, but rather akin to a chubby child. "Bear, it's time to eat," exclaimed Pangya, tugging at Luo Xiao's pant leg with her small paws, her big eyes glimmering with unshed tears. It turned out that the little polar bear was hungry, and Luo Xiao speculated that Pangya might be communicating with it in the language of beasts. Rubbing Pangya's head reassuringly, he said, "Don't be sad, Pangya. I'll fetch some food right away." Swiftly, Luo Xiao dashed toward the snow hut, where he had buried a fish from the previous night at the entrance. He quickly unearthed the fish and hurried back to the little polar bear, saying, "Here, eat up. Once you finish, you won't feel hungry anymore." With a gentle gaze, Luo Xiao watched the little polar bear's eyes light up at the sight of the large fish. The bear let out a couple of soft sounds, seemingly expressing gratitude. In no time, the little polar bear devoured the fish, letting out a satisfied belch afterward. I don't question why polar bears belch. Luo Xiao certainly heard it. Now energized, the little polar bear sat up slowly, affectionately nuzzling Pangya's head, then rubbing against Luo Xiao and Neil's legs. After greeting everyone, the little polar bear stood up and, with a few soft sounds, gradually disappeared from sight. Pangya, watching the little polar bear leave, felt a pang of reluctance, her gaze lingering on the direction it had vanished. Her little eyes brimmed with sadness. "Bear, home." Luo Xiao picked up Pangya, saying, "Pangya, the little polar bear has gone home. It has its own mommy and daddy and can't stay with you forever." Luo Xiao knew that Pangya must have regarded the little polar bear as a friend. After pondering for a moment, Pangya seemed to understand. "Bear, mommy, and daddy? Yes, the little polar bear has gone home. We should head back too." Luo Xiao cradled Pangya and Neil as they made their way back. Yet Pangya's gaze was still fixed on the direction the little polar bear had taken. Upon returning, Luo Xiao and Neil began to peel the pine nuts from the pine cone tower. After adding oil to the pan and ing them, the fragrant pine nuts were ready. Pangya sat listlessly on the blanket, lacking her usual energy. Since taking care of Pangya, Luo Xiao had discovered that she was a remarkably kind child who thoroughly enjoyed playing with other children. With the little polar bear gone, Pangya must have felt the loss of a friend and was feeling down. Luo Xiao fed her the pine nuts, and despite her small mouth, she savored every bite. "Don't be sad, Pangya. The little polar bear will return." Luo Xiao comforted her, although in reality, it was highly unlikely that the polar bear would come back. Ggg. Pangya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Luo Xiao. With a resigned nod, Luo Xiao replied, "The little polar bear ate our fish. Perhaps it will come back to visit us." Hearing this, Pangya immediately brightened, her tiny paws clutching a small pile of pine nuts. "For the bear, eat." Pangya truly was a good child, always willing to share her food with others. Luo Xiao suddenly felt a profound sense of accomplishment as a caregiver. How many children could be as considerate as Pangya? He chuckled, pondering how he had become a caregiver in the first place. Nevertheless, he delighted in the role, for who wouldn't want such a well-behaved child like Pangya? When Mo Yin returned, she had gathered a plethora of small white flowers, likely enough to last for several days. When Red returned, he carried several rabbits and 2 fish, and, astonishingly, he also brought back a bag of crabs in a plastic bag. The plastic bag had been brought from home, a large one meant for collecting items in the wilderness. Luo Xiao gazed at the bag of crabs in surprise, his mouth watering unconsciously. "What a delightful surprise! For lunch, we shall have crabs stir-fried with chili. And yes, let's add some roasted rabbit meat. I've hunted several rabbits." Red placed the prepared rabbits down and went out to fetch tools for roasting. Before long, he returned with some thick branches, skillfully cleaning the rabbits in snow water, skewering them on the branches and placing them on the stove to roast. Red also rinsed the crabs in snow water and handed them to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao accepted the crabs with a slight blush. He wondered if it was merely his illusion, but since Red had regained his memories, he had been exceptionally kind to him, albeit without the dependency and clinginess he had exhibited in his previous state. In truth, Luo Xiao preferred the intimacy he had shared with the earlier version of Red. Though the current Red could protect him from the storms of life, something seemed amiss. Shaking his head, Luo Xiao decided not to dwell on it. He would simply let things unfold as they may as he set to work on the crabs, using the dried chili and spicy seasoning he had brought from the store. Creating a dish that was savory, aromatic, spicy, and numbing. Red roasted the rabbits. He sprinkled the seasonings. Everything sourced from Luo Xiao supplies, until the delightful aroma wafted through the air. 2 roasted rabbits and a large bowl of crabs made for a sumptuous lunch. Everyone gathered around the stove to eat, and Pangya, no longer sorrowful, was entranced by the enticing aroma of roasted rabbit meat and spicy crabs, her little mouth watering profusely. The drool dripped onto her clothes. Luo Xiao wiped her mouth and placed the roasted rabbit meat on a plate. Pangya devoured it with great relish. He had also shelled the crabs and placed them in a small dish for her. This little one, unfazed by the spice, relished her meal wholeheartedly. It must be said, the wild flavors of the Arctic were unparalleled. Nothing from a city could compare to this pure, natural bounty. To be by the end of the meal, everyone felt pleasantly stuffed. Luo Xiao shared the tale of the little polar bear with Red, who chuckled in amusement. His little son was indeed adorable, even forming a connection with the polar bear. This was a welcome change. At least it was not like that deranged woman. For dinner, they had roasted fish. In the Arctic, they primarily relied on meat, and Luo Xiao had to employ various methods to prepare it, ensuring that everyone didn't grow weary of the same flavors. The next morning, Red set out for his usual hunt. With 2 rabbits still remaining, he planned to catch more crabs or shrimp to vary their meals. Red, see if you can find any plants that yield oil, like canola oil. Our supply is running low, Luo Xiao suggested before he left. Initially, he considered not using animal fats, but then thought they were too greasy. Plant oil would be ideal. I'll keep an eye out while hunting. You head inside. If there's nothing else, just stay in the snow hut today, and don't worry about gathering pine cones. It's quite exhausting. Red replied before glancing at Luo Xiao and departing. A warm feeling enveloped Luo Xiao's heart. He also ventured out to gather small white flowers, a task that required time and patience. For without them, they might freeze. With Red and Mo Yin gone, only Luo Xiao and the 2 children remained, and it felt rather dull. After contemplating, he decided they should venture out for a stroll. Carrying Pangya and holding Neil's hand, they meandered near the snow hut, appreciating the scenery. They couldn't possibly remain cooped up indoors every day. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs startled Luo Xiao in an instant. He darted into the snow hut with the 2 children. Had he merely gone out for a stroll, how could he have encountered wild beasts? Bear! Pangya, unlike Luo Xiao, showed no fear. Instead, she joyfully wagged her little tail. Bear, could it be the little polar bear from yesterday? Luo Xiao questioned, somewhat incredulous. He had only mentioned that the little polar bear might return to cheer Pangya, but he never truly believed it would come back. It's a bear. The bear has returned, Pangya exclaimed, her little paws dancing as she bounded outside. Luo Xiao and Neil had no choice but to follow her. Upon exiting, Luo Xiao was taken aback. The little polar bear had indeed returned, accompanied by 2 large adult polar bears. The adult polar bears were immense, prompting Luo Xiao to marvel at their size. The trio of polar bears sat on the ground. Their fluffy fur resembling that of giant stuffed toys, they appeared utterly harmless, even adorably clumsy. Pangya perched on the little polar bear's leg, chattering away, while the little polar bear responded with soft sounds. It was a curious sight, as a bear and a creature seemingly foreign to a polar bear engaged in delightful conversation. After their lengthy exchange, Pangya scampered back to Luo Xiao, who lifted her into his arms. Beaming with joy, she exclaimed, "Bear, bringing food." The plump little creature pointed to the ground beside her, where several large fish lay. Luo Xiao glanced at the 3 polar bears and understood. They had come to express their gratitude. The previous day, they had fed the small polar bear a fish, saving its life, and now it had brought its parents to repay the kindness. Luo Xiao approached the trio of polar bears, gently placing the plump creature back onto the small polar bear's legs, allowing them to play together. Tentatively, he reached out to touch one of the large polar bear's paws, which tilted its head but remained still. He beckoned to Neil, saying, "Neil, converse with them." The plump creature struggles to articulate. "Could you inquire if they have indeed come to express their gratitude?" Neil engaged in animated chatter with the 2 large polar bears for quite some time. Finally reporting, Xiao, they have indeed come to show their appreciation. They mentioned that if we hadn't fed the small polar bear yesterday, it might have starved on its way home. Truly, they had come to repay a debt of gratitude. Luo Xiao stroked the large polar bear's paw once more, and to his astonishment, the bear reciprocated with a gentle touch. Elated, he contemplated the pile of fish lying on the ground and said to Neil, "Tell them that food is of utmost importance to them. We do not require it. I shall prepare roasted fish for them." Luo Xiao's reasoning was simple, in such a harsh and frigid environment as the Arctic. It was a formidable challenge for polar bears to survive. How could he possibly accept their fish? Upon hearing that Luo Xiao not only declined their fish, but also offered to prepare roasted fish for them, the polar bears became so excited that they nudged their heads affectionately against his face. The sudden approach of their large heads startled him momentarily, but he quickly adapted, realizing that the bears were expressing their gratitude. Allowing the plump creature to frolic with the 3 polar bears, he and Neil carried the fish into the snow shelter. He was astonished to find that the polar bears had brought such a substantial bounty, perhaps 4 or 5 fish. After cleaning the fish, he skewered them with branches that Neil had gathered, lightly seasoning them without any spices that might be unsuitable for the bears. Before long, the aroma of the fish wafted through the snow shelter, captivating the attention of the 3 polar bears and the small magical beast outside. As Luo Xiao emerged with the fish, he was intercepted at the doorway by the trio of bears and 1 beast. Observing the bears, with their large frames and the same pitiable eyes as the plump creature, he promptly offered them the fish. Feeding the polar bears was akin to receiving a windfall. When Reed returned with his catch, he was greeted by the sight of 3 polar bears and the plump creature lounging on the ground, their bellies full and content. Neil was seated nearby, playing with the small polar bear's tail, while Luo Xiao gazed at the bears with an infatuated expression, occasionally reaching out to touch them. Reed set down his catch and joined the gathering around the polar bears, intrigued as he had never encountered them before. The plump creature, now in high spirits, cheerfully exclaimed, "Dad, the bears are here. The bears have come." Reed patted the plump creature and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Luo Xiao, the polar bears have indeed arrived." Luo Xiao replied, brimming with excitement, "I never anticipated they would come. Did you see? They brought us several large fish. They have come to express their gratitude." His eyes sparkled with delight, for such a remarkable act of appreciation from polar bears was truly exhilarating. Reed pondered aloud. It is indeed surprising that they would come to express their gratitude. Luo Xiao added, "Yes, but I did not accept their fish. I prepared roasted fish for them instead. They live in the Arctic, where food is scarce. How could I accept their offering?" Reed responded, "Not accepting was the right choice. Survival in the Arctic is undeniably challenging. With my presence, they need not worry about their prey." After concluding, Reed began animatedly conversing with the polar bears. Luo Xiao, filled with curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Reed, what are you discussing with them?" Reed explained, "I want to ask if they could assist us in locating the Inuits." Upon hearing that the polar bears had come to express gratitude, Reed had thought them clever enough to potentially help find people. Luo Xiao gasped in astonishment. "Is that truly possible?" In fact, he wanted to say, "This is simply too incredible." Reed continued his animated dialogue with the polar bears for quite some time. They mentioned that they occasionally encounter humans, but they are unsure if those are the individuals we seek. However, they said they could help us track the sledge trail. This was fantastic news. Finding the sledge trail would bring them closer to locating the Inuits. Luo Xiao felt a surge of joy. The polar bears had not come in vain, bringing such delightful prospects. Suddenly, Mo Yin stumbled back, clutching a bag of small white flowers, and fell to the ground, mouthfuls of snow spilling from his lips. After spitting out the snow, he knelt and stared at the 3 polar bears, exclaiming, "Xiao Xiao, come pinch me. I might be hallucinating. I think I've seen bears." Luo Xiao, amused by Mo Yan's bewildered expression, laughed heartily. "No need to pinch. You are not hallucinating. The small polar bear has returned with its parents and their catch to express their gratitude." "Gratitude? Am I hearing things? Polar bears expressing gratitude?" Mo Yin struggled to comprehend. Astonished that the bears had returned to repay kindness, of course it's true. They not only came to express gratitude, but also mentioned they could assist in tracking the sledge trail. Who knows? We might find the Inuits soon. Luo Xiao beckoned to Mo Yin closer, stopped standing there in disbelief. "Come feel the polar bear's fur. It's incredibly soft and comfortable." After hesitating for a moment, Mo Yin, seeing everyone gathered around the polar bears, set aside his shock and fear. He rushed to the polar bears, took several deep breaths, and timidly extended a hand to touch the plush paw of the bear. The more he touched, the more he adored it. Almost wishing to embrace the polar bear, Luo Xiao, delighted by the bears, waved his hand and declared that they would invite the polar bears to stay for dinner in the snow shelter that night. He intended to prepare a feast to honor the bears. That evening, Luo Xiao prepared a lavish meal of meat for the polar bear family, who relished every bite. They only prepared to leave when darkness fell. The small polar bear was reluctant to depart, displaying a longing to stay. The 2 large bears tugged and pulled, eventually promising the little bear that it could return to play with the plump creature the next day. Only then did the small polar bear reluctantly leave, tears glistening in its eyes, almost as if it were waving goodbye with a tiny handkerchief. The plump creature, too, rolled around on the small polar bear, refusing to let go. occasionally uttering, "Fur, I want fur." Luo Xiao suspected that the plump creature was enamored with the soft, fluffy fur of the small polar bear. Eventually, the two bears exchanged some words, likely assuring the plump creature that it could come to play again tomorrow. Only then did the plump creature release its grip on the small polar bear's fur. The polar bear family vanished into the night, while the plump creature squirmed in Luo Xiao's embrace. Incessantly repeating, "Fur, I want fur." Luo Xiao was thoroughly amused by the plump creature's antics and lifted it to face him, asking, "Do you truly adore the small polar bears for so much?" The plump creature, exhilarated by being lifted, chirped excitedly, "Fur, I like it." Luo Xiao contemplated that he, too, held a fondness for the soft, fluffy fur of the little polar bear. The young polar bear had yet to mature, and its coat was distinctly different from that of the adult bears. The fur of the little polar bear was akin to lanugo, soft and downy, providing an exceptionally pleasant sensation when touched. As Luo Xiao anticipated the arrival of the little polar bear the following day, he eagerly thought of seizing the opportunity to indulge in some delightful petting. Reed scooped up the chubby creature from Luo Xiao's arms and, with a swift motion, tossed it into the air, expertly catching it as it descended. Initially, the chubby bear's wide eyes were filled with terror as it gazed at Luo Xiao, its expression a mixture of distress and a silent plea for help. However, after being tossed a few times by Reed, the look of distress was replaced with gleeful squeals of laughter, clearly relishing the sensation of flight. Watching Reed interact with the chubby bear, Luo Xiao felt a sense of relief. The chubby bear had been sulking for some time, and Luo Xiao had been concerned, but now he felt reassured. After playfully tossing the chubby bear back into Luo Xiao's embrace, Reed glanced at Neil, who was sitting on the blanket. Neil's cheeks were flushed with excitement, having been captivated by the sight of the chubby bear soaring through the air. Now, under Reed's gaze, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. In truth, no one knew the origins of Neil, nor did Neil himself. He only knew that he had been born in the Dawn Laboratory. Unlike most creatures, he possessed memories from birth, recalling the moment he came into existence within the confines of the laboratory. After his birth, he had lived there, subjected to inhumane torment daily. He had only met his father once, but he was swiftly taken away. He had never experienced a father's affection and was oblivious to the bond shared between fathers and sons. Observing Reed and the chubby bear together, he felt a pang of envy. Reed bent down to lift Neil, who was already quite grown, around 7 or 8 years old. At this age, throwing him into the air would require considerable effort. However, Reed was a powerful beast, effortlessly tossing Neil into the air and catching him repeatedly, just as he had done with the chubby bear. When Neil landed, he joyfully flailed his arms, gazing at Reed with unbridled admiration. Luo Xiao affectionately patted Neil's head, saying, "If you wish to play, simply tell Uncle Reed, and he will take you and the chubby bear along." "That it's brother," Reed corrected him. "All right, brother Reed." Neil willingly complied this time. That night, as the two children drifted into slumber, Mo Yin snored loudly while Luo Xiao lay awake. "Reed, are you asleep?" "Not yet," replied Reed, unable to find rest with Luo Xiao awake. "Thank you for what you did for Neil today." Luo Xiao expressed sincerely. "What is there to thank? I, too, have a fondness for that child." Reed stated earnestly that it was true. Magical bees held a deep affection for children, as they embodied hope. "Sleep well. Good night," Luo Xiao murmured. Closing his eyes, Reed followed suit. The next day, Reed and Mo Yin embarked on their usual hunting expedition, gathering small white flowers. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the chubby bear eagerly awaited the arrival of the little polar bear after breakfast. After a while, they heard the sound of thudding footsteps approaching, growing ever closer. "Bear! Bear!" the chubby bear cried out, jumping down and darting away at lightning speed. The little polar bear had arrived, and the two companions greeted each other with joyous affection, as if they had not seen one another in centuries. The little polar bear and the chubby bear chattered excitedly, pointing in a particular direction with their chubby paws. The chubby bear's eyes gleamed as it exclaimed, "Fish, xiao xiao gu." "The little polar bear says it will take us hunting," Neil translated for the chubby bear, who struggled to articulate. Upon hearing the word hunting, Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hunting? The polar bear hunting? What a splendid opportunity. They simply had to go. With a grand gesture of his hand, Luo Xiao led the group in following the little polar bear. As they set off, Luo Xiao first ran up to the little polar bear, indulging in a bout of fur stroking until he had satisfied his craving. Neil, too, was eager to pet the fur, and after a delightful session, the little polar bear began to question its life choices as they finally set out to hunt. The little polar bear guided them to a vast expanse of the Arctic Ocean, and as Luo Xiao gazed upon the boundless waters, he felt a profound sense of liberation. Upon reaching the shoreline, the little polar bear perked up its ears and exuded confidence, as if proclaiming, "Ah, this is where I shall showcase my prowess," with a proud glance back at Luo Xiao and the others. The little polar bear plunged into the sea with a splash. Luo Xiao and the others crouched by the shore, watching the little polar bear swim joyfully in the water. It was springtime, and nature was awakening. The animals were emerging, making hunting relatively easier. After some time, they spotted the little polar bear swimming back toward them as it emerged from the water. Luo Xiao noticed it had caught a large, lifeless fish in its mouth. Rushing over, he patted the little polar bear's fur and exclaimed, "You're amazing. We shall have fish for lunch." The little polar bear grunted a few sounds at the chubby bear. "Grilled fish," the chubby bear chimed in with a crisp voice. "All right, we shall feast on grilled fish for lunch," Luo Xiao agreed. The little polar bear grunted a few more sounds at the chubby bear, who then leaped onto its back, stretching out its little paw. It called to Neil, and I catch fish." Upon hearing this, Neil immediately understood the chubby bear's intent and jumped onto the little polar bear's back as well. The two little ones perched atop the little polar bear, gazing up with excitement, resembling two valiant knights. The little polar bear carried them into the water, prompting a gasp from Luo Xiao. The two little ones were unsure if they could swim. And even if they could, would they be able to withstand the frigid waters of the Arctic Ocean? "Xiao Xiao Ge, don't worry, we're fine," Neil called out loudly, watching as the little polar bear ventured into the water. Luo Xiao could only fret anxiously on the shore to believe that Neil and the chubby bear were not foolish children, and with the presence of the little polar bear, they should be safe. The little polar bear swam merrily, while the two little ones on its back enjoyed the view with childlike wonder. After a while, Neil suddenly transformed into his beast form and, alongside the chubby bear, leapt into the water to swim with the little polar bear. Observing the two little ones swimming freely and joyfully eased Luo Xiao's worries at last. Eventually, the little polar bear and the two companions returned to shore, each proudly clutching a large fish in their mouths. The sight of the little polar bear and Neil was expected, but how could the tiny chubby bear manage to hold such a hefty fish with its diminutive mouth? The chubby bear gleefully trotted over to Luo Xiao, dropping the fish at his feet. "Fish! I caught it! Eat!" The chubby bear was particularly proud, having caught such a large fish on its first attempt. Luo Xiao praised it enthusiastically. "You're incredible, already able to provide for yourself. We shall feast on the fish you caught for lunch." Neil was not to be outdone, dropping his own catch at Luo Xiao's feet. "Xiao Xiao Ge. This is the fish I caught. Lunch. All right." Neil is also impressive. Luo Xiao beamed at Neil, feeling gratified that his efforts to save the child were not in vain. The little polar bear imitated the chubby bear and dropped its fish, making a few excited grunts. "The bear caught fish, we shall eat." The chubby bear translated dutifully. "You all did splendidly. Lunch shall consist of the fish you caught," Luo Xiao declared, leading the trio back to the snow house. Neil and the chubby bear were soaked, so he quickly changed their clothes and prepared a pot of hot water for them to wash up. He then cleaned all the fish, eagerly awaiting Reed and Mo Yan's return to enjoy the feast. When Reed and Mo Yan returned for lunch, they found the little polar bear, chubby bear, Neil, and Luo Xiao joyfully playing outside the snow house. Luo Xiao was so elated that he was humming a cheerful tune. Reed set down the game he had hunted, asking, "What has you all in such high spirits?" "You're back. Let me tell you, today the little polar bear took us hunting and the chubby bear and Neil were able to swim in the sea, each bringing back a large fish." When Luo Xiao spoke of Pangya and Nir, she was no different from those women with children, incessantly extolling the virtues of her own offspring. Indeed, it was commendable. Mastering the art of hunting was an essential skill, and in due time, Nir would accompany me on hunting expeditions. As later contemplated, he realized that Nir was no longer a child. It was high time he learned to hunt alongside his father. Until he found his father, it would be best for him to learn from me. Thank you, Brother Leda. Since being tossed into the air by Leda, Nir's admiration for him had grown immensely, to the point where calling him brother came effortlessly. This fish truly caught by Panya and Nir. Mo Yin, who had been rendered speechless, finally remembered to speak. Indeed, it is genuinely theirs. They jumped into the sea with a little polar bear to catch it. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Luo Xiao would not have believed it, likely wearing the same incredulous expression as Mo Yin. Yin nodded foolishly. Oh, okay, and then awkwardly returned to the snow house. Seated upon a blanket, Mo Yin mused about a little polar bear swimming in the sea alongside 7- or 8-year-old Nir and the 1-year-old Panya, successfully catching fish. Meanwhile, an adult could only gather a few small white flowers. A wave of despair washed over him. How utterly inept he felt. At noon, they feasted on delectable roasted fish, while the little polar bear savored every morsel, its mouth dripping with grease. Previously, they had only consumed raw meat. Now, after tasting cooked meat, how could they possibly swallow raw fare? The plump little polar bear pondered this dilemma. What if in the future they could not obtain cooked meat? After much contemplation, it could not arrive at a solution. So it decided to simply indulge in the meat for now. Following their lunch, the little polar bear, Nir, and Panya enjoyed a blissful afternoon, and as dinner time approached. The little polar bear resolutely decided to continue mooching off their meals. With thoughts of dinner making its mouth water, it was oblivious to the fact that its parents were gradually approaching from behind, when the two larger polar bears pulled their cub close. The little polar bear finally realized what was happening. Upon seeing its parents, it let out a series of whimpers, and Nir translated, "The little polar bear says it wants to stay here for dinner." Luo Xiao nodded. "That sounds wonderful." The larger polar bears also chimed in with their own grunts, and Nir added, "The little polar bear's parents say they cannot always disturb us." Luo Xiao shook his head. "There is no disturbance. We all enjoy their company." Nir conveyed Luo Xiao's words to the polar bear family. Consequently, dinner consisted once again of the roasted fish that the polar bear family adored. After their meal, when it was time to return home, the little polar bear stubbornly refused to leave, utterly enamored with Panya and the roasted fish. The two larger polar bears tugged at their cub, who rolled and tumbled on the ground in protest. Eventually, they struck a deal that allowed them to visit Panya daily and enjoy roasted fish together. Only then did they leave. However, the little polar bear continued to visit Panya every day for play and feasting on roasted fish. The two larger polar bears, finding it tiresome to fetch their cub daily, instead sought out a nearby cave close to the snow house. Thus, the three of them settled down, embarking on a new chapter of daily indulgence. The arrival of the polar bear family brought numerous benefits to Luo Xiao and her companions. For instance, Leda was no longer alone in his hunting endeavors, accompanied instead by two large bears. Additionally, Mo Yin no longer foraged for small white flowers alone. Luo Xiao, Nir, Panya, and the little polar bear found themselves quite bored, so they accompanied Mo Yin on his flower-gathering expeditions. Each day, Mo Yin felt like the most remarkable person in the world. Wandering about with a bear and two magical beasts, truly, he was unprecedented in his exploits. The happiest among them was Panya, as she could now play with the little polar bear every day. Luo Xiao and Nir shared in Panya's joy, for they could freely pet the little polar bear's soft fur. On one occasion, they even rode upon the back of the larger polar bear. One must wonder, what is it like to ride a polar bear? It is majestic. Indeed, it is nothing short of magnificent. In the Arctic, where silence reigns, one often spots two men accompanied by a child, a creature of indeterminate origin, a plump one at that, and an Arctic bear traversing the snowy expanse. On this particular day, Red has taken two large bears with him for a hunting expedition. Their synergy is remarkable. When Red hunts for rabbits, the two bears assist in locating and observing their quarry. When he goes fishing, the bears leap into the sea, directly engaging in the pursuit of fish. Red primarily catches rabbits and fish, for the Arctic does not offer a plethora of edible options. Wolves, foxes, and deer are not on their menu. Today, after a lengthy wait without a single rabbit in sight, Red decides to switch to fishing. Upon hearing his intention, the two bears eagerly plunge into the sea. The ocean sparkles under the sun, a deep blue expanse transformed into a brilliant emerald as sunlight cascades down like gold. Dazzling to the eye, countless icebergs, both large and small, drift across the surface, creating an unprecedented and unique spectacle. The bears swim with the carefree grace of fish, their powerful limbs flapping like fins. Their fluffy heads bob above the water, resembling giant snowballs on the move. Before long, these snowballs have traversed quite a distance. One could hardly imagine such hefty creatures excelling in swimming. The bears continue their frolic, soon disappearing from Red's view. He remains unperturbed. The Arctic is the domain of polar bears, and he has no cause for concern. The bears do not seem to be fishing, but rather indulging in a leisurely holiday. With spring's arrival, fish are plentiful, making their fishing endeavors far less arduous than in winter. With Red accompanying them, they are even more relaxed. Thus, they decide to enjoy a bit of swimming and play before resuming their fishing. After some time, they unwittingly swim to another shore. The two bears ascend the land slowly, vigorously shaking off the thick fur that clings to them. The couple lies side by side in the sun, basking for quite a while. Only when they feel drowsy do they rise to depart. Just as they are about to re-enter the water, an odd sound catches their attention. Following the sound, they come upon a sight that startles them. The bears chatter excitedly for a moment before hastily jumping back into the water. This time, they swim with much greater urgency, as if pursued by wolves. Red, engrossed in his fishing, spots the two bears racing through the water. Narrowing his eyes, he realizes their speed is markedly greater than usual. The bears quickly reach the shore, chattering animatedly at Red before diving back into the sea. Transforming into his beast form, Red leaps into the water, following the bears towards the distant shore. Once ashore, he reverts to his human form, with the bears leading the way as they move forward. After a short while, Red notices faint tracks on ground. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are sled tracks, becoming clearer the further they proceed. Suddenly, he spots a damaged sled ahead, its seat broken and leg splintered. Investigating further, he sees two dogs huddled together. One dog lies on the ground, its leg injured and bleeding profusely, while the other, also wounded, kneels beside it, quietly keeping watch. The dogs tremble in fear upon noticing the bears, whimpering softly. The bears emit a few calming sounds, and the dogs quiet down. It turns out the bears are there to rescue them. Red approaches slowly, noticing a man lying in the midst of the two dogs, covered in blood and pale as a ghost. Without hesitation, Red lifts the man onto his back, instructing the bears to carry the dogs as they make their way back to the snow shelter via a longer route. Each bear carries a dog, the animals resembling frightened children, too terrified to make a sound or move. The return journey to the snow shelter is fraught with peril, as this path is particularly treacherous, yet it is the only viable option. If the bears were to carry the dogs, they might struggle, and if Red were to take them himself, he risked drawing attention to his identity. Thus, he opts for this somewhat dangerous route, where the ground is covered in unmelted snow. The upper layer is snow, while the lower layer is ice, making it particularly difficult to traverse. One misstep could lead to a fall. The bears, accustomed to such paths, are unbothered, with a man on his back. Red cannot afford to move too swiftly. After a considerable distance, they finally emerge from the icy terrain into a snowy path. Continuing onward, Red soon encounters a vast glacier. They must navigate beneath it to reach the snow shelter. The glacier looms large, with much of the snow having melted due to the arrival of spring. Red watches as snow cascades down from the glacier. He has hunted here before and witnessed similar sights. He conveys a few words to the bears, who nod in understanding. Red warns them of the glacier's dangers. After their exchange, Red secures the man on his back and presses forward. Just as they reach the halfway point, a sudden avalanche occurs with massive blocks of snow tumbling down. The thunderous roar shatters the air. Red lets out a fierce roar, transforming into his beast form, using his immense body to shield the man and the bears. Countless snow blocks cascade down like a waterfall, crashing onto Red, burying him and the bears beneath a thick blanket of snow. It is unclear how long the snowfall lasts, but eventually it ceases. Thick layers of snow cover the area. obscuring any trace of Red and the others as if they have vanished. After some time, a massive head of an unknown creature emerges from the snow. The creature shakes its head, and with a powerful effort, it stands, revealing beneath it a man, two polar bears, and two unconscious dogs. The bears, dazed and disoriented, still manage to hoist the two unconscious dogs. Red reverts to his human form, lifts the injured man, and swiftly makes his way forward. They remain unaware of the potential for another avalanche, compelled to move quickly. After circumventing the glacier and walking for a while longer, Red gazes at the glacier that has just experienced another avalanche. Urging the bears onward toward the snow shelter, they are but a short distance from their destination. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao and the others are engaged in playful antics with a small polar bear. The addition of Luo Xiao and the plump one has significantly lightened Mo Yan's harvesting task. They complete their work swiftly and return to the snow shelter early. The pots have been cleaned, the seasonings prepared, and they await Red's return with food to commence cooking. They build a snowman. The plump one and Neil, having never seen one before, are particularly excited, as is the small polar bear. Luo Xiao aims to bring joy to the children, including the notably large small polar bear. He directs everyone to roll snowballs, using a large snowball for the body and a smaller one for the head. The small polar bear, thrilled and eager, excels in its snowball making, perhaps a testament to its Arctic upbringing. Before long, a snowman's head emerges. With collective effort, the large snowball is formed. Luo Xiao and Missouri Yin place the small snowball atop the large one, inserting twigs for arms and using round plants for the eyes, nose, and mouth. Finally, they adorn the snowman with two large leaves for a hat. The adorable snowman is complete. The small polar bear gazes at it in wide-eyed wonder, as if encountering an alien, taking small steps toward the snowman, gently touching it before quickly retracting its paw, as though fearing it might break. The plump one, in a burst of excitement, scrambles atop the snowman's head. Chirping joyfully, "Snowman," as it called out while wagging its little tail, it suddenly leapt down with a whoosh and began to roll snowballs. Luo Xiao presumed that Pangya intended to build another snowman. To her surprise, Pangya rolled a multitude of snowballs, meticulously stacking them into a square shape. Finally, she placed a large leaf atop the structure. Luo Xiao exclaimed, "So Pangya is constructing a house." Pangya chirped excitedly. "Pangya has a house." Luo Xiao lifted Pangya and gently tapped her tiny nose, marveling at how this little creature was already so adept at house building. What a relief it was! The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and Luo Xiao looked up to see Leda, carrying a man on his back, accompanied by Xiong, who was lugging two dogs. Both bears appeared exhausted and roughly dropped the dogs to the ground. Startled, the dogs woke up abruptly. The two bears plopped down to rest, casting resentful glances at Leda. Observing their expressions, Luo Xiao inquired, "Leda, what is going on?" "This man is injured. I suspect he is the Inuit we're searching for." "The dogs are wounded as well. We must tend to their injuries first," Leda replied, carrying the man into the snow hut. Luo Xiao followed closely behind. She retrieved one of their bags, filled with various medications, anti-inflammatory, pain relief, cold remedies, and bandages, all prepared by Luo's father out of concern for their safety. It was fortunate they had come in handy. The injured man had a severe head wound, bleeding profusely. Leda acted swiftly to staunch the bleeding and forced him to ingest some medicine. Meanwhile, Luo Xiao took the ointment outside to treat the two dogs. They lay on the ground, utterly exhausted and pitifully whimpering. Luo Xiao cleaned their wounds with water, applied ointment, and bandaged them. The dogs felt a sense of relief from the pain. Recognizing that Luo Xiao was there to save them, they affectionately nudged her face with their heads. Luo Xiao gently stroked their heads, encouraging them to rest well. The two bears recounted to Pangya their efforts to rescue the man and the dogs, and Luo Xiao praised them greatly, promising to reward them with delicious food, which appeased them. As night fell, the man saved by Leda remained deeply asleep. Luo Xiao scrutinized the man lying on the bedding. He wore a fur coat, had yellow skin, and his eyes were tightly shut, still furrowed in sleep. Luo Xiao pondered aloud. How peculiar that this Inuit is of Asian descent. She had imagined Inuit people to be fair-skinned with blue eyes and golden hair, never expecting to find one resembling her. Could it be that they shared a common ancestry? Perhaps long ago they were indeed of the same lineage. Yin shared this sentiment, as the Inuit bore a striking resemblance to them, albeit a bit more rugged. Leda glanced at the still unconscious man and said to Luo Xiao, "We must hide Panya. This man is likely the Inuit. What will we do when he wakes up?" The snow hut is so small that everything is visible, and Panya cannot remain hidden in the backpack indefinitely. Luo Xiao voiced her concerns that in the current situation, it was indeed easy for Panya to be discovered. "Let us send Panya to the cave of the polar bears. We can visit daily to bring her food, and we'll figure out the rest later. Moreover, the polar bears must avoid appearing in front of the Inuit. I fear he might hunt them down," she suggested. Leda's reasoning was sound. In the frigid Arctic, survival took precedence over all else if their efforts to save this man endangered the polar bear family. How could they face them? Perhaps I should accompany Panya. As a mere infant, what can she do with 3 bears? And Yin mused, picturing a small magical creature in harmony with 3 polar bears in the cave. Yet he remained uneasy. No, Panya can take care of herself, and the polar bear family will protect her well. We cannot afford to lose an extra person. I fear it would raise suspicions. Leda replied. Yin conceded. If the injured man noticed something amiss, it could lead to trouble. Then I will take Panya over now. Luo Xiao gathered some of Panya's belongings and, accompanied by Neil, made their way to the cave. Upon entering the polar bear's cave, Luo Xiao immediately heard soft whimpering. Upon investigation, he discovered the little polar bear, eyes red with tears. Its round, fluffy white face was streaked with moisture, making its fur clump together like a little flower, a truly pitiful sight. "What happened? Why are you crying?" Luo Xiao, feeling empathy, used Panya's handkerchief to wipe the little bear's face. Upon seeing Luo Xiao and the others, the little polar bear became even more distressed and cried out loudly, shaking the very ground. Luo Xiao was taken aback. Panya quickly asked the little polar bear what is wrong. "Has it been bullied?" After some time of chattering with the little polar bear, Panya suddenly began to cry as well, jumping into the little bear's embrace, and together they sobbed in a heap. Luo Xiao was utterly bewildered. "Neil, what is happening?" To his surprise, Neil's eyes were also red. He glanced over at the 2 large bears, who had gathered beside the little polar bear, cradling it and Panya. Strangely, they did not cry, but their eyes were slightly red. The 2 massive polar bears looked as if they were on the verge of tears, leaving Luo Xiao wide-eyed and at a loss. He could only stare blankly at Neil, who pointed at the little polar bear. Neil, with a choked voice, said, "Xiao Xiao, the polar bears say they might have to leave." "What?" Luo Xiao gasped, dropping everything he had brought for paying. In disbelief, he asked, "Why must you leave?" In his heart, the polar bear family had become dear friends. They shared meals, played, hunted, and foraged together, developing a profound bond. The sudden news of their departure was too much to bear. "They said that the man we rescued is someone who has lived in the Arctic for a long time. They cannot remain exposed to such individuals," Neil sorrowfully explained. Luo Xiao finally grasped Leda's words. Inuit and polar bears could not coexist. The polar bear family's instincts compelled them to leave and return to their normal lives. The man in the snow hut was almost certainly an Inuit. If so, they might be forced to follow him to the Inuit tribe, which would inevitably lead to a separation from the polar bear family. Slowly, Luo Xiao approached and embraced the little polar bear. "Panya will stay here for a few days. We are afraid of being discovered by that man. That I will come every day to bring food for you and Panya. And when the time comes, you can leave, all right?" His eyes welled up with tears as he too wished to spend a few more days with the polar bear family. The polar bears agreed, and Luo Xiao took the dispirited Neil back to the snow hut. Inside, the fire crackled warmly, yet Luo Xiao still felt cold. Suddenly, the man lying on the bed shifted his left hand and slowly opened his eyes, revealing the snow hut. Confused, he attempted to rise but winced in pain from his injuries. "Ouch, that hurts." Leda and Luo Xiao rushed to his side, helping him sit against the wall of the hut. Luo Xiao poured a cup of warm water for him. The man, parched, gulped it down in one go. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." Luo Xiao nearly gasped in astonishment at the man's fluent Chinese. Despite their shared Asian descent, it was hard to believe he spoke their language. Luo Xiao glanced at Leda, who shook his head, leaving Luo Xiao to suppress his curiosity and remain silent. I saw you and your 2 injured dogs while passing by a coastal area. Those dogs have already been bandaged and fed. Leda gestured toward the 2 dogs now peacefully sleeping at the entrance of the hut. The man's face lit up with joy upon seeing his dogs well fed and resting. My dogs are still alive. That's wonderful. I truly appreciate your help. They had relied on those dogs to pull their sleds, and losing them would have been a significant loss as they were valuable members of their tribe. Are you here on an expedition? The man inquired once more. Typically, those who venture to the Arctic are explorers, and he had encountered them before, always keeping their distance that we are not here to explore. We seek a place known as the Pole. Are you familiar with it? Reed asked tentatively. The man shook his head. I have not heard of it, but I can return and inquire on your behalf. By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Suda, and I am an Inuit residing in the Arctic. I am Reed, and these are Luo Xiao and Mo Yen. That child is named Near. Reed introduced them one by one. Suda, feeling embarrassed, covered his stomach, his face slightly flushed. It was truly awkward. He was terribly hungry. Luo Xiao promptly rose to prepare a meal. Dinner consisted of roasted rabbit, boiled fish, and a soup. Suda had never seen such a sumptuous dinner, let alone boiled fish. The bowl of fragrant boiled fish was adorned with a layer of bright red, eye-watering chili peppers, beneath which lay tender, delectable pieces of fish. The aroma of the boiled fish made Suda's mouth water uncontrollably. Observing that Suda merely gazed at the food without eating, Luo Xiao assumed he was shy and placed a piece of fish into his bowl, saying, "This is boiled fish. It's especially delightful in cold weather. You must try it." Suda trembled as he held the chopsticks, stammering, I have never eaten cooked meat, and I do not know how to use these." Chopsticks. Luo Xiao, startled by Suda's words, swallowed a piece of fish in one gulp, the spiciness making his throat feel as though it were on fire. After drinking several mouthfuls of water to recover, he uncertainly asked, "Do you eat raw meat?" Suda nodded. "Yes, we Inuit have always consumed raw meat." This revelation unsettled Luo Xiao. While raw fish might be acceptable, did that mean they also consumed seal and rabbit raw? Luo Xiao's expression turned serious. "Suda, I have no raw meat to offer you. You must eat the cooked meat." He continued to watch Suda intently, as if ready to force-feed him if he refused to eat. Suda was taken aback by Luo Xiao's sternness. I cannot use chopsticks." Luo Xiao quickly fetched a spoon for him, and Suda took his first bite of cooked meat in his life. Then came the second, and the third. The spicy boiled fish warmed him thoroughly. Suda's face flushed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, alleviating the pain of his wounds. The boiled fish was so delicious that he felt like swallowing his own tongue. He gazed at the large bowl of boiled fish, marveling. "This is my first experience with cooked meat. I never imagined it would be so delightful." Luo Xiao puffed out his chest with pride. "Of course, cooked meat is far superior. You too can enjoy it." Suda's expression dimmed as he lowered his head, remaining silent for a while. Then he looked up at Luo Xiao and Reed. "If possible, would you be willing to teach my people how to prepare cooked meat?" Hope gleamed in Suda's eyes. Luo Xiao glanced at Reed, who nodded, and Luo Xiao replied, "Certainly." Suda's eyes glistened with tears. "To be honest, I am the son of a chieftain, and my father and I have long wished for our people to eat cooked meat. We once encountered a doctor who came to explore, and he informed us that some women and children in our tribe do not survive for long, all due to our consumption of raw meat." Suda's eyes grew even redder as he clenched his fists tightly. "You can simply roast the meat. There is no need for us to instruct you," Reed stated calmly. "Roasting meat is exceedingly simple. The Inuit are not fools that if you ask them to teach, there must be another motive. I am aware that roasting meat is an option, but we Inuit have lived in the Arctic for many years and have long accustomed ourselves to raw meat. Changing the mindset of everyone is no simple task. After tasting your meal, I feel certain my people would be willing to accept cooked meat," Suda confessed, revealing his thoughts openly. Reed nodded. "In that case, we shall accompany you. However, I hope you can help us gather information about the pole. That if you cannot find out anything, I hope you can assist us in locating it. Consider this in exchange for teaching you how to cook." Suda, filled with excitement, patted his chest. "Rest assured, there are some elders in my tribe who will certainly know. If not, I will help you find out. With everything agreed upon, Suda felt more at ease as he recuperated in the snow hut. After about a week, his wounds had healed significantly, and they decided to set off for the Inuit tribe. Before leaving, they took the opportunity to bid farewell to the polar bear family, while Suda was asleep. The polar bear family had red-rimmed eyes, with the little polar bear clinging to Panya, weeping uncontrollably. Seeing the little polar bear cry so heart-wrenchingly, Luo Xiao also shed tears. Even Near, usually the most stoic, could not hold back his emotions. Yin discreetly squatted in a corner, wiping his eyes. Luo Xiao embraced the little polar bear for a long time, showering it with kisses, while also hugging the two adult bears. Yet he said nothing, fearing that speaking would deepen his sorrow as the appointed time approached. Luo Xiao tucked Panya into his front backpack, preparing to depart. Through his sobs, Panya chirped, "Bear, bear, I will come back to find you." Upon hearing this, the little polar bear cried even harder, whimpering in response. Reed assured that the little polar bear would wait for Panya to return. After bidding farewell to the polar bear family, Luo Xiao and the others gathered their belongings in the snow hut in preparation for departure. They followed Suda, with Luo Xiao, Near, and Panya frequently glancing back at the cave where the polar bear family resided until it was out of sight. After Luo Xiao and the others left the snow hut, the polar bear family sat dejectedly on the ground. As they watched the departing figures of Luo Xiao and his companions, they secretly observed until they gradually vanished from view. The polar bear family did not leave. They remained in the cave close to the snow hut. They had grown fond of this place, and the little polar bear had promised to wait for Panya there. They could not break their promise. Luo Xiao tucked Panya into his front backpack, explaining that there were strangers present and that he must not emerge or move too much. Otherwise, if discovered, Panya would be captured by bad people for meat. Panya, seeing his mother's serious expression, felt rather foolish. He was clever enough to understand the need for discretion. However, his mother was the person he loved most, even more than his father, and he could not bear to see her sad. He feigned understanding, nodding repeatedly, which made his mother happy enough to shower him with kisses that, he suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia for the days when his father was not so clever. Back then, he and his father could always win their mother's affection, receiving kisses and hugs. Now, it seemed their mother no longer bestowed such affection upon them. Did she perhaps realize he had memories from a young age, and that his father had become wise, prompting her to withhold her affection? The little Pang pondered this profound question throughout the journey to the Inuit tribe, remaining utterly still. Luo Xiao was oblivious to Panya's thoughts. He merely noted that Panya was exceptionally well-behaved today, not moving an inch. Not even Suda was aware. He nearly forgot that Panya was nestled in the backpack. Suda's sled had broken, and he had not fashioned a new one that, even if he had, it would not have been able to carry Luo Xiao and the others, so they had no choice but to proceed on foot. Suda remarked that the snow hut was not close to their tribe, and they might have to walk for a while. Reed looked at Suda. In the frigid Arctic, would your tribe and father permit you to venture far alone? Suda gazed at Reed in surprise. He had not anticipated this man to be so observant, capable of noticing his unease. Suda sighed listlessly. To be honest, my father and I have quarreled over the issue of cooked meat. And in a fit of anger, I took off with 2 dogs. When it comes to the discord with his father, Suda felt utterly drained. He was acutely aware that the aspirations he harbored were exceedingly difficult to realize. Nevertheless, for the sake of his kin, he still yearned to make an attempt. Luo Xiao observed Suda, surprised that this was the underlying reason. Throughout their journey, conversation was scarce, as everyone was wholly focused on the task of traversing the terrain. In contrast, Suda's 2 dogs received daily care from Luo Xiao, who diligently administered their medication. The dogs gradually began to recover, becoming increasingly energetic, frolicking joyfully in the snow. Luo Xiao had always held a fondness for small creatures, particularly puppies. He was unable to play openly with Panya, so he discreetly fed her water and food, finding joy in the company of the dogs. Both canines were a silvery gray. One possessed blue eyes while the other had gray. Luo Xiao believed they resembled huskies. The blue-eyed one was named Lan Hua, and the gray-eyed one was called Hui Ba. Along the journey, Lan Hua and Hui Ba sensed Panya's presence. Noticing the soft fur of the 2 dogs, Panya desired to befriend them. Thus, she began to converse with him in secret, and they became fast friends. Pangya even bestowed affectionate names upon Lan Hua and Hui Ba, calling the former Lan Lan and the latter Hui Hui. Luo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Pangya had a penchant for furry beings, often assigning them reduplicated names. For instance, she insisted on calling the previous little polar bear Xiong Xiong. Throughout the journey, Lan Lan and Hui Hui remained closely tethered to Luo Xiao's side. When Leda and Suda engaged in hunting, Lan Lan and Hui Hui would accompany them, sharing their catches with Luo Xiao. This astonished Suda, as the dogs he had trained appeared to have chosen another master. In truth, Lan Lan and Hui Hui were not following Luo Xiao, but rather circling around Pangya. The two dogs exhibited remarkable intelligence, seemingly aware that Pangya could not be seen by others. Cleverly, they opted to stay close to Luo Xiao, who was cradling Pangya. Luo Xiao tended to their wounds, and they reciprocated by showing affection towards him. After a considerable journey across mountains and rivers, they finally arrived at the Inuit tribe. Luo Xiao gazed at the row of snow houses enclosed by a fence, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Had they delayed any longer, he feared he might have perished from exhaustion. That it was not merely physical fatigue that weighed him down, but the challenge of discreetly providing Pangya with sustenance without arousing suspicion was truly arduous. The perimeter of the Inuit tribe was marked by a wooden fence, behind which lay individual snow houses. Each snow house was accompanied by sleds and various tools. The dogs stood guard at the entrance of their respective snow houses, basking in the sun as they sprawled on their bellies. Life within the tribe appeared vibrant, with people bustling about. Luo Xiao mused that although the Arctic was frigid, the inhabitants seemed to lead lives filled with joy. At that moment, two individuals passed by the fence and caught sight of Luo Xiao and his companions. Without uttering a word, they turned and hurried back, shouting, "Tribal Chief, Suda has returned. Suda has returned, and he brings several unfamiliar faces." Luo Xiao touched his face, pondering whether he truly appeared so unappealing. Why had those two shouted so loudly, as if they were frightened? His assumption was correct. They were indeed startled in this place, where outsiders were rarely seen throughout the year. Encountering several at once was bound to be shocking. Suda, feeling embarrassed, offered a sheepish smile to Luo Xiao and the others before leading them into the tribe. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a white beard and a group of people approached with an air of authority. The elder confronted Suda, saying, "You young man, you argue with me for a few moments and then run away from home. Do you have any idea how worried your mother has been? Do you understand the effort the tribe has expended searching for you? And now you return, hoping to infuriate me further." As the elder spoke, his agitation grew, and his little white mustache quivered as if resembling Colonel Sanders. The group behind him chimed in, "Suda, you have shown great disloyalty. You leave without taking us along. Suda, do you realize we've searched for you until our legs were weary? You scoundrel!" The cacophony of voices resembled a flock of clucking ducks, prompting Suda to bellow. "Silence, all of you!" In an instant, the clamor ceased. Clearing his throat, Suda continued, "Do you not see that we have guests? Your ruckus is quite embarrassing for them." He gestured towards Luo Xiao and his companions. At which point the crowd, including the white-bearded elder, began to realize the significance of the situation. The elder, who was actually Suda's father and the tribal chief, straightened his posture and coughed a couple of times to alleviate the awkwardness. "Now, take our guests home at once." "Humph, you only know how to run around recklessly." With that, the elder turned and departed for home. Upon witnessing the arrival of guests, the crowd, seeing that the chief had left, dispersed to their own homes. Suda led Luo Xiao and his companions directly to his snow house. He walked ahead while Luo Xiao and the others trailed behind, taking in the novel sights around them. Upon reaching the snow house, Lan Lan and Hui Hui instinctively lay beside the structure, guarding another sled nearby. As night fell, they would enter the snow house to sleep alongside their master, providing warmth. Upon entering Suda's home, Luo Xiao found the elder seated on a carpet, glaring angrily at Suda. Beside him sat an elderly woman with graying hair, one hand clasping Suda's while the other gently caressed his face. her eyes filled with concern and affection. This woman must surely be Suda's mother. Upon noticing the guests, she quickly composed herself, welcoming Luo Xiao and the others to sit by the fire. She had just heard from her son that these individuals had saved him. Otherwise, he might not have survived. The elderly woman hurriedly poured steaming cups of water for each of them, dispelling the chill. After serving the hot water, she smiled and sat beside Suda, saying, "I have heard that you are the ones who saved my son. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Without you, my son might have perished." Luo Xiao quickly waved his hands, saying, "It was mainly Leda who saved Suda. We did not do much," he pointed to Leda, sitting nearby, to inform the elderly woman of his role. "Indeed, it was Leda who saved me, but I must also thank Luo Xiao for preparing such delicious meals for me during my recovery. Otherwise, how could I have healed so swiftly?" Suda exclaimed, "Mother, do you think I have gained weight?" He pinched his own cheek like a child seeking validation. The elderly woman pinched back, exclaiming, "Oh, it does seem you have gained a bit of weight. What delectable food have you been consuming?" She initially thought her son was jesting, only to realize he had truly put on weight. "Gained weight? You cannot be fooling your mother. Let me see." The white-bearded elder, skeptical, pinched his son's cheek firmly. Suda winced in pain, exclaiming that it hurt. The elder now appeared puzzled. In their harsh living conditions, maintaining any weight was a struggle, and gaining weight was nearly impossible. So, tell me, how did you manage to gain weight? The elder, being the chief, was astute and directly posed the question. Suda straightened his back, his expression earnest. "Father, this is Luo Xiao. His cooking is exquisite. During my recovery, I've been feasting on his meals, and it has opened my eyes to the joys of cooked food. Father, I believe our tribe would relish such fare. Please reconsider my previous proposal." Suda spoke with utmost seriousness, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his father. Filled with hope, the elder's eyes darted towards Luo Xiao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Luo Xiao felt a chill run down his spine under the elder's gaze and managed a stiff smile. The elder then turned back to Suda. "Son, since the time of our ancestors, we have subsisted on raw meat. Our forebears believed that cooked meat is a waste of sustenance. Furthermore, our hunting expeditions make it impractical to kindle fires everywhere. The previous doctor also mentioned that raw meat contains certain vitamins essential for survival. Father, I'm aware of this, and the doctor also mentioned that many women and girls in our tribe have faced early demise due to the consumption of raw meat. I'm not suggesting that we abandon raw meat altogether. Rather, we can incorporate both raw and cooked meats into our diet." Suda believed that this was the best method he could conceive to assist his tribe. Eating raw and cooked meat together, Luo Xiao recalled the terrifying image of the Inuit people consuming seal, which filled him with dread. He could only accept sashimi. The white-bearded elder fell silent upon hearing his son's words. As the chieftain, he understood the value of the women and children in their tribe. In the frigid Arctic, where living conditions were harsh, the survival rate for women and children was already low. Each year, they had to witness the departure of women and children. The mere thought of that scene caused the elder great distress. However, he could not betray the customs passed down by their ancestors. "Son, the tradition of consuming raw meat handed down by our forebears is something I, as the chieftain, cannot alter." The elder's words instantly extinguished Suda's spirit. After all, his father remained adamant in his stance. "Chieftain, rules are merely human constructs, designed to enhance the quality of life. Given that there are now methods to improve the well-being of your people, why are you unwilling to consider them?" Reed spoke slowly. The elder was taken aback, momentarily speechless by Reed's words. His two small mustaches bristling in irritation like tiny feathers, he then waved his hand in exasperation. "Quickly take the guests to the tribe's vacant snow house and treat them well." Luo Xiao touched his nose, realizing that the chieftain was indeed flustered by Reed. Ultimately, Luo Xiao and the others had no choice but to follow Suda to the snow house. Upon arriving at the empty snow house, which would serve as their temporary abode, Mo Yin began to organize their belongings. Luo Xiao, burdened with the plump child, was unable to assist, so Mo Yin naturally took charge. The child, Neil, also lent a hand. Suda watched as Luo Xiao and the others busied themselves, scratching his head in embarrassment. His stubborn father was truly a source of frustration for him. Suddenly, he had an idea and dashed away, only to return shortly with some small white flowers and various household items. Oyen accepted them without hesitation. Suda felt even more awkward. Ahem, my dad is just an old stickler. Please don't take his words to heart. He doesn't dislike you. Suda spoke on behalf of his father, fully aware that offending Luo Xiao and the others was the last thing he could afford to do, especially since he hoped Luo Xiao would teach the tribe how to cook. Luo Xiao, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, replied, "It's all right, we understand." Suda slapped his forehead with a loud clap, the sound echoing as though it were not his own head. "I forgot to mention, Reed, you'll have to hunt for your food. The tribe does not provide sustenance. We should go hunting now, or it will soon be dark." Reed nodded at Luo Xiao and followed Suda outside. Finally, Suda departed, and Luo Xiao quickly shut the door of the snow house. Cradling the plump child in his arms, the child had been stuffed in the backpack for some time and was nearly suffocating. Upon being held by Luo Xiao, the child pouted in a pitiful manner. Prompting Luo Xiao's heart to ache, he showered the child with kisses. "Oh dear, our plump child has suffered, but now it's all better. No more suffocation." Luo Xiao hurriedly retrieved some snack from the backpack to cheer up the child. The moment the child saw the treats, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they eagerly devoured the snacks. Oyen had already tidied up the snow house, laying out their bedding and blankets, while also bringing out pots and utensils. Luo Xiao placed the child on a blanket and asked Oyen to go find some large stones to build a stove. Oyen returned with the stones, and they quickly assembled the stove, lighting the small white flowers, which instantly warmed the snow house. They also boiled a pot of water for drinking and washing their faces and hands. As night fell, Luo Xiao discreetly peeked outside. Only to find a shroud of darkness enveloping the surroundings, he returned inside. After some time, the voice of Reed suddenly broke the silence. "I'm back." Luo Xiao, who had been drowsily warmed by the fire, immediately perked up upon hearing Reed's voice. He swiftly grabbed the equally sleepy child and stuffed them into the backpack, leaving a small gap in the zipper. The actions were seamless, indicating that he had done this many times before. Luo Xiao had previously arranged with everyone to speak loudly in case of an emergency, so he would know when strangers were approaching and would need to hide the child in the backpack. Sure enough, Reed entered alongside Suda. Reed had caught many fish, and Suda had also managed to catch a few. Suda left the fish in the snow house and returned home looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Curious, Luo Xiao inquired about Suda's demeanor. What happened to him? He wasn't like this before. Is it because of the chieftain? No, it's because he has to go home to eat, Reed explained as he organized the fish, then stepped out to gather some branches, intending to prepare grilled fish for dinner. Luo Xiao nodded, realizing that going home for dinner was quite normal. After all, Suda had been away for so long. He must want to spend time with his parents. But what could explain that wretched expression? Surely his father could not be that terrifying. Luo Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. It wasn't his father who was fearsome, but rather the prospect of dinner he would have to eat raw meat upon returning home. For Suda, who had grown accustomed to cooked meat, this was undoubtedly a form of punishment. Luo Xiao silently prayed for him, hoping he wouldn't suffer from an upset stomach. Today, aside from the grilled fish, Luo Xiao also longed to prepare boiled fish, as he was craving it. He hadn't had a proper meal in quite some time and wished to treat himself and everyone else. He began busying himself with the fish. Before long, Reed returned with branches, ready to grill his catch. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the entrance. Upon listening closely, it seemed to be the sound of an animal scratching at the door. How could there be an animal scratching at the door? Luo Xiao pondered. Ggg, Lon Lon, and Hui Hui. The plump child suddenly shouted at the door, dashing toward it. Reed slowly opened the door crack, revealing none other than the two dogs, Lon Lon and Hui Hui. After ushering the dog inside, Reed quickly closed the door. The two dogs were each carrying a large fish in their mouths, which they dropped on the ground before rushing over to frolic with the plump child and kneel. Luo Xiao looked at the two fish, puzzled by their significance. "This is their gift of food for us," Reed explained. "Did Lon Lon and Hui Hui catch these?" Luo Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. "Have the two dogs become magical, able to catch fish on their own?" Reed nodded in affirmation. They caught these themselves. At that moment, Luo Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Arctic. Reed grilled the fish they had caught, and Lon Lon and Hui Hui devoured them eagerly. Although the fish were large, there was not much meat to be had in this northern land. Even dogs had to adapt to their surroundings and eat fish. Dinner was bountiful, and everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. The two dogs were equally delighted. Feasting heartily and playing joyfully with the plump child, as night deepened. The two dogs could not remain there. They had to return to accompany their owner. After bidding farewell to the plump child, the dogs swiftly dashed back home. The one who opened the door was Suda. The two dogs, having eaten their fill, wobbled back with their tails swaying, still carrying the delightful aroma of grilled fish. The dogs quietly nestled beside Suda's mother, who gently stroked their fur. "Where have you two been? You didn't return for dinner time. Did you go catch fish on your own? Oh, you smell so wonderful." Suda's mother caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, a scent unlike any she had ever encountered. The delicious smell made her mouth water uncontrollably. Realizing she had drooled, Suda's mother quickly wiped her mouth with her hand. Suda, witnessing his mother's reaction, felt even more irritated towards his father. "Dad, look at what Luo Xiao and the others are eating. What are we having?" Even the dogs went to eat at Luo Xiao's place. "Why are you so stubborn about not allowing the tribe to eat cooked food?" Suda glared fiercely at his father. In truth, the white-bearded elder had caught a whiff of that enticing aroma the moment the dogs entered. He found it almost unbearable. Yet, as the chieftain, how could he allow himself to succumb to such weakness? "Dad, you saw how Mom drooled just now. She's your wife, who has endured a lifetime of hardship with you. Can't she even enjoy a delicious meal? Dad, I'm begging you." Suda gazed at his father with reddened eyes. It pained him to see his mother in such distress. All he desired was for his kin to have a better meal. Was that too much to ask? The old man with the white beard also witnessed his wife's earlier actions, and his heart ached as well. Bowing his head in silence, he felt that his son was absolutely correct as a chieftain. It was disheartening that his own wife could not even enjoy a proper meal. Just as the old man wrestled with his turmoil, someone knocked at the door. "Suda, it's me, Luo Xiao." Luo Xiao and Reed stood outside. Rubbing his eyes, Suda opened the door, and a delightful aroma enveloped him, reminiscent of his own dogs. Overjoyed, Suda welcomed them into the house. Luo Xiao and Reed entered the snow shelter and handed Suda a roasted fish they carried. Ecstatic, Suda accepted it without hesitation and tore off a piece of fish to feed his mother. Startled, she nearly spat it out upon realizing it was cooked food, but the exquisite flavor was utterly irresistible. The old man, witnessing his wife consume cooked meat, cried out in shock, "You rascal! How could you allow your mother to eat cooked meat?" Before he could finish his sentence, Suda stuffed a piece of fish into the old man's mouth. Despite being a seasoned chieftain, he could not resist such delectable fare. Ultimately, the last magnificent roasted fish was shared among the three of them, leaving only a long, slender fish bone. The old man licked his fingers. Yearning for more, he promptly bowed to Luo Xiao and Reed, exclaiming, "My apologies for my previous transgressions. Such culinary delights must be taught to my tribe. On behalf of the entire Inuit tribe, I express my gratitude." The chieftain's transformation brought a sigh of relief to Suda and fulfilled the intentions of Reed and Luo Xiao. The following day, Luyan stayed in the snow shelter to tend to Neil and Pangya. Under the guidance of the old man and Suda, Luo Xiao and Reed began preparing cooked food within the tribe. The fragrant roasted fish, spicy boiled fish, and delectable fish soup invigorated the tribe's spirits. The allure of such cuisine proved irresistible to the villagers, and ultimately, the Inuit tribe successfully embarked on an era of cooked food. However, their culinary repertoire was limited, primarily to roasted fish, as they lacked chili peppers. The scarcity of food in the Arctic left them with little choice. Nonetheless, the chieftain found this arrangement preferable, for it allowed them to consume both raw fish and meat while also enjoying roasted dishes, thereby not entirely contravening the traditions set by their ancestors. With matters finally resolved, Reed urged Suda to inquire if anyone knew of the polar region. Suda returned empty-handed, apologetically reporting, "My father claims he has never heard of such a place, nor have some of the elders in the tribe. Not knowing did not equate to non-existence. Upon arriving in the Arctic, Reed felt they could not depart without answers. Suda, I wish to hire you to guide us to the northernmost point in search of the polar region. Suda looked at Reed in astonishment. You still wish to search? The polar region is of great significance to us. We must locate it, Reed asserted resolutely. After contemplating, Suda replied, In truth, I have never ventured north. We have always lived here. Would you still need me? Though you have not traveled there, you possess greater knowledge of the Arctic than we do. We need you. You could gather a few more individuals to accompany us for safety. Reed conveyed his thoughts to Suda. Relying solely on themselves was futile. They lacked dogs to pull sleds that in the Arctic, travel depended on sledding. Suda pondered, recalling how Luo Xiao and Reed had taught his kin how to prepare cooked food and had saved his life. He felt compelled to repay their kindness. Moreover, the thought of heading north ignited a thrill within him. What boy would not yearn for adventure? He had long desired to venture to the farthest north. But his father forbade him, insisting there were curses associated with that place. Understanding his father's concern, Suda dismissed the notion of curses. He thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, I will take good care of you. I will seek out others immediately. Sprinting away from the snow shelter, Suda visited several close acquaintances to inform them of the expedition north before returning home. Upon arriving, he relayed his plans to the old man. The old man erupted in anger, leaping high and pointing an accusatory finger at Suda, exclaiming, You cannot go. You absolutely must not. It is a death sentence to venture there. There are curses. Father, I understand your worries. But do not use curses to dissuade me. Luo Xiao and Reed saved my life and taught our people how to prepare cooked food. I must go this time, and you cannot stop me. Suda retorted dismissively. Realizing his son was resolute, the old man grasped Suda's hand, his earlier agitation replaced by tears welling in his eyes. Son, you truly must not go north. If you do, you will surely perish. Can you bear to abandon your mother and me? The old man gazed at Suda, who was taken aback by his father's demeanor. He had never seen him like this before. Father, is it truly that serious? Suda began to doubt, noting the redness in his father's eyes, which clearly reflected his concern. The old man sighed deeply. It is all in the past. Because of that event, many women and children in our tribe perished. It was a curse. The old man sat upon the blanket, his sorrowful expression unmistakable. Suda sat beside his father. Father, what event? Please tell me. The old man shook his head. You must promise me you will never venture north. That is all I ask. Suda's mother, her eyes also glistening with tears, clutched the old man's hand. You must tell our child. He is destined to become chieftain, and he will eventually learn of it. Suda looked at his father with anticipation, and the old man sighed heavily as he regarded his son, who would one day inherit the chieftaincy. The matter is as follows. The next day, Luo Xiao rose early to prepare their belongings. Reed and Moyen assisted Suda in constructing sleds, while the curious little Neil tagged along. Once Luo Xiao finished packing, everything was in order, yet he gazed worriedly at Panya nestled in his arms. Panya would have to hide in the backpack again. But the journey north would be long and arduous. It would be difficult for Panya to remain concealed for such an extended period. Frowning, Luo Xiao looked at Panya. Unsure of what to do, he hugged Panya tightly and kissed her. Panya, you'll have to hide in the backpack for quite a while again. What shall we do? Panya gently patted Luo Xiao's face with her chubby little paw and then licked his cheek with her tiny tongue. Suddenly, she wriggled free from Luo Xiao's embrace and waddled to the spot where the backpack was placed, swiftly diving inside. Luo Xiao initially thought Panya was trying to comfort him and approached to check on her. Upon opening the backpack, he found Panya motionless inside, her eyes closed. Alarmed, he gently patted Panya's little head, but when there was no response, he quickly pulled her out, but she remained unresponsive. Panya lay there with her 4 little paws stretched out, eyes shut, her body stiff, as if lifeless. Panya, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Luo Xiao's eyes filled with tears, droplets cascading down his cheeks. Suddenly, Panya kicked one little leg, opened her eyes, and licked Luo Xiao's hand. Luo Xiao embraced Panya tightly. Panya, what happened? You scared me half to death. Luo Xiao had only previously experienced the sorrow and fear of his father being gravely ill. He regarded Panya as his own child, and in that moment, he felt the anguish of losing a child. "Mama, don't cry." Panya was just sleeping. Panya seemed to realize her mistake upon seeing Luo Xiao in tears, promptly showering him with affection and playful antics. Luo Xiao wiped his tears. "Sleeping? What do you mean?" Panya nodded. "Yes, Panya is sleeping in winter." Luo Xiao pondered, could it be that winter meant hibernation? Did magical beasts hibernate like other creatures in nature? But Reed and Neil didn't hibernate. Luo Xiao looked at Panya again. Was that truly hibernation? Could one hibernate at will and awaken at will? Was this a unique hibernation ability of magical beasts? Luo Xiao was confounded by the notion. Just then, Reed and the others returned. Xiao, what's the matter? You look a bit dazed." Mo Yen observed Luo Xiao, who was foolishly embracing the Plumpia, appearing quite peculiar, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Xiao looked up at Leda and said, "Leda, Plumpia just hibernated, but he woke up quickly. Your magical beasts possess such abilities?" Leda shook his head. "Magical beasts do not hibernate." Leda's words puzzled Luo Xiao even further. If magical beasts do not hibernate, then what was the matter with Plumpia? Leda approached Plumpia, lifted him up, examined him from left to right, spoke a few words to him, and then returned Plumpia to Luo Xiao's embrace. "Plumpia claims he can hibernate at will," Leda stated. Luo Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Plumpia. "Is this a skill unique to Plumpia?" Plumpia chirped joyfully, his little mouth beaming with delight as he exclaimed, "Plumpia is amazing. It is indeed a skill exclusive to Plumpia. I have yet to witness any other magical beast with such a capability." Leda nodded. "Our Plumpia is truly remarkable. With him in the backpack, we need not worry about him being discovered." "Ha ha, H.A." Oyen laughed heartily beside them, truly surprised that Plumpia could bring them such joy. Luo Xiao held Plumpia even tighter, showering him with kisses. "Plumpia, you are truly impressive." Plumpia chirped and laughed, puffing out his little chest proudly. Luo Xiao no longer had to worry about Plumpia suffocating in the backpack. Once the group was ready, they reunited with Su De. Accompanying Su De were two young men, both of whom were joining them in search of the people of the North Pole. Su De introduced them one by one. The first, with long black hair, was a slender young man of short stature with large, childlike eyes. He was the best fisherman in the tribe. The second, with medium-length curly hair, was Mu, a robust fellow with a full beard, known as a skilled hunter in the tribe. These two were good friends of Su De, sharing his desire to explore the northern world. They had crafted two sizable sleds, splitting into two groups. Su De, Leda, Luo Xiao, and Nier formed one sled team, while Mu, and Mo Yen comprised the other. The sled dogs were all robust members of the tribe. Lon Lon and Hui Hui were naturally included. Tasked with pulling the sled for Luo Xiao and his companions, in addition to Lon Lon and Hui Hui, 4 other strong dogs joined them. Oyan's sled was also pulled by another 6 very sturdy dogs. Upon seeing Luo Xiao, Lon Lon and Hui Hui rushed over, nuzzling and licking him, and Luo Xiao reciprocated by petting each one, showering them with affection. He adored the 2 dogs so much that he felt reluctant to let them pull the sled. Hearing this, Su De burst into laughter. "Luo Xiao, worry not. Our tribe's dogs are exceptionally strong, and they are born sled dogs, loving winter and the thrill of pulling sleds. You need not concern yourself with them. If you feel sorry for them, just prepare them some delicious treats that Su De, in truth, sought to benefit from the meals Luo Xiao prepared. As Luo Xiao stroked the dogs, he resolved to encourage Leda to hunt more, ensuring Lon Lon and Hui Hui were well fed. The group headed out of the tribe, reaching the central square where the elder chief, the white-bearded old man, and the entire tribe awaited them. The chief stood at the forefront, surrounded by rows of tribesmen. As Luo Xiao and his companions approached, a group of young people emerged from the crowd, about a dozen in number, each holding a wooden stick point. One of them began to sing loudly, and soon the others joined in, singing and dancing together, gradually encircling Luo Xiao and his group. Though Luo Xiao was unaware of the purpose behind this, he felt a sense of encouragement emanating from their song and dance. This must be a unique way for the Inuit tribe to display their spirited enthusiasm. Once the dance concluded, the elder approached Su De, gazing at his son with a sigh. knowing that some matters were inevitable. "Be cautious on your journey, my son," the elder finally said. Esuda nodded at his father, assuring him he would return safely. Esuda's mother grasped her son's hand, weeping as she caressed his face. "My son, please be careful. Mother awaits your return." Esuda embraced his mother, gently patting her back. "I will return safely, mother. Just wait for me at home." The parents of several young men were similarly reluctant to part. Some crying, others filled with worry. The other tribespeople shared in their concern. "Esuda, you must return safely. You are to be the next chief. Nothing must happen to you. Iya, your mother awaits you at home. Mu, when you return, do share your tales of the north with us." The chorus of farewells only strengthened Su Da's resolve to venture northward. He was determined to improve the lives of his tribespeople and to resolve his father's long-standing grievances. Luo Xiao and his companions set forth on their journey to the north. Initially, all seemed normal in the south. Hunting was easy, and the temperatures were ones they had long since acclimatized to. After some time, they finally entered the northern region. However, upon entering the north, the temperature plummeted suddenly, and the further they traveled north, the colder it became. Despite donning their thickest, warmest clothing, Luo Xiao and his companions still felt the chill. In the south, the snow had melted, and life was rejuvenating. Greenery was visible in many areas, and animals emerged to forage. With an abundance of fish in the sea, the animals and Inuit people living in the south managed to meet their basic needs while basking in the sun. The north, however, was starkly different. It remained in a perpetual winter, having yet to enter spring. Here, ice and snow dominated the landscape. Not a hint of green was visible, nor any sign of animals, Esuda remarked. "The spring here is as cold as winter in the south. Just imagine how frigid winter must be." They dared not contemplate it, for Sud had already described the South's winter as exceedingly cold. After spending many years in the South, the Inuits still felt the chill. Therefore, the North must be a place of extreme cold and harsh conditions. Esuda doubted that such a frigid region could hold the polar wonders that Leda had spoken of. Leda, however, held a different perspective. He believed that this place was indeed connected to the polar region. This is the Arctic, perpetually covered in ice and snow throughout the year. It is not a place with distinct seasons. Thus, even accounting for differences between North and South, the disparity should not be so vast. One side should not experience spring while the other remains in winter. That contradicts the characteristics of the Arctic. Leda deduced that the extreme cold here must be influenced by the polar region. Luo Xiao shivered, finding the cold here far more intense than in Taiping County. He could hardly fathom how the Inuit managed to survive in such a frigid environment without consuming cooked food. Without the warmth of cooked meals, how did they endure? Yet, regardless of the cold, nothing could deter Luo Xiao's determination to seek the polar region. Upon entering the north, he felt an inexplicable warmth within his heart. Despite the bitter cold, he sensed a comforting warmth, which was indeed curious. Luo Xiao discreetly tugged at Leda's sleeve and whispered, "Leda, I feel a warmth here." Leda looked at Luo Xiao in confusion. "It is so cold here. How can you feel warmth?" Luo Xiao lowered his voice further. "I didn't tell you before, but since childhood, I've possessed a peculiar ability, a strange intuition." This only further perplexed Leda. Luo Xiao, noticing Leda's gaze, felt his face flushed. He fidgeted and stammered, "Well, I didn't get the chance to tell you when I brought you home before. It just came to mind now." The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became. It was truly not his fault. During this time, he had experienced so much that he had forgotten about his intuition, had he not felt the warmth upon entering the north. He might not have remembered to mention it to Leda. Moreover, bringing up such an unusual premonition might lead Leda to think he was mad. Leda ceased to be puzzled and instead nodded. "If that's the case, this place may indeed be connected to the polar region." This time, Luo Xiao was perplexed. "Aren't you curious as to why I have this strange premonition?" Leda gently shook his head and caressed Luo Xiao's head. "If you wish to share, you may do so freely." Luo Xiao's face flushed deeper. "Actually, I don't really know either. I've felt this way since childhood. Do not dwell on it. Remember, regardless of what transpires, I will always protect you." Leda stated solemnly as he gazed at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao stared at Leda in a daze, smiling and nodding in agreement. Although Leda was no longer a fool, his protective instincts had evolved beyond foolishness. Nevertheless, in her heart, Leda remained her beloved fool as they ventured further north. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Before long, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, gradually escalating into a fierce blizzard. Sheets of snow struck everyone. Stinging their faces, the path ahead became treacherous. With the snow accumulating to nearly calf-deep, the layer of snow blanketed everyone and their dogs, obscuring their vision as the snowfall intensified. They trembled from the cold. Their garments soaked. Luo Xiao wrapped everyone in all the blankets she had, yet they remained chilled. The dogs, too, struggled against the biting cold, laboriously pulling the sleds, which made Luo Xiao's heart ache for them. That night, they sought shelter in a cave while Leda and several Inuit went hunting. Hunting had become exceedingly arduous. The relentless cold made it nearly impossible to find sustenance. Fortunately, Leda was adept at detecting the scent of animals, allowing them to procure a meager amount of food, just enough to stave off starvation. The night grew colder still, with the wind howling, rendering their blankets ineffective against the chill. Thankfully, several dogs nestled beside their owners, providing warmth. Lon Lon and Hui Hui burrowed into Luo Xiao's blankets, keeping them warm. Luo Xiao held Lon Lon and Hui Hui close, gently stroking their fur. Noticing they had lost weight, she vowed to herself that she would ensure they were well fed and return to their plump selves. The following day, they resumed their journey, but the blizzard's ferocity rendered the path invisible, and the deep snow made every step laborious. After so many days, the storm showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. If this continued, they risked freezing to death right where they stood. Anxiety gripped everyone. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged, and the dogs struggled to move against it, the sleds coming to a halt. "Oh, oh, oh!" The dog suddenly barked in alarm. Everyone huddled together. Leda shouted emphatically. He quickly pulled Luo Xiao and Nier down from the sled and huddled together on the ground. The dogs, raised by Suda, understood the meaning of their cries. Danger was imminent. Suda hastily joined Leda and the others in their huddle on another sled. The sturdy moose swiftly drew close to Leda, bringing the bewildered Mo Yin with him, seeking refuge beside them. Aya, without hesitation, rushed over to join the group as well. Soon, 12 dogs encircled them, each like a statue, steadfastly guarding their owners. The howling winds mixed with a blizzard transformed into a tornado. The vortex approached, the bone-chilling wind stinging their faces. Several times, the dogs were nearly swept away. Luo Xiao instinctively grasped the tails of Lon Lon and Hui Hui, pulling them back close to her. The others followed suit, tugging their dogs back as well. Yet, the tornado enveloped them, and grasping the dogs' tails proved futile. Both people and dogs were swept away by the fierce wind. With a deafening roar, the tornado dissipated, and the blizzard abruptly ceased. Luo Xiao and her companions were left disoriented, some buried deep in the snow, others colliding with trees, and some completely missing. The sled was broken in this desolate, snow-covered world. No one remained. The cold intensified, and as they lay on the icy ground, their bodies grew colder still. With the exception of Leda, who retained a flicker of consciousness, the others had succumbed to unconsciousness. The northern blizzard was peculiarly fierce, and even Leda could no longer withstand it. After what felt like an eternity, several figures emerged in the desolate, frigid snowfield. Where did they come from? Could they be Inuit? Should we help them? One person queried. "Let us assist them," another replied. "But they are from the south." An individual exclaimed with agitation. "Our ancestors warned us not to stand idly by as they perish. Let us go." Luo Xiao felt an intense chill enveloping her, as if she were trapped within a vast ice cellar. Her body cold and stiff. She clutched her backpack tightly, even as it left marks on her hands, unwilling to release her grip. She longed to open her eyes, yet they remained stubbornly shut. She feared she might perish. Strangely, however, she sensed a warm presence nearby, growing ever closer. It felt as though she were immersed in a warm lake, her body thawing from its chill, becoming comfortable. Suddenly, a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminated Luo Xiao's face, piercing her eyes and prompting her to slowly open them. There was no ice or snow, no cold. Instead, Warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a gentle spring breeze. Endless greenery, vibrant flowers, crystalline waters, and a cerulean sky surrounded her. Birds soared through the air, and insects chirped among the trees. It felt like a paradise. Could this be the polar region? Luo Xiao pondered, captivated by the beauty surrounding her, convinced this must indeed be the polar realm. "You reawake," Leda said, assisting Luo Xiao to sit up. Though he retained his usual icy demeanor, she could discern concern in his eyes. Lan and Hui eagerly nudged Luo Xiao, and upon noticing them, she felt a surge of joy as she petted their soft fur. "I'm so relieved you're okay." Luo Xiao then checked to ensure her backpack was still with her before turning her gaze to the surroundings. Everyone was present. Nir sat beside Mo Yin, and the dogs were unharmed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Leda, where are we? Didn't the tornado sweep us away?" Leda shook his head. "I'm not sure where we are. I woke up here. However, I remember someone carried us here. Perhaps those individuals rescued us." Luo Xiao nodded, leaning closer to Leda's ear to whisper, "Why is it so strange here? Outside, it's a frozen wasteland, yet this place seems completely unaffected. You think this could be the polar region? It resembles it, yet it likely isn't. I can sense that those who saved us are not magical beasts. They are human," Leda articulated his thoughts. "But why does it feel nothing like the Arctic? It instead evokes a sense of perpetual spring," Luo Xiao mused, perplexed. If this place truly was not the polar region, how could one explain its anomalous phenomena? This place may not be the polar region, yet perhaps it is related to it. If we uncover the reason for its peculiarities, we might find our answers. Leda replied calmly. Luo Xiao nodded in agreement, though she remained curious about the nature of those who had rescued them. Only noticed that Luo Xiao and Leda had finished their conversation and approached. Bringing Nir closer to Luo Xiao, Nir nestled against her, looking somewhat pale, likely frightened. "Nir, are you feeling unwell?" Luo Xiao inquired with concern. Nir shook his head. "I just feel a bit dizzy. It's nothing serious." "That's good. Close your eyes and rest for a while. I'll keep watch over you," Luo Xiao reassured him. Nir nodded and soon closed his eyes, whether it was due to the tornado or not. He genuinely felt quite dizzy. After some time, the sound of grumbling stomachs echoed in the air. Suda and the others looked at their bellies, their faces flushed. After all this time, they were indeed hungry. "Grumble, grumble." Mo Yan's stomach chimed in as well. In truth, everyone was hungry, and the 12 dogs lay exhausted on the ground, motionless. Luo Xiao frowned. "What should we do? Should we go hunting? Everyone is famished. We cannot remain here waiting indefinitely." Reed nodded, stating, "I shall go and take a look." Just as Reed was about to rise, a few individuals approached. They were not empty-handed. They brought with them a bounty of food. These individuals were dressed in remarkably light and fresh garments. Appearing exceedingly tidy and clean, they placed the food on the ground, and one stern-looking man addressed them, saying, "The food is for you. Once you have eaten, please depart in the direction from whence you came." After delivering this message, the man led the others away. Among them was a boy with a cherubic face, around 15 or 16 years old, who gazed at them with wide, round eyes, as if they were monsters. As he stared, he tugged at the serious man, saying, "Amin, are they the ones who came from the south?" "Suin, do not pry. We're here to deliver food." "Let us return," Amin replied, pulling the boy named Siwin along. Siwin broke free from Amin's grasp and scampered over to Luo Xiao, reaching out to pet the soft fur of Lan and Ho. "Is this your dog? How adorable!" he exclaimed. Lan and Hoa were indeed two remarkably strong and beautiful dogs. Having grown increasingly splendid thanks to Luo Xiao's generous feeding, it was no wonder Siwin was so enamored. Luo Xiao nodded. They're not my dogs, but I've been feeding them recently. Is that so?" Siwin exclaimed with wide-eyed astonishment. Akin to a child, Siwin, utterly captivated by Lan and Hoa, said, "Hello, I am Siwin. Can you teach me how to care for my dog to make it as beautiful as yours? Mine are not nearly as lovely." Luo Xiao, somewhat bewildered, could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, Siwin stood up and addressed Amin. "Amin, I want to learn from this person how to care for dogs. Please do not let them leave. Do not be foolish. Come back with me. The chieftain will never permit them to stay. Amin swiftly pulled Siwen away. Siwen struggled against Amin's grip, resorting to a childish display of affection. Oh, Amin, please, I truly want to learn from that person. That is out of the question. Come with me, Amin insisted, ceasing further discussion and lifting the petite Siwen under his arm, carrying him away. Siwen looked back at Luo Xiao with a forlorn expression, waving goodbye. Luo Xiao waved back, uncertain of his own feelings. He simply found this older boy amusing. Amin and the others clearly harbored a less than friendly demeanor towards them, while only Siwen exhibited kindness. The group. Their stomachs rumbling, laid eyes upon the food. They decided to prioritize filling their bellies before contemplating their next steps. Once they had sufficiently dined, it was time to strategize their next move. Reed, what do you propose we do? Luo Xiao inquired. That child seemed genuinely interested in us. Perhaps we could engage him, Reed remarked, having observed the boy named Siwen closely. He sensed that Siwen was quite curious about their arrival. Do you think he might come to us? Luo Xiao pondered, recognizing that their options were limited to the young boy. They were uncertain about the identities of those individuals and sought the secrets of the polar region, relying solely on Siwen. He will. His curiosity will likely draw him near, Reed asserted with confidence. Sure enough, before long, Siwen cautiously approached, accompanied by his dog. He glanced around furtively, confirming no one was watching, and bounded over Luo Xiao's eye. They appeared less like a person and a dog, and more like two children. Look, this is my dog, Xiao Bai. Isn't she adorable? Siwen exclaimed, crouching down to pet the little white dog, as if showcasing a prized toy. Xiao Bai was a pure white dog, with large, dark, grape-like eyes that were exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lan and Ho rushed over to circle around her, revealing that Xiao Bai was indeed a female. And no wonder the two boys were so taken with her. Luo Xiao also patted Xiao Bai's head and remarked, so soft and so charming. Really? But I think your dogs are even stronger, Siwen countered. Perhaps it is because my dog is male. They usually pull sleds, which may contribute to their sturdiness, Luo Xiao mused, although he himself was unsure why Lan and Hoa were more robust than other dogs. Siwen slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, oh, that makes sense. I take good care of my Xiao Bai, but it must be a matter of gender. While stroking Xiao Bai, he seemed to grasp the situation at last. Xiao Bai, with her fluffy coat, even appeared to nod in agreement. Luo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at their antics, saying, you both are simply delightful. Siwen blushed at the compliment, resembling a ripe apple, and replied, thank you. What is your name? I am Luo Xiao, and these are my friends. Luo Xiao introduced himself. Siwen gazed at the group of people and the 12 dogs. Feeling as though his eyes were insufficient, he mumbled to himself, they don't seem at all like the legends describe. Why won't they let me play with them? Siwen, what are you saying? Are you talking about us? Luo Xiao inquired, having caught a fragment of Siwen's words. Siwen quickly shook his head vigorously, lowering his gaze, his fingers intertwining nervously, refusing to speak. Luo Xiao exchanged a glance with Reed, who nodded. Luo Xiao continued, Siwen, we have come to the north in search of a place called the polar region. Do you know of such a place? Siwen slowly raised his head to look at Luo Xiao, then shook his head. I have not heard of it. After speaking, he quickly lowered his head once more. Could you take us to meet your tribe's chieftain? We wish to express our gratitude for your assistance, Luo Xiao earnestly requested, genuinely wanting to thank those who had saved them. Without their help, they would surely have perished in the Arctic. Siwen's expression fell. Alas, my father is quite stern. He will surely refuse to meet you. Siwen, your father is the chieftain? Luo Xiao asked in astonishment. He had always assumed that the chieftain's son would resemble someone robust like Suda or the serious Amin who had accompanied Siwen. The sight of the delicate Siwen was unexpected. Siwen nodded. Yes, I am my father's youngest son. I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. My father dotes on me, but despises those from the south. So he would never agree to meet you. Siwen sighed. Reed and Luo Xiao exchanged concerned glances, pondering why the people of the north harbored such disdain for those from the south. Reed discreetly observed Suda, who appeared quite troubled. Luo Xiao noticed this as well, realizing Suda was concealing something. Desperate, Luo Xiao grasped Siwen's hand. Siwen, the polar region is of utmost importance to us. Would you take us to meet your father? Siwen regarded Luo Xiao's earnest eyes, tilting his head in thought. If I take you to meet my father, can you take me with you? I have never left the north. Siwen gazed at Luo Xiao with a pleading look. His large eyes filled with anticipation that, if your father agrees, I can take you with me. Luo Xiao replied cautiously, knowing he could not simply whisk the child away. He feared that if he did, Siwen's father might seek retribution. Oh, that would be wonderful. I will take you there right away. My father will not be angry with me. Siwen sprang to his feet, brimming with joy, and leaped about exuberantly. His pet dog, Xiaobai, caught the infectious spirit of its master and joined in the jubilant frolic. Luo Xiao and his companions gradually followed Siwen deeper into the woods. All around them, vibrant greenery flourished, a testament to the lively essence of spring. Various small creatures scurried leisurely about, unafraid of their presence. As if this was their natural state, Siwen led the way, bouncing along like a little prince of the forest. With the small animals as his entourage, they arrived at the base of a towering, stout tree, and Siwen knocked on its trunk a few times. With a creak, a tree hole suddenly appeared. Luo Xiao watched in astonishment. It felt like they had stepped into a scene from Alice in Wonderland. As they entered the tree hollow, it indeed seemed to lead into a fairyland. The interior mirrored the outside in its lush greenery, yet differed in that while it was spring outside, here it was summer. Not only was the greenery abundant, but the heat of summer enveloped them as well. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees, and the sun blazed fiercely, casting a fiery glow on everyone's faces. Upon entering the tree hollow, Luo Xiao immediately felt the oppressive heat. Naturally, they were all clad in thick winter coats, so it was no surprise they felt stifled. Luo Xiao mused that if this truly were a polar region, it would be splendid. Such beauty promised an existence filled with joy, and it would be wonderful to invite a family of polar bears, along with Lon Lon and Huawei. How delightful it would be if people from the southern regions could also come to live here. Siwen, how could you bring them in? A sudden voice shattered Luo Xiao's reverie. He turned to see the imposing Ming and a few others striding towards them. That Ming was remarkably robust, his voice booming even from a distance. Upon seeing Ming approach, Siwen was startled and quickly hid behind Luo Xiao. Xiaobai, noticing its master's retreat, imitated him and swiftly tucked itself behind Luo Xiao as well. Xiaobai was a large, plump white dog, somewhat resembling a Samoyed. With such a sizable dog alongside Siwen, the area they occupied was considerable. Luo Xiao, being somewhat lean, felt inadequate to shield them. Ming dashed to Luo Xiao's side, attempting to circumvent him to drag Siwen out. In a bid to meet the chieftain, Luo Xiao had no choice but to use his frail frame to block Ming. Yet, looking up at the towering Ming, he felt a knot of anxiety in his heart and stammered, "Why you Ming, right? Please don't blame Siwen. It was I who asked him to bring us to see the chieftain." After speaking, Luo Xiao stole a glance at Ming, only to find his expression exceedingly grim. A chill ran down Luo Xiao's spine. What could be the issue between the north and south? This man was truly intimidating. "Leave quickly. I'll have someone escort you out, but we in the north will never welcome southerners." Ming commanded two people to come over and seized Luo Xiao, preparing to take him away. Just as he grasped Luo Xiao's arm, he was pulled back by Reed, who yanked the others to his side. Reed's cold gaze, devoid of any emotion, fixed on them as he stated, "We are not from the south." That Ming snorted derisively, pointing at Reed and his companions. "You still claim not to be from the south? We northerners know each other well." Reed gestured towards Suda and his group behind him. "They are indeed from the south, but we are not. We come from elsewhere to the Arctic. You should be able to tell from our attire that we are different from southerners." Ming furrowed his brows, observing them closely, and noticed that while part of the group clearly hailed from the south, the other part did not appear to belong. "Since you are not from the south, what brings you here?" Ming inquired, his gaze fixed on Reed. "That we seek a place called the Pole. I wonder if you've heard of it?" Reed and Ming locked eyes, their gazes sparking like flint striking stone. A palpable tension in the air. "The Pole? I've never heard of it," Ming replied, shifting his attention from Reed to Siwen, realizing that the man before him exuded an overpowering presence, one he felt utterly incapable of resisting. "Then please lead us to the chieftain. I trust you will take us," Reed asserted confidently, His eyes fixed on Ming, the Ming recognized the formidable strength of this man, a strength that instilled fear within him, making him hesitant to approach, that he could not stop this man, and since Siwen had already brought them in, the only option left was to lead them to the chieftain. Very well, I will take you there. Siwen, come along. Let us see how the chieftain deals with you, Ming said, pulling Siwen along by the collar of his shirt as though he were a small chick. Xiaobai trotted eagerly behind them. As Ming guided them further in, they encountered throngs of passers-by along the way, who stared wide-eyed at them as if they were monsters, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. They reached a vast open space resembling a square, where a tall platform stood. That Ming ascended the platform and struck a gong with resonant clangs. In an instant, crowds gathered around the platform. An elderly man accompanied by a few others soon emerged. Luo Xiao immediately suspected this elder to be the chieftain, for his hair was as white as Suda's father's, though he lacked a beard and had lost much of it, leaving his scalp bare, resembling a bird's nest, empty in the center but surrounded by tufts of grass. This reminded Luo Xiao of his middle school geography teacher, who also had a similar bald head. Affectionately dubbed Mediterranean by the students, upon spotting the group of outsiders, the chieftain's face flushed with anger. Ming, how dare these southern scoundrels come here? Who brought them in? Tell them to leave. The elder's voice boomed, befitting his status as chieftain, though he appeared thoroughly enraged by their presence. Ming whispered a few words into the elder's ear, who looked astonished as he regarded Reed's group. You are outsiders, not southerners. Then why are you with them? We hired southerners to guide us here. We have never been to the Arctic and are unfamiliar with this place, Reed replied, looking down at the not-so-tall elder. The elder furrowed his brow deeply. Ming says you are looking for the pole. We have no such place here. You may leave. You're the chieftain, correct? We must find the pole. Please assist us. Reed implored, his presence growing increasingly imposing. The elder, sensing the pressure, visibly paled yet retained his composure, lifting his chin defiantly. We are under no obligation to assist you, and since you came here with those southern rascals, we cannot help you at all. Leave, or do not blame me for being rude. Luo Xiao was even more perplexed now. What deep-seated animosity existed between the north and south? Reed stood firm against the chieftain, reluctant to depart after finally reaching the heart of the north. Yet, the chieftain's stance was equally unyielding. He glared at Reed, proclaiming loudly, I know you are formidable, but we share a bitter enmity with those southern scoundrels. If you refuse to leave, we will fight to the death. Luo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What could have sparked such enmity that they were unafraid of death? Siwen, frightened by the escalating tension, accidentally bumped into Luo Xiao as he darted out. He tugged at the chieftain's sleeve. Father, please don't be angry. I'm sorry, I brought them in. Luo Xiao Gij and the others are truly not bad people. Siwen, it seems I have spoiled you too much, Ming interjected, leading Siwen away and confining him. The chieftain was genuinely furious, even with his beloved youngest son, adopting a stern demeanor. Siwen was taken away, sobbing, while the crowd closed in around Luo Xiao and his companions, the young men behind the chieftain eyeing them with hostile intent. Luo Xiao tugged at Reed's sleeve and whispered, perhaps we should leave for now. Reed surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that brute force would not suffice to handle the situation at hand. Ultimately, the group departed. As they turned to leave, the chieftain uttered a warning towards their retreating figures. Keep your distance from the people of the south, lest you invite a most unfortunate fate. Roxio and his companions were expelled into the biting cold of the blizzard. Roxio opened his hand to reveal a note, which indicated a cave situated over 1,000 meters from their current location, accompanied by a rudimentary map. This note had been deliberately slipped into his palm by Xiaowen as she collided with him. Presumably, Xiaowen anticipated that they would not depart easily, thus imparting the cave's location to them. Armed with the map, the group swiftly located the cave. This cavern was profoundly deep, its entrance shielded by a mat of grasses that offered some respite from the snowstorm. Inside, the ground was strewn with numerous grass mats, upon which lay several worn blankets. To their surprise, they also discovered a pot and various scattered household items, indicating that someone had previously inhabited this space, although they were unaware of who had resided there or how Xiaowen had knowledge of this place. Roxio felt a deep sense of gratitude toward her. Without her intervention, they would surely have perished amidst such a fierce blizzard, with their small party and 12 dogs at risk of succumbing to the elements. Using the small white flowers they had brought, they managed to boil a large pot of water, savoring the warmth as they finally took a moment to rest. Sada and his friends had remained silent since learning of the profound enmity between the North and South, each appearing as though their souls had been lost. "Sada, are you all right?" Luo Xiao inquired softly. He could comprehend the turmoil that Sada and his companions must have been experiencing given the circumstances. Sada kept his gaze downward, merely nodding absent-mindedly. "Sada, do you know what animosity exists between us in the South and those in the North? Why do the Northerners seem as if they wish to devour us at first sight?" A pale-faced Aya, seated nearby, posed the question. Aya, already frail, appeared even more so after the recent tribulations. Sada's hand trembled, nearly spilling the hot water as he hastily wiped away the droplet. I cannot say," he stammered. Aya chuckled softly, muttering, as the chieftain's son, "How could you be unaware?" Luo Xiao gently patted Sada's shoulder. "Surely, you Southerners must have some understanding of the conflict with the North." Sada lifted his head to glance at Reed, pursing his lips as he nodded slowly. "No, I have never heard of any animosity between the North and South before. Furthermore, I was under the impression that only we Inuit inhabited the Arctic." Luo Xiao exchanged glances with Reed, who returned his gaze. Reed addressed Sada. "In light of this, we must seek alternative means to locate the polar region. For now, let's take refuge in this cave and proceed to hunt." The others, though troubled and filled with questions, acquiesced to Reed's proposal and followed him to hunt. Once Reed and the others departed, only Luo Xiao, Moyen, and Neil remained in the cave, along with a few dogs. The rest had accompanied their owners on the hunt. Lon Lon and Hoa stayed behind to keep Luo Xiao company. Moyen gazed around the vast cavern, lamenting, "Xiao Xiao, what do you suppose lies at the root of this hatred between the North and South? That chieftain seems as though he would relish the opportunity to drink the blood of Southerners and feast upon their flesh." Luo Xiao embraced Neil and shook his head. "I cannot say, but it must be a significant grudge. Otherwise, the chieftain would not have been so incensed as to expel us alongside his people." "Then how shall we find the polar region?" Moyen inquired. "Reed will devise a plan," Luo Xiao replied confidently, certain that Reed would find a way to reach the polar area. He was unable to articulate why, but he harbored an unwavering trust in Reed, a feeling distinct from that which he felt for his father or Moyen. It was a wholly unreserved sense of reliance and faith. Perhaps it was love? Luo Xiao was unsure whether what he felt was love, but he knew that being with Reed filled him with immense joy. Even in peril, nothing could dampen his spirits as long as he was by Reed's side. Reed and the others returned in the evening, the sky now shrouded in darkness. Luo Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that all were safe. Under Reed's leadership, they had managed to catch numerous fish, sufficient for their breakfast the following morning. Luo Xiao prepared a hearty fish soup and roasted fish, and they lit a small campfire, drifting into a peaceful slumber, due to their limited supply of white flowers. They were cautious not to ignite too many. Thankfully, the dogs helped to keep them warm, and they managed to endure the night relatively well. The morning greeted them with a biting chill, yet they sustained themselves on the fish, which provided another meal. After breakfast, Reed turned to Sada, stating, "Luo Xiao and I intend to search for the polar region. You and your companions should remain behind for hunting. What do you think?" Sada, taken aback, asked, "Aren't we going together?" He had assumed they would all act in unison. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the cold here is severe, and hunting is scarce. Acting separately will save us time. We will seek the polar region while you hunt, which is a fortuitous division of labor," Reed explained. Sada pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, but please exercise caution. I will send 2 of my dogs with you, should any issues arise. They can come to find me." With the tasks assigned, they each set off on their respective paths. Reed stood resolute like a pine tree against the raging blizzard, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he gazed ahead. After a considerable pause, he remarked, "The earth is round. If we circumvent the north, there must be another entrance to reach it." Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with admiration for Reed. Clearing his throat, Reed declared, "Let us set forth." Luo Xiao nodded, but just then his backpack suddenly shifted. After a moment's thought, he unzipped it, and a plump little head popped out. "Gigi, I finally made it out," the little one exclaimed, shaking her head in exasperation, clearly having been cooped up for far too long. Luo felt a surge of excitement as he kissed the little one. "Plump, how did you wake up?" The little one puffed out her chest proudly, declaring, "Plump is here to help Mama." Amused by her antics, Luo realized that Plump had chosen this moment to emerge, seizing the opportunity now that Sudha and the others were absent. They skirted around the north and pressed onward, braving the blizzard for quite some time. Gradually, they noticed the storm's intensity waning, seemingly mirroring the conditions of the north. Eventually, the blizzard ceased altogether. However, they found themselves at an impasse, for as Reed had surmised, the earth was indeed round. Yet, they were now confronted with an imposing ice mountain, and no matter which way they turned, there was no path forward. This ice mountain stood like a wall at the edge of the world, sealing off all avenues and extinguishing their hopes. Reed stared at the ice mountain, motionless for an extended period. Luo grasped his hand, wishing to provide some comfort. Reed held Luo's hand tightly, as if to convey that he was untroubled. At that moment, Plump peeked out from the backpack. With a swift leap, she landed on a chunk of ice atop the mountain, wiggling her little body, seemingly unaware of her purpose. Plump bounded about on that piece of ice for quite some time, but soon realized she could not gain entry. Suddenly, she spotted a small yellow tail, which was rhythmically tapping against a protruding section of ice. Curious, Plump decided to join in, hopping over to strike the bump. In an instant, with a crack, the ice split apart. Plump tumbled through the fissure along with the ice. "Plump!" Luo cried out in alarm. With a resounding crack, the opening in the ice mountain sealed shut once more. Luo lunged toward the mountain, pounding and striking it, yet remained as unyielding as ever, with no sign of a seam or opening. Reed approached and embraced Luo. "Do not fret. Plump is not an unwise child. And as her father, I can sense that she yet lives. Perhaps there is something within this ice mountain. Let us wait a moment." Luo Xiao leaned weakly against Leda, acutely aware of his own helplessness, resigned to waiting. Yet a deep concern gnawed at him for his little chubby companion, hoping fervently that she remained unharmed. Meanwhile, our plump little friend had plunged into the frigid darkness of the iceberg. Inside the iceberg, the chill was far more penetrating than that outside. The walls and floor were adorned with various types of ice formations, rendering the path exceedingly treacherous. The chubby little one shook off the snow from her body, resembling a small penguin, as she took tiny, bouncy steps deeper into the icy realm. She had distinctly heard a sound within, a voice that must be nearby, and she was determined to uncover its source. The sound was pitiful, a soft, whimpering cry. Her mother often reminded her to lend a helping hand to those in distress. Now, she was resolved to assist the crying child. Thus, she continued to bounce and leap forward. Traversing for what felt like an eternity, as the cold began to seep into her bones, she felt utterly drained, and eventually reached a point where there was no further path to tread. Spinning around, she found herself surrounded by towering ice walls, devoid of any other presence. Where, she pondered, was that sorrowful cry emanating from? In despair, she plopped down onto the icy ground, thoroughly disheartened. Had she truly failed to aid the weeping child today? Just as hopelessness threatened to engulf her, the pitiful cry echoed once more. This time, it was a faint sound, so delicate that she surmised it might belong to someone even smaller than herself. Upon standing to investigate, she was surprised to discover a young girl curled up in a corner of the dark abyss, weeping softly on a bed. The figure was so diminutive, and in an instant, she leapt onto the bed, landing in the girl's embrace. "Miss, I am Chubby, here to rescue you." The small figure, startled by the sudden arrival of Chubby, revealed itself to be a talking animal. Although initially taken aback, the creature did not recoil in fear or push Chubby away. Instead, it poked Chubby's round little body with its finger. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I am Chubby. I heard you crying, and I came to help," Chubby proudly declared, patting her own chest to emphasize her noble intent. The girl, amused by Chubby's earnestness, chuckled. "How can someone so small save me? You should hurry and leave." Chubby shook her head gravely. "I will not leave. You are crying, and I must help you." Then you shall no longer weep. The girl's eyes, reddened from her tears, pleaded, You must go. You are too small to assist me. If they discover you, it will be disastrous. Please, seek your parents. This girl seemed entirely unafraid of Chubby, instead expressing concern for her safety. Chubby, being an exceptionally intelligent magical beast with memories from birth, understood that humans often feared her kind. The girl's absence of fear and her fondness for Chubby filled her with joy, prompting her to snuggle closer. The girl gently stroked Chubby's round form. You are such a good little one. But this place is perilous. You should leave. I shall be fine here. Chubby resolutely shook her head. I will not depart. I will stay with you. After declaring her intent, she wrapped her chubby little arms around the girl. Do not fear. Chubby will protect you. The girl began to cry anew, clutching Chubby even tighter. Within the icy confines of the iceberg, it seemed that Chubby was her sole source of comfort and hope. Time passed, and Chubby remained inside the iceberg, while Luo Xiao paced anxiously, as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, and even suggested forcefully breaking open the glacier to rescue Chubby. Leda wore a furrowed brow. Ever since he learned of his father-son bond with Chubby, he felt a peculiar connection to her. Whether she was well or in peril, he could sense her condition. He had felt it when she was near Dawn, unaware of their familial tie at the time. Subsequently, he could always perceive whenever Chubby faced any trouble that it was the same now. He could distinctly sense that Chubby was unharmed. However, her prolonged absence caused him worry. Everyone was deeply concerned, oblivious to other matters, and no one noticed the troubled expression on Ni's face, nor did they see the yellow tail peeking out from beneath the iceberg. This yellow tail lingered for a moment. Then with a sudden crack, the iceberg split apart once more, returning to its original position. Luo Xiao's mind was in turmoil, yet he vaguely spotted a yellow object. The iceberg had fractured, and without time to contemplate its nature, he dashed through the crevice. Leda followed closely, with Mo Yin and I, and the others trailing behind. With another crack, the freshly split ice suddenly sealed shut, leaving no trace of their entrance. Meanwhile, the yellow tail had vanished. Now Luo Xiao and his companions found themselves deep within the towering iceberg, enveloped in darkness. Leda held on to Luo Xiao, while Mo Yin grasped Ni's hand, with Lan and Hui following closely. Chubby, Chubby, Luo Xiao called out incessantly. The darkness was profound. Upon entering, they could see nothing, nor could they catch sight of Chubby. They groped their way forward, and after a time, they noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Gigi, suddenly, a voice pierced the gloom, the unmistakable call of Chubby. Luo Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Had something happened to her? Do not worry. Chubby is safe, Leda reassured Luo Xiao, holding his hand. Luo Xiao nodded, affirming that Chubby would surely be all right. Moreover, Chubby's earlier exclamation did not seem to suggest distress, but rather a hint of excitement. They followed the light, arriving at a clearing. In the center lay a bed, upon which Chubby was currently climbing. As they approached for a closer look, they discovered that Chubby was not alone. A girl was nestled beside her. The girl, startled by their presence, recoiled to the corner, clutching Chubby tightly, repeatedly pleading, Do not bully Chubby. Please do not bully her. It was then they realized that the girl was protecting Chubby, mistaking them for foes. Chubby, extending her chubby little paw, reciprocated the embrace, nuzzling the girl's hand with her small head. They are not bad people. They are my parents. They are your mom and dad? The girl asked in astonishment. Chubby nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. I came to help you. With pride, Chubby thumped her little chest while addressing the girl. The girl's eyes glistened with tears as she gently kissed Chubby's head. Thank you. The girl's hair was a tangled mess, resembling withered, dry grass, and her face was smudged with dirt, rendering her features unrecognizable. Though she wore a fur-lined coat, it appeared oversized and ill-fitting, leaving her frail form to sway within it. The slenderness of her wrists suggested fragility, as if a mere touch could snap them. Her eyes, filled with helplessness and fear, dared not meet theirs. She huddled in the corner, resembling a wounded little creature. Most troubling of all was the realization that the girl was situated at the very heart of the iceberg, a place of intense cold. A bed lay nearby, indicating that she resided in this inhospitable environment. How could such a frail girl survive in such conditions? The sight of her reminded Luo Xiao of Ailey, recalling how she had looked when she first encountered his father. Luo Xiao struggled to comprehend how a young girl could possibly live alone in this desolate place. Slowly, he approached her, attempting to initiate conversation. "What are you doing here all alone? It is far too cold. Would you not like to come with us?" Upon hearing the news of an impending outing, the girl suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, her cries resonating through the air, impervious to any attempts at consolation. The chubby companion, a tender-hearted little creature, tirelessly comforted the girl, diligently wiping away her tears. Yet, the girl continued to weep. As if an endless stream of sorrow flowed from her, unable to be quenched, the chubby creature nestled into the girl's embrace, pressing close to her heart in an effort to provide warmth. It was unclear how long the girl had wept, but eventually, her tears subsided. She cautiously shifted from her corner, revealing her face. I could see that moment. Luo Xiao finally beheld the girl's visage, her gentle eyes, swollen to the size of peaches, contrasted with her petite face and pointed chin, indicative of her slender frame. The girl lifted her small head, gazing up at Luo Xiao, and inquired, "Are you the parents of the chubby one?" Startled by the girl's sudden question, Luo Xiao quickly responded, "Yes, my name is Luo Xiao. We have come from afar in search of a place called the Polar Region." Luo Xiao conveyed their purpose and identities to the girl, who appeared both frightened and timid, prompting him to speak further to reassure her. He tentatively asked, "Little one, may I ask your name and how it is you came to be here?" The girl shrank back slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. I am Ahua. How did you arrive here?" "Ordinary people cannot enter this place," Luo Xiao explained. "We are searching for the Polar Region and accidentally stumbled upon the iceberg. If there is anything you wish to share, we would be glad to assist you." He sensed that this girl was somehow connected to the north. Upon hearing his words, Ahua looked at Luo Xiao with longing in her eyes, and he could tell she had something important she wished to communicate. However, after a long pause, she eventually lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Luo Xiao pondered deeply, suspecting that Ahua harbored some unspoken burden. He exchanged knowing glances with the chubby creature, who immediately understood Luo Xiao's intent and playfully nestled into Ahua's arms, saying, "Don't be afraid, big sister. Papa and Mama will help you, and so will I." Ahua was touched by the creature's words, her eyes reddening once more as tears streamed down her cheeks. The chubby creature extended its tiny paws to wipe her tears, and gradually, Ahua's sobs subsided. She looked at Luo Xiao and inquired, "Can you truly help me?" Luo Xiao nodded vigorously. "Yes, we can assist you. But first, you must come with us. It is far too cold here, and you risk falling ill." Ahua shook her head. "I cannot leave. I am confined here as punishment. If I were to disappear, I fear it would bring harm to my family." At that moment, Leda interjected, "Are you from the north?" Ahua widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "How did you know?" "We traveled with a few friends from the south and have just come from the north. We seek a place called the Polar Region, but our chief expelled us," Leda explained, sharing their experiences in the north while observing Ahua's reaction closely. To his surprise, she trembled all over. "You come from the south?" Ahua asked breathlessly. "We are not from the south. We hired southerners to guide us here," Leda clarified. Ahua rummaged through her belongings and produced a bracelet, handing it to Luo Xiao. "Please, deliver this bracelet to my beloved. He is from the south." Luo Xiao's mouth gaped in astonishment. "Is there not a bitter feud between the north and south? How could your beloved be from the south?" Ahua closed her eyes, a hint of color returning to her cheeks as she reminisced about her love at why beloved is from the south. "He came to the north by accident, and I saved him. I sent him back to the south. But the chief discovered my love for a southerner and imprisoned me here to guard this iceberg." "Guard the iceberg? What does that mean?" Luo Xiao questioned, puzzled by the notion of a person guarding an iceberg. Ahua confirmed, "Indeed, I guard the iceberg. Since you are the parents of the chubby one, I shall confide in you. Beneath this iceberg lies a vast lake, and my duty is to ensure that southerners do not learn of its existence." Upon hearing of the immense lake, Leda's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Guarding a lake? Is a lake in such need of protection? Could the Polar Region be hidden within this lake? Luo Xiao pondered. realizing they needed to uncover the lake's secrets and the history of the North-South conflict. The mention of a lake beneath the iceberg ignited a sense of urgency in Luo Xiao, akin to Leida's thoughts. If it were not for the polar region, why else would someone be tasked with safeguarding a lake? Ahua, thank you for revealing the existence of this lake. You must come with us. Luo Xiao urged. Tea is far too frigid here. I cannot fathom how you survive in such conditions. We must take you out, and we can discuss the lake later. Ahua shook her head resolutely. I truly cannot leave. I have betrayed my people by falling in love with someone from the south. Now I cannot betray them further, nor do I wish to cause my family any sorrow. Luo Xiao's frustration mounted. How deep is the animosity between the north and south that it forces lovers apart, subjecting you to such punishment? You are but a young girl. You do not deserve such harsh treatment. Please come with us. Despite Luo Xiao's heartfelt pleas, Ahua remained steadfast in her refusal. Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot leave. You must go quickly. Each day, someone comes to deliver my meals. If they see you, it would spell disaster. You still seek the place known as the polar region, so you must leave at once. Ahua persisted, and Luo Xiao, feeling helpless, could only watch her in despair. Then we shall take our leave. Please take care of yourself, Leida said, exchanging a glance with Luo Xiao that conveyed a shared understanding. They would return to help Ahua at a later time, as they neared the entrance of the iceberg. Ahua reluctantly handed the chubby creature to Luo Xiao and implored, You must ensure this bracelet reaches my beloved. Tell him to forget me, to no longer think of me. Inform him that I am well, that I have married in the south, and let him believe he never knew me. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ahua buried her face in her hands and began to sob uncontrollably. In that moment, Luo Xiao was reminded of Romeo and Juliet, two lovers torn apart by feuding families. Destined for tragedy, he wished for a different outcome for Ahua and her beloved, hoping for their reunion. Ahua, you have yet to tell me your beloved's name. How shall we deliver the bracelet? Luo Xiao asked, realizing that she had never disclosed the name of her beloved, leaving him at a loss for how to fulfill her request. No, I cannot reveal his name. He is tall and skilled in hunting. Thank you, but you must depart quickly, Ahua insisted, turning her back to avoid seeing the chubby creature and Luo Xiao. With a heavy sigh, Luo Xiao recognized that Ahua was shielding her beloved from further danger. They had no choice but to leave. Held in Luo Xiao's embrace, the chubby creature's eyes sparkled with tears as it cried out, Big sister, I won't leave. Ahua wept alongside it, urging Gogo do not return, as Leida took the chubby creature from Luo Xiao. He cradled it in his arms and strode purposefully toward the exit. Even as they neared the entrance of the iceberg, the chubby creature continued to call for Ahua. Once outside, Leida lifted the chubby creature to face him, saying, You are a brave little creature. You must not cry. Did you not vow to save the big sister? We shall return tomorrow. The chubby creature, now lifted high, took in Leida's words and wiped its tears. Regaining its spirited demeanor, Yes, I will not cry. I will save the big sister. Taking advantage of the absence of northern inhabitants, Luo Xiao and his companions retraced their steps as they approached the cave. The chubby creature's eyes remained red from crying, and it sobbed intermittently. Luo Xiao comforted the little one gently until it began to settle. With a pout, the chubby creature looked up at Leida. Papa, tomorrow, we will find the big sister. It tugged at Leida's arm with determination. All right, Leida replied, patting the chubby creature's head. We shall return tomorrow. With a jubilant cheer, Panya ceased her tears and eagerly shared with Luo Xiao and the others. Panya is great, the elder sister cried, and Panya heard it. It was then that Luo Xiao and the others realized that Panya had overheard Ahua's sobs from outside, prompting her reckless dash into the room. Luo Xiao patted Panya encouragingly, exclaiming, Our Panya is truly remarkable. Let us continue in this spirit. Due to his own childhood experiences and his mother's influence, Luo Xiao possessed a profound understanding of the care and education that children require. He believed it imperative to offer Panya ample affection and support, nurturing her inner strength and joy. Furthermore, he aimed to educate Panya, guiding her to become a kind-hearted and helpful magical beast. He was resolute in ensuring that Pang Ya would not endure the same bullying and disdain that he had faced in his youth. Most importantly, he wished for Pang Ya to avoid the unhappiness that had plagued his own life. Had he not encountered Pang Ya and Leda, he might have remained the insecure and discontented Luo Xiao indefinitely. The advent of Pang Ya and Leda had transformed his existence. As they approached the cave, Pang Ya promptly fell into a deep slumber once more. Upon entering the cave, they discovered that Suda and the others had already returned from their hunt, preparing water and meals. Luo Xiao and Mo Yin joined them, and soon they were enjoying their midday repast. As Suda ate, he inquired, "So, did you uncover any clues?" "None," replied Leda. Upon hearing this, Suda fell silent. The mood among the others also darkened at the mention of the lack of leads, leading to a collective silence. After lunch, Leda took Lon Lon and Huai to hunt, allowing Suda and the others to rest in the cave. In addition to gathering food for dinner, Leda sought to procure provisions for the following day. After all, he was the most skilled among them. Unable to hunt in the morning due to the search for the polar region, he returned with the intent of securing more game, thus sparing Suda and the others from objections. Leda returned with ample provisions for the morning meal. After dinner, they all retired early. The following day unfolded as usual. Suda and the others set off to hunt, while Leda and his companions ventured to the ice mountain once more. They adhered to the previous day's schedule to avoid detection by the northern folk. Upon arriving at the ice mountain, Pang Ya awoke and eagerly leapt onto the mountain to press the door-opening button. That very protrusion .it was at this moment that Luo Xiao and the others realized that the protrusion served as a switch. Luo Xiao pondered that perhaps Pang Ya had inadvertently activated the switch the previous day. Upon entering the ice mountain, the sight of Ahua caused Pang Ya to leap down and nestle into Ahua's embrace, seeking affection. Ahua, seated on the bed and lost in thought, was taken aback by the sudden warmth enveloping her. Looking down, she beheld the round and plump Pang Ya, causing her to embrace the little creature with fervor, cherishing her like a precious gem in the frigid confines of the ice mountain. The only company she had known was the gruff uncle who delivered her meals. Yet, that uncle regarded her with disdain, believing she had betrayed the north by falling for someone from the south. Hence, his demeanor was ever cold and unwelcoming, serving her only frigid meals. Each day, she consumed her cold rations, surrounded by the icy walls, feeling as though she would soon forget how to speak. Thus, when Pang Ya appeared, Ahua did not perceive her as a monster. When Pang Ya spoke, she did not regard her as a demon. Rather, she sensed the kindness radiating from Pangaea Toa. Pang Ya was the first to engage her in conversation and to offer her salvation amidst the passage of time. She felt an immense gratitude towards Pang Ya for bringing her parents to rescue her. Initially, she believed she would never see Pang Ya again, having inadvertently driven her away by rejecting the good-hearted individuals who sought to save her. Now, seeing Pang Ya once more, Ahua, having long been deprived of sincere affection, could not help but weep. Pang Ya gently wiped Ahua's tears away, saying, "Sister, do not cry. Pang Ya has come to see you, but I thought I'd ask you not to come. What if you were discovered? Oh, I am truly worried about you being found by the northern folk." Ahua's concern for Pang Ya and the others was palpable. She had no inkling of the consequences that would ensue should they be discovered by her kin. Ahua dried her tears and implored Luo Xiao, "Please take Pang Ya away quickly. If my people find out, I cannot fathom what they might do. We will not leave until we find the polar region. Moreover, we must rescue you." Luo Xiao retorted, unable to articulate his thoughts delicately. For he recognized that remaining in such a frigid place could spell doom for Ahua. He could not stand idly by, indifferent to Ahua's fate. Seeing Luo Xiao and his companions so resolute, Ahua felt a loss for what to do. Luo Xiao continued to urge Ahua to leave with them, but she remained equally stubborn. With no other options, Luo Xiao momentarily ceased his entreaties. From his backpack, he retrieved supplies brought from the small river village. Wangzai milk and an assortment of snacks, but he surmised that Ahua likely had not tasted warm meals in ages and hoped these morsels would bolster her strength. Having never savored Wangzai milk or indulged in snacks, Ahua found herself relishing these delectable treats as if they were a feast from the mortal realm. As she ate, tears streamed down her cheeks. reminiscent of a child burdened with grievances. Pangya, saddened, could only join her in tears. As time elapsed, they reluctantly prepared to depart. Pangya and Ahua clung to one another, reluctant to part, while Pangya eagerly anticipated their next meeting. In contrast, Luo Xiao discerned deeper longing reflected in Ahua's eyes, mingled with concern. Upon exiting the glacier, Luo Xiao sighed, "Alas, do not despair. We will rescue Ahua," Leda assured with conviction. Luo Xiao gazed at Leda, who cradled the tear-streaked Pangya in his arms. Regardless of the raging blizzard or the world's chill, Leda stood resolute like a steadfast poplar tree, unyielding in the face of adversity. Luo Xiao nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, we shall save Ahua," with Leda by his side. He felt a renewed sense of confidence that, in the subsequent days, they visited Ahua daily, with Luo Xiao exploring every means to ensure she was well-fed and warmly dressed. Pangya also endeavored to lift Ahua's spirits, hoping to alleviate her sorrow. Ahua was not devoid of emotion, and she recognized the kindness bestowed upon her by these strangers who had no obligation to care for her. Nonetheless, thoughts of her people's treatment left her heart heavy with despair. She understood the profound enmity between the North and the South, a conflict rooted in the distant past. The person she loved was merely an ordinary young man from the South, innocent of any wrongdoing. Why, then, did her kin treat her so harshly? As she gazed at the icy walls, at Pangya's earnest efforts to cheer her, and at Luo Xiao's provision of food and clothing, she resolved that she could no longer remain silent. "You seek the polar region?" Ahua inquired. "Ahua, do you know where the polar region is?" Luo Xiao asked eagerly. Should Ahua possess the knowledge, it would be a fortuitous discovery. However, she shook her head. "I do not know. I have previously mentioned that beneath this ice mountain lies a lake, which I was tasked with guarding. This lake holds more significance than the lives of us northern people. We have watched over it for over a century." Luo Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have guarded this lake for over 100 years. Ahua confirmed. "Indeed, this lake is of utmost importance to us that if you believe it may be the polar region you seek, I can reveal the entrance to the lake." Luo Xiao and the others had come solely to rescue Ahua, never expecting her to possess knowledge of the lake's entrance. This revelation proved to be immensely helpful. Ahua descended from the bed, leading Luo Xiao and his companions behind her. Logically, Ahua's bed was situated at the innermost part of the ice mountain, leaving little space to navigate. Yet, as they followed her, Luo Xiao gradually discerned numerous ice caverns, both large and small, within the mountain. Ahua guided them into one of the ice caves. This cave was neither too big nor too small, yet contained a deep pool of water, resembling a miniature lake, with the water astonishingly unfrozen. Ahua pointed to the water, stating, "This is the entrance to the lake." Luo Xiao glanced left and right, utterly perplexed as to why the water here had not frozen. Ahua seemed to perceive his confusion and remarked, "When I was first imprisoned here, I attempted to seek an exit through these ice caverns, but accidentally fell into this water. My tea was frigid, and my consciousness grew hazy. Yet I vaguely recall someone bringing me back here. Are you suggesting that this water is connected to that lake, and that there are others within it?" Leda gazed intently at the lake for a long while. Even dipping his hand into the water, he discerned that while the water was indeed cold, it was not as frigid as the temperature of the ice mountain, being somewhat warmer in comparison. It was undeniably peculiar. Ahua nodded slightly. "I don't remember it clearly, but I have a sense that someone rescued me." Luo Xiao observed the icy water, contemplating. "Leda, must we enter from here? It seems there is no other option." "We must proceed this way," Leda agreed, mirroring his thoughts. Leda glanced at Mo Yin and Nier. "Mo Yin, take Nier and the dog back. I will lead Luo Xiao and Pangya into the water." "Is Pangya able to enter this cold water?" Luo Xiao had not considered whether he, as an ordinary human, could withstand the icy depths, but rather worried if Pangya, a magical beast, could endure it. "Rest assured, Pangya has thick skin. She will be fine," Leda assured with a wave of his hand, transforming Pangya into a sturdy little creature. Thus, the plan was set. Leda urged Mo Yin to swiftly depart with Nier and the dogs to avoid being discovered. Mo Yin looked at Luo Xiao with concern. "Xiao Xiao, Please take care of yourself. Her worry was palpable. Could Luo Xiao's slight frame truly endure such cold water? Near, pale as ever, expressed his anxiety. Brother Leda? Can Brother Xiao really go? Leda nodded confidently. Do not worry. I will ensure his safety. With Leda's assurance, Imo Yin reluctantly departed with Near and the two dogs. Luo Xiao stared at the icy water, feeling a shiver of trepidation, yet knowing from Leda's expression that he would be protected. Luo Xiao took Pangya from Ahua's arms. Ahua, we are going down. You must take care of yourself and await our return. Pangya waved her little paws at Ahua. Sister, wave goodbye. I will come to rescue you. Despite her reluctance to leave, Ahua, perhaps influenced by Luo Xiao's determination, nodded. I will wait for your return. Luo Xiao placed Pangya into his backpack, securing it tightly. Pangya immediately fell into a deep slumber, playing dead. Leda held his hand and asked, Are you scared? Luo Xiao nodded, then shook his head. I am scared, but with you here, I am not afraid. You will protect me, right? Leda affirmed, I will always protect you. They exchanged knowing glances, and Leda led Luo Xiao to jump into the frigid water together as they plunged into the icy depths. The biting cold enveloped Luo Xiao entirely. All he felt was the relentless chill, as though he might perish at any moment. He turned to look at Leda, who swiftly transformed before him. With his powerful, beastly form, Leda shielded Luo Xiao closely, and gradually, warmth began to radiate from him. Luo Xiao reached out to touch Leda. Realizing the warmth emanated from his body, he was uncertain how Leda accomplished this. But he understood he must persevere and, together with Leda, find their way to the polar region. Once warmed, Luo Xiao could finally observe the surroundings clearly. The water pooling in the ice cave indeed connected to the lake. They must be situated within it, otherwise they would not be able to traverse its depths. The lake stretched endlessly, dark and damp, devoid of sunlight. They felt as though they wandered in an immense, cold, and sunless ice cellar. Unable to see any light ahead or find an exit into the future, no creatures inhabited the lake. There were no fish, no seaweed, no rocks or corals, not even the tiniest microorganisms. Strangely, after swimming for a while, Luo Xiao discovered he could breathe in the water. He looked at Leda, suspecting it had something to do with him. Leda shook his head, indicating it was not his influence. This left Luo Xiao even more puzzled. If it was not Leda's doing, how could he breathe underwater? His curiosity about the lake intensified, leading him to wonder if it might indeed relate to the polar region, perhaps serving as its entrance or even being the polar region itself. They swam for what felt like ages, yet still encountered no signs of life. Luo Xiao was on the verge of despair. Was the lake he had hoped for merely a lifeless void? Gradually, he sensed a wave of warmth, identical to the sensation he had felt in the north. He realized this warmth originated from the lake water itself. While Leda's power kept his body warm, the lake water enveloped him in comfort. He felt as if he were swimming in a hot spring of tea that moment. He could no longer feel Leda's warmth and became increasingly convinced he was indeed in a thermal lake. A hot spring of such magnitude, was this the very reason the northern people had guarded this place for generations? As they continued swimming, sunlight suddenly pierced through the water. The brilliant light illuminated the lake, revealing its azure depths, crystal clear and flawless. Luo Xiao then beheld numerous rocks and vibrant corals carpeting the lake bed, with countless strands of aquatic plants swaying freely that a school of small fish darted past them, encircling them in a flurry of movement. Luo Xiao could almost see the joy radiating from the little fish as they swam. Another vibrant group of fish swam by, followed by various others. There were large and small fish alike. He even spotted turtles, jellyfish, and dolphins. The dolphins appeared delighted upon seeing them, spraying water and greeting and letting out cheerful calls. Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first encounter with dolphins. Leda guided him closer, extending a hand to stroke the dolphin's large head, which nuzzled against his palm. Encouraged, Luo Xiao bravely reached out to touch the dolphin, which responded by nudging him affectionately. Meanwhile, Pangya stirred in the backpack. Perhaps after enduring the icy water, she awoke in the warmth of the thermal lake. With a swift movement, she swam out of the bag. Indeed, She was swimming. Underestimate Panya. She was a magical beast, capable of navigating the waters with ease. She paddled her little legs, her hind legs kicking vigorously while her front legs flailed. Propelling herself forward, Panya was swimming for the first time, her eyes wide with wonder, chirping excitedly. However, Luo Xiao could not help but think that Panya's swimming style resembled that of dog paddle. With her doggy strokes, Panya reached the dolphin, eagerly nuzzling its head. The dolphin, intrigued by this peculiar little creature, reciprocated the affection. The two playful beings, one large and one small, engaged in a delightful exchange of nuzzles. Quickly becoming the best of friends, the dolphin even invited Panya to ride on its back, swimming playfully in circles. Luo Xiao watched in amazement, feeling as though they had entered a vibrant underwater world. Becoming part of it, before long, the dolphin and Panya had vanished into the vastness of the lake. In this expansive body of water. Oh, not a vast ocean, but a vast lake. How would they ever find them? Luo Xiao grew anxious once more. Yet it was Leda who restrained him, urging him to regain his composure. Upon casting a glance at Leda, Luo Xiao found himself calming down. He nearly forgot that Leda possessed the ability to locate Panya through scent. Moreover, Leda had informed him that, as father and son, he seemed to share a psychic connection with Panya, allowing him to sense at any moment whether Panya was alive. Observing Leda's relaxed demeanor reassured Luo Xiao that Panya was undoubtedly safe. Alleviating his worries, Leda took his hand and they began to swim freely across the lake. For the first time, Luo Xiao felt akin to a fish, reveling in the bliss of liberation. He mused that if he were indeed a fish living in such a splendid realm, he would likely experience immense joy and contentment. Leda guided him to encounter a multitude of peculiar fish, some adorned with beauty, while others were rather unsightly. The creatures displayed no fear of humans. Instead, they frolicked and played with them. In that moment, Luo Xiao truly comprehended the essence of freedom as they swam. They suddenly heard a distant chirping sound, unmistakably the unique call of Panya. They followed the sound, only for it to abruptly cease. With no other recourse, Leda led Luo Xiao from the depths of the lake to the surface. Initially, they had assumed the lake was vast, akin to an ocean. However, upon reaching the shore, they realized it was in fact a modest lake, visible in its entirety at a glance. Yet the lake's depths were as expansive as the sea. Leda squinted, scrutinizing the surroundings for quite some time. Indeed, the lake's depths were connected to the ocean, while the surface remained distinct, forming an isolated lake. Luo Xiao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is it truly possible for such a phenomenon to exist? Could this be the polar region? This extraordinary place, not only a lake connected to the sea, but also a hot spring lake. If this were not the polar region, he could hardly fathom where it might be. Leda shared his sentiments, hoping this was indeed the case, providing them both with a sense of reassurance. Leda then suggested, "Let us search for Panya." Luo Xiao nodded in agreement, following Leda as they sought Panya while marveling at this wondrous locale. It resembled a fairyland from a television show, akin to the valley where the little dragon girl resided. Icebergs surrounded them on all sides, with a lake nestled in the center. While one would expect such a setting to be frigid, it was surprisingly warm, reminiscent of summer. Luo Xiao and Leda, drenched in water, felt no chill. Rather, they experienced warmth. They meticulously examined the flora and fauna around them, noting that apart from the surrounding icebergs and the central lake, there appeared to be nothing else, no other souls in sight. This truly felt like a realm of enchantment, a place where only immortals might dwell. After wandering for quite some time, their clothes inexplicably dried, yet they still had not located Panya. Given the vastness of the area, it should have been easy to find him, yet he remained elusive. Chi. Suddenly, Panya's voice echoed once more. They hurriedly followed the sound. Their surprise, what they had initially believed to be encircling icebergs was merely an optical illusion. Behind one of the icebergs lay another small lake. There, sitting at the water's edge, was Panya, playing with the water. Luo Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to swat Panya's bottom. He and Leda were beside themselves with worry. This child was merely splashing about. As Luo Xiao rushed over, intending to call out to Panya, he noticed that Pangya was not alone in his aquatic escapades, sitting by the lake. Pangya was accompanied by a small dragon. Luo Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming once more that he was indeed gazing upon a dragon. This revelation left him dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Upon seeing Luo Xiao approach, Pangya chirped joyfully and introduced the little dragon. "Mama, this is Long Long, my good friend." Luo Xiao was utterly astonished by his child's whimsical friendship. Could one truly befriend a dragon? The little dragon, upon noticing him, grew somewhat bashful, darting away to hide behind a rock, revealing only its adorable little head. Occasionally, it would peek at them before retreating once more. Dragons, being descendants of Yin and Huang, inherently evoke feelings of anticipation and reverence. However, upon encountering this charming and shy little dragon, Luo Xiao found it hard to maintain any sense of what he mused that perhaps this dragon was merely a child, much like Pangya. Meanwhile, Leda stood at the water's edge, observing the little dragon, ultimately concluding this was not a dragon, but rather a magical beast, resembling a dragon in appearance. The revelation that Long Long was a magical creature instead of an actual dragon brought relief to Luo Xiao. He found it difficult to accept that he had encountered a dragon. "Long Long, come here. This is my mama," Pangya exclaimed, noticing his friend's shyness. In a swift motion, he leaped into the lake, swimming towards Long Long. Luo Xiao crouched at the water's edge, tentatively dipping his hand into the warm water, confirming it was indeed a hot spring lake. Pangya had already brought Long Long over, who now recognized Luo Xiao and Leda as Pangya's parents. Though still timid, it gathered the courage to speak that, "I am Long Long. Hello." Long Long's voice was soft and delicate, suggesting it was a child of similar stature to Pangya. Upon closer inspection, Long Long bore a striking resemblance to Pangya, both possessing long tails and 4 claws. The distinguishing feature was that Long Long's head lacked horns, overall resembling a dragon. Moreover, its hue leaned towards a golden yellow, which explained Luo Xiao's earlier misapprehension. After Long Long spoke, it shyly gazed at them, prompting Luo Xiao to feel an irresistible urge to pat its head. "Hello, I am Pangya's mama. May I touch you?" Luo Xiao could no longer contain his excitement and wished to caress Long Long. The little dragon bashfully nodded, extending its head for Luo Xiao to stroke. Luo Xiao was elated, finally able to touch Long Long's head, tail, and body. This was truly marvelous. Not only was there a magical hot spring lake, but also a wondrous dragon. Long Long's presence complicated matters further. After thoroughly petting the dragon, Luo Xiao finally remembered to inquire about Pangya. "Pangya, weren't you riding a dolphin? Where's the dolphin? How did you end up with Long Long?" Tun Tun took Pangya to find Long Long, and then Tun Tun left. Pangya replied, continuing to play with Long Long. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiao reflected. So that's how it is. Yet, he felt even more troubled. They had arrived at this hot spring lake and encountered Long Long, but was this truly the polar region? What should they do next? At that moment, Long Long guided Pangya ashore. The little dragon led Pangya in front of an iceberg, then pointed at it for Pangya to observe. Pangya mimicked the action. Exclaiming, "Wow!" Luo Xiao, curious, approached to see for himself and echoed Pangya's astonishment. "Wow!" He turned to beckon Leda over, and upon witnessing the scene, Leda was equally taken aback. Before them lay the iceberg Long Long had indicated, its surface smooth and transparent, resembling a mirror. Reflected within were mountains, lakes, birds, flowers, and strolling figures, all appearing as if they belonged to a world that truly existed. Luo Xiao gazed intently at the mirror. Could it be that this reflected another realm? No, it seemed to depict individuals from the northern region. "Look, that is the chieftain of the north." Leda pointed at a figure within the reflection. Luo Xiao scrutinized closely and confirmed it was indeed the chieftain. He even recognized Ming. They were truly from the northern region, but how could they be inside the mirror? Was it merely a reflection? "Mama. Long Long wants to find Mama. She's inside." At that moment, Long Long extended its tiny paw towards the mirror, its eyes filled with sorrowful longing as it gazed. Tears began to fall, prompting Pangya to tenderly wipe Long Long's tears with his paw. "Long Long, don't cry. We will help you find Mama," Upon hearing that assistance was at hand, Long Long's eyes widened, and it gazed earnestly at Luo Xiao, nuzzling against him. Luo Xiao found himself utterly charmed by the adorable little magical beast and readily agreed to help Long Long in the search for its mother. "Are you saying your mother is inside the mirror?" Reed inquired of Long Long, stating that no one else could elucidate the mystery of the mirror. Only Long Long possessed that capability, bouncing in front of the mirror. Long Long pointed at the moving figures within and exclaimed, "Mama is inside. Find Mama." Being but a child, Long Long's speech was somewhat unclear. Reed gazed intently into the mirror for an extended period, observing that the northerners within were engaged in their activities, appearing perfectly normal. After a while, he suddenly noticed a few women approaching very close to the mirror. There, beside a small lake, steam seemed to rise from the water's surface. The women entered the lake and strategically positioned screens around its perimeter. It dawned on him that they had come to bathe. Luo Xiao quickly turned his back, pulling Fatya and Long Long with him, realizing it was rather inappropriate to spy on the women bathing. Meanwhile, Reed continued to observe the figures in the mirror, noting that several women, after their bath, donned their garments and began to admire themselves in the reflection of the ice mountain. Reed beckoned Luo Xiao over, urging him to look alongside him. One of the women examined herself in the mirror, adjusting her clothing and hair, seemingly oblivious to their presence. At last, Reed grasped the purpose of this ice mountain. It functioned as a mirror, revealing everything in the north. It was unequivocally an ice mirror. Luo Xiao was startled by the proximity of the women in the reflection, yet he soon discerned the implications. Exclaiming, "So those people cannot see us, but we can observe their every move. This mirror must be intended for monitoring them." Luo Xiao's revelation left Reed deep in thought. He crouched down and embraced Long Long, feeling a sense of compassion for the child. "Long Long, do you watch for Mama here every day? We will certainly help you find her." Upon hearing the mention of Mama, Long Long's mood plummeted, repeatedly murmuring his longing for her. Witnessing Long Long's pitiable state, Luo Xiao felt even more resolute in assisting him. "Reed, let's help Long Long find his Mama," he proposed. Reed nodded, acknowledging indeed, it seems that only by locating Long Long's Mama can we uncover the truth. Luo Xiao agreed wholeheartedly, cradling Long Long with great affection, gently stroking the child's small yellow tail. As he did so, he suddenly found the tail strikingly familiar. "Long Long, could it be that you activated the switch when we entered the ice mountain to find Fatya?" "I seem to recall seeing something yellow when the ice mountain cracked open." He pondered aloud, uncertain of what he had witnessed. Then a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "Was it also your doing that allowed Fatya to enter the ice mountain?" Long Long bashfully wagged his little tail in Luo Xiao's embrace, affirming, "Yes, it's me." Overjoyed, Luo Xiao lifted Long Long high into the air, allowing the child to gaze down at him. That's how the ice mountain suddenly split open. "It was you who aided us. Thank you, Long Long." Reed, too, regarded Long Long thoughtfully, mulling over the circumstances. He had been curious about how the ice mountain had suddenly opened, and now it became clear that Long Long had facilitated their entry. Reed squatted to meet Long Long's gaze, inquiring, "Do you know Ahua?" He suspected that Long Long might be acquainted with Ahua, for how else would he have appeared at the ice mountain and assisted them in gaining entry? However, Long Long shook his head, declaring, "Sister, pitiful." Long Long likely perceived Ahua's plight and wished to help her. It seemed he had ventured to the ice mountain in search of his Mama. Luo Xiao affectionately stroked Long Long, thinking him to be an exceptionally kind-hearted and adorable child. It was a mystery why such a child would be without his parents. Suddenly, Luo Xiao remembered to ask, "Oh, where is your Baba?" It struck him that Long Long was still so young. Surely he could not be living here all alone. Upon hearing the mention of Baba, Long Long's expression soured, and he pouted, stating, "Baba, bad guy, won't let me find Mama." Angrily, he fell silent, his little face puffing up. Luo Xiao, sensing the delicate situation, refrained from pressing further questions and turned to Reed with a helpless look. "Let us wait a while longer. Once the person delivering food to Ahua departs, we will make our exit," Reed suggested. Luo Xiao promptly nodded. All right. Long Long remained quiet and discontent due to the mention of Baba, so Luo Xiao encouraged Fat Yu to take Long Long to the hot spring lake to play, which lifted Long Long's spirits once more. Luo Xiao found everything to be remarkably enchanting yet eerie, and with a hint of concern, he addressed Reed. Reed, I feel as though we are in a fantastical world. This place does not resemble the Arctic I know. Reed, sensing Luo Xiao's unease, grasped his hand reassuringly, stating, no matter what kind of world it is, I will always be here for you. Reed's words instantly brought comfort to Luo Xiao. He tightened his grip on Reed's hand, gazing into his eyes. Thank you. Reed replied, no, it is I who should thank you. All is conveyed without words. They all understand what gratitude signifies. The time has come for them to retrace their steps. With Long Long's presence, their movements in the lake have become remarkably free and convenient. That it seems that Long Long is acquainted with all the creatures inhabiting the lake. The dolphin that had previously frolicked with Panya also approached as they entered the water. Long Long and the dolphin engaged in a lively exchange, the specifics of which remained a mystery. The dolphin, ever considerate, invited Luo Xiao to ride upon its back, granting him a respite from the exertion he had already expended in swimming over. Originally, he had wasted considerable energy, but now with the dolphin's assistance, he could finally rest. Long Long and Panya, the two little companions, frolicked back and forth in the lake, embodying the carefree spirit of children, in stark contrast to Luo Xiao's worries. With Long Long's presence, all the creatures of the lake emerged, even more numerous than before Luo Xiao and his friends arrived. The entire lake transformed into a kaleidoscopic realm, captivating enough that anyone who arrived would be reluctant to depart. The fish and corals heeded Long Long's commands, swirling around Luo Xiao and his companions as if performing a dance, shifting formations in a dazzling display that left one spellbound, enchanted by the sight of so many fish dancing around him. Luo Xiao couldn't help but join in the merriment, dancing atop the dolphin's back. Accompanied by these fish, they swiftly traversed the warm spring lake, only to find themselves on the brink of the icy waters. The dolphin and the fish must have sensed the impending chill, for they halted just as they neared the cold water. The dolphin gently set Luo Xiao down and waved its fin in farewell. Soon after, the dolphin and the fish departed. Faced with the frigid waters ahead, Luo Xiao felt a pang of trepidation. The stark contrast from the comforting warmth of the spring lake to the biting cold ahead was daunting. He feared that even with Reed by his side, he might not withstand it. Hesitant, he clung to Reed's garment. Long Long swam alongside Luo Xiao, brushing his little tail against his arm, affectionately nudging him with its head, as if to reassure him, do not fear, for I am here. Despite Long Long's endearing antics, Luo Xiao remained rooted in place. Long Long then dove into the dragon water, writhing and shimmering. Suddenly, a golden light radiated from Long Long. Scattering in all directions, the entire expanse of cold water transformed into a warm embrace. Light filled the area, illuminating the path ahead, albeit softly. Reed, observing Long Long's actions, swiftly pulled Luo Xiao into the water, to Luo Xiao's astonishment. The anticipated bone-chilling cold was replaced by water as warm as the spring itself. He gazed in disbelief at the still wiggling Long Long and the golden light surrounding it, realizing it was undoubtedly Long Long's magic. Reed, leading Luo Xiao and Panya, propelled them forward with remarkable speed, far exceeding their previous pace. Reed seemed particularly anxious. Luo Xiao exerted himself to keep up, fearful of holding Reed back, just as they were about to reach the ice cave. Long Long's golden glow began to fade. The water grew increasingly cold. They could see this moment. Luo Xiao finally comprehended Reed's urgency. It was because Long Long was still quite small. His magic could not endure for long, and they needed to reach the ice cave before it dissipated. Finally, as the light from Long Long extinguished completely, they arrived at the ice cave. However, they were drenched, and the frigid air made Luo Xiao sneeze involuntarily. A blanket suddenly enveloped him, and when he looked up, he saw a worried Ahua. Reed emerged from the water and hurriedly dried Luo Xiao off. Thanks to Long Long's magic, they had traversed the icy waters. Now that Long Long's magic had waned, the warm water that had enveloped Luo Xiao turned cold. Fortunately, Ahua was there with a blanket. Otherwise, Luo Xiao would have been in a much worse predicament. Reed busied himself. Luo Xiao began to feel a bit better. Though he remained chilly in such a state, Luo Xiao was bound to catch a cold in the Arctic. Illness posed significant risks, as even a minor ailment could escalate into a life-threatening condition due to the scarcity of medicine. Reed, fearing for Luo Xiao's health, embraced him, channeling his warmth into Luo Xiao's body. It was akin to when they first entered the water. Reed used his energy to warm Luo Xiao. However, this method drained Reed's own strength, and after their time submerged, he was already fatigued. Thus, he could only do his best to alleviate Luo Xiao's discomfort. Exhausted, Long Long collapsed in the corner of the ice cave, while Panya remained close to tend to him. After a brief rest, Long Long managed to wiggle over to Luo Xiao, shaking his body and once again emanating a golden light. This light was faint, a soft yellow, indicating that Long Long had yet to fully recover. The gentle glow enveloped Luo Xiao, warming him instantly, even drying his clothes. Once Luo Xiao's garments were dry, Long Long retracted the light, gradually returning to his original state. The little dragon, fatigued, fell asleep in Luo Xiao's embrace. Mumbling in his sleep, looking for Mama, want Mama, woo woo woo. Luo Xiao, touched, held Long Long gently, whispering, "Thank you, sleep well, and we will help you find your mother." Seeing Long Long comfortably nestled in Luo Xiao's arms, Panya, unwilling to be left out, leapt into Luo Xiao's embrace, snuggling closely against Long Long. He too soon drifted off to sleep. Panya, like Long Long, was a child, and both deserved their rest to grow strong. This little one like Panya. Ahua, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke up. "Yes, just like that," Luo Xiao replied without hesitation. Ahua, unconcerned about Panya's identity, played joyfully with him and would surely bond with Long Long as well. Gently, Ahua poked at Long Long and Panya, laughing. These little ones are truly adorable. Though Ahua was only 20, still a young girl, she likely saw Panya and Long Long more as younger siblings. The innocent and sincere gaze of Ahua stirred something within Luo Xiao. Such a delightful girl trapped in such inhumane circumstances must be rescued. Following Ahua, they settled down on her usual resting place. "Ahua, how did you end up in the ice cave?" Luo Xiao finally inquired. Ahua, a bit shy, replied, "I was worried about you after dinner and feared you might be cold in the water, so I brought a blanket to wait for you in the ice cave." Ahua smiled warmly at Luo Xiao. "Thank you, Ahua, I'm so glad you were here. Otherwise, I might have frozen to death." Luo Xiao spoke the truth. When he emerged from the water, he alone knew how cold it had been. He had felt utterly lost, not wanting to trouble Reed. The moment Ahua's blanket enveloped him, he experienced an unprecedented warmth. Ahua quickly waved her hands, shaking her head. "I didn't do anything." Afterward, she twirled her fingers together and whispered, "Just now I saw that little child who was with Panya jump onto you, and you dried off, even the blanket was dry. How incredible!" Ahua gazed at Long Long in Luo Xiao's arms with starry eyes, as if he were a celestial being. Luo Xiao sensed that Ahua had noticed Long Long's uniqueness and that she adored him, prompting him to reveal the truth. He looked towards Reed. "May I tell Ahua? She want to harm Panya or Long Long?" "Yes," Reed replied succinctly, his words conveying immense trust in Luo Xiao. As soon as Luo Xiao posed a question, Reed responded without delay. "Yes, Ahua, this is Long Long. He is a magical beast. And Panya is also a magical beast. They can speak and possess special powers, and in the future, they will be able to transform into human forms." Luo Xiao spoke slowly, word by word, for he feared that he might startle Ahua. With each statement from Luo Xiao, Ahua's eyes grew wider and wider, until they resembled round grapes gazing at Long Long and Panya. "Wow, how marvelous! Does this mean that I will be able to see two little children in the future and play with them?" Luo Xiao let out a chuckle. "Yes, of course. Once we rescue you, you can play however you wish." However, at the mention of leaving, the smile on Ahua's face instantly vanished, reverting her to the pitiful state she had been in. Luo Xiao noticed that apart from her moments of joy with Panya, Ahua often appeared melancholic, especially concerning the prospect of escaping. It was evident to Luo Xiao that she longed for freedom. Yet she repeatedly insisted, "I cannot leave." Understanding her concerns, Luo Xiao comforted her. "Ahua, I am not aware of the enmity between the north and south. However, Leda and I will resolve this conflict, allowing you to leave with dignity. You need not worry." Ahua shook her head, eyes reddened. "The hatred between the north and south is insurmountable. Thank you for your assistance. May I call you Xiao, Xiao Ge?" "Of course, you are the same age as my sister," Luo Xiao replied joyfully, sensing that Ahua had genuinely begun to regard them as friends. "Xiao Xiao Ge, listen to me. If the lake beneath the glacier is not the polar region you seek, you should leave promptly. You cannot resolve the issues of the north and south. It will only bring you trouble." Ahua looked at Luo Xiao with an unusual seriousness. "Ahua, do not fret. We truly can rescue you and mend the rift between the north and south. Trust us," Luo Xiao asserted with even greater solemnity. He understood that Ahua doubted their ability to achieve this. Yet he was determined to succeed, not only for Ahua, but also for those in the south who may not even grasp the concept of hatred, with tears welling in her eyes. Ahua vigorously shook her head, covering her face with her hands. "When you learn of the animosity between the north and south, you will understand how cruel the truth is. You should leave." With that, she turned away, retreating into a corner. Luo Xiao attempted to reach out to her, but was halted by Leda, who whispered, "Let us go. Ahua will surely be rescued." Following Leda, Luo Xiao slowly walked out, and as they progressed, he turned and called out, "Ahua, wait for us to save you." After uttering those words, Luo Xiao hurriedly pulled Leda out of the glacier. If they did not hurry, he feared he would be even more reluctant to part. Upon exiting the glacier, they discovered that night had fallen, and darkness enveloped the world. Luo Xiao managed to squeeze Pangya and Long Long into his backpack. Though it was cramped, the closeness provided warmth. They hurried back, wary of attracting Su Da's attention. Halfway through, Long Long and Pangya stirred awake, and Luo Xiao informed them of their return to the cave. Pangya promptly resumed her hibernation. Understanding the situation, Long Long also laid down, sleeping as soundly as Pangya, almost as if he too were in hibernation. Later remarked that such magical beasts as Long Long likely required substantial sleep during their youth. Thus he might sleep for a considerable duration. Luo Xiao felt relieved, knowing Su Da and the others were unlikely to discover their absence. Upon returning to the cave, Mo Yin and Nier rushed forward, narrowing their eyes at them, exclaiming, "Why are you only just back? I told Su Da and the others you went hunting. Did you not catch anything?" Luo Xiao immediately grasped Mo Yan's meaning and replied apologetically, "We discovered a place we thought was the polar region, which delayed us significantly, and we did not have time to hunt. Yet, it turned out not to be the polar region." Luo Xiao feigned disappointment. "I shall go hunting now." Without a moment's hesitation, Leda stepped outside. "We shall accompany you." Su Da and his friends followed suit, as their primary hunting strength lay with Leda. Without him, their catches would be markedly less. Seeing everyone leave, Mo Yin anxiously pulled Luo Xiao aside. "So, what happened? Did you find the polar region?" Luo Xiao opened his backpack to reveal the warmly sleeping Long Long and Pang. "Why, Mo Yin jumped up in fright, pointing at the backpack, shouting, "How is there another one?" He quickly covered his mouth, glancing around nervously to avoid being discovered. "Sit down," and Luo Xiao beckoned. "This is Long Long, a little magical beast we met in the lake beneath the glacier. We aim to help him find his mother in the north. Looking for his mother? Were we searching for the polar region?" Mo Yin asked, confusion etched on his face. "Yes, we are seeking the polar region. But Long Long's mother is in the north. He is quite pitiable for not being able to see her. So let us help him find her first. We can search for the polar region later." Luo Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze towards Long Long as gentle as it had been towards Pangya. "Will the people of the north let us in? How will we find her?" Mo Yin shivered at the mention of the northern people, who would regard Su Da and his group like wolves eyeing sheep, eager to devour them. Isn't going to the north tantamount to walking into a death trap? Luo Xiao shared his concerns, shaking his head helplessly. "I too fear the northern people, but we must find a way. Let's consult later." Yin fell silent, conceding that perhaps it was best to let the big fellow handle the matter. After Leda and the others returned, they had dinner and then drifted into slumber. Luo Xiao, utterly exhausted, fell asleep swiftly. Leda, too, found rest soon after. Meanwhile, Yin lay awake, glancing enviously at Leda and Luo Xiao. Pondering what happened to asking Leda, why are they both asleep so quickly? With a resigned sigh, Yin decided to sleep as well, leaving everything for the morrow. The next day, after breakfast, Suda and his companions ventured out hunting as per usual. Yin hurriedly inquired how they would assist Long Long in finding his mother. Today, we will venture alone in the north, without Suda and the others, Leda said, deep in thought. Is that feasible? Yin asked, apprehensive. Without Suda and his crew, the northern people should not despise us as much that we shall negotiate properly. It is the only option we have, Leda stated, looking at Luo Xiao and Yin. Believing it to be the simplest approach, there was no way they could sneak in without being discovered. They must confront them directly. With no other options, they ultimately decided to proceed alone to the north. Following the route Siwen had previously taken them, they arrived once more before the towering tree. As they followed Siwen's method and knocked on the tree a few times, the tree hollow suddenly appeared before them, accompanied by Ming and several other northern individuals. What are you doing here again? Ming regarded them with the hostility reserved for enemies, his bow raised in defense. Luo Xiao felt awkward, not expecting to encounter Ming again. He rubbed his nose, feeling quite helpless. We have come to see the chieftain. This time, we did not come with the southerners. We hope the chieftain will agree to meet us. Leda interposed, standing before Luo Xiao, fixing his gaze on Ming. Upon seeing Leda, Ming felt uneasy, overwhelmed by the powerful aura emanating from him. However, this time he did not relent, his face filled with rage. Leave at once. I will never trust you again. If it weren't for you, Siwen would not have been imprisoned, nor would she have fallen ill. Ming was genuinely furious, unafraid of Leda's imposing presence. Glaring at him intently, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Siwen is ill. How serious is it? Luo Xiao asked urgently. After the incident at the lake, he had come to understand that one must never fall ill in the Arctic, as it could threaten their very life. Ming's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with concern and exhaustion. It has been 7 days. The tribe's doctor says that if her fever does not subside soon, Siwen may become a fool. Ming covered his eyes with his hands in anguish. A grown man was crying. Luo Xiao was taken aback, completely unprepared for this revelation. Just a fever? Siwen is not a child. How could she possibly become a fool? Luo Xiao exclaimed, pulling at Ming's clothing. How can she become a fool? Isn't that something that only children experience? In Luo Xiao's understanding, only children could become fools from fever. Adults could merely develop pneumonia. Ming shoved Luo Xiao away, shouting, the doctor said that those living in the Arctic have far inferior living conditions compared to those outside. When one falls ill, it can become exponentially worse. If Siwen's fever does not subside, she may indeed become a fool. Luo Xiao found herself in a state of panic, her mind buzzing as the incessant echo of Siwen becoming a fool reverberated in her ears. Luo Xiao, do not be anxious. We have medicine. Have you forgotten? Leda's voice pulled her back to reality. Luo Xiao smacked her forehead. Yes, I have medicine. I have antipyretics. Hurry and take us inside. I have antipyretics that can surely save Siwen. Skeptical and wiping his tears, replied, I need to go out and find medicine to save us. Do not waste time. I cannot trust you. After saying this, attempted to leave, but was stopped by Leda. The medicine we possess was brought from outside. There is none in the entire Arctic. The people here never consume outside medicine, and once they do, it takes effect immediately. Is that true? Asked, still hesitant. He truly found it hard to believe, as he had always thought that if Siwen had not brought them in, they would never have been confined by the chieftain, nor would they have fallen ill. Leda's gaze darkened. I never tell lies. Whether you choose to believe is your concern. After making this statement, Leda approached Luo Xiao, coldly regarding Amin felt a shiver run down his spine under Leda's indifferent stare. In truth, Leda was not cold-hearted. It was merely a tactic to provoke. Mo Yin, unable to bear seeing Amin, a robust man, appears so pitiful, patted his shoulder. Just trust us. Besides, Siwen has helped us. We would never harm him, would we? Moreover, do you think we could brazenly harm someone in your northern territory? Mo Yan's words were quite reasonable, and Amin, not foolish, pondered for a moment before deciding to trust them. Luo Xiao and her companions followed Amin back into the northern territory. They were led once more to the square, which was now considerably less crowded. Upon seeing them, the people displayed less animosity and wore expressions of deep concern instead. Amin mentioned that many had gone to seek medicine for Xiaowen. He also remarked that Siwen was a very lovable child, cherished by everyone in the tribe. With Siwen unwell, everyone was preoccupied with searching for medicine. Life, for those living in the harsh environment of the Arctic, was exceedingly precious. Other people had no time to target Luo Xiao and her companions, mere outsiders. Amin instructed them to wait in the square, and after a while, he returned with the chieftain. Luo Xiao noticed that in just a few short days, the once imposing and authoritative Mediterranean elder seemed to have aged several years. He appeared not only dejected, but also physically hunched, with thinning hair that made him look even more Mediterranean than before. For some reason, seeing the chieftain in such a state reminded Luo Xiao of her father at home. She had never been apart from him and had always relied on him since childhood. She could imagine the chieftain's feelings at that moment. "Chieftain, I have medicine that can save Siwen. Please take us there," Luo Xiao urged, hastily rummaging through her backpack for the medicine. "What are your conditions?" The chieftain questioned, devoid of the joy she had anticipated, instead asking coldly what they required in exchange for the medicine. Luo Xiao felt uncomfortable under the chieftain's icy scrutiny and offered the medicine. "No conditions are needed. Siwen has helped us, and it is only right that we save him." The chieftain looked at the medicine in Luo Xiao's hand, remaining still for quite some time. Finally, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them to say, "No conditions? Amin mentioned that you came to see me. Did you not know that Siwen was ill and that conditions were to be exchanged?" In his haste, Amin had called upon the chieftain without fully explaining the situation, merely stating that Luo Xiao and her companions had medicine to save Siwen. The chieftain instinctively assumed they were offering medicine in exchange for something, especially since he knew they were intent on entering to seek something in the polar region. Luo Xiao quickly shook her head. "Chieftain, you misunderstand. We indeed came to see you. But we met Amin in the tree hollow and only then learned of Siwen's illness. We were completely unaware beforehand." Truly unaware. The chieftain regarded Luo Xiao with a sidelong glance, his sinister gaze failing to unsettle her. Instead, Luo Xiao perceived in that chilling look a father's love for his child, coupled with a sense of responsibility towards his tribe. Leda positioned himself in front of the chieftain. "Chieftain, we do not know the people of the north, and it is improbable that they would share their affairs with us. You should understand this." Upon hearing Leda's words, the chieftain ceased his menacing glare at Luo Xiao, though he remained skeptical. "Can your medicine truly save my son?" Luo Xiao nodded vigorously. Indeed. Please trust us." The chieftain paced back and forth in the square. Deep in thought, his brow furrowed. After a while, he sighed deeply. "Amin, take the medicine to Xiaowen." Amin, thrilled, snatched the medicine before Luo Xiao could say anything, then dashed away. Luo Xiao called him back to relay some precautions and dosages before he took off again. The chieftain approached them, raising his head like a leader of high stature. Though indeed, he was a leader, he stated. "If your medicine can save my son, I will allow you to stay in the north for one day. But you must leave by nightfall." Upon saying this, the chieftain appeared visibly pained, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. Luo Xiao and Leda were overjoyed that a day's time would be sufficient for them to seek out Long Long's mother. "Thank you, chieftain. We shall stay for one day," Luo Xiao assured him. "However, you can only begin to move once my son has recovered from his fever. If he does not get better, do not blame me for being rude." The previously listless chieftain regained his imposing demeanor, glaring at them with puffed cheeks as the few remaining strands of hair on his head bobbed with his movements. It was quite endearing. And Luo Xiao suddenly felt that the northern chieftain was akin to the southern leader, both stubborn and charming little old men. Could it be that all chieftains bore such similarities? after more than an hour. The chieftain was pacing the square like a restless ant on a hot skillet. He walked back and forth incessantly, colliding with Luo Xiao several times. Luo Xiao remained silent after being bumped. But the chieftain glared at her. Eventually, even Leda found himself in the chieftain's path and received a fierce glare, almost rolling his eyes. At last, they spotted Amin rushing toward them from afar. All is well. All is well. Siwen's fever has broken. Amin's booming voice echoed through the tribe, and one by one, others joined in, exclaiming, Siwen is better. Siwen's fever has broken. The entire tribe was ablaze with excitement. Many aunts and elders in the square were moved to tears. An elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and hair as white as snow, approached Luo Xiao to express her gratitude, saying she was thankful for saving Siwen. She held Luo Xiao's hand for a long moment before departing with a smile, swaying slightly. Amin ran up to the chieftain, panting heavily, and finally managed to articulate. It's true. Siwen is well. His fever has broken. The chieftain grasped Amin's hand, his voice trembling as he asked, Really? Truly better? You aren't deceiving me? He is truly better. The doctor said that with a few more doses of that medicine, he will fully recover. Siwen will not become a fool. Amin cheered, only to be met with a playful smack on the head from the chieftain. The sound echoed loudly. Amin looked at the chieftain with a look of grievance. Wondering why he had been struck, the tribe's voice boomed. You are the foolish one. How could Siwen be foolish? The chieftain laughed heartily, then turned to see Luo Xiao and Leda, his smile vanishing in an instant. As if it had been a mask removed, he reverted to the sacred and untouchable chieftain once more. Humph. Do not think that because your medicine saved Siwen, I will be grateful. That is merely expected. As Siwen fell ill due to bringing you in, the chieftain relentlessly continued. Luo Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that a tribal leader could be so unreasonable. Siwen had clearly not fallen ill because of him. Cough, cough. The chieftain cleared his throat, then placed his hands behind his back, commanding Amin. Take them see the tribe. Let them wander, but ensure they are taken out before dark. They must not be allowed to cause any disturbances within the tribe. Understood? Amin nodded excitedly. As long as Siwen was well, he was willing to do anything. The clan leader, satisfied with the current outcome, strolled home to see his son, hands behind his back, swaying like a little penguin. Initially, under the watchful eyes of Luo Xiao and the others, the clan leader walked leisurely, but as he continued, he broke into a light jog, disregarding any sense of embarrassment. In his haste, he almost stumbled, truly resembling a small penguin, perpetually tumbling. Watching the clan leader's retreating figure, Luo Xiao felt a surge of happiness. Like his father, the clan leader was a good father, faced with the honor and disgrace of the tribe. He could not forsake his son, nor could he abandon a precious life. Luo Xiao discerned that the clan leader cherished life and possessed a warm heart. He mused that the clan leader would undoubtedly be willing to mend the rift between the North and South. For such a warm-hearted leader would not allow his descendants to live eternally in hatred. With Siwen's recovery, Amin's spirits soared. He was like a rabbit, leading them on a lengthy stroll around the tribe. Reed meticulously examined every corner of the village, confirming that there was truly no sign of the polar region. He had also discreetly checked the ice mirror they had seen earlier. He was convinced that the North bore no relation to the polar region. At this moment, Reed felt puzzled. Could it be that the polar region did not lie in the North? Why, then, was there such a stark contrast between the North and the South? The weather in the North was entirely inconsistent with what one would expect in the Arctic. So anomalous was it. Yet, it still was not the polar region. Suddenly, he recalled the location reflected in the ice mirror where the northern people bathed. It was a steaming little lake, where the northern folk indulged in bathing. This small lake, akin to the place where Long Long resided, was a hot spring lake. Such a thermal spring should not exist in the North. Was a transformation of the North, perhaps due to the hot spring lake? As Reed pondered, he felt as though he had grasped a clue. Now he merely needed to locate Long Long's parents to uncover the truth. Reed? Luo Xiao's voice pulled him from his reverie. What's wrong? Reed responded, a look of confusion on his face as he turned to Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao covered his face with his hand, stealing a glance at Amin ahead, and whispered, What should we do next? It really seems there is no polar region here. He kept glancing at Amin, as if afraid of being overheard. Reed, too, looked toward Amin and noticed that Mo Yin and Nir had somehow fallen in behind Amin. Luo Xiao quietly explained, I'm worried Amin will hear us talking, so I had Mo Yin and Nir shield us a bit. You need to think of a solution quickly. After a moment of contemplation, Reed finally suggested, let us go see Siwen. Luo Xiao had also been eager to visit Siwen, but now he questioned whether that would resolve their predicament. He looked at Reed in confusion, who quietly stated, Siwen must know about the anomalies in the north. Even if we can extract a little information, it will be useful. Luo Xiao pondered this and felt it made sense. They could only rely on Siwen for now. After exploring the entire tribe, Amin inquired, where do you want to go next? I would like to see Siwen, if that is all right. Luo Xiao tentatively suggested. Amin looked at Luo Xiao with some hesitation, as he truly did not wish to take them to see Siwen. Although they had rescued Siwen, it was also because of them that Siwen had fallen ill. Moreover, he was uncertain if the clan leader would permit them to visit Siwen. Scratching his head, Amin replied, I don't know if the clan leader will allow you to see Siwen. Didn't the clan leader say we could wander around? I just want to confirm if Siwen is well. I have some delicious treats from outside that I want to give Siwen. He has never had them and will surely love them. Luo Xiao had a few snacks in his backpack that he indeed wanted to share with Siwen. Given that Siwen was unwell, indulging in treats he had never tasted would surely lift his spirits. Siwen and Amin had grown up together as good friends, and Siwen had always been somewhat childlike and not very robust. Amin had always protected Siwen, and their bond was profound. Upon hearing Luo Xiao mention the treats from outside, Amin recalled Siwen's pale and haggard face. Siwen had lost his appetite due to his fever, losing weight over the course of just 7 days. That if the food was from outside, Siwen would undoubtedly enjoy it. Rubbing his hands together, Amin declared, let us go. I'll take you to see Siwen. The treats you mentioned must be given to Siwen. Of course, they were meant for him in the first place. Luo Xiao couldn't help but chuckled. He had not anticipated that this seemingly coarse fellow, Amin, possessed such a sensitive heart. It was evident that he felt distressed for Siwen's illness, and, upon hearing about the treats, had decided to lead them to see him. Amin truly was a good friend to Siwen. Amin guided Luo Xiao and the others near a house, and upon arriving, he acted like a thief. He peered left and right, confirming that there was no one around, before turning back to caution them. This is where Siwen is being kept. His mother's inside taking care of him. I'll go check first. You all wait here and hide well. Make sure the clan leader doesn't find out. Amin hunched over, ensuring the area was clear, and then tiptoed into the house. Luo Xiao and the others waited outside for quite some time before seeing Amin emerge. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Xiao asked, why did it take you so long? Amin looked at Luo Xiao with exasperation, gesticulating, I couldn't just walk in directly to see Siwen. I had to check if the clan leader was around first. Sneaking in, Luo Xiao found Amin's seriousness somewhat amusing, thinking to himself, was it really that dire? Following Amin's lead, they tiptoed to the door. Amin didn't enter, but instructed them to go in themselves, stating he would keep watch at the entrance. Siwen's mother has gone home to fetch something. Right now, a good friend of Siwen's is looking after him inside. Hurry in when Siwen's mother returns. I'll shout, and you all can jump out of the back window, understood? Luo Xiao felt somewhat helpless towards Amin. He thought that at least he had saved Siwen, so surely the clan leader and his family wouldn't be overly suspicious of them. However, Reed pointed out that Amin's caution was justified if the clan leader were to discover their inquiries about the north. Even with their rescue of Siwen, he likely would not spare them. They stepped inside the house, which contained little furniture. Upon entering, they immediately saw a table and chairs, and as they ventured further, they spotted Siwen lying on the bed with his friend. Luo Xiao rushed over as soon as he saw Siwen's waxy complexion and lifeless eyes. Siwen, are you feeling better? Upon seeing Luo Xiao, Siwen brightened and attempted to sit up, but was stopped by the person beside him. Siwen, you're still unwell. Don't get up. Luo Xiao sat beside the bed and gently eased Siwen back down. Siwen, you're still sick. Don't get up. Siwen looked at Luo Xiao with eyes full of gratitude. Grasping his hand, Gij Luo Xiao, thank you. The doctor told me that if it weren't for your medicine, I might have ended up a fool. I don't want to become foolish. Luo Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Siwen, you're truly amusing. You're gravely ill, yet you're worried about becoming foolish. Siwen pouted. Hey, I'm being cute, okay? Jiang, don't you think so? Siwen asked his nearby friend Jiang, who also burst into laughter at Siwen's antics. Did he quickly wave his hands? I didn't mean anything by it. Haha, this is Luo Xiao, right? He said you're too amusing. How did I end up being friends with such a silly child? Jiang laughed harder, rolling on the bed, which only made Siwen pout even more. Luo Xiao pulled out some potato chips and milk from his backpack, waving them in front of Siwen. Siwen, look, these are the delicious treats I brought for you. You've lost weight. These are really tasty. You should try them. Seeing the assortment of unfamiliar snacks and realizing he hadn't eaten properly for several days, Siwen's mouth watered involuntarily. He pointed at the treats, his face flushed, and asked, "Are all these for me? Can I eat them?" Luo Xiao retrieved a box of Wangzai milk, inserted a straw, and handed it to Siwen, saying, "Of course, this is for you. Tea will help you regain your strength. You must recover quickly. I have nothing else to offer." Siwen accepted the Wangzai milk and, under Luo Xiao's guidance, finally took her first sip. Wow, it's so sweet and delicious. I've never tasted such delightful milk before. Thank you, brother Luo Xiao. Jiang, you must try it too. Siwen passed the milk to Jiang, who, unable to resist, took a couple of sips and exclaimed, "It's really delicious." However, Jiang refrained from drinking more. How could he compete with a patient for a drink? Siwen nibbled on a few biscuits and munched on some potato chips, but soon stopped, fearing that if she finished, there would be none left. Luo Xiao made no attempt to stop her. The provisions he brought were indeed limited. Each consumption diminished their supply, and once gone, they would truly be depleted after savoring the treats Luo Xiao had provided. Siwen's spirits lifted considerably, and her mood brightened. She muttered about wanting her mother to prepare a delicious meal for her that evening, feeling ravenous enough to devour an entire cow. With Siwen feeling better, Luo Xiao too felt a sense of relief. Luo Xiao then pulled 3 boxes of medicine from his backpack and handed them to Siwen. Here are 2 boxes of medicine, one for fever and one for colds, along with a box of pain relievers. If anyone in your tribe falls gravely ill again, you may administer these. This is all I can do. Siwen looked up at Luo Xiao with tearful eyes, filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Being sick is incredibly painful for us, and I never imagined you would be willing to give me such precious medicine. Luo Xiao shook his head. It's not extraordinary medicine. It is quite ordinary where I come from. I simply did not bring much with me. I should be the one thanking you for previously guiding us into the north. I genuinely appreciate it. I didn't do much. There's no need to thank me, Siwen replied shyly. How can you say that? You were aware of the long-standing grievances between the north and south, yet you still brought us here. I am sincerely grateful to you. Luo Xiao felt profound appreciation for Siwen. Had they not encountered her, they might have remained oblivious to when they could enter the north. That Siwen's expression turned slightly dejected. I merely wish to make friends from outside. Even if they are from the south, I believe the animosity between the north and south has lingered for far too long. Can it not be resolved? I do not wish to see Baba unhappy every day. Siwen, do not despair. Jiang comforted her, gently stroking her head, though he too sighed. Luo Xiao contemplated that perhaps the people of the north did not want to live with hatred forever. However, once animosity takes root, it is not easily relinquished. Luo Xiao sighed as well. Siwen, please do not be sad. Although I am unaware of the grievances between the north and south, I sincerely wish for your happiness. Siwen lowered her gaze at the blanket, murmuring, "Tell me, do you really believe that hatred is more significant than living well? Baba is unhappy every day, and he does not wish to hold grudges forever. But we have such monumental enmity with the South that it may never be resolved." Luo Xiao yearned to understand the nature of this monumental enmity, yet felt hesitant to inquire further. He could only awkwardly comfort Siwen. Perhaps you should not dwell on it. Would you like to have more potato chips? Siwen shook her head and looked up at Luo Xiao with eyes full of despair. Akin to a puppy's. Can you help me? Can you assist my Baba? Can you help us resolve the hatred between the north and south? Siwen's words left Luo Xiao momentarily speechless. Was it appropriate to express his willingness so directly? If possible, we are willing to assist you, But could you do us a favor? Red suddenly interjected. Luo Xiao tugged at Red's sleeve, disapproving of his forwardness. However, Siwen appeared unfazed. Are you inquiring about the polar region? Red replied, No. I am referring to the hot spring-like lake in the north that this. Siwen's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know about that lake? We took a tour around the tribe and spotted that lake. Red explained. Siwen nodded. Ah, I see. You're eager to learn about that lake? We are indeed curious. Would you be willing to share? Red inquired, his gaze fixed on Siwen, his presence imposing enough to make her feel a bit intimidated. Siwen swallowed nervously. Then I shall tell you, but you must promise not to speak of it to anyone. Siwen, discussing the lake's matters is not something to be taken lightly, Jiang interjected, disapproving. That lake is of utmost importance to the north and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Jiang, trust me. I believe Brother Luo Xiao and his companions can help our tribe let go of its hatred. Siwen pleaded, holding Jiang's hand and gazing at him with innocent eyes. Upon seeing Siwen's pale face, Jiang could not bear to refuse her, yet he sat sulking, refusing to speak. Siwen sweetly embraced Jiang, then began to recount the legend of the lake to Luo Xiao and the others. Many years ago, the north was merely a commonplace stretch of the Arctic Ocean, the habitat of their people. For reasons unknown, a lake gradually formed in that area. Since the emergence of this lake, their tribe suddenly found themselves able to hunt an abundance of food, far surpassing their previous circumstances. The tribe members no longer faced starvation. Consequently, the chieftain of that time revered the lake as a holy one. This sacred lake became the sanctuary of the tribe. Regardless of the passage of time or shifting landscapes, the people of the tribe vowed to protect the sacred lake. Over time, two factions emerged within the tribe. One faction insisted on safeguarding the sacred lake, while the other sought to depart for a life in the south. Eventually, the disagreements led to a schism, resulting in the formation of two distinct tribes, the present-day North and South. Those who chose to leave became the Southern people, while those who remained to protect the sacred lake became the Northern people. One day, for reasons unknown, the sacred lake began to emit steam, resembling a hot spring. It was from that day forth that the North underwent a radical transformation. Although the North remained cold, the lives of the Northern tribespeople flourished. No longer shrouded in coldness, the climate became warm, akin to a perpetual spring. The waters of the sea were no longer frigid but temperate, and the northern people began to use the warm sea water for their daily needs. The sacred lake, being a hot spring, became their bathing place. Previously, the northern people seldom bathed due to the cold, but hunting became remarkably easier, and they began cultivating crops. Their tribe transformed into a paradise. All of this was thanks to the sacred lake that Siwen recounted these tales. Her eyes glistened with tears, softly lamenting. If only the southern people had not left back then, with the truth of the hot spring lake unveiled. Luo Xiao and Red both began to piece together its significance. This sacred lake undoubtedly held connections to Long Long's father. The existence of Long Long was proof enough of that. Their most pressing concern now was to locate Long Long's mother and father. For only then could they unravel the true mystery of the sacred lake. However, Luo Xiao internally grappled with a troubling thought. He discerned that the animosity between the North and South might have originated from the sacred lake itself. Siwen, might the hatred between the North and South be a consequence of the sacred lake? Luo Xiao inquired, his head lowered, occasionally stealing glances at Siwen. He understood that such a direct question might be inappropriate. Yet his curiosity was insatiable. Please refrain from asking, as per my Baba's orders. No one from the North will speak of our enmity with the South. I am truly sorry. This has been our rule since the departure of the South. And it cannot be broken, Siwen said apologetically, gazing at Luo Xiao with regret. It was wrong of me to ask. Luo Xiao found himself feeling anxious. He was somewhat vexed by his own impatience when he suddenly sensed a slight movement within his backpack. Initially, he attributed it to his nerves, but the backpack swayed again ever so gently. What should he do? Could it be that Long Long had awakened? Luo Xiao cast a worried glance at Reed, fearing the consequences if Long Long was discovered. Reed observed the backpack for a moment, leaned closer to Luo Xiao, and whispered in a voice so soft that only the two of them could hear. Long Long mentioned that Siwen carries the scent of his mother. Perhaps you should inquire about Siwen's home situation. Luo Xiao endeavored to maintain a neutral expression as he discreetly glanced at the backpack and addressed Siwen. Siwen, I recall you mentioning that you have an elder sister. Correct? Why hasn't she come to see you? Luo Xiao conveniently overlooked the fact that Siwen had two older brothers. Upon hearing Luo Xiao's question about his sister, Siwen's mood lifted slightly. My sister usually visits me in the evenings. She is very kind to me. However, Siwen soon lamented, but my sister and Baba do not get along well. Baba often says that my sister is an unfilial daughter. Siwen's previously improved mood quickly soured, and he pouted in grievance. My sister simply doesn't want to marry, which displeases Baba. She has moved out to live on her own. If she doesn't want to marry, then so be it. Why must she leave home? Luo Xiao felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing that Siwen's sister did not wish to marry. The people here were remarkably simple-minded, adhering to the customs of early marriage and childbearing. Such sentiments were uncommon among young girls, unless they had someone they cherished in their hearts who was not from the north at all. That must be Long Long's father. This made sense that it appeared they truly needed to meet Long Long's sister. Siwen, does your sister only come to see you in the evenings? Luo Xiao inquired, aiming to gather more details about Siwen's sister's visits. Yes, indeed. Ever since I was confined, my sister has secretly come to see me at night, passing food to me through the window. Siwen, oblivious to Luo Xiao's intentions behind the inquiry, unwittingly divulged his sister's whereabouts. Before night fell, there was still a chance. Luo Xiao resolved to wait until darkness enveloped the surroundings. Determined to meet Siwen's sister, he engaged Siwen in a flurry of questions, nearly unearthing the details of his entire ancestry. For the first time, Luo Xiao felt that night was dragging on interminably. Siwen, are there guests here to see you? I just spotted Amin at the entrance. A gentle voice floated in, and Luo Xiao turned to see a girl entering the room. His eyes sparkled with sudden excitement, akin to a light bulb being switched on. The backpack containing Long Long began to tremble uncontrollably. Left with no choice, Luo Xiao passed the backpack to Reed, who concealed it behind his back. Reed gave the bag a few gentle pats until Long Long finally settled down. At this moment, Luo Xiao was increasingly convinced that Siwen's sister was indeed Long Long's mother. He began to observe Siwen's sister. She bore a striking resemblance to Siwen, as if their features had been carved from the same mold. It was clear she had inherited her mother's traits. A mere glance at the patriarch's sparse hair confirmed that she did not take after him. Siwen's sister radiated a gentle warmth, a quality inherent in her very being. Luo Xiao mused that she must be a nurturing and caring mother. Yet he couldn't help but notice a lingering sorrow in her eyes, an unmistakable sadness that emanated from within, impossible to overlook. Surely, she must be missing her child. Siwen's sister held a basket filled with fruit, placing it on the table. She sat by the bed and gently touched Siwen's forehead, nodding in approval. It's truly not hot anymore. How wonderful. Yes, she caressed Siwen's pale face. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Siwen, too, wept, feeling genuinely distressed by his fever. Baba had forbidden him from returning home, and he was unaccustomed to staying here, in his innocence. He clung to his sister, sobbing, "Woo, sister, Baba won't let me go home. He's locked me up here, and I can't get used to it. I want to go home." Though he was in his teenage years, Siwen's heart remained remarkably pure, well-protected, and childlike. That not cry. Your sister is here. Baba will allow you to return home soon. Siwen's sister soothed, gently patting Siwen's back as one would comfort an infant. Before long, Siwen's eyes grew heavy, and he fell asleep. Siwen's sister carefully laid him down on the bed, wiped her tears, and turned to Luo Xiao. I overheard Amin say you saved Siwen. Thank you. Otherwise, I cannot imagine what might have happened to my brother. Luo Xiao quickly waved his hands dismissively. It was nothing, really. Siwen has helped me in the past as well. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Luo Xiao, right? I nearly forgot to mention. I am Siwen's sister, Shir. Shir blushed slightly as she realized she had forgotten to introduce herself after all this time. Behind Reed, the backpack stirred again, prompting Reed to give it several more pats until Long Long quieted down. Shir, like a devoted mother, sat by the bed and tenderly stroked Siwen's hair, her affection evident in her gaze. As night fell, Shir glanced outside and sighed softly. She rose and beckoned Jiang Jiang over. Speaking in a gentle tone, Jiang Jiang, I must take my leave. It's getting dark. Please take good care of Siwen. Jiang Jiang nodded, focusing intently on Siwen. Observing Shishi's preparation to depart, Luo Xiao and Reed also stood up to leave. Sister Shishi, we must be on our way as well. Let us go together. Luo Xiao pulled near closer to Shishi, and the clever little one instantly understood Luo Xiao's intent. Near transformed into an adorably soft and charming child. Snuggling against Shishi and gazing up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Sister, you smell like our mother. Please come with us. Shishi, taken by the sight of such a beautiful and endearing child, couldn't resist reaching out to stroke Nier's little head. Immediately agreeing to accompany them. Luo Xiao thought to himself that Nier was almost akin to a spirit, a little magical beast. As the group exited the house, they spotted Amin craning his neck, peering about curiously as if you're trying to stretch it like a giraffe. Luo Xiao approached Amin from behind and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. Amin jumped in surprise as if startled by an arrow, turning to face Luo Xiao with both hands on his chest. What was that? You scared me. I thought it was the Patriarch. As if the Patriarch would appear from behind. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. Luo Xiao replied, initially believing Amin to be a bold and daring individual, only to discover he was quite the opposite. Upon seeing Shishi, Amin glanced at the dimming sky. It's getting dark. I'll escort you out. Or the Patriarch might have something to say. Shishi looked down at Nier, who was nestled beside her, feeling reluctant to part with him. Amin, let me take them out. You go check on Siwen. Amin had been showing Luo Xiao and the others around the tribe and had long wanted to see Siwen. He peered into the room, feeling quite embarrassed. Sister Shishi, I'll go in then. Go on. I'll take them out now. It's dark and my father won TC. Shishi waved her hand, urging Amin to hurry inside while she continued forward with Nier. Once Amin saw Shishi leading Nier away, he disregarded everything else and rushed into the room to see Siwen. Instead of retracing their steps, Shishi guided them along a more secluded path, wary of being discovered by the Patriarch. She mentioned that this little path was one they had stumbled upon while playing in their childhood, known only to her and Siwen. Luo Xiao looked around. The path was indeed quite remote. Not only were there no other people in sight, but even the light was dim. However, he felt undeterred and took the backpack back from Reed, gently lifting Long Long out and presenting him to Shishi. Sister Shishi, take a look at who this is. As Shishi walked ahead with Nier, she turned back, puzzled by Luo Xiao's words, only to find herself confronted with Long Long's tearful visage. Mama, Shishi's tears cascaded down as she embraced Long Long tightly. Long Long, how did you end up here? Mama misses you so much. I'm so sorry, Wu. Both mother and son were reduced to tears, with Long Long's sobs flowing freely, as if they were without cost, leaving a puddle of his tears on the ground. Luo Xiao was genuinely astonished to discover that Long Long was indeed called Long Long. Fatyu truly had stumbled upon a dead mouse, fearing that Long Long's tears might flood the northern region. Luo Xiao promptly intervened to halt his weeping at last. The mother and son ceased their cries, though their eyes remained glistening with residual tears. After her tears subsided, Shishi felt embarrassed for having wept so openly in front of several grown men. I'm truly sorry for letting you see me in such a state. But why is Long Long with you? Shouldn't he be over by the lake? Shishi, Jia. We have come from outside in search of a place called the Polar Region. The chief forbade us from entering, and by chance we met Ahua at the ice mountain. There's an ice cave where Ahua is imprisoned, and we reached the lake through that cave, where we encountered Long Long. Luo Xiao recounted how they had met Long Long, as well as how they had come to know Ahua. She did not wish to conceal anything from Shishi. Shishi gazed at them in disbelief. You met Ahua. Is she all right? She bypassed the issue of the lake and immediately inquired about Ahua's condition. Luo Xiao shook her head. It is far too cold in the ice mountain. Ahua is still quite young and suffers terribly every day. Shishi sighed helplessly. Alas, if a Ming knew his sister was suffering in confinement, he would be heartbroken that Ahua is a Ming sister. This time, it was Luo Xiao's turn to be astonished, unable to fathom that Ahua and a Ming were siblings. But a Ming didn't seem to share the same feelings for Ahua. Since meeting a Ming, Luo Xiao had perceived him as a rather lively individual, with no trace of sorrow or grief evident on his face. Was it possible that their relationship was strained? Luo Xiao pondered to know. The tribespeople are all aware that a Hua is imprisoned in the ice mountain, but a Ming is oblivious. He believes a Hua has passed away. He was initially very sorrowful, but upon discovering a note from a Hua urging him to live well, he regained his spirits. Shir recounted these past events with a hint of resignation. She had always felt that keeping this from a Ming was wrong. What would happen when he eventually learned the truth? Why conceal it from a Ming? Luo Xiao found the northern region to be exceedingly strange. Could it truly be that out of hatred, an innocent girl had to suffer? A Hua had done nothing wrong. She merely fell in love with someone, a person from the southern region. Was that truly so unforgivable? A Hua's love for a southerner was sufficient grounds for her imprisonment. The decision not to inform a Ming stemmed from a fear that he would object, causing him harm. Shir spoke while gently stroking her son. Luo Xiao suddenly felt a surge of anger. Is the hatred between the north and south truly so profound that even a girl cannot be spared? You have no idea what kind of life a Hua endures in the ice mountain. She is nearly frozen solid. Is hatred truly that significant, to the extent that it can inflict harm upon one's own kin? Luo Xiao could no longer contain his emotions as he questioned Shir. Shir clutched her chest, distressed to hear of a Hua's plight. A Hua is innocent. She has committed no wrongs. However, it is the tribe's rule. Anyone involved with Southerners faces dire consequences. If it weren't for you all, Siwen would have led the Southerners in, and she might have been confined indefinitely. How can this be? Siwen merely brought us in. Luo Xiao could hardly believe that without their presence, Siwen would indeed be locked away for life. Shir nodded, her face pale, affirming that everything she said was true. But what of A Hua? She merely fell in love with a southerner, and now she must languish in the ice mountain. Awaiting her demise, it is so cold there. Sooner or later, A Hua will be unable to endure it. Luo Xiao now felt that rescuing A Hua was of utmost importance. From Shir's tone, it was clear A Hua was destined for a lifetime of confinement. Shir nodded again. The error lies in A Hua's love for a southerner. This is a grave sin in the north. Luo Xiao, in a fit of frustration, tugged at his hair. What is the grudge between the north and south? Jia, please, tell me. Luo Xiao was eager to resolve the conflict between the north and south and save A Hua. He could not bear to watch a blossoming girl perish before his very eyes. I cannot tell you. You must have asked someone, right? I cannot speak of it. No one in the north will divulge such information to you. You should give up. Luo Xiao, however, remained undeterred. Why? Jia, please tell me why. Seeing the genuine concern and eagerness in Luo Xiao's eyes, Shir understood his earnest desire to save A Hua and wished to alleviate his distress. All I can say is that the Southerners have inflicted tremendous harm upon Northerners. No one in the tribe wishes to revisit the past. For us Northerners, it is a monumental sorrow, an injury that can never heal. Luo Xiao, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, slumped in despair, while Reed gently patted his head. Luo Xiao gazed at Reed, his eyes filled with grievance. Reed tenderly brushed his eyes, and Luo Xiao leaned silently against Reed, unwilling to speak. If you are unwilling to share the hatred between the north and south, then please tell us about Longlong's father and that hot spring lake. We wish to meet Longlong's father. We have something important to discuss with him, and we mean him no harm. Reed respectfully inquired of Shir. Shir looked into Reed's eyes and found his gaze filled with sincerity. She then glanced at her son, who had been brought out by these individuals. Could there still be things to conceal? She turned to her son. Long, do you think Mommy should tell them? Long gazed at his mother with an innocent expression, completely enveloped in the warmth of her embrace. He did not fully grasp the complexities between his mother and father, but he knew that Luo Xiao and Fat Ya would not deceive him. Long broke into a broad smile. Fat Ya, good person. Upon hearing her name, Fat Ya ceased to pretend to be dead in the backpack. Peeking out to assess the surroundings and finding no danger, she boldly emerged from the bag and dove into Luo Xiao's arms to greet Long. Long, is this your mommy? Just like my mommy. She smells nice. Shir's eyes nearly bulged out as she looked at Fat Ya, then lifted her son for comparison. This. You are not mistaken. My Fatya and your Long Long are both magical beasts. Now you can believe us, can't you? The still aggrieved Luo Xiao could not help but interject. Shirshir lowered her head in thought, mumbling. So they're magical beasts, but what exactly are magical beasts? Magical beasts are a species, just like your son and my son. They will eventually transform into humans. Luo Xiao endeavored to enlighten Shirshir about magical beasts, pondering whether Long Long's father had failed to share such knowledge with her. However, Shirshir began to weep. Really, they can become human. Then why can't my son's father transform into a human? Luo Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him, foolishly asking, so you had a child with a magical beast that cannot transform? Shirshir's face flushed crimson at Luo Xiao's words, and she stammered, unwilling to elaborate further. Some magical beasts may suffer injuries that prevent them from taking human form. Please tell me, for I am also a magical beast. Perhaps I can assist your magical beast who cannot transform. Reed spoke up softly. Shirshir let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Alas, this is fate. I will tell you everything. Shirshir tilted her head to gaze into the distance. And Luo Xiao understood that she was looking towards the place where Long Long had appeared. Luo Xiao felt that Shirshir might be contemplating Long Long's father. Once, while bathing in the tribe's lake, I accidentally discovered an entrance within the lake, and I fell through into another body of water. I nearly drowned, but then I encountered Fei. He is Long Long's father. I named him Fei because he resembled a dragon, as if he could soar from the heavens to rescue me. Thus, I called him Fei. I adore him and treat him like a pet.